Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 121. U Household 3 B Underground Fisher Raid was the performance assignment with the most amount of scores given, and was an assignment that allowed others to have a peek at how the top cadets carried out a raid. The media and the masses were thus considerably intrigued by it, and there were 4 cameras under use inside the auditorium. On the first day, Yoram's team came first and received 20 points. There were 3 teams in total that came first. On the second day, Yoram once again came first and received 20 points. This time, there were 4 teams that came first due to the objective grading system. However, the third day had a relative grading system. Considering the number of teams that had the same scores, it was difficult to come to a conclusion as to who would be sitting on the throne. It was hard to take all the variables into account. Everyone was hoping for a miracle. Raid start. The final raid began at last. Following a 2-hour-long pathway, the cadets set foot after the signal. The atmosphere of the auditorium synchronized with the one inside the live footage, as nervousness and excitement filled the air. The camera showed all the teams one by one. Whenever their cadets were on the display, guardians and acquainted cadets cheered for them. Yuara, Yuang how you see I'll go crush it, crush it. They were quite childish, and even their cheers ended up being competitive. Their shouts gradually increased in volume and soon became thundering yells that could tremble the building itself. Jiao, who was blankly watching the display screen, was startled whenever that happened, so the regressor blocked her ears for her. Because it was still noisy despite his hands covering her ears, she placed her hands on top of Yu Jitae's hands and further blocked her ears. Finally, Yoram and the Lasties appeared on the screen. Male cadets of RIL screamed out loud, "You you Yoram," thinking that it was finally her turn to shine. Keel shouted "Ark" as well. Jiao also stopped fidgeting around and nervously watched the screen. In the middle of the screen was Yoram biting her lips. Yu Jitae watched them advance. At the start of the raid, they followed the pathway they reserved for themselves and moved hastily. They defeated any enemy that appeared without hesitation. All the battles were handled the way they had planned it out beforehand, and everything was going smoothly. However, when they arrived at a room and encountered other teams, the situation immediately changed. A Japanese team coming fifth on the rank suddenly turned around. "Ah, ah," Keel shouted with surprise. "Why are they blocking Yoramani's path?" Without even trying to hide it, they went in front of Yoram's group and took their reserved path. They're trying to keep her in check. In check? Why? They're trying to defeat the boss together, because it's important to go early and hit more. If they were to go before others, they would encounter the boss first, so it was important to select a good pathway. 2 or more teams going on the same pathway was against the rules, and attacking other cadets was also against the regulations. Thus, Yoram and the Lasties had to bite the bullet and look for a different road. Those stupid Japs. The abrupt profanities had unexpectedly been from Sojiro's mouth. Japs, it's your country, though. I can't acknowledge those cheap bastards as the same Japanese. Yoram frowned. Shut up. If you have time to move your tongue, move your feet instead. Ah, sorry. It was as expected. Although their teamwork had increased from the 3 days of training, it was impossible to drastically increase their raid efficiency. Besides, Yoram was a specialist only when it came to close combat, and she was quite lacking in regards to deactivating traps and fighting against peculiar monsters. She could bulldoze through all the traps if this was an actual raid with limited time. But it was an assignment, so Yoram had no choice but to deactivate all the traps. After passing through the corridor of traps, they were met by monsters. Front side, 9 underground spiders. In response to Yoram's words, the sharpshooters immediately prepared themselves for battle. The spiders dropped from the ceiling and the walls, but Kim Jae-in and Sojiro had become more sensitive than ever from the past 2 days of hellish raids. The spiders began moving under the veil of darkness. Their body color was similar to the color of the wall, but Yoram lit up the corridor with the spell, Fire, before jumping into a group of 5 spiders. She was buying time for them. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-in used her musket and aimed for the eye of a wolf-sized spider, and Sojiro also landed a shot on the head of another spider. When 2 out of the remaining 4 were unable to fight, the front fighter was able to go around without a worry. Sophia immediately removed the remaining two. Seeing that, Yoram also distanced herself from the 5 spiders and grouped up with the other 3. The 4v5 was immediately taken care of. Thanks to Yoram throwing her body forward, the party was able to save the time they had lost in other places during the combat phase. Whatever the case, they had to enter the boss room before others. But when they were at the next room with multiple crossroads, this time the young household took their reserve path a split second before them. You ducking beaches, that's our corridor. Sophia swore at the young household. Lol, retard. Your fault for coming late, isn't it? Young Danbai, you damned NGGA. What you blonde retard. They shared words of racism without holding back. When young Danbai showed her middle finger, Sophia raised hers as well. In the end, their path had been taken. I just want to go up and slap them on the back of the head. Sophia panted in anger. Let's go. Duck. Yoram frowned temperamentally. The young household was slightly faster than them. Acknowledging that fact, they turned to a different path they had reserved. In order to save time, Yoram once again bought time during combat while the remaining 3 quickly dealt with the monsters. After hunting 3 to 4 groups of monsters, they finally arrived at the next crossroad. But how unlucky could they be? This time, it was the Urfan Guild that took their reserve path. Ego well be going on ahead. Hihai, Ling Ling, Zhang Zuyan, Zhou Luxan, and others who did not have a good relationship with Yoram in the first place, laughed as they ran into the corridor. Sophia's fingertips trembled. Should I go and kill them? For real. Yoram and the lasties stopped their feet. All the routes they had planned for had been taken. Kill what? You should have dealt with the monsters faster. What? You, Yoram? Are you saying I am the problem? Hey, Annie. Then am I the problem? Yoram and Sophia growled, and Sophia soon pointed at the two. It's because they are slow as duck. They've always been slow. You should have been faster since you're at least faster than them. You're putting the blame on me now. Are you crazy? The energy they had maintained throughout the raid was being threatened by them fighting after a long sprint. If they didn't find a new path soon, their remaining raid would be at risk. That was when Kim Jae-in opened her mouth with a mutter. I actually thought a bit more about the reserve paths. What? Really? NN. I'm quite pessimistic, so I was thinking what if, and while catching her breath, Kim Jae-in floated a hologram map and suggested new paths. But I don't know what would be the best out of them. There was a short yet extremely dangerous path, a long yet less dangerous path, and one that was safe but very long. This way. Ha! Are you sure? Just follow me, Unnie. Stop asking. The road she chose was the short yet extremely dangerous route. Obediently, Kim Jae-in listened to her call but looked at Yoram with a worried gaze. How many monsters had Yoram been taking care of until now? Only after thinking about that was she able to see the wounds flashing underneath Yoram's black combat clothes. Those blood stains hadn't been visible because of the dark underground fissure and her clothes being a matching color. Yoram, your arm. Hearing that, Yoram glanced at her arm before casually dusting it off, and she continued walking forward. On the dangerous road, Yoram threw her body forward more often as she fought. Whenever the monsters appeared, she crashed into them at the same running speed. Besides, they were moving so fast that Sojiro fell during the sprint and retched. Yoram, it's too fast. Sophia shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Even she, who was a top-ranked cadet, had trouble breathing, and Yoram was the only one that appeared normal. We'll be late if we don't do this, idiot. Then how are you going to raid the boss? Don't you see how everyone's all tired? Coming to a stop, Kim Jae-in placed her hands on her knees and panted. Not even realizing that she was drooling, she heavily breathed in and out. Then what? What? Should we just sit down and rest? No, but then just ducking come. Stop winging. Dude, it was then. Sophia glared at Yoram with an indifferent expression. Why do you speak like that? What? Do you really think you're the boss just because the team name is Yoram and the Lasties? Yoram turned around and faced Sophia. Then what? Is there a better way? Come last. Or aim for the back of their heads with a knife. Yoram never ran away from a fight. Right when Sojiro and Kim Jae-in were throwing glances at the two of them in a fluster, Yoram pushed her fist forward, and so did Sophia. Scissors, paper, rock. Sophia kept her fist closed, while Yoram opened her fist into paper. This was the method the two of them had come up with during the training to solve any conflict. Now, who's the boss then? Who is it? Just go. As Yoram began running again with a grin, Sophia also suppressed her discontentment and carefully followed after her. Now was not the time for a fight. Fortunately, their hard work hadn't been in vain. After twists and turns, Yoram and the lasties succeeded in reaching the boss room before others. Hook, hook. Uek, they were all exhausted. Saojiro leaned on the wall and retched, and Kim Jae-in laid down on the ground holding her forehead. However, they couldn't rest for long. Soon, other parties would also be arriving here, since there was only one road connecting to the boss room. See that, Unnie? We listened to the leader and we came before others, right? You're right. Yet you were angry at me, weren't you? You wanna die? Sophia shook her head with a sigh. I wasn't angry at you. It was because those other guys trash-talked before taking our road. Oh yeah, I'm serious. If they want to go, just go. Why talk shit? Those idiots. In fact, Yoram was the leading pioneer in the trash-talking industry, but so what? It was in human nature to hate other people shit-talking while loving their own trash talks. Sophia was aware of that. And as she was listening to Sophia's grumble in silence, Yoram seemed to have come up with something. She turned her head and inspected the cave they were in and the entrance leading to the boss room before suddenly standing up. What's wrong? Yoram blankly stared at the ceiling and the ground. Block the road, she muttered. There was only one road to the boss room. If this was blocked, all the other teams had to lick their fingers and watch. That was when footsteps were heard from the other side of the cave. Oi, get up, all of you. NN, come inside the boss room right now. Hurry up. After everyone entered the boss room, Yoram gripped onto the sword artifact with her two hands. Pulsation. She utilized Karl Galakwa's stand-up martial art, as her heart began pulsing greatly. Normally, she wouldn't use it to this extent, but Yoram used all the fire attribute mana she could as a dragon. Conflagration. Then, she shot the flames of a dragon that resembled a breath toward the ceiling of the cave. It was crimson like the color of blood and fueled itself with mana. While her teammates were startled, Yoram attached the conflagration to her sword and smacked the cave ceiling with it. Quack-quack-quang. Explosions repeated one after another as the ceiling began crumbling. Sophia finally understood what she was trying to do and screamed out in thrill. Dude, are you a genius? A yell could be heard from the other side of the small corridor. This voice definitely belonged to that retarded young Danbai. Yoram had blocked the one and only path. Kai-ha-ha-ha, crazy for real. Sophia chuckled like an evil witch, but Yoram did not. Since she was the only one laughing, Sophia slowly stopped her laugh. Ha ha, ha ha. Unlike Sophia, Kim Jae-in and Saojiro were startled by the sudden turn of events. It was because they still remembered what Yoram had said nonchalantly at the start of the raid. She had asked, should we try defeating the boss with us four? Sophia back then had returned her sentence by saying, that would be epic. Everyone will go crazy. The other two had also laughed because they thought Yoram was obviously just joking around. You guys, you're ready, right? Sophia realized what Yoram was thinking half a second too late. Ooh, oi, you, Yoram. Wasn't that thing before a joke? Before Sophia could finish her sentence, Yoram abruptly dashed towards the center of the plaza-like room and snapped a tight spider web with her foot. Hey go, that crazy beach. Sophia's pained mutter signaled the start of the fight. Kugagagang. Before long, the entire underground fissure began shaking. Kim Jae-in and Saojiro both held onto their weapons as Sophia stood next to Yoram. At the highest area of the plaza, higher than the heavens, four pairs of crimson eyes revealed themselves. The boss, Spider Queen, with the height reaching 5 meters and a body length of 10 meters, the spider was bigger than most dump trucks. There was an upper body of a human where its head should be, that looked exactly like a human except for the 8 crimson eyes. The large spider dropped from the ceiling and landed in front of Yoram. Coon, the upper body of a human above the spider's chest, was facing Yoram as its crimson eyes glared at her. As her small body stood before the large monster, her red hair fluttered at the gush of wind created by the spider's fall. There, Yoram slowly licked her upper lips. Chapter 122, Verification of Life. 1. What is that? How could she? After Yoram exploded the entrance of the boss room, angry complaints echoed across the auditorium. Isn't that too much? Can the security guards even go in? Is it allowed to block the entrance like that? In response to the denunciations of the Guardians, the professor in charge of the assignment, Catravan, spoke. It is a practical application of the landscape, and there is no problem with it according to the regulations. It's not like she was attacking a cadet either. No, but even then, they hesitated during their complaints. It was because it was related to none other than the Yu household, which was one of the most troubling topics recently. Can the securities even protect them at this rate? Of course. Team 3 of the guards are currently on the mission. Team 3 was a stealth group, specialized in fluid-like movements. By relying on the flow of mana, they could stealthily travel to places without being bound by physical restraints. More complaints like, even if there aren't any problems with the regulations, and she has no etiquette, were heard. Those continued until Mihailov shot out of his seat and yelled, "Seriously, you guys are being too noisy. There would be no problems if your cadets have the ability to destroy the rocks blocking the road and go in. No, of course, that's not the problem here. Now, since there aren't any problems with the regulations either, just stay quiet and watch. Don't you understand that the kids on our side are also taking a risk?" Mihailov continued. "That's true, but wait, something was weird. Sorry. You mean they're A trying to defeat a B-ranked boss with a four-man party? They're A not trying to just buy time for their recovery? Things were different from their original plan." Mihailov wasn't certain either, so he kept his mouth closed. How can four cadets defeat the boss of a B dungeon? The minimum number of members required was 8, because Spider Queen had a large body with a lot of vitality and defensive measures. The Guardians who had been causing a ruckus from their discontentment closed their mouths. 1/4 of the screen focused on Yoram's party. There were lots of people watching the raid. Unlike the individual spars that had been uploaded a few days after the event, the dungeon raid was revealed live by the PR team in order to prove that the assignment was genuine. A war correspondent from Serbia, who had won the Pulitzer Prize, a prestigious superhuman analyzer who had himself been in the top 200 ranks worldwide before retiring from injuries. Petrovic. He was doing a live stream while commenting on the videos. Holy shit, how do you even defeat that thing? Are they really trying to defeat that? Impossible. People that were interested in Lair gathered from worldwide to watch the competition of first-grade cadets like it was a sport. There were 120,000 live viewers, with live comments being uploaded in many different languages. It's a shocking turn of events indeed. Petrovic gave a frown. As I've mentioned before, this year's lineup for the Yang household is exceptionally great. It might be possible for their four-man party, but it will be a long battle, and would only be possible as long as Cadet Yang Tiha doesn't make a single mistake. What about other cadets? Only Yang Tiha and Tia Brzenk will be able to damage the boss in a short period of time. Other cadets do not have enough power. The immense vitality of the boss, Spider Queen, was the biggest problem. What is Cadet Yoram's blessing? We haven't heard anything about it yet. Her blessing is probably related to body strengthening. Why? It's nothing but an assumption, since Cadet Yoram has never made it clear. However, you can tell that she has an extremely tyrannical way of fighting from the individual sparring sessions. I see. Will Cadet Yoram be able to defeat the boss? It'll be difficult, IMO. Body strengthening has a hard time dealing with things that are bigger than themselves. Yoram is strong, yeah. Might just be because of the size of her body, though. I still think it'll be impossible. Same. It's too reckless. She might get injured. Most of the comments expected Yoram's team to go down. Indeed, it seems difficult from what we've seen so far. Do you think they'll lose as well? We don't know about that yet. A superhuman is called a superhuman because they go beyond the limits after all. Petrovic watched the situation unfold with a worried expression. Before long, Yoram's team began fighting the Spider Queen head-on, and his words gradually became faster. The most terrifying thing about the Queen is that she can increase the number of her army. As soon as his words came to an end, dozens of eggs came flooding out of the Queen's stomach. Each and every one of those eggs was an underground spider. Although the spiders that had just hatched were weak, they were very aggressive. Dozens of spiders dashed towards Yoram's party while staggering. Saojiro and Kim Jae-in sniped the heads and the eyes, but there were too many of them. What do they have to do to win? They must control the situation. 3 of them need to locate and defend an advantageous area and deal damage over time, while one of them shifts the attention of the boss to them. That was the thought of a soldier who had, 5 years ago, been the raid leader of a S dungeon that had triumphed over 200 dungeons. And as he had expected, Kim Jae-in and Saojiro, with Sophia at the lead, eliminated the baby spiders and focused their shots on one of the Spider Queen's legs. Soon, one of the 8 legs was crushed. At the same time, Yoram stepped on top of the spiders and the wall and attracted the gaze of the Spider Queen by jumping up. As we thought, she's trying to gain aggro. Oh, Petrovic let out a yell. Yoram suddenly dashed up to the head of the boss at the grey upper body of a human that was attached to the spider's chest. Huh, why's she doing that? Risky. It was an extremely dangerous idea. Mother-type monsters had all sorts of defensive measures at the cost of their agility. Tentacles came shooting out of the queen's body. With poisonous thorns hanging here and there, they surrounded Yoram and simultaneously shot for her body. That was when flames surged forth from Yoram's shoulders, ribs, back, chest, legs, ankles, and her 2 hands that were holding onto a sword. Oh my word! It was a feat that had never been shown before. Attaching the blazing mana onto her blade, Yoram slashed all the tentacles apart. The tips of the tentacles were scorched after being cut by the blade. The queen tried to raise her legs to block it, but Yoram's sword created a massive explosion the moment it touched the queen's legs. Quack-quack-quang, Petrovic shouted in surprise. Flames. It seems that Cadet Yoram had a fire attribute blessing all along. The live video hadn't shown how Yoram destroyed the entrance of the boss room, and it was the first time the masses had ever seen Yoram use her blessing. Thinking back, when Cadet Ling Ling was using her fire attribute blessing, she did casually walk out of that. No wonder, how astonishing. She had been hiding that all the time. What the FK? Does that mean she was bashing up Zhang Zuyin and Ling Ling like that without even using her blessing? The Spider Queen's second leg was soon cut off, but the boss didn't remain still either. The horrendous-looking mouth of the female body was dropped all the way to her chin as it vomited out a crazy amount of poison. Yoram shouted as she dodged it, while other cadets discarded the advantageous position they were in and scattered. It was the start of a dogfight. The queen jumped up and down with large thuds and stabbed the dungeon walls with her legs. She also climbed the walls and continued attacking Yoram. Her movements were swifter than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, she still vomited out poison and endlessly spewed out eggs. Even the watchers were filled with nervousness. They have to be careful now. The human body attached to the Spider Queen's body is not there for show. In an instant, a sharp ice lance was created on top of the Queen's hand, before quickly heading for Yoram. Unable to dodge the unexpected magic spell, she raised her sword and destroyed the lance, but crashed into the wall from the sheer force. Oh, damn, her protective necklace is still there. Petrovic once again shouted. She blocked it. Right when the ice lance was flying towards her, Yoram had moved her mana to the edge of the blade in preparation for the strike. That had happened in just 0.1 seconds. Moving mana fluently inside the body in that short period of time is skilled enough already, and yet she had moved it outside her body. To Petrovic, who had only been interested in Yang Tiha, Tia Brzenk, and Joe Luxon until now, it was a shocking situation. Yu Yoram. The name of the red-haired female cadet, whom he thought was only pretty, was etched into his brain. While Yoram was readying herself for battle again, her teammates moved. The 3 of them gathered and stood with a small opening in front of them. Sophia used her blessing, refraction, to an exceptional degree. She bent the trajectory of her rapier over and over again and blocked all the baby spiders that were jumping in at them. Shoot! Her yell echoed through the dogfight. With Sophia as a shield, Kim Jae-in and Saojiro screamed while shooting their gun and bow. Stab! The poisonous fangs of a baby spider landed on Sophia's shoulder, but without hesitation, she used refraction to change the path of her rapier and slash the spider alongside a portion of her own shoulder. Oh my gosh. Crazy, for real. Doesn't it hurt? Poison dripped from the spider and dropped on Saojiro, who had been unable to dodge. His clothes melted as the poison festered his leg. Saojiro thus leaned on the wall as he continued shooting the arrows. He lacks power and experience, but he is really fierce regardless. Kim Jae-in shortened the distance a bit more in order to snipe the boss, but was discovered by a spider and was kicked by it. She crashed into the wall and bleeded from her lips. If the shark had been slightly greater, her protective necklace might have been activated. However, the direction she was kicked in wasn't bad because the boss was slightly closer to her now. While bleeding from her mouth, Kim Jae-in placed her eye near the scope of the musket. She had changed to RT bullets. It was an anti-monster armor-piercing bullet that was extremely effective at close range. Tang, 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 tang. Her hands quivered. She was extremely close to the boss, and the magic bullets managed to destroy 3 of the boss's eyes. Quyuag. The human's upper body went insane while holding on to her eyes. It landed perfectly. Perfect. Not only did she stay conscious after the kick, she was still in focus. Era, it's crazy, crazy. Whoa, TF, Petrovic shouted. That would put her life at risk if it was a real battle. Although the protective necklace does protect her life, is she not scared? Were there any cadets that went to such lengths for a mere assignment performance? In fact, it wasn't just her. The entirety of Yoram's team looked as if they were in a real battle. Their auras cried out that they'll sacrifice their flesh for the bones of the enemy. Petrovic felt his blood boil for the first time in a very long time. Now, this is the most important situation. The boss has her eyes blocked, and her movements are slowed. The baby spiders will begin to act defensively to protect their mother now. How will they create a gap there? And how will they land a fatal blow? As soon as his words came to an end, the baby spiders shot out spider webs from their bottoms and began covering their mother. Then, a bunch of sharp tentacles suddenly flew in towards Yoram, but Sophia appeared out of nowhere in an instant and used refraction 5 times consecutively and used the rapier like a shield to block them all. She blocked it. The Russian blocked it. Damn it, using the blessing like that is bad for the heart, though. Thanks to her, Cadet Yoram managed to save her own power. But now they must be prudent with how they use their remaining power. By nature, power was something that was consumed. If she were to attack the baby spiders, it would take away from the power that would otherwise be used for the boss. But the baby spiders were in the way, stopping her from attacking the boss directly. There wasn't much time. The boss would recover soon. Cadet Yu Yoram, what will she do? Yoram closed her eyes. She remembered walking hand in hand with Yu Jitae. Back then, she asked why she had to walk. Walking was hard, but so was anything that required her to move the body. Wasn't it better to practice something else in that case? Yu Jitae replied, in order to live, you must walk. It was difficult for Yoram to understand it, and in fact, she still found it hard to understand in full. However, Yoram trusted him. Thanks to him, she was able to explosively increase her mastery over footwork, which was one of the skills belonging to a dragon. Yoram opened her eyes. With her quivering gaze, she could see white strings as tough as metal protecting the mother of spiders. If she were to invest her power into dealing with that, she wouldn't be able to deal a fatal blow to the broodmother. But if with just one step, if one step was all it took for her to pierce through all the cobwebs and reach the Queen Karl Galacqua stand-up martial art, flames exploded beneath her feet. It was the footwork of the Karl Galacqua race, who lived on the ground in a distant past, that allowed them to shoot their bodies like missiles to fight the wyverns flying in the sky. Spark Yoram was enveloped in flames as bombs exploded under her feet. With one step, Yoram reached the other end of the boss room from one end. All the spider webs that touched her body melted. However, Yoram's mana and the flames blooming all over her body, the power embedded in her body wasn't consumed. She cut the head of the Spider Queen. The detached head was set on fire. Quang! Straight afterward, the body of the Spider Queen exploded. Chapter 123, Verification of Life, Too Good. It landed perfectly. Thinking that, Yoram distanced herself. A portion of the battle was over, and her body became relaxed. The time she spent walking awkwardly while holding on to Yu Jitae's hand flashed across her head. You'll now learn how to walk. Those were the exact words that Yu Jitae had used back then. The fact that she will learn how to walk implied that she wasn't able to walk until now, so Yoram had been discontent and doubtful. But now she had a rough idea. This was how great walking was. Since she had been holding back because of what Sophia said, it was the first time she used everything in her arsenal against a living target in a real battle. Strength overflowed from her body. Despite the fight having ended, her dragon heart still pulsed with a thud. The first thing that she thought of was Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae. He was a very strange human. At times, he was like a kidnapper, but now he was acting like a guardian. At times, he acted like a human, but was like a red dragon during training. Plus, before, he had been acting as if he was interested in teaching her, but was now like a true teacher. She wasn't sure, but now she was certain. Yu Jitae's training method was correct, and he was her teacher. Just then, she had proven that with her own body. Oi, you Yuram. That was when Sophia urgently ran up and pushed a potion bottle into her mouth. Her own shoulder had a hole that bled heavily, but she didn't care. After Yuram swallowed the potion, Sophia yelled, "You Yuram, are you crazy for real? Eng, what now? What were you thinking, like seriously? We won anyway." "No, we didn't. It's not over yet. Why in the world did you start this just by ourselves? We almost all died here. You don't die, though. You just get proclaimed that you're dead. If that happened, you would be dead by me." Wearing an expression tainted with fury, Sophia irritatedly shouted, "Why are you doing whatever the fuck you want without saying anything? Why not? Stop. I'm really angry right now. Why am I doing this?" Yoram turned around with an indifferent expression. Sophia shouted something, but ignoring that, Yoram rummaged through her pocket and found a small piece of chocolate. At a distance, something covered in blue light could be seen raising its body up behind the large, burnt corpse of the large spider. "It's too late anyway. Prepare yourself if you have time to chit-chat." Yoram threw the chocolate Yu Jitae gave into her mouth. She didn't really like the sweet flavor it had. A cigarette would have been better. Petrovic, and not only him, but most of the superhumans that had been active during the Great War, tended to find the new generation of superhumans sloppy. Petrovic always thought to himself, "Back in my days, my mother would die if I died to a monster." The life of a single mother who had lost her husband to a monster in her youth. Her life that was spent trying to feed my younger brother and I rested on my shoulders. But do the kids these days even understand that? The kids these days, they were sloppy. There's no eagerness, no sense of danger, and no urgency. The desire to get stronger at the risk of their lives is non-existent. Since they are feeding themselves on a safe grassland with plenty of water, they don't understand how it felt to look for weeds and devour it up to its roots at a dusty desert. To them, superhumans were some sports players or something. Geniuses existed in any era, and there were some dumbfounding ones like Yang Tiha in the mix, but that was the end. Most of them avoided risky places and were busy trying to push their task onto someone else. It was impossible to find any young one that tried zealously to kill monsters at the cost of their flesh. Of course, it wasn't their fault as cadets. He just found it regrettable that the era and the society had made them like that. That's what he had been thinking, but wah, you Yuram, so cool, WTF, she's really insane. Why oh. Petrovic formed tight fists. On the screen were superhumans of the past. They had young and immature faces, and it was a sloppy battle. But he could see a reflection of the past young soldiers in them, those who had to shoulder the lives of their families, and those that were made to realize that weakness was a sin. Oh, damn. It's crazy. The moment you Yuram dashed through dozens of meters and landed a strike onto the boss, Petrovic unconsciously swung his fist and destroyed his bookshelf. Books came crashing down, but he didn't spare it a glance. "Stay on your toes, everyone. It's not over yet." The middle-aged retired soldier yelled excitedly. "I've said it many times, but you always have to understand the monsters when you're fighting a monster inside a fissure." "Yes, sir. Yes, you said it. Why would the boss have a human body on it as a mere spider?" As soon as his words came to an end, the second phase of the boss raid began. Flames erupted, and the body of the spider was scorched to ashes. Like all arthropods, spider-type monsters were also weak to fire. However, things were different for the human body that was attached to the outer shell of the spider. Despite its head being cut off, it began to move. Quack-quack-quang. At the same time, the entrance of the boss room that had been blocked by Yoram was opened. While swearing out loud, approximately 30 cadets came rushing in as a group. Grit Griet, the second phase, began with the human body separating itself from the outer shell. Although the upper body resembled a female, what came out from beneath the shell were 4 pairs of wings, and it looked like a winged insect. "Yuok looks disgusting. Damn it. The soup I had in the morning is coming back up. Whoa, it looks shit FR. Which? It was a monster resembling a human that used magic. Petrovic focused on the screen with a frown. From now, the insurmountable wall of reality that small levels of desperation cannot deal with will come crashing at the cadets. Desperation had to be normalized into their lives, not a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. According to the data shared by Lair, the time given to prepare for the underground dungeon raid was 3 days. How much they've prepared for the raid will be shown now. Forgetting to commentate for a few seconds, Petrovic focused on how the situation would unfold hereon. Now that dozens of cadets had entered the boss room, defeating the boss was a natural result and was beside the point. Actually, the audience watching this, as well as the cadets, probably don't exactly know how the marks are given. Isn't it about who deals more damage? No, last hitting is more important than damage. The one that kills the boss gets more points, don't they? La 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 la. You lunatics are obsessed with fighting. You idiots, don't you know safety first? Not getting hurt at the boss raid is the most important. Hundreds of comments were posted after that, and they were all correct. They were correct, but what Lair valued, and the thing they were trying to evaluate, was slightly different. The most important question is, which team will adapt to abnormal statuses first and be ready to fight again? Lair wanted evidence, verification of the cadets' preparation time. How well have they prepared for the raid in 3 short days? How ready were they for the raid? That was the crucial element of their evaluation criteria. It'll start now. Gravity will go up immensely. Before long, a tremendous amount of pressure began pushing the heads of the cadets down. It was roughly 20 times the gravitational force. The cadets will be flustered. They probably would have gone through several adapting practices, but they were still cadets. The only superhumans that could immediately deal with an immense increase in gravity were the veterans. If they can't handle it, they'll drop their weapons that suddenly became heavier and fall down. His words became reality. More than half the cadets dropped their weapons, and 80 of the cadets faltered before landing on their knees. Some cadets who had broadswords and heavy weapons like sniping muskets were pinned down by their weapons. The witch floated in midair. She then frantically flew around while showering down piles of icy arrows and bolts of lightning. There was nothing they could do when they were on the ground. As long as the cadets weren't front guards or physically strong superhumans, they couldn't do anything against the fierce spells of the witch. With one strike, their protective necklaces were shattered, creating a protective shield around them. Meanwhile, the cadets slowly pulled themselves together. Don't blink. It'll be any time soon. There was one team that adapted to the immense gravity before others and entered the second phase of the boss raid. Whoa, they must prepared super hard, lol, amazing. Despite their injuries, they got up. It was none other than Yoram's team. Petrovic felt his blood boil somewhere in the depths of his stomach. Besides, they weren't struggling to fight properly either. Fitting their roles as front fighters, Yoram and Sophia jumped up like always, and the 2 sharpshooters at the back raised their weapons and attacked without any hesitation. Yoram and the Lasties were thorough with their preparations as well. Holy shit, the retired soldier yelled with joy. Soon after that, the Yang household, Urfan Guild, and Noblesse School also got up at around the same time. Because there were so many cadets, the witch had trouble sustaining the spell once all the attacks were focused on her. A few seconds later, the gravity spell was undone. What could she do when a group of cadets ran up and smashed her to a pulp? The witch was soon killed and the raid came to an end. Scoreboard 1. Yoram and the Lasties, 22. Noblesse, 8-3. Team Urfan, 7-4. Squad Dragon, 6. Scoreboard. It was an overwhelming victory from Yoram's team. This will be the end of today's commentary. Petrovic gave a clap with a satisfied smile and signaled the end of the PR team's live streaming session. Today is a great day because I was able to have a peek at a new possibility. Well then, I will be back when the PR team hosts another video. This was from Balkan Peninsula, a reporter of Serbia's association, Petrovic. But even after the end of the stream, Petrovic could not stop thinking about Yoram and the Lasties. Seriously, how long had it been since he was this excited? There were many cadets who spoke about how they would fight desperately, and some might be able to imitate it to an extent. However, he had never seen anyone carry a gaze, an atmosphere and energy around them that caused him to reminisce on the soldiers of the past. Sofia Vorkova, and 2 cadets whom he had never heard of before. Those 3 were truly great. However, Yu Yoram, who had led the 3 and controlled the flow of the battlefield. She was a one-of-a-kind, never seen before. Official Petrovic of the association title, Summer is Coming. Today, I became a fan of one cadet. A cadet whose marvelous, mighty, and beautiful talent shines like a star. That night, Petrovic searched for Yoram's fancave in secret and discovered a Korean web forum which was the most active. Its name was Crazy for Yoram. Welcome, member PV. However, he felt doubtful on one end. What made a young cadet like you, Yoram, be like that in such a peaceful era? What were her circumstances? In fact, even the cadets of Communist China and RIL, who have their lives on the line, are not able to fight so desperately. It's because the fact that they became cadets meant that their positions in their organizations were great enough to secure their lives. In any case, this was not a problem that Petrovic had to involve himself in. With a smile, he left his first post on the forum page. PV. Hi guys, new kid on the block here. After the raid, Yuram walked outside and glanced around. She seemed to be looking for something. But once a group of people began walking up to her, she gave a frown. Chapter 124. Verification of Life. 3. They were the reporters who had been waiting outside the portal bureau. Yoram had a lot of enemies, and many were badmouthing her regarding the underground dungeon raid already, since she displayed a power level that was beyond that of a cadet despite the hatred. It was clear that her interview would be a hot issue no matter what her response was. Dozens of reporters ran towards her like zombies, while the security guards of the portal bureau stopped them. Please don't come too close to the cadets. They just finished a battle. Please understand. Hey, you reporter over there. Where are you from? Keep your distance, please. The person the reporters wanted to interview the most was naturally Yu Yoram. She was drenched in blood and sweat and looked unhappy for some reason. But so what? Somehow they managed to squeeze through the gap and excitedly asked her. Q, was the route you took planned from the start? Yu Yoram. Q, it was edited out of the video, but we heard Cadet Sofia Vorkova yell for like 1 second. Is it true that you arbitrarily decided on another route on the spot? Yu Yoram heaves a sigh, but the reporters were stubborn. Q, what do you think about people saying that you lacked etiquette? Yu Yoram, I don't know. The moment their eyes met, fear stiffened the body of the reporter. However, he was delighted inwardly. Since Yoram finally opened her mouth, his report will gain a lot of traffic. Soon, the reporters began throwing more aggressive questions. Q, when you say you don't know, does that mean you were blinded by the scores despite knowing that it was against manners and tried to monopolize it? You Yoram, what is this about? Hello, why aren't you pushing these guys away? In response to Yoram's irritated voice, the guards came and pushed the reporters away, but there were too many reporters in comparison to the guards. Before long, other reporters came and asked her. Q. Cadet Yoram's victory is, in essence, the victory of our proud Republic of Kori Q. Kim Jae-in and Hisaki Saojiro, these two cadets are really weak as cadets. Was there a reason you brought them Tojath Q? If you failed, Sofia Vorkova would have suffered a big loss to her score. Cadet Yoram, don't you think your self-confidence is too excessive hearing the questions go on and on? She stopped her feet. Then she turned around. You Yoram, what did you say, you? When the interview was shared after having the profanities filtered, Yoram's fancave, crazy for Yoram, went wild. Lul, our boss is mad lalalal Q. Weren't you holding your teammates' scores hostage? You Yoram. Yeah, I did. So what? Yeah, so what if our Yoram does that? Take my useless brother hostage as well, any TT, isn't it fine since everything turned out well? Lol, well, it could have been bad for them, yeah, whatever. It turned out fine anyway, kekek. True lalalal Q. What in the world was the reason you brought Kim Jae-in and Hisaki Saojiro, these two weak cadets? You Yoram, your company uses people like you as well. Q. Lalalalalalalalal, so true kekekekek RFK. The way she speaks lalalal Q. The Koreans are excited for the victory of our nation. Please give them a word. You Yoram, I am Chinese. When the angry Yoram said whatever that came to mind in response, one of the reporters was displeased and went a level further. Q. Has your personality been like that from the start? You Yoram. What? Q. Cadets talk about how impolite you are, Cadet Yoram. What's your opinion on that? You Yoram, you come here. Q. Sorry. You Yoram, come here you. Lalalalal kekekek. Our boss lalalal. She grabbed the reporter by his neck lalalalal feels so fusing good lalalal I love you honey TT. But doesn't that become a problem? Lair hates things like that. QQ don't think so Elmao. It's the reporters that cross the line first lalal. This interview was more violent than any other interviews, and her words had crossed the line to the point that the PR team became conscious of the matter. Thus, the ones that hated Yoram were extremely angry. They would have stopped after swearing 1 or 2 times, but this time they furiously hurled swear words at her. She's crazy for real. She's actually gone mad. Are reporters your friends? Crazy bitch. Why is she so rude? Look at how impolite her gaze is. The ones that think she's pretty need to get their eyes checked. She looks like a venomous snake. TBH, she is pretty. But what if she's pretty? Her personality's gone down the drain. I liked her before, but it's disappointing. I think Cadet Yu Yurim crossed the line by too much. Yurim herself didn't care at all, but the ones that loved and cared for Yurim, including Saojiro and Kim Jae-in, were displeased. But since the haters began grouping together, even the PR team had to consider the general opinion of the masses. But that night, the public sentiment was flipped at once. Official Petrovic of the association, title, Thoughts and Manners, as a war correspondent and a world ranker. I've been living my life wandering and interviewing people around places where volcanoes erupted and where grounds ruptured from earthquakes, since everyone had the right to know the correct information about what was happening inside the dungeons. We ran, and the families who were waiting for news of their sons and daughters teared up from our stories. But what's wrong with the reporters these days? Despite having no manners themselves, they arbitrarily call young and talented superhumans as nobles and yet continue acting without manners. Of course, this isn't a problem. Reporters can naturally make others feel uncomfortable. By nature, revealing the inner thoughts should be carried out under the assumption that it will make someone else feel uncomfortable. But on the other hand, society being unable to handle a young superhuman revealing their own thoughts in a situation like that is a problem. Young generation of reporters, you are garbage. You have made me displeased. But that is fine, because I too will make you displeased. That night, each national broadcasting channel received a call from Petrovic and the Hunter Association. Due to that, the press shared a word of apology, which was rare, and the ones that hated Yoram hid themselves. Against her will, Yoram had to head to the PR team and be lectured on the ways to treat the media. She followed them without any complaints. Time flew after that as the first quarter of the campus ranking competition came to an end. The scores and the ranks of the cadets that had been hidden until now were revealed just today. The parents quietly watched on. The selected oldest Unnie gazed down at her with an expression filled with arrogance. She reached out and grabbed her by the chin. She then opened her mouth. Yoram could never forget it. She couldn't forget the rough hand that landed on her weak and feeble chin, the words that had been spoken by the one that hatched before others, and the dead kins that were lying behind her. Since she couldn't forget, the emotions from back then were vivid, and she could remember it whenever she closed her eyes. Yoram cursed the oldest Unnie that killed her youngest Unnie. She was disgusted by the selection ceremony of the red race, and more than anything, she detested herself for being weak. If she was born slightly earlier, she would have gone to her amusement at around the same time as other Unnies, and would have had her neck crushed by the oldest Unnie at the selection ceremony, just like what her youngest Unnie went through. Thus, the reason that Yoram was alive and breathing right now was because she was weak. In other words, even her own life had been the result of her weakness, so she was distressed every living second. Sometimes she felt a ridiculous level of self-hatred. Weak individuals of the Red Dragons had to all die, but she was the weakest. Every second of her breath was a paradox itself, and the reason such a paradox existed wasn't because Yoram tried hard, nor was it because she was born with something special. It was because, lucky aren't you? It was because she was lucky. If anyone that committed a sin had to die, Yoram thought to herself that she too had to die. She was weak, and being weak was a sin. The reason she was still alive despite that was because there were some words she had yet to convey. As long as she could convey those words, Yoram had no qualms with dying right now. But holding on to this tedious life, just by relying on such an idealistic thought, wasn't an easy task. There were times where her emotions suddenly crashed all the way down to oblivion. During those times, Yoram had to console herself in order to discard the desire to die. Since I've tried this hard today, since I've become this much stronger, I have the right to breathe and live tomorrow. In order to live, Yoram always needed affirmations like that. That was also why she was motivated during the competition. Fortunately, the strongest man she had ever seen in her entire life was there next to her. Since the Red Dragons worshipped the strong, the man was a target or worship for Yoram, and was the person she could trust the most now that he had become her teacher. Thus, she asked Yu Jitae, didn't I get a little bit stronger? If my efforts today were in vain, I don't have the right to live tomorrow. But I am doing a good job, right? But I worked really hard. Isn't it fine for me to live tomorrow? Yoram asked Yu Jitae over and over again. How much have I grown, do you think? Is it to a satisfactory level? You can stay alive. If you've done this much, you have the right to breathe tomorrow. She really wanted him to say that. It was a plea for her life. But the man did not lie, nor did he listen to her plea. He was honest, and Yoram liked his honesty, so when she wasn't acknowledged by him, she found herself detestable. However, one day, near the back alleyway late evening, when she was habitually smoking a cigarette, Yu Jitae told her, "You're doing good, a lot better than what I expected." Yoram was startled by the man's words. "What? It's true. There aren't any dragons living as earnestly as you." Hearing Yu Jitae's words, Yoram was unable to hold it back and giggled after lowering her head. "That's good." When she was acknowledged by him, Yoram openly felt happy about the fact that she was alive. But upon closer inspection, the fact that she was working earnestly wasn't a compliment. It's not like her unnies had been killed by the oldest unnie because they weren't working hard. Yoram had to do better, and she needed to hear a compliment saying she did well. She had to do a lot better. Better. So even during a team assignment, Yoram ended up impulsively making an unreasonable decision. The obsessive thought that she needed to get a better grade than others had made her anxious. So now that the B underground Fisher raid had ended, and the first quarter of the campus ranking competition came to an end, unveiling the ranks that had been hidden until now. Rank 1, Yu Yoram, 901-2, Yang Tiha, 893-3, Barab Blude, 889-4. Joe Luxon, 883. Yoram took the paper in hand and went to Yu Jitae's room. As always, the strongest man in existence looked back at her with a hazy gaze. "What?" After walking up to him, Yoram hesitated on her words. She fidgeted with her toes. "You know, what is it? This." She handed him the report paper, and Yu Jitae opened it up. "It's nothing much, but I just came first." He said something casually in response and wore some sort of expression, but Yoram wasn't interested in a superficial response. Yoram had proven with her body that Yu Jitae was her teacher and that his training method had been correct. So this time, she wanted Yu Jitae to verify the value of her life. Thus, she forced her heavy lips open again and asked, "Did I do well?" After the question, Yoram forced down the sense of fear that threatened to suffocate her throat and gazed into the face of the man who knew not how to lie. Immediately after her sentence, without any hesitation, without any contemplation, the man replied in reflex, "Right, you did a very good job." Yoram clenched her lips. Just now, Yu Jitae had verified her life. The moment she realized that, her body all the way from her toes to the tips of her fingers trembled with thrill as her body was shaken from its core. Lowering her head, she breathed out a gush of warm breath before slowly walking forward. She then wrapped her arms around the neck of Yu Jitae, who was sitting down on the chair. He tried to stealthily pull his body away, but Yoram hung onto his body obstinately without letting go. Soon his large hand came and gently tapped her on the back. She felt like tearing up, and she thought her feelings might explode if she spoke out loud. Thus, Yoram whispered in his ear with a very soft voice, "Thank you." Chapter 125. Learning Manners Q. Ever since you called yourself Chinese, Cadet Yoram, there have been people in Earthen Guild becoming your fans. Any thoughts on the matter? Yu Yoram, idiots lol. I am Japanese from today, official Petrovic of the association. Before we focus on the harsh use of her words, we should first realize her true thoughts hidden behind those words. The following cadet is aware of how people see her and have experienced how easily the interviews were distorted. Therefore, the use of short sentences allows her true words to get across better. The fact that she easily changes her nationality allows us to see the wise reaction of the cadet, as she wishes individuals to not be regulated or over-focused on the virtual boundaries called countries. She will continue to incorporate her clear visions as priceless connotations into short responses, as she had been doing all along. Huck, I see. Cadet Yoram is unexpectedly very smart. A boss interview had such a profound meaning to it. You retards, do you believe this? It's Petrovic. Who else will we believe in, lol? Who? It was Petrovic, sorry. Q. Your fan cave, crazy for Yoram, began collecting donations for Cadet Yu Yoram. Is there something you would like? Yu Yoram, I don't need it. Am I a beggar? Official Petrovic of the association. Why does she bother referring to herself as a beggar? Until now, she had been swearing at someone else, or had been irritated by others. The fact that someone like her calls herself a beggar incites us to look beyond the superficial layer of profanities. I know she has a heart warmer than anyone else when it comes to her treatment of the people around her. This is clarified further when we look at the interview of her friend, Kim Jae-in. Perhaps her warm heart wants those precious intentions and the resulting donations to go to the people who truly need it the most. Once we pull ourselves away from her conventional image, the warm yet settling breeze of the summer ocean will surely come to us all. Huck TTQQ, so that's what it meant. You're a right TT. I thought she was just swearing, but she meant we should share it with the poor. Hello, I am the manager of the site, Crazy for Urim. Taking into consideration the interview of Cadet Yu Urim and Sir Petrovic, our team have decided after a lengthy discussion to donate the entire pool of donations to the victims of war. Whoa, QQ, that's so nice, T. T, I love you, honey, TT. TT Kaya. Keel laughed her head off. It was because Yoram was wearing a very deep frown after checking Petrovic's SNS post and the reaction of the masses. Besides, the donation of Crazy for Yoram for the victims of war was being shared in real time on the news. There still were several people swearing at her, but the majority of the crowd called her cool and complimented her. Like, what the fuck are, it's so funny. Honey, were you always such a nice person? You think? She shook her head with a sigh. This place called Earth was hard to understand, she muttered while changing her clothes. They freaking have nothing to do on their hands or something. We must first focus on the fact that we have nothing on our hands, what? Perhaps she is praising the end of the war and the coming of a peaceful era. Oi, you Keel. She's a very kind heart, Kaihaha. Keel teased her until she was caught by Yoram. She was sentenced to the armbar punishment. Yuang. Sorry, my arm's gonna break. Her scream echoed across Unit 301, and the punishment continued until Jael walked up and sat on the ground going, tap, tap, tap. After finally being released, Keel massaged her shoulder. Yoram was changing her clothes from a cadet uniform to a set of training clothes. The pair of golden eyes blankly stared at Yoram's barb hair, and her gaze traveled down to the small yet rigid shoulders and her balanced body. Confidence oozed out from her back. But honey, you should be quite happy, right? Happy for what? I'll be on my way now. Where are you going? For a video with the PR team. NN. Keel gazed at Yoram's back as she walked out of the house. Once the door closed, her eyes turned slightly depressed as she gazed down at the watch. She couldn't look away from it for a very long time. Today was a weekend. Ajasi, is there something you need? No. Bam walked up to him. With the last cold snap having ended, she was wearing a sleeveless shirt that revealed her white arms. She gently grabbed Yu Jitae's shirt by the sleeves. Ajasi. Yeah, do you want to go together? He shook his head. There was something he had to do at home. See you then. See you later. Bam, Keel and Jael went out for a walk. Left alone, Yu Jitae laid down on the living room sofa, reading a book. It was a horror book. Bam was writing a novel, and because he had to know something about the genre to give advice regarding it, the regressor began reading a horror novel. He had never expected himself to do this after coming to the 7th iteration. But no matter how much he read, he couldn't understand what was so scary. He read the story that was meant to make its readers scared, but it failed to wring his heart in any way. In a dark alleyway, if someone unknown touches his back, isn't it fine to just rip them apart to pieces? In the first place, he couldn't understand how someone might touch his back without him knowing it. Due to that, the regressor closed the book. On the other side of the living room, the baby chicken was eating a mountain of feed while the protector was on the computer. Looking closer, he discovered that the protector was going through an internet shopping site, looking for parts. What are you doing? It wasn't just a normal part, but an extremely large part for deep frying purposes. A cauldron. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the quality of the metal was quite good, haha. I see, he thought to himself and stopped thinking about it. Seeing Yu Jitae, the baby chicken, who was now bigger than a basketball, pecked him on the toes and cried. Chirp. A good day it is. These days, the chicken still went outside the house and came back injured, but the injuries were getting fewer as time passed. It seemed that its fight against the cat spirit beasts near the area were becoming smoother as it increased in size. Why in the world was it fighting, and what were they fighting for? The chicken appeared to have its circumstances, but the regressor didn't think much of it. Standing still, Yu Jitae watched the baby chicken indulge in its food. The small seeds disappeared one by one every time it pecked, as it diligently consumed the feed. It then chirped out loud after perhaps sensing his gaze. How long would this guy stay here? By nature, spirit beasts had the homing instinct regardless of the species. Chirp. These feeds are interesting indeed. Chirp. I am tired of them, but I must still consume them. Chirp. Is this life? If the chicken accepted this place as its home, there would be no reason to go outside and fight. Perhaps it was fighting against the cats in order to find the way to go back. In any case, the baby chicken had the right to stay in this place, just because Keel liked it. In the evening, Keel hugged the baby chicken and fell asleep on the living room sofa after coming back from a walk. While sleep-talking, she scratched her stomach. The regressor placed a thin blanket on top of Keel, who was sleeping with her stomach revealed. A yellow-haired girl hugging a yellow furry ball to sleep was quite good to look at. The regressor, who had his position stolen away, went into the study and began writing the daily record as a guardian. Peacefully, daily lives continued. A daily life that was quite realistic, which he hadn't expected at the end of the sixth iteration, had surrounded him. The hazards were far apart and the kids were happy. Within a peaceful time, good memories and experiences were repeated. The regressor felt content. The abnormally long winter had already passed. It was already fully spring. Jael, you have to be polite. Eyeing, polite. Be polite. NN, you don't know how to be polite. Ooing, my think you do. I've seen you copy us sometimes. If you continue being like that, people will think you're a like Yoram, okay? After Baum said that, Jael also turned serious. Watching on from the side, it seemed that something had happened while they were outside. That night, Baum went into her room with Jael and began teaching her manners. Repeat after me slowly. NN. After a few hours, Baum peeked out of the room. Arjasi, can you help me with something? What is it? I tried teaching manners to Jael and I wanted to test it. Do dragons need to learn manners? The regressor didn't know, but thinking back, he too tried to fit into the frameworks of society and daily lives by showing manners. Apparently, from what Baum told him henceforth, it seemed that the dragons learned Ascalipha's etiquette in their youth, except for the red race. It was because the dragons tended to be involved with the ones in power, including nobles and politicians. Since Baum was always right, he went into her room and sat face to face with the child sitting on the bed. Therefore, Jael had to sit in front of both Yu Jitae and Baum. Are you ready, Jael? For some reason, Jael nodded with an extremely excited expression. Now, there's an adult here. What should you do when you first see him? Jael bent her back to a 90-degree angle. Hello. Her words were still slow, and her reaction time was also slow, but that was because she always thought extensively before putting her thoughts into words. Good. Now Ajasi will give you something. Baum gestured with her eyes to give her whatever it may be. You didn't tell me this. In any case, he had to give her something, so Yu Jitae put his hand into his pocket. He found the pocket watch he always carried around, so the regressor handed it over to Jael. The authority, vintage clock X, rejoices in joy. Why are you happy? Ajasi is lending you his watch for a bit. You know what to say in response, right? NN. Thank you. Good. And what do you have to do after you finish using it? Jael looked at Baum and Yu Jitae before showing a bright smile. She then put the pocket watch into her own pocket. Are you going to just take that? NN. Whose watch is that? Mine. She gave a wide smile despite knowing it wasn't hers. In other words, she wanted to have it. The authority, vintage clock X. Cheers for the pure desire. No, Jael, that's our justice. You have to give it back to him. Do I have to? Of course. You can't steal someone else's stuff no matter how much you want it. Your Annie will buy one for you later, Jael. Hing. Jael carefully took the pocket watch out with her two hands, appearing regretful. She then slowly pushed it towards Yu Jitae. He tried to take it, but her tiny hands fiercely held onto it. She appeared reluctant to return it, but Yu Jitae still took the pocket watch from her hands. The authority, vintage clock X, is depressed. Now, Ajasi will go somewhere. He will go outside and visit the supermarket on the way back. You know what you have to do. NN, say goodbye and tell him if there's something you want. Ah, NN. Jael stood up on the bed and waved her hands. Yu Jitae, who had been looking into those water-like eyes, also returned a wave, albeit awkwardly. However, she didn't say anything. You have to say what you want so that I can get it for you. He thought and waited. She mumbled like usual as she carefully pondered on the words to use before finally deciding to share what she wanted. Can you not go? Starting from that day, Jael started being more polite. After the lesson on manners, she began talking more about the things she wanted. She also seemed to think that bidding farewell to anyone leaving the house was a rule that had to be followed. For example, the protector had to leave the house for a bit, so it wore a large coat, rubber gloves, a mask, and a hat when Jael came to the entrance with a bright smile and waved her hands. Yes, you mean me, young lady. She appeared indifferent for a few months already, but now Jael greeted and bid farewell whenever it was going to and from the house. The protector was moved. NN. Goodbye. But after listening to her farewells several times, it started to feel slightly strange. Jael always said goodbye when the protector left. Instead of that, the protector wanted to hear, "See you soon and take care. I'll be on my way, young lady." Cat spirit beasts seem to have appeared nearby, so I am going to go there for a bit and will come back soon. "I'll be back soon. KMM. KMM." It then waited for the reply to come with a flickering crimson gaze. It waited and waited. Jael looked at the protector with a blank gaze and asked, "Aren't you going?" The protector was sad. Chapter 126, Episode 42, Discussion Topic, Clothes 1, Arjasi Arjasi. "Are you busy today?" "No." "Then let's go shopping together." Keel ran up to him with the baby chicken in hand. Jael was even more excited than her, and was wearing the bucket hat Balm gave her alongside a cross bag. She was fully ready to go outside. Thinking back, the regressor could remember a blonde head and a blue head looking at a magazine together last night. "Why? What are you going to buy?" "Clothes. It's spring already." It was on a Sunday with the cold snap having ended. Most of the clothes they had were winter clothes. Keel was right. It was time to buy spring clothes. As soon as they received permission from Yu Jitae, Keel headed to Yoram's room while Jael entered Balm's room. They then persuaded them to go shopping together. "Clothes. Yoram scratched her waist as she walked out of her room. She really needed some new clothes. The one she was currently wearing was originally a U-neck t-shirt, but the neck part had extended to the point that it slid off to the side and revealed one of her shoulders. It was tattered. It was because she only wore the same t-shirt, sleeveless shirt, training clothes and cadet uniform over and over again, both day and night. "Aren't you interested in clothes, Annie?" "No." "Well, I was." "What kind of clothes?" "Who knows comfortable ones?" "What's comfortable? Like training clothes?" Yoram replied while picking her ear. "To be honest, not wearing anything is the most comfortable." "Oh, ooh." Startled, Keel smiled awkwardly. But not wearing anything is a bit why." "What do you mean why?" "Of course it's weird." "Oi, yellow monkey." NN. Keel realized half a second later that she shouldn't have replied to the words yellow monkey. Yoram opened her mouth with a grin. "Clothes are the most inefficient things ever created by humans." "Why, why?" "They're expensive for no reason and it's uncomfortable, but everyone has to wear it. How comfortable would it be to go around naked if there was no embarrassment? What's worse is that I have to wear them even if I am not embarrassed, because others get embarrassed by it, you know. Like, what about my titties?" During her speech, she fondled her breasts as if they were uncomfortable. "This is the problem. The body line's pretty and it's a waste to rip them out though. But clothes aren't just there to stop embarrassment." "What?" "You know, they block the heat and block the cold. Humans are sensitive to weather and they freeze to death after all." Since she was correct, Yoram indifferently murmured, "Inferior meager species. You are, Ani is a species racist." "Shut up, you monkey." While the two of them were quarreling, Balm also walked out of her room after being persuaded by Jael. She was wearing a pair of circular-framed glasses. "Good morning." When Yu Jitae replied back, Balm took the glasses off and placed it into the spectacle holder. "Are you going to buy spring clothes as well, Arjasi?" "No, I don't need them." "Why? You always wear similar clothes, don't you?" It was true, because Yu Jitae usually only wore a white business shirt and slacks pants. NN. NN. "Oh yeah, why don't you have that many clothes, Arjasi?" The reason was simple. It was because he didn't need many clothes. He didn't get cold or hot, and wasn't interested in polishing himself either. He only wore a coat in winter to fit into the norms of daily lives, and the clothes were to maintain a clean look. The regressor pondered for a bit and replied, "I just don't. That's a bit of a shame. Ajasi is tall and has a good body, so I think Yao look good if you wear pretty clothes." Then Keel and Jael fidgeted with a magazine. Keel pointed at the picture of a model wearing a V-neck t-shirt, while Jael pointed at a rider jacket. The regressor shook his hand. I'm good. I'm fine with a business shirt. Aying, that's no good. Balm interjected with a question. Ah, then what clothes do you like, Argosy? Business shirts. The grass-colored eyes blinked. Not that. What about female clothes? Who knows? Hearing his response, Keel widened her eyes. Argosy, did you not have a girlfriend? I did. More than 100 years ago, he did. Even without counting Har-Sitbiel from the second iteration, he had a few other girlfriends in the first iteration. Then what did you want your girlfriend to wear the most? Closing his eyes, the regressor tried to think back. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't really remember. The faces of his previous girlfriends were hazy like fog, let alone their clothes. The only thing that remained in his memory was the soldier uniform Har-Sitbiel was wearing, the one that had leather and armor plates protecting the entire body. Just something comfortable. You mean not wearing anything? Yu Jitae went silent while Yoram giggled. But you said my clothes were pretty whenever I wore new clothes. I did. Ah, Argosy said my evening dress was pretty as well. I did that as well. What the heck is that? They continued asking for Yu Jitae's preference, but he truly had nothing to tell them in response. In the end, they gave up on looking into his tastes and turned around. What are you going to buy, Jael? It's my turn now. Excitedly, Jael pushed the magazine forward and showed a children's wear. The model was wearing blue denim jeans with a shoulder strap that covered the white t-shirt. There were several other types apart from that. While Balm, Yoram, and Keel were criticizing other clothes, Jael asked Yu Jitae, "How does it look?" It was suitable for spring. Her hair was blue, so light blue denim jeans would match her color. Looks pretty. Sealing her lips, she nodded with a brighter smile. Meanwhile, Balm opened her mouth while looking through Keel's collection. But Keel, I don't think that one-piece dress is going to suit you. NN. I don't think it suits people with a big chest. Why? Keel tilted her head. Balm pondered on how she could explain this before shaping the alternate dimension of dragons, laws of nature S, into a translucent carton shape. She then placed it over Keel. Look, it gets caught on the chest and makes everything below seem big. Huck, you're right, I look fat. Do I need a belt? Balm pulled the alternate dimension near the waist. This time the chest was being overly emphasized. Ah, this is a bit right. I think darker clothes will suit you better. They continued talking about clothes. After a long conversation, their original picks tended to be discarded. Honey, that's only something models wear, and it's super sexy and I love it. Where would you even wear that? Are you going to show everything to everyone? Can't I? What are you? Yoram, since your shoulder line and your muscles are pretty, how about wearing sleeveless shirts like this? Not bad, looks comfortable. You're a tall as well. I think these pants will look good too. HNNN you were thinking about it, Barmani must feel nice. You look pretty with anything you wear. I think my polymorph was a bit wrong. Now that you mention it, why the heck did you polymorph like that? It's burdensome. I was just copying my mum, okay? Keel cried, saying it was hard to change the body shape now since she was already used to it. They were planning to buy some clothes because they were pretty, but sometimes those clothes didn't suit their physiques or were socially problematic on Earth. Sometimes it was only themselves that found those specific clothes pretty, probably because of the different set of values of each race. Hey guys, yes, how about we go to the department store and wear them? Thus, Yu Jitae recommended an alternative to which they agreed. For the first time in a long time, he took everyone out to the department store. Before leaving the house, Jael stopped toddling after Yu Jitae and turned around. She saw the baby chicken sleeping on a blanket under dazzling sunlight, and the protector standing in front like a statue. Wearing an apron and a pair of rubber gloves had become a natural habit, and the protector rarely ever took them off. Jael quietly stared at him. Those red eyes flickered as the protector turned around. I am going out. Ah, yes, young lady. Please be careful on the way out. Anything you need. Ah, actually, I do not need clothes. As you can see, my body is entirely made of armor. Kang the protector tapped his own body with the back of his hand. Jael nodded and turned back to the front, but soon she looked back again and glanced at the protector's arms. Girls. Girls with a lot of stamina. Girls with a lot of stamina that quarreled over every single detail. It was a shopping session with them. They left at 9 in the morning and shopped around, but it was already 7 p.m. He wasn't particularly tired or anything, but watching them made him realize that they were really energetic. They had gone twice through all 4 department stores of the commercial area, scavenging through every apparel store. The clothes they purchased amounted to 30, but even that was less than one of what they've seen. It was when the regressor was contemplating whether he should throw all these jamming shopping bags into the shallows of the abyss. Wah, this is definitely our justice. Keel brought definitely our justice clothes for the 23rd time and put it against his body. It was an amber-colored knitted turtleneck sweater. Like I said, I am fine. Ahung, that's what you said last time. Do you know how many times you've said no? Ah, but this does look like it would suit you, though. For some reason, even Yoram pitched in and commended him to wear it. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Jael tried to take the shopping bags in his hands with her tiny hands. Hurry. It was weird to resist a child's actions, so he let her take them. He couldn't understand why they were like this. Where is the changing room? Ah, yes, sir, it's behind the pillar over there. Yu Jitae obediently entered the changing room with the sweater. Taking off the business shirt, he hung it casually and threw the knit over his body. Then, his body's ability controlled the clothes by itself and began matching it to his body. Inherent customization, S. After it ended, the sweater had been adjusted to fit his body perfectly. His height that was slightly short of 190 centimeters, broad and large shoulders, the reverse triangular-shaped body, his thick arms and wrists, and the non-excessively muscular body, the physique of a soldier best suited for warfare, created by various authorities, was revealed beneath the knit. The neck part coming all the way to his chin was a little bit annoying, but it's not like he was going to buy it anyway. When Yu Jitae walked out of the changing room, they were amazed. What is this? You are. Jael also looked very surprised as she reached her arms out. When Yu Jitae raised her up, she used her fingertip to tap him on the chest and shoulder with intrigue. Your body's amazing, Ajasi. It wasn't that amazing. There might be exceptions, but most of the soldiers had good bodies. Even Mayang Yanghe probably had a better body than himself. But perhaps because they were seeing an unfamiliar side of Yu Jitae whom they were already used to, they were noisy, while Yoram gulped for some reason. Thinking back, he had never worn anything that revealed his body despite living together for some time. Done. You're not buying them. I am not. Buy it. Buy it. They protested and coerced him, leaving Yu Jitae with no choice but to head to the cashier to pay for the clothes. He couldn't find the reason to reject them. Meanwhile, Yoram chose a set of clothes for herself and was about to walk into the changing room, but her hands that were about to open the door came to a stop. She could see a familiar pair of shoes visible under the door of the changing room that Yu Jitae had used. What's this? Yoram nonchalantly pulled the door wide open. Inside was Balm wearing Yu Jitae's large business shirt. Her beryl-colored long hair was tied up into a ponytail, revealing her white neck. The fingers that peeked out from the long sleeves were fidgeting with the ends of the shirt. What are you doing, Annie? On the mirror, the grass-colored gaze looked at Yoram with a strange light. Chapter 127, Discussion Topic, Clothes 2, NN. Balm turned around nonchalantly. The grass-colored ponytail shook underneath the lamp, while all the mirrors of the changing room appeared like they were sparkling. What are you doing? I wanted to try this on. She looked indifferent, as if she wasn't concerned about anyone entering in the first place. Why would you wear that? Why not? Why not? NN. I just wanted to try it on. HNNG. That's a bit perverted, is it? She smiled. Yoram found that smile to be interesting. Ever since they had set off for the amusement, they went through a dimensional disjoint and accidentally landed on Earth and lived together for a while. But she had rarely ever seen Balm smile. Back then, she thought the green dragon was just acting mysterious and elegant as always, but these days, Balm tended to smile very easily. How is it? Does it look good? Wearing a gentle smile, she raised her arms up. The business shirt came all the way down to her thighs and thus concealed the short pants she was wearing. Even in the eyes of Yoram, who was comparatively uninterested in beauty, it looked good. Looks pretty. Hearing the word pretty, Balm placed her 2 hands under her chin like the leaves of a flower. Ah, I already said it looks good. You look pretty okay. You want a kiss or what? Balm giggled, hearing her irritated voice. Pretty, yeah, but more importantly recently, Yu Jitae spent his days killing his aura as much as he could. He seemed to have judged that enough of a trust had been formed between them and felt like he was respecting their privacy. So he probably didn't know what was happening yet, but wouldn't that human hate it if he knew? Maybe. Wearing the same expression as always, Balm gestured to Yoram. Come in. You shouldn't open changing room doors wide like that. Yoram walked in and closed the door behind her as Balm turned around and began taking the shirt off. There was a passing thought. Thinking back, Balm sometimes mentioned Yu Jitae in weird situations, all of a sudden, and talked about strange things. Things like, doesn't he look cute when eating, and how he would probably pay someone back diligently after borrowing money. They were mostly compliments and good words, and were praises that didn't really suit Yu Jitae. Whenever that happened, Keel would say, is that so? And give little regard to it, while Yoram would consider it the usual nonsense of the green race with a bullshit. Once, Balm had said this. You see, when I wore the evening dress last time, it was actually my first time wearing it, and I was very nervous. But you know what? Argosy said it was pretty straight away. Sometimes, Argosy surprises people with one unexpected word. Balm appeared very happy about something unimportant, so Yoram had been doubtful back then, but her thoughts changed when she later heard Keel speak. Unny, I think I know what Balmony meant last time. NN. You know, when there were lots of bad comments, Argosy gave me a sweet candy, so I ate it, yeah. And after the candy, he talked about what happened, and at the end, he said he would be on my side no matter what. I was really surprised, you know. Oh, right. You know what I mean. Balm empathized with Keel's words, so Yoram decided to think less about the relationship between Yu Jitae and Balm. But now that she was watching Balm carefully take the business shirt off, a doubt appeared in her mind. Wait, this kid, don't tell me. Balmony, I'm just asking this, but do you know? The laid-back voice replied to her question before it even ended. Caught off guard, Yoram's reaction was slower. What? Balm turned around after hanging the shirt. I don't. So she placed her finger near her lips with a SHH and left the changing room. An incomprehensible smile had been hanging on her lips until the moment she walked out. Left alone inside the changing room, Yoram slowly thought about the things that had happened once again and yet again felt doubtful. However, even the fact that she was thinking about something like this didn't make sense. What's going on? Seriously. Seriously, the green race all has a screw or two loose, she was complaining when Yu Jitae's shirt entered her eyes. Don't you have a lot of shoes? Yu Jitae spoke to Keel inside a branded shoe store. Yes. You're buying more. Yes. Can't I? Carrying a bunch of shoes, the baby chicken asked Yu Jitae. He shook his head. It didn't matter how much she bought, even if she bought the entire store for herself. He was just curious. We have something similar at home. It was a black shoe with low heels. It's different though. Looks similar. See this. Keel pushed the shoe forward. This one has shoelaces, but the one at home doesn't have them. What was the difference, he thought. Even after that, she chose several pairs of socks and more shoes before asking him if she could buy all of them. He nodded, but for some reason, it seemed that Keel was buying more than she usually did. Well, she did like shopping, especially more than others, so it was understandable. That's what he was thinking, but the moment he saw her choose four exactly the same shoes with different colors, he thought differently. Suddenly, Yu Jitae thought back on the gold dragon of the fourth iteration. The goddess of Billboard, Baby Yellow, enjoyed shopping frequently whenever she wasn't actively promoting songs. He had followed her from behind as a bodyguard, so he could remember the faint traces of how she was like. Even though she was called the goddess of Billboard and was an amazing singer, there were always those that hated Baby Yellow, and it's not like all the songs ended up at the top of the charts. Although her life was blessed all around, that might in fact be the reason Baby Yellow had felt extremely stressed out from small misfortunes. He didn't know back then, but that might be the case now that he thought about it. She tried to look fine on the outside, but couldn't withstand the urge sometimes. During those times, in order to relax herself, she tended to visit department stores and show mindless purchasing behaviors. With a doubtful heart, Yu Jitae asked her. Keel, yes, her circular golden eyes revealed pure innocence devoid of contamination. While Yu Jitae looked for the correct words, Keel tilted her head. Why were his worries unnecessary? Regardless, the regressor decided to ask, is there something difficult these days? No, you feel fine. Yes, I'm really fine. Is there anything you need? Shoes, she chuckled. Oh, right, there's something I need. Can I say it? Of course. Maybe because I've only been going to the lessons these days. I want to go somewhere far on a trip. Was this a problematic response? The regressor assessed her answer. Looking back, the gold dragon loved traveling around. That was the same in the fourth iteration, and even in this iteration, she talked about wanting to be dispatched somewhere during the Guardian consultation session. It might just be her personality. Thus, deciding to just watch on for the time being, Yu Jitae nodded. Right. I'll prepare for it. Only after visiting several more stores did the shopping end that day. Yu Jitae wore the turtleneck knit straight away after removing the tag. They bought dozens of clothes and shoes, but most of them were Keel's. Jael, who had bought herself cute garter shoes, seemed to be greatly fond of them and was walking on her 2 feet. These days, she looked really natural walking and running. But suddenly, Jael looked back at Yu Jitae with surprise. Why? She thoroughly glared at Yu Jitae's neck before soon becoming greatly flustered. Yu Jitae couldn't understand why, but it was because Jael had finally realized the critical downside of turtleneck knits. Turtleneck knits. It stuck close to the body and covered both the chest and the neck. Unlike business shirts, she couldn't open the chest up, nor was it easy to pull it down. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to check whether the necklace was there or not. And doesn't Yu Jitae wear the same clothes without changing for several days? The more her thoughts continued, the worse her expression became. Of course, the necklace would most likely be there as always. Jael trusted Yu Jitae. However, directly checking it with her eyes and not doing it were greatly different. Checking his necklace was like a ritual for Jael, carried out whenever she was seeing Yu Jitae after a long time. Wearing a depressed look on her face, Jael reached forward with her arms. Yu Jitae habitually raised her up as Jael placed her hand next to his neck. Then she tried to pull the knit down. What's wrong? It didn't work. It was impossible to easily pull the knit down to the chest, and forcibly doing it would tear the sweater apart. Realizing that none of the options were viable, Jael became teary. Hewing her panic manifested as teardrops. The regressor was slightly stumped. He didn't know why she was like this, but since she could talk a lot better now, he decided to ask her. What's wrong, you Jael? Jael mumbled and hesitated before opening her mouth. I don't like this. You don't like these clothes. Why, don't like? You liked it before. Shake, shake. He thought he could understand her with a conversation, but that was a mistake. The regressor still couldn't understand the thought process of the blue-haired child. But what else could he do if she didn't like it? He promised that he would change into different clothes once he got back home, and only then did Jael stop whining. After arriving at Unit 301, Jael walked down from his arms. The kids all carried their bags and entered their rooms while Yu Jitae also went into his. In the living room that suddenly turned quiet, Jael looked for the protector, who was habitually cleaning the already clean floor. Gyuraruk, Quararuk, he was humming with the clashing sound of steel. Jael glanced at the protector before toddling her way behind. Then she pondered whether she should tap the protector by the back or something before opening her mouth. Hello. The protector turned around as Jael looked back with a gentle smile. Yes, yes. Did you call me, young lady? Yes. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Jael hesitated for a bit before taking something out from behind her back and giving it to the protector. The protector quietly received it. He was wondering what it was, but after looking at it closely, it was a pair of pink rubber gloves. Present, Jael stared at the hands of the cleaner Arjasi. The vicious gauntlets had various spikes, so the original rubber gloves had a lot of holes in them. The spikes were too sharp, while the rubber gloves were too old. The protector finally realized why Jael threw a glance at his arms before walking out of the house. Young lady, he felt warm inside. Humans seemed to call this being moved. She acted as if she hated him every day, but to think she would buy a gift for him, young lady. It was when the protector was about to follow the etiquette of Ascalifer by bending his back. Thank why Jael took something else out. It was Jael's exclusive bowl, which the protector had accidentally scratched the day before while washing dishes, with the spikes that ripped through the rubber gloves. Don't scratch them. In other words, the gift didn't have a pure intention behind it and was only because the bowl was scratched. The protector felt less moved. Even then, the protector was happy. He continued through with the etiquette and bent his neck into a 90-degree angle. It will never happen again. That was when two arms were wrapped around the helmet of the protector's lowered head. He was slightly surprised. Thank you. By the time he looked back up, Jael had already run away. Left alone in the living room, the protector looked at the rubber gloves and thought, thank goodness he became a cleaner. Chapter 128, Campus Community Service 3/10. One, or you fusing Bith. Ark, have you gone insane? Bam, bam, slam. People were fighting in the middle of the road. One cadet attacked another as they began hurling fists at one another. One of them had their nose broken while the other had his lips torn apart. Perhaps it was a quarrel regarding their love interest. Why are you guys doing this? Why? Stop, shouted a female cadet in between, not knowing what to do. You bitch. Do you think I can't kill you? The one with a smaller build used his supernatural powers. It was a clear violation of school regulations, but he wasn't in the mood to worry about that. A sharp thorn was formed from his elbow, which slashed past the cheek of the bigger cadet who was pushing him down. Blood splattered onto the road. The conflict became more and more serious, which gathered onlookers. But most of the people watching were cadets and staff members. So the common consensus was to wait for the sentries to arrive, without hastily jumping in between them. As the fight turned more serious, Yu Jitae happened to walk past the area, and he continued walking by. His feet were natural as if he hadn't seen anything. Today's breakfast menu was toast and skewered fish cakes. Kiel loved them, but since Jael also loved eating food these days, he was carrying a large amount of food which would usually be enough to feed 20 people. These had to be eaten warm. Cadets fighting each other was in fact quite common at Lair. Considering that they were young yet able and proud young soldiers, various sorts of incidents and conflicts were commonplace. Within those types of happenings, fights and injuries were nothing significant. In the morning after feeding them breakfast, he listened to a report on Ma Namjoon and the surviving demons from his clone. In that case, I will continue observing them. My loyalty to my lord. Okay. He didn't go to Lair with any of them today because of something that had to be done in the morning. I'll be on my way. Have a safe trip too, Ajasi. Bam. Yoram and Keel went to the academy district in cadet uniforms, while Yu Jitae went separate ways and headed to the sentries. Since he had committed a sin, it was now time to atone for it. He entered the campus community service reception desk on the second floor of the sentries building. No one was there at the desk, so he waited on a chair nearby when several staff members finally came in. Guardian Yu Jitae. The name of the officer was Ickerman, who described himself as a section head, forever stuck with the sentries. He looked flustered, which in fact was the same reaction he saw whoever Yu Jitae met these days, both guardians and staff members likewise. Haha, we went to the front entrance to receive you, but for some reason we weren't able to see you. Sorry for being late, it's all right. I came through the back entrance. Ego, I see, it's my mistake. We should have sent someone else to the back. Sorry. Ickerman rubbed his hands like a fly and welcomed Yu Jitae as if he was his direct superior. Sorry, haha. We will make sure you can start with community service straight away. He gave a servile smile. Yu Jitae was being treated like this by the sentries despite him coming here for community service. The falsely created Yu household had become an extremely convenient measure. This way, please. In the waiting room, Ickerman personally brewed some lemon tea and served him before touching his thin mustache. So, what kind of community service are you looking for today, Sir Guardian? His words sounded quite strange. Yu Jitae was here for community service, and yet the person in charge was asking him the type of task he was after, while carrying a list of task descriptions in hand. Is that something the volunteers usually choose? Sorry. No, you know. The sentries are in fact quite flexible at times. Ha. In other words, it was a privilege given because he was from the Yu household. He didn't think much of it, however, and all he wanted was to go home early. Looking at the list, he couldn't really find anything he liked. Organizing the flower bed in front of the third main entrance, 1 hour. Education department flower arrangement, 1 hour. Helping cook food for the cadets learning fundamental basics, cooking, 1 hour. Looking after young kids of education staff members, 1 hour. He didn't like any of them because they only accounted for 1 hour each. At this rate, he had to visit this place 10 times. But looking further, there was one community service that was 3 hours long. I'll go with this one. Sorry. You mean this. Helping delinquent cadets leave detention center, 3 hours. You see this one. To be honest, it's not a very good service. Yes. It's a little bit difficult. You would have to deal with trashes that were related to violence, drugs, and sexual assault that barely managed to avoid getting expelled. They don't listen at all and are all hopeless. Especially this one kid called Jake from Noblesse School is a lot worse. He would have been expelled already if he wasn't from Noblesse School. Cue him. In any case, today, there's even a documentary film shoot for the delinquent cadets. As you probably know already, violence, threatening, and swearing, whatever it is, forcing a cadet to do something will leave a negative impact on Lair's image. Ickerman gave an awkward smile along with his chatter. It was a sincere request from him to not get angry at them, even if he were to go there. If you choose the flower arrangement here instead, it'll try to do something about it, so that you don't have to do anything. Flower arrangement. Time is a bit more important. Can you make it 3 hours long? Extending the time is a bit, because we allocate all the times following a set program, then it'll go with this one. Yu Jitae was stubborn, so Ickerman, who didn't want to get on his wrong side, sweated, but failed to persuade him until the end. 500 meters to the north of Lair Sentries, there was a door going to the underground detention center hidden next to the tall stalks of grass. There, Yu Jitae met the prison warden. The warden was an old man, perhaps in his 60s. With a gentle appearance, he had less hair in the middle, which was covered up awkwardly by raising the sides of his hair. His personality apparently suited his appearance, and his nature, hanging on the eyes of equilibrium, SS, was a rare extreme good. Judging from his aura, he wasn't a superhuman. He didn't appear like a former soldier, so he probably became the prison warden with the help of an aged welfare policy. Helping and guiding others is a wonderful thing, in my opinion. This old man, who seemed to be a chatterbox, started his sentences with that. Anyone makes a mistake throughout their life, and the more so for these young cadets. I think these young cadets that committed crimes just lacked the opportunities to become good people. At least that's what I think. No one asked. So when treating these cadets, I always try to do so with a Yu Jitae didn't respond, but the warden excitedly continued expanding on his philosophical interpretation of guidance. Until they arrived at the underground facility, Yu Jitae had to listen continuously about something he was totally uninterested in. If the facility was 50 meters further away, this old man could have had his mouth smacked. After opening several doors that were sealed tight, the prison warden and Yu Jitae walked in. There were 27 cadets due to leave the detention center today, who had all been a part of an unlawful group activity as a society at the start of the semester. Hello, we are from NNO. Yes, welcome. Saying that they'll be filming a documentary of violent cadets, several cameras were turned on. Even this time around, the Chatterbox prison warden showed off a wondrous feat by greeting the camera crew for 15 minutes. After that, the community service of helping delinquent cadets leave the detention center finally began. The cadets had all gathered at the auditorium, and the moment they opened the door, they were met with all sorts of uproar and ruckus. It's so boring as heck. When are we going out? Just stay put. We have to wait here till 10 anyway. Freaking annoying, those idiots. These cadets were seeing each other for the first time in a while after spending most of their time in their individual wards. Thus, they either chattered about how it was here, look at how oily that bastard is. Nice job jigging the training run yesterday. Those worms must have been quite salty. How'd you know? Your sister was salty as well. What? This F-seeking bitch, or they tried to fight. Whatever the case, they were all rowdy without listening to the voice of the warden. Now, hello everyone. Awkwardly, he smiled and waved his hand. The first thing they had to do was to complete a survey about their life at the detention center. However, the cadets did not even look at the prison warden. They were too rowdy to even listen to him, but most of them glanced at him before ignoring him altogether. It was because there was a rumor that they'll be dismissed at 10 o'clock whether they did the survey or not. Guys, a survey. You have to finish a survey, okay? While sweating, the old man showed a survey paper to the cadets. What's he saying? Freaking annoying. They turned their backs to him and murmured, "Those cameras are fusing getting on my nerves. Are they gonna blur our faces?" Of course they are. Did you even listen yesterday? No, I was sleeping, of course. Why the heck would I listen to that? Cucuck. The prison warden diligently waved the survey at them, but the cadets did not listen. Until then, Yu Jitae didn't think much of it, and in fact, he wasn't even inside the auditorium. Standing behind the cameras, he was observing the structure of the underground detention center from the corridor all the way up to the gates. It was because Yoram might end up in here sooner or later. Guys, can you listen to me for a bit? You have to finish the surveys quickly to get out faster. Despite sweating buckets from his naked head, the old man was unable to be harsh and maintained a good language. and his submissive words had no power in them even when he shouted, "Stop bullshitting. We heard from our seniors that we'll be leaving at 10 no matter what. Right, look at that dotard. Is that chicken stock flowing down his head? Ah, disgusting." Insulted up front, the old man's expression turned stiff, but perhaps being conscious of the camera, he once again gave an awkward smile. Like that, he repeatedly approached and distanced himself from the cadets. The cadets really don't listen. In response to the VJ's scripted question, the old man gave an awkward smile. All kids are like that. It's my fault for being unable to set things straight. Are you the only warden? In the past, when there were several tough and strong wardens, they listened very well. But they're not here now, because we don't get paid much anyway. I'll try it one more time. He tried sharing the survey paper again, but the cadets refused. Then one female cadet finally received it, but dropped the pile of papers which all ended up on the floor. Ah, sorry, sorry. The female cadet walked away with her friends with a giggle. Heartlessly, the cameraman filmed the old warden who had no choice but to lower his body and pick the papers up one by one. His attempt at persuading them failed after 20 minutes of hard work. Ego, my apologies. After closing the auditorium doors behind him, the warden apologized to the camera crew before throwing a glance at Yu Jitae. Sorry, Mr. Guardian. I'll buy some treats later and try talking to them again. All Yu Jitae had to do was protect the warden during the procedure to make sure nothing bad happened to him. He therefore nodded his head because he just had to stay there for 3 hours, no matter what the warden did. Please do whatever suits you the best. Yes, yes. Sorry. If this is over quickly, we should be able to send you off early as well, but taking out a checkered handkerchief from his chest pocket, the prison warden wiped the sweat beads forming on his wide forehead. Yu Jitae felt doubtful for a second. Do you count all the hours even if it ends early? Sorry. Ah, yes, we do. We give a lot more time for this one because of how mentally exhausting it could get. Ah, should've said that earlier. Aha. What's wrong, sir? When Yu Jitae suddenly began walking up to him, the warden took a few steps back without even realizing it, but Yu Jitae's legs were slightly longer than his. He took the survey papers and a plastic bag off of the old man's hand. Half of them were crumpled with signs of being smudged by their feet. He walked further and pushed the auditorium doors wide open as cameras followed behind him. Sir Guardian, you can't shout or punish the cadets. It seemed that even a low-ranked official in a place like this knew who Yu Jitae was. However, Yu Jitae didn't respond. The cadets who were either chatting on the auditorium floor or running around the room glanced at Yu Jitae, who suddenly walked in. Some of them were surprised at the size of his body, but most of them were inside the detention center when Yu Household became a thing, so almost none of them realized who he was. He couldn't punish them, nor could he swear or shout at them. Reminding him once again, the warden was sweating like crazy. Yu Jitae walked up to them and stood up straight. He stared at the cadets, without saying a word, without doing anything. He glanced across the cadets to check their numbers, before choosing the one who ran around creating the most uproar and focusing on his movements with his eyes. He didn't bother lifting his killing intent and merely watched on. Something strange began to happen. Someone looked into Yu Jitae's eyes before being startled. That one cadet's gaze was contagious, as it soon spread to others. Nearby cadets also looked at Yu Jitae, curious about the reason that cadet was surprised, and that caused a chain reaction. Before long, when several were looking at Yu Jitae, the cadet that was running around also turned to Yu Jitae. His feet gradually became slower before eventually coming to a stop. Silence spread across like ocean waves. When the slowest cadet, who was laughing out loud, finally closed his mouth from the sudden silence, all the cadets were already looking at one person. Why, who is that person? Why is everyone like this? They all had the same common doubt in mind, but none of them dared to open their mouths. That was when Yu Jitae opened his mouth. You at the front. A dry voice resonantly echoed across the quiet auditorium. One of the cadets glanced around before replying in fright. Yes, me, come out. The cadet walked towards Yu Jitae after glancing around the room. His hands and legs were visibly trembling. Yu Jitae handed the survey papers and the plastic bag of pens to the cadet. Then he took the pocket watch out from his pocket and said after checking the time, I'll give you 3 minutes. Chapter 129. Campus Community Service 3/10 2 front that one word created a sense of direction inside the auditorium. 3 minutes, those two words of his created a time restraint for the cadets. The man that suddenly appeared out of nowhere regulated both the time and space of every cadet present. Soon, the young cadets began moving according to his standards. When someone comparatively more fearful than others started moving their pen, other cadets were influenced by their peers and started their surveys. 3 minutes were more than enough. Hirsa, despite still not knowing who this man was, one of the cadets in charge, gathered the papers before handing them over to Yu Jitae. Looking back, he realized that the prison warden was wearing a strange look on his face. His facial muscles twitched and turned serious before eventually forming a smile. He appeared bewildered. "Thank you, Mr. Guardian. Next one on the schedule is breakfast. I think we can start moving now." Meanwhile, the camera crews were put in an awkward spot. Damn. We're not going to have enough videos. Yu Jitae wasn't interested, but the theme of today's documentary was on the dangers of delinquent cadets and the necessity of increasing the number of guidance wardens. The documentary was meant to criticize the low morality of the superhuman industry and the need to guide young cadets properly. But in order to achieve that, they needed videos of delinquent cadets not listening to instructions, contrasted by videos of the warden who was nothing but nice. Watching that, the audience will be enraged, which will allow the broadcasting crew to grab both the number of views and their original theme. Breakfast, is it? Yes, but there's a few missing. They must have gone somewhere else. I was actually thinking of looking for them right now. The warden nodded with a serious look on his face. Guys, let's all line up. The cameraman heaved a sigh. Everything started going south ever since the man who was here on community service intervened. This time the command was from the warden, and yet the cadets still obediently lined up, albeit slowly. Even the warden himself seemed surprised. Number. In response to the man's words, the cadets each called out 1, 2, 3, and so on in a line. The number of the last person in line was 23. Carefully lowering their heads, the cadets stole glances at Yu Jitae. The number of cadets for dismissal today was 27. 4 were missing. The warden scratched his wide forehead while the cameras went through the cadets one by one. Yu Jitae stared at the cadets with a hazy gaze. He didn't say anything and was searching where the missing cadets were on the other side of the auditorium walls. However, his silence seemed to have caused tension as the cadets anxiously stole glances. They became nervous despite him not doing anything. "All of you, stay here." "Yes, yes." Being cadets and reserve soldiers, they were used to replying yes. Soon, when Yu Jitae began moving his feet, the warden followed him from behind with a dreamy expression as if he was in the middle of a dream. "Sorry, I definitely locked the doors, but how did they get out?" He didn't respond. The 4 missing cadets were quite nearby. On the other side of the auditorium was an underground football ground with a storage next to it. 3 of the 4 cadets were inside the storage building. Smoke was seeping out of an area next to the storage, hidden behind several boxes. There was a ventilation hole right next to it. Walking forward in large strides, Yu Jitae stood in front of the female cadet who had a cigarette in her mouth. "Ah!" Startled, her eyes widened as he reached forward. He pinched and rubbed the cigarette with his thumb and index finger to turn the fire off. His fingers ended up becoming dark from the ashes. "Why are you here? Why, you surprised me there. Who are you? Why are you here? Who cares? So what if I am here or not?" The cadet was throwing glances at him, but still grumbled to protect her ego. She tried to sneak past him and return to the auditorium naturally, but she couldn't. Yu Jitae, with his large body, completely blocked the gap between the boxes and the wall and stood there even after she came closer. Now that she couldn't sneak out, the cadet raised her head with a frown, but the moment her eyes met with his, an ominous feeling caused her to lower her eyes in an instant. She then instinctively called out, Sorry." Only then did he turn around, leaving the rest to the warden. The reason Yu Jitae stared at her like that was because he deemed that it had to be done to make her listen obediently, for today at least. He wanted to go back to Unit 301 as soon as possible. Apparently it was effective. When she was asked about the source of the cigarette, the female cadet obediently replied that she had gotten it from another cadet. They soon arrived at the storage, but the doors were locked. Yu Jitae tried to pull it, but it remained closed. When he was contemplating whether he should break the door or not, the warden stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Guys, are you in there? A large amount of smoke oozed out through the gap between the doors, but no one replied. Guys, I am the warden in charge. Can you open the door? They still didn't respond. It seemed that they would waste time here until it was 10. The camera came closer as the cameraman asked the obvious. Is the door locked? Yes. They must have locked it from inside. They probably left through the auditorium windows to smoke a cigarette in secret or something. Don't they get punished more for it? Yes, the actual leaving time is 10 o'clock, but they in fact get treated like normal cadets already. It's not something that goes against the regulations, the warden sweated. Then he appeared embarrassed as he quickly resumed knocking on the door. Guys, if you don't come out now, know that I'll open the door and go in. Is that meant to be a threat? Yu Jitae watched on. The warden unlocked the lock with his key, but the door was still stuck by something, unable to be opened. Ego, why is it like this? They must have done something with the door. Yu Jitae glanced at the cameraman's watch before placing his hand next to the door. Killing intent left through his palm and cut the baseball bat, locking the sliding door from inside in half. It looked strange in the eyes of the warden. Yu Jitae gently slid the door to the side and it opened. 3 cadets were lying down on mats, smoking cigarettes. Ah, what the FK? Staring at the door that suddenly opened, the broken baseball bat and Yu Jitae, they raised their bodies up. Wearing a serious look on his face, the warden told Yu Jitae, sorry for all the trouble. I have no excuses, but I'll try to do my best from now on. Yu Jitae was about to tell him to stay still but decided against it because the warden's face looked a lot more serious. After entering the storage, he spoke with a resolve that was a tiny bit, about as big as a rat's tail, stronger than before. Guys, what are you doing here? Why? We don't have everyone there. At this rate, no one will be able to complete the guidance procedures until 10 o'clock. Ah, and what? They're not even allowed to eat right now. The cadets giggled in response. Do you think anyone would want to eat food here? We can just go outside and eat something better. Do you even hear yourself? He clapped once. Still, you need to eat. It's the last time Yao'll be having food here. Right. We're all going to be leaving at 10 anyways. No, no. We will send you off earlier if you cooperate better, sir. It was then. The one sitting in the middle called the warden with a low voice. Do you really think we are retarded? With a tattoo of an eagle underneath his eyes. He was from the greatest nurturing facility of North America, no bless school. The name written on his name tag was Jake, whom Ickerman from the Sentries had been talking about. Just go. Stop annoying us. Well, get the fuck out of here at 10 without you doing anything. The warden pressed on. How can you guys do this? We enjoyed the last few months together. Can't you just listen to my request once for the final time? That's a disgusting delusion. Who enjoyed what? What? At least I didn't. The 2 next to him also giggled, saying me too, and I hated Tuesdays the most. Today was a Tuesday, which probably was the day this old man was in charge of. All the time he spent was being denied, reduced to laughingstock, which caused his expression to become depressed. But judging from how his favorability towards them still hadn't changed, it seemed that he was feeling lost and lonely instead of being offended and upset. Even now, the camera was filming the cadets and the old man. Knowing that their faces will be censored anyway, they showed a V with their fingers at the camera. At this rate, he really will be going home at 10. Yu Jitae spoke to the warden. Step outside for a bit, please. Sorry, go outside. You as well. The prison warden and the camera crew were chased out of the storage. However, Yu Jitae didn't leave after they all left, and the moment they curiously pointed their cameras at him, he closed the door. Click, and the door was locked. Hago, they were losing more and more film time. Wearing a dumbfounded expression, the VJ asked the warden what was happening, but didn't receive any response from the similarly dumbfounded warden. The door was closed shut. Curiously, they leaned closer to the door, but nothing could be heard from inside the storage. After around 10 minutes, the door was pushed open. Surprisingly, the cadets opened the door with their own hands and walked out. Guys. I'm surprised. The warden was about to talk to the cadets, but realized that their expressions were dead. Like children who saw a mass murderer on a dark mountain, cold beads of sweat were flowing down their cheeks as their eyes trembled unstably. Their hands and feet shivered. However, they weren't hurt anywhere, and fortunately, it seemed that they weren't hit or anything. Sorry, sir, sorry. The warden was startled at their sonorous shout of apology. Like a herd of meek sheep, they quietly followed the warden's instructions and returned to the auditorium. That wasn't the end. Or you bastards, line up properly, you hear me? Meal. It's time for the meal, you bunch of trash. As if they were being chased by zombies, they urgently threatened other cadets to move quickly. Their commands, however, were virtuous. Well, be having breakfast together. Go to the front. Jake from Noblesse School became the one in charge as he shouted his guts out to lead the cadets into the cafeteria. What's up with him? Has he gone mad? What's this shit about there was a hierarchy among the cadets? Jake must have acted like the leader for a long time, evident from how the cadets meekly obeyed his orders despite grumbling at times. The warden was greatly shocked. Mr. Guardian, what did you do just then with the door closed? Yes, how in the world did you make them like that? How are those kids so regulated, he asked with sincere curiosity, but Yu Jitae remained silent. It wasn't much, and he just used a slightly different method to the one he used back in the days that made the demon race of the demon world good. What's the next schedule? After that, everything was a piece of cake. Once Jake began listening to the instructions, the cadets also obeyed their given orders. The 27 cadets hurriedly pushed the food down their throat as if it was water. The 3-hour schedule ended in 25 minutes. How did this? The warden began feeling doubtful about his guidance philosophy of love and tolerance. We're doomed. What do we say to the MD? We don't have enough. What can we do at this point? It's over. The filming crew heaved sighs. Yu Jitae returned to the dormitory after 25 minutes, thus ending the campus community service. Next day, Yu Jitae was out walking with Keel and Chirpy. A group of cadets that looked like delinquents walked up to them with sticks in hand. They were the ones that were with Jake inside the storage. Keel was worriedly glancing at them when they suddenly bent their backs into right angles. Good morning, Mr. Guardian. Mommy. Startled, Keel hid behind Yu Jitae, while the baby chicken hid behind Keel. He nonchalantly nodded at them. The sticks they were holding were in fact broomsticks, which they were using to clean the environment as a part of community service. After Yu Jitae greeted them back, they started cleaning once again. They were so diligent with their task that not a single speck of dust remained where their brooms had gone past. Once those cadets disappeared into the distance, Keel hugged the baby chicken dumbfoundedly and asked, "What's wrong with them?" "Who knows? They're a really hard-working, they look scary, but they're a kind people, I think. They became kind. Let's go." Ah, yes. Yu Jitae walked on. The road on a bright spring day was sparkling clean. Chapter 130. Troubling 1. There was a large hill behind dorm building 107. It was one of the really few mountains of Hateling. Cadets were prohibited from entering it, but recently this place was gaining many visitors. Chirp. One of them was the baby chicken. About once a week, the baby chicken, Chirpy, would leave the dormitory in secret and head to the mountain. He, who was now slightly bigger than a basketball, knew how to use mana and could easily move up and down the mountain. The baby chicken chose this area as its own territory and fought against the cat spirit beast group. Back in the days, it would be reduced to a pulp every time, but due to its current size, the cat spirit beasts were unable to fight Chirpy back. Miu, a cat, growled in anger after being stepped on the head by the baby chicken. Chirp. If you want to intrude yet again, so be it. Chip. But do tell your children your last words. Once the chicken lifted its feet up, the cats immediately ran away. The baby chicken was always doubtful. Despite running away, they didn't go far. Their hideout seemed to be nearby, but it had no idea what they were doing there or why. You went outside again, didn't you? On unlucky days, the chicken tended to be caught by balm. Chirp. Chirp. Acting cute doesn't work on me. Are you going to keep on going outside like that? Chirp. You're not just going outside for a walk, are you? You always fight someone and get hurt. Balm scolded the baby chicken with a quiet voice. She didn't know if the baby chicken understood her words or not, but she still had to say it to relieve herself of frustration. Seriously, what are you going to do if Keel sees you hurt? Keel loved Chirpy. She always hugged it to sleep, and the chicken was the first thing she looked for in the morning. Keel brushed its yellow fur every day, and on non-school days, she was always the one giving it food and taking it outside on a walk. This won't work. Even Balm herself felt sad looking at the injured baby chicken. Then how would Keel feel being the one that took the chicken in? Heaving a sigh, Balm called the protector. "Yes, my lady. Have you called me? Watch after this kid from now on, please." The protector's crimson eyes flickered. Ever since that day, the baby chicken was locked up in the storage when Keel wasn't home. Chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, there was another one leaving the house in secret. It was Jael. Usually the lessons at Lair didn't overlap, and there was always someone staying behind at the house. But whenever no one was home, Jael would take a nap, read a book, or play with the protector and the baby chicken. And now she had a secret which no one knew about apart from Yu Jitae. After she became good at walking on her own feet, and after she mastered how to fly in the air with magic, Jael occasionally left through the window of Balm's room and wandered around the residential area. She was a dragon despite being young, and because she had received magic theories from Balm, she was able to somewhat use the alternate dimension of dragons, laws of nature S. Thus, she knew how to avoid others. Recently, Jael had a new hobby. It was feeding some cat spirit beasts. Even today, she sneaked outside, cuddling a bunch of baby chicken feed with her two hands. Hiding her presence, she flew and headed to the mountain behind Dorm 107. After she fed them several times at the same place, the cat spirit beasts always gathered here. They were always injured for some reason. She opened the large bag of feed in front of them. Nom 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 nom, hearing the cat spirit beasts eat, Jael made a bright smile. They ate so zealously that it made her feel good just by watching them. Some of those cats walked up and tried to lick her, but Jael refused them by shaking her head. It was because they looked dirty. Is it delicious? Naya, meowa. But today, one of the spirit beasts placed something down in front of Jael. It was a dead mouse. Wearing an uncomfortable expression, she shook her head. I don't need. Niao Meow, the cat spirit beasts were disheartened after understanding her words. In any case, she was feeding them like any other day when something clinked behind her. Startled, the cat spirit beasts immediately ran into the forest. Suddenly left alone in front of the remaining pile of food, Jael discovered a big shadow towering over her from behind and turned her head. Young lady, what are you doing here? Wearing a thick padded jacket despite being spring, the figure was wearing a flower-patterned apron, brand new rubber gloves, a black mask, and a pair of sunglasses hiding the crimson darts beneath. It was the protector. In response to the question, Jael glanced behind before pushing the food forward with her two hands. She was gesturing that she had been giving food. Who? Young lady, you can't give food to the cats. Why? The chicken is coming outside and fighting them because the cats keep coming to this place. Jael tilted her head. They'll be hungry. You still can't. Even if you don't feed them, young lady, they'll hunt or do something to take care of themselves. Please do not feed them from now on. I'll be keeping the feed myself at a different place. Jael crossed her arms, seemingly discontent. However, the protector, who was always nice to her, remained headstrong. Let's go, young lady. She was acting bold, but when that didn't work, she soon became depressed. I hate you. I'm thinking I should start publishing. Publish. Balm nodded, wearing a pair of circular framed glasses. There's way too much time left until the writing contest, and writing by myself is difficult. I think getting feedback from people will help. I'm doing it right now. But it's not scary, right? Well, she was right. Her novel wasn't scary at all. I thought about it, but is there a novel Ajasi would find scary? Who knows? See, your qualification as a horror novel reader is questionable. He touched the back of his neck. The regressor was trying to study the horror genre himself by looking through other novels. Extremely disgusting descriptions, plot twists, fear of the unknown, and the disappearance of the most confident ones were cliches that happened in many horror novels. However, Balm's novel did not have any of them. Maybe the genre doesn't suit you. Why? I think it'll be better to write something you're good at. Since you're good with magic, how about something related to that? I'm a scary woman, you know. Her expression remained utterly shameless. I am still a dragon, you know, right? I see. Balm blankly stared back at Yu Jitae before turning to the screen. Anyway, it must have been because Ajasi doesn't get scared. Normal people will be scared plenty. And after a week, Balm's fist shivered looking at the screen. She uploaded quite a lot of chapters, but the reactions seemed to have been less than satisfactory. What's wrong? She slowly took the glasses off and placed them on the table. Apparently my novel's not scary. What did I say? Balm suddenly flicked her head towards him and said, Did you just think to yourself that it was a natural result? She guessed it right. It was rare to see a frown on her face. She was taking in deep breaths while her hands were temperamentally forming fists. Ever since she had been insulted by Yoram in Africa, this was the first time Balm was getting this angry. Like, how is this not scary? It's scary to me. What do the comments say? Look, see this. She showed him the comments. Aang, so a mysterious man comes up and just grabs you by the collar and that's it. La 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 kekek. I thought it was the chin la la la. It was collar ha la la like. Why are they laughing? It seemed that watching people laugh at a novel that was made to make them scared was upsetting her. My wifey grabbing me by the collar will be a lot scarier than that haharai. It's not a street fight right lol. Collar is a bit weird Elmao. Apparently so. With a sigh, she covered her eyes with her hands. Looking at the text, there indeed was a scene with the collar, but even in Yu Jitae's eyes, it didn't seem scary at all. To be exact, it didn't feel like something a mysterious and dangerous stranger would do. Do you also think it's not scary, Arjasi? Yeah, why isn't it scary? Think about it, it's not broad daylight. He quietly nodded his head because it really wasn't scary. Then Balm suddenly clicked her fingers. With a click, her spell turned the lights off and the curtains immediately closed themselves. Inside the shroud of darkness, Balm grabbed Yu Jitae, who was sitting next to her, by the collar. She then slowly came closer. Look, still not scary. He wasn't just grabbing the collar. He was glaring at you from above like this, you know, a stranger. She then gave an angry expression. Nonetheless, it still wasn't scary no matter how close or far her face was. When Yu Jitae shook his head, Balm released her hand with a dispirited expression. She wobbled her way to the chair and collapsed on it with a deep sigh that could extinguish embers. I feel dejected. Maybe I'm not talented at writing. I think you're good at writing. The collar is the problem. Why the collar? It's scary if they suddenly cross the line, right? Because you're not mentally prepared yet. Is that the case? NN, you can't run away when you're grabbed either. She had her reasons for writing it that way. Balm was depressed. Yu Jitae stood up and, killing his presence, he melted into the darkness. Right when Balm started looking around in surprise, a rigid arm shot out of the darkness and caught her chin. Startled, Balm took a few steps back before crashing into the wall. Oot, she gasped. Slowly, Yu Jitae's face was revealed from the veil of darkness. Suddenly, it was an expected turn of events when she wasn't mentally prepared. She couldn't even look away even if she wanted to, so a sincerely flustered look appeared on her face. Immediately, Balm pushed Yu Jitae's shoulders away with her hands. She tried her hardest to push him away, so he pulled his body back. How was it? Was it okay? Ooh, the collar is a bit weird, so wouldn't it be scarier to grab the chin and force them into a situation where they can't look away? He was expecting Balm to agree. Despite killing almost all his senses now to respect the privacies of the dragons, he could still hear her dragon heart fluttering resonantly. It must have been quite scary. It wasn't that scary, you know. You flinched quite hard. I was just surprised. Nothing else. It's true, and before you do something like that, can you at least give me a sign? Why, despite what she was saying, it seemed to have been scary. As if to prove that, Balm had her head slanted down as she softly whispered with a warm sigh. It's troubling. She looked very troubled. Suddenly, for a split second, Yu Jitae felt something strange. For some reason, he wanted to make her feel more troubled. What should he call this? He pondered quietly. Thinking back, he could remember Balm laughing as she made him feel perplexed. Was this how she felt? Back then, Balm expressed that as interesting. In other words, does that mean he found it interesting to have the green dragon feel perplexed? Since it was a refreshing feeling for the regressor, he decided to make her troubled one more time. Balm. The grass-colored gaze turned towards him. Chapter 131, Troubling Too. Why, however, the regressor couldn't continue. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know what had made her feel so troubled. What did he do just then? He had suddenly approached her in the darkness. Thinking back, something similar had happened when she first tried writing a novel. When he grabbed her on the neck from behind, she was frightened. Back then, the regressor had slightly regretted his actions. She acted normally the next day, but the memory of getting startled would remain in her memories forever. He therefore decided to just ask her, "Why did you feel troubled?" Her usually indifferent expression turned into a frown. "Why?" He told her he was curious. "Don't wanna tell ya." As always, she was carrying a gaze that didn't reveal her inner thoughts as well as a similar expression and voice. And while she was looking at his face, it felt like her gaze was reaching somewhere deeper. Then why did you feel perplexed, Ajasi? What? You also feel troubled and perplexed when I suddenly get closer to you. When he remained silent, Balm squinted her eyes and approached him. She, who had been sitting on the chair in front, placed her hands on his thighs and leaned her body forward. Actually, she slowly opened her mouth. I wanted to say this. Say what? You don't need to know. Balm spoke with an indifferent and powerless voice. Her hazy and foggy gaze seemed to be trying to imitate someone. When he gave an empty laugh, Balm giggled. If I ask you, why do you feel perplexed? You would answer like that, right? Just like what you've always been doing. Who knows? Is there even a reason? A reason why you're perplexed? It was a fundamental doubt. In fact, even he doubted the reason why he felt perplexed. Through the repetitive regressions, and especially after the second and the third ones, he lost almost all sexual interest. To be more exact, instead of just sexual interest, he lost interest in forming a deep relationship that crossed personal boundaries, since every relationship in the world would leave him behind and dissipate. Losing that had caused him pain in the second iteration, and fearing the loss was the third iteration. After that, he learned how not to get hurt and began living without fearing anything. It wasn't difficult. He just had to draw a line without allowing anyone to cross it. But his distancing policy faced a great dilemma in the seventh iteration when he began living a daily life. In fact, there were several dilemmas. People that had to be distanced with and situations that didn't allow him to create distances were intertwined in his life. And the greatest dilemma of them all, I think I know, was none other than this kid. What do you know? You know. I know a lot more than you think, she continued with a pout. Remember how Keel called you a kid, Arjasi? The reason's a bit different, but now I think she's right. What? Think about it. Let's say there's a pirate who lived traveling around the oceans for 20 years and a bandit who lived in a mountain for 40 years. Okay. Usually, the bandit will be more of an adult than the pirate. Right. But in the ocean, the pirate has more experience than the bandit, so he's the adult there. All right, I get that, but what are you trying to say right now? Her lips began twitching. Slowly, her eyes began avoiding his gaze. It looked like she was trying her hardest to hold her laughter inside. I was thinking that I might be more of an adult in certain areas, taking her hands off of his thighs. She went back to her seat. Then she tucked her hair behind her ear before turning to the computer display screen. It felt like something had happened, but he didn't know what. Let's write. Saying something that didn't have to be said out loud, she started typing on the keyboard. Her white ear, the hair tucked behind that ear, and several strands of hair that weren't tucked looking at her side profile. Yu Jitae suddenly realized that he had been forgetting something. He was trying to ask her about the reason she felt perplexed, but he was completely swallowed up to her pace before even realizing it. Thus, he didn't get to ask the reason, nor was he able to make her troubled again. All the things that had been planned and failed in the seventh iteration were always like this. In any case, there was no reason to stay here any further when she was working. While leaving the room, he powerlessly spoke to her. If you want to know why, I'll tell you. There hasn't been anyone like you who crossed the line to approach me. Her eyes that were focused on the screen widened. And that's why I find you troubling. But without seeing that, he walked out of her room. 39. There hasn't been anyone like you who crossed the line to approach me. HHE. For an instant, she almost died from being overly perplexed. Hey, thinking about it again made her feel perplexed yet again. In order to stop the corners of her lips from curling up, she took several deep breaths in and out and closed the book. Ajasi observation diary, then she added color to the empty star. Suddenly, another doubt appeared in her mind, so she opened the book and added another line. Question. Why didn't Ajasi do a prank? I thought I induced it more than enough. The moment Yu Jitae walked up to a hair's breadth and grabbed her by the chin, Balm was indeed flustered and was perplexed. However, expressing that was a different matter altogether. She didn't have to state it out loud that she was perplexed, and yet still bothered to do so. Until now, she had never shown herself feeling troubled. In fact, it wasn't just Yu Jitae and no one had ever seen it. In other words, all the expressions and words that had been shared today had been planned. Yu Jitae was sensitive to things related to the dragons, so she thought he would be intrigued by her showing such a side. Was I too rash? Inducing something had to be subtle. But how subtle did it have to be for him to notice it? Balm contemplated for a little bit longer before adding to her observation diary. Or should I do a bit more? Maybe the bait today was too small. 2 p.m. Although she was first according to the results of the first quarter, that was only 1/4 of the 4 months of competition. Yerum's fight was still in process, and as always, she left the house for the individual spars. They'll get going then. Are you fine going alone? I'm fine. I'm fed up. Why do you try to monitor us 24 hours? Daddy is always like that. Yoram grumbled, imitating some character of a morning drama. Seeing the serious look on Yu Jitai's face, she giggled. See ya, yeah. In the living room were Yu Jitai, Balm, and the Protector, all staring deeply at something. Jael was taking lollies out of a container that was as big as her thigh and was aggressively scavenging through it. Last week, Keel bought several containers together, and recently, Jael was almost crazy for lollies. She's eating them really well. She is. These days, she loved eating more and more, to the point that she ate 10 people's worth of toasts and fish cakes. Due to that, her originally visible jawline was replaced with a double chin. Chirpy, let's eat. Meanwhile, Keel was feeding the baby chicken. She was training the chicken these days. Hearing her voice, the baby chicken toddled forward. When Keel slightly lowered her face, the yellow furry ball approached her head and gently pecked on her cheek. Good. The feed came pouring down. In fact, the baby chicken had eaten in the morning before Keel woke up, and yet it was still eating well. Thus, it made the Protector think to himself, first time seeing a spirit beast like that. Is that a baby chicken or a pig? Without sparing them a glance, Jael zealously pushed lollies into her mouth. Everyone stared at both the baby chicken and Jael as if they were watching a mukbang YouTuber. Jael was enjoying the food, but soon noticed the Protector's gaze and looked up. Then she looked at Yu Jittai, Balm, and Keel. Why? She was asking what they were looking at. Because you're cute. Balm giggled, hi. When Jael smiled back, it was more obvious that her cheeks were chubbier than usual. She got fatter indeed. Dragons weren't gods, and were organisms just like humans. That was why young hatchlings that were unable to regulate themselves could easily get fat. But maybe the reason she was craving food more than usual was because it was soon time for her to shed skin. In any case, he wasn't going to take food away from her, and blankly watched Jael, who smiled widely from a mere lolly. Soon, the lollies were all gone. Jael stared at the empty container. Her lips that were closed into a pout appeared extremely discontent. She turned to Keel. Gaze, is there no more? NN. There is, I bought a lot. Keel took a lolly container from her room, but on the way, something seemed to have sparked in her mind. Jael, you're not asking for the lollies for free, are you? Tilt, here. Lowering her body, Keel closed her eyes. After realizing something, Jael approached her and pecked on her cheek. Kaya haha, well done, yelled Keel with a wide smile as she pushed the container forward. For some reason, Keel seemed to be finding her exceptionally cuter today. She watched Jael indulge in the lollies from the side before asking her, can you give one to Annie? The pair of blue eyes turned towards her. Keel opened her mouth. Ah, Jael stopped her bright smile and said, for free. Hearing that, both Balm and Keel bursted into laughter. Balm was laughing too, but Keel almost literally rolled on the floor. Jael went a step further. Pushing her chubby cheeks forward, she tapped it with her fingers, and Keel finally ended up on the floor laughing. You're not like a normal kid. You're all grown up already, aren't you? If you don't want, no one said that. Chew, chew. After receiving several pecks on her cheek, Jael smiled bashfully and passed the lollies over. Kururung. Kurung, hearing something strange, Yu Jittai turned to the side and found the Protector avoiding his gaze. You laughing? Those red eyes flickered but bent like bows once it looked back at Jael. It seemed that this guy also knew how to laugh. After that, they started running around mindlessly. Jael ran after the baby chicken to hug it, while the baby chicken wanted Keel to hug it instead. Keel was enjoying the procedure and ran away for no reason, but because the living room wasn't that big, the run didn't last long and she was caught soon enough. Guys, don't run too much. Balm intervened to calm them down. What if the people living under us complain? NNN. Whilst your dimension protecting our unit, Unny. MHMM, that's true, but. That was when the baby chicken, who was running out from the room, accidentally crashed into Balm's stomach. Hugging the baby chicken in her arms, she took a few steps back before falling down. It happened to be right next to the sofa Yu Jittai was on. He, who was blankly sitting there, instinctively raised his body and supported Balm with his arms. Being a dragon, she wouldn't get hurt, and it wasn't a dangerous situation, but it was literally an instinctive reaction. Sorry. Ajasi, are you all right? Balm, who was being awkwardly held by Yu Jittai, placed the baby chicken down and turned her head. Since her skin was white, her flushed ears were clear and visible. In that instant, the regressor realized that Balm was feeling perplexed. That was the end. They started running around again while Balm laid down on the sofa with her face turned towards the backrest of the sofa. What happened just then? Blankly staring at the green hair, he analyzed the current situation. A faint touch of the body or close proximity. The situation wasn't scary, and even if it wasn't excessively so. To Balm, it would have been an unexpected turn of events. Ah, only then did he understand the reason Balm was feeling perplexed. To sum things up, it was because she was from the green race. Since she acted like she knew everything, apparently she became flustered whenever something unexpected happened to her. The regressor learned something new about Balm today, but it seemed that he didn't notice the smile on my face. Everything was going as planned. Chapter 132, Troubling 3, I think I need to study. Study what? Horror. Would you like to watch a movie with me? That day, he decided to go outside with just Balm. She was wearing an oversized shirt and short pants. How does it look? She asked. She spread her arms out wide and looked like a flying squirrel. Looks good. Balm nodded in response. It wasn't even summer yet, so he wasn't sure if there would be horror movies being screened. But there actually were some being screened right now. The cinema inside Lair's entertainment district had very few people. It was already nighttime, close to closing time, and it seemed that the movie itself wasn't very popular either. Balm and Yu Jitae were the only ones watching the horror movie, as if the entire cinema had been borrowed by them. The movie started with a happy family adopting a baby possessed by evil ghosts. It wasn't that fun. During the movie, Balm's eyes suddenly turned blank, but Yu Jitae didn't care too much about it. She was like that several times a day with the eyes of Providence forcibly showing her providence on its own accord. Would she be able to focus on the movie? How was it? Balm asked after the movie. It wasn't good. Me too. Was it scary? The child running in with a knife was all right. Right. That scene was good. Did it help? NN. She then went to the bathroom. After waiting outside for a few minutes, he suddenly wondered why she was going to the bathroom, but decided to ignore it. The two of them got on an elevator. Since it was close to closing time, the elevator of the cinemas had no one else inside. Yu Jitae stood still, and Balm remained still as well. Nothing happened in particular. Because the cinemas were located at one of the top floors of the building, they had to change elevators to a different one in order to get to ground floor. However, the other elevator was out of service after closing time, so Yu Jitae took Balm and headed to the emergency staircase. They quietly walked down the emergency staircase. Nothing happened in particular. When they got out of the building, Balm suddenly stood still on the spot. With pouty eyes, she stared at him, and her slightly slanted eyes resembled a puppy whose treats had been taken away. What's up? No, it struck him several times, but Balm was really efficient with her words sometimes. And in the regressor's eyes, it seemed that she was somewhat discontent. He had no idea why. Would you like to go to a cafe? She didn't look very happy tonight. Thinking that she might feel slightly better after they went to a cafe, he agreed. All right. Whenever they went to a cafe, Yu Jitae ordered a long black. It was because he didn't feel anything no matter what he ate, but Balm always suggested a new menu to him. Maca, please. Yes, miss. Ice, right. Would you like cream on top? Yes. Two, please. Today's menu seemed to be a coffee that tastes like chocolate. After grabbing the coffees, Yu Jitae and Balm sat on some small and uncomfortable chairs. The chairs were oddly close to each other, and the height of the table was strangely low. Maybe this is for taking pictures. Pictures. You know, this place is pretty, right? He looked around but didn't really get it. What was clear was that it looked very uncomfortable. Yu Jitae drank the coffee with a straw. It tasted sweet and smelled like both coffee and chocolate. They were drinking their drinks without any conversation when Balm asked him, "You're not eating the cream, Ajasi?" "Yeah." "Why?" "There's no particular reason why. Why do you eat them?" "Because they're nice. Try it at least." Then she used Yu Jitae's straw to scoop up some whipped cream and lifted it up. When he tried to receive the straw, she pulled her hand back and pushed it towards his mouth again, only after he lowered his hand. She was stubborn at making him eat it. Hurry. Left with no other choice, he ate it off of the straw in her hand. It tasted slightly sweet with a hint of the fatty smell unique to milk. How is it? Just so-so, I see. Balm still continued trying to feed him cream, so Yu Jitae had to eat it on repeat. The street lights outside the window were bright. Stopping her hands, Balm looked off into the distance, so Yu Jitae also stared at the distant streets of Lair. Looking back, he was alone with her for a comparatively longer period of time today. The thought that he could make her feel troubled did flash at least once during that long time. However, he didn't. The image of a mischievous green dragon was something that had been formed very recently. The green dragons that he saw and remembered had never shown a side like this for over 50 years. Thinking back, his relationship with her was close to being the worst. He didn't listen to her words and completely refused her requests. She pleaded, so he slapped her and tied her up. The voice towards the end of the sixth iteration that cursed him and claimed that she would never forget this day was still vivid in his ears. And yet, Yu, the one that ruined everything. It was a tragedy brought upon by his excessive greed. During the time, he thought it was an okay level of greed, but looking back, he realized that it had been excessive. But that didn't mean that he felt a sense of guilt from that. He wasn't the type of person to do so. There might be plenty of people cursing him right now, but he did not care a single bit about that. However, it was true that the apocalypse had come because of his excessive greed, so it was important to be careful at least in this iteration. Therefore, there was no reason to make Baum feel perplexed just because of simple entertainment and intrigue. Are you thinking about a woman? It was then that Baum turned towards him and asked. Since the green dragons were always females, it was true that he was thinking about a woman. Yeah, who? Someone I knew in the past. How long did you know her for? Quite a lot. Baum halted her questions for a bit and took a sip of her drink. But why all of a sudden? No real reason. I was just thinking about the past. Were you friends? No. Were you on bad terms? Probably yes. How bad? He hesitated before answering that question. It was because this child tended to realize a bit more than what he knew and thought of. Very bad. Did that woman curse you, Argosy? Similar. What a bad person. He smiled hazily. Why did that woman curse Argosy? Did you do something wrong? I did. It'll give you time to defend yourself. As if she was a judge, she acted prim and spoke. Yu Jitae had never talked about anything on this topic with the kids and wasn't planning on doing so in the future. But there was this strange feeling today that made him decide to show a slight fragment of it. He had no idea why he was feeling like this. Perhaps it was because the street lights were brighter than usual. It was just an unfortunate event for both me and the opponent. We were both caught up in an unfortunate event, but I seem to have been too greedy. I didn't think it would be harsh on her, so she probably would have suffered. Was it very harsh? If I think about it now, it probably was, and that's why that woman was in a very bad mood. He agreed silently. With a more subtle voice, Baum asked, "Do you regret it?" I used to. Back then, I had no wisdom of understanding what it was that I had to shoulder the most. Was that person unfortunate, do you think? Probably. I see. She thought for a bit before asking again. By the way, yeah, what kind of woman was she? I told you it was someone I knew. NN, not that. Someone young, not that either. More specific, please. Following the unknown feeling, he replied. She was like you. Hearing that, she stopped her questions. Her gaze that was fixed on Yu Jitae went slightly lower and reached the table. This strange cafe had extremely low tables, so her eyes were pretty much looking at the ground. Her lips twitched slightly. By the time she raised her head back up, she was wearing the same indifferent look as always. Then she scooped her own whipped cream and handed it over to Yu Jitae. He had gotten used to it already, but when Yu Jitae opened his mouth, Baum slightly adjusted the straw to the side and smeared the cream next to his mouth. Oi, she looked at him with a brazen look on her face. What are you doing? Ah, sorry. I'll do it properly now. After he wiped the cream off, she once again went, and gave him more cream. Although he didn't find her trustworthy, he still opened his mouth, and as he had expected, Baum flicked her wrist again, and this time it got on his chin. You Baum, there was a lot of cream on his chin. Seeing that, Baum began laughing under her breath, while Yu Jitae closed his eyes and wiped his chin. She opened her mouth. But isn't that sacrificing yourself to shoulder more than the other person? It's not something that grandiose and noble. It's similar, though. It might be possible to say that if he were to think only for his own convenience. Is there meaning to a happiness built upon sacrifices? Who knows? Are you trying to say something like how happiness gets doubled when shared? Yes, but sacrificing would be better than having greed ruin everything. You can just be slightly greedy. I'm fine without doing that. You might be fine, Argosy, but for me, that's a bit weird. She slowly swirled the whipped cream with the straw. That's too unfair for Argosy. The regressor had never thought about anything along the lines of that, and thus couldn't empathize with what she was saying. They became silent because of that. Thinking that they should get up, he took his wallet while Balm also tidied up her clothes and stood from the seat. And for no real reason, he flicked the whipped cream with the straw. And then, when cream got onto her cheek, her eyebrows became creased. "What are you doing?" Revenge. How Balm smiled dumbfoundedly from the unexpected childish behavior. "Are you satisfied now? Yeah, let's go." Standing up from the seat, the regressor reached out and wiped the cream that was on her cheek. Maybe his hands were too sudden. Perplexity flashed past her green eyes for a split second. Since he had seen it several times already, he was able to notice it straight away. He contemplated whether this was excessive greed or not. You can just be slightly greedy. But the words from Balm just then washed his previous thoughts away. He wanted to make her feel perplexed one more time. Now he understood the procedure. Close proximity, but a gesture that is not aggressive. He therefore reached his hand deeper in and placed his palm on her cheek. Her skin was soft. Like a drop of water causing a ripple, the sign of her being perplexed spread across her face. Her eyes were looking away from his own. Does this mean that even the green race was unable to expect a situation like this? Looking on, it was quite an interesting reaction. For the first time in a very long time, the regressor was feeling slight entertainment. Should I do a bit more? What would be something that even this green dragon was unable to predict? It was when the regressor was thinking about that. It was then. He realized that the previous look of perplexity had completely vanished from her expression as she gazed up at him. She was smiling. We got a little bit closer. Hearing that, he noticed the distance between them. His tie was touching Balm's shirt. When the troubled look disappeared from her face in a situation like this, the one that instead became perplexed was Yu Jitae. They were too close to each other for no reason. "Why am I doing this with her?" He pondered in doubt. She whispered. "Then, now." Balm grabbed his tie and gently pulled it. "You won't go further away even if I come closer." She brought her body even closer. The perplexity crossed the line and appeared in his eyes. Balm twitched her lips. "Why don't you let go first off?" But her two arms began wrapping around his waist. "I don't want to." His face revealed an undisguisable sign of perplexity. Finally, she bursted into laughter and silently laughed under her breath. The built-up tension was washed away. He could see a green dragon sitting on the cafe chair, laughing with a hand covering her mouth. For how long had he been playing in her hands? The regressor couldn't even estimate when it all started. Were you that troubled? Like really? Tremendously. With a face blooming of happiness, Balm teased Yu Jitae. Kaya ha ha ha. Even when they were out on the road, she laughed every time she saw his face, and because of that, the road home today was longer than usual. Ajasi Observation Diary, Chapter 133. Negotiation Skills. 1. Once addicted to sweet stuff, you cannot find enjoyment from anything not sweet. Jael these days was always eating lollies. Staring at the leftover food, the regressor thought to himself. On the plate were vegetables, meats, a block of cheese and fruits, with no signs of Jael having even touched them. But if she felt happiness from eating sweet stuff, isn't that more than enough? The regressor therefore wasn't going to intervene. However, the dragons seemed to think otherwise. "Aang, Jael, why did you leave these behind?" "Wait, you didn't even touch them. My mum said you shouldn't leave any food behind." Kiel raised the problem. A little kid is already this picky. "Or Jael, you kid, don't you know how important it is to eat during the amusement?" Yoram criticized her. "You're not allowed to eat lollies for now." And Balm made a special arrangement for the problem. Jael stared at her two hands that were now empty after the container of lollies had been confiscated. Those soft yet chewy lollies that tasted sweet. Those sweet yet savory lollies with an exhilaratingly soury kick. Those gem-like lollies of vibrant colors that were always in her hands, they were no longer there. How could this be? She became depressed. On a certain weekend, Yu Jitae took Balm and Keel out of Unit 301. "Why just us two? What about Jael? I want to ask a few questions about shedding skin." Shedding skin. Keel widened her eyes. Shedding skin referred to how dragons shed their old skin as their bodies grew in size. They walked into a cafe near the residential area as Balm ordered Yu Jitae's drink today as well. "NN, why are you choosing our justice drink, Unny?" "Because he only drinks coffee." She squinted her eyes and smiled. "Is that Sue?" Why? Is it weird?" "Hee hee." They sat on a table after receiving their drinks. Both in the fifth and the sixth iterations, the blue dragon had gone through two skin-shedding processes according to his knowledge. Every time it happened, the regressor was not inside the underground labyrinth, so he didn't exactly know the type of situation she was in. The only thing he checked back then was that there were no threats to her life and health. By the time he arrived there after the blue dragon shed skin, he was met with the old shell of a dragon, body fluids and blood. Due to the effects of Fragment of Paradise, the whole place was in a mess. He had faint memories of how the green dragon was sluggishly cleaning up the mess. Looking back to it, that was when the blue dragon began acting weird. Despite being under the influence of the paradise, she trembled anxiously or injured herself by biting on the skin. He thought it was weird but didn't think it was very serious because something similar happened everywhere in the battlefield. But now it was something that had to be asked. You guys went through it as well, right? Yes, yes. I went through it twice. Kiel, who was now 11, said with a smile. But mine came quite fast. Fast. Yes, yes. Shedding skin depends a lot on the situation. My mum was very, very loving, so mine was a bit earlier. Love. It was a tough topic. Right. The environment is very important. Balm added more. It's more the environment than love. What's important is whether the situation needs them to grow or not, and that's why the thoughts of the hatchling are significantly important. The thoughts of the hatchling. You see, dragons can grow as much as they want, to the form they want to grow in. Right, right. I want it to become an adult as soon as possible. Why? My mum was the guardian deity of Querido Dukedom. Querido Dukedom was probably the name of a country back in Ascalipha. My mum being loved by the citizens looked very cool, and I became jealous, so I wanted to look after my mum. That's why I'm really similar to my mum, like appearance and stuff. I see. Then what do you think of our unit as an environment? Both Keel and Balm pondered for a bit before replying. It feels like our house. Me too. It's comfortable and snuggish. Anan. First, I love how Ajasi always buys us delicious breakfast in the morning. What about you, Unny? And while they were chattering about what they loved about Unit 301, he thought to himself, both the underground labyrinth that forcibly injected happiness and Unit 300, and one that contained peaceful daily lives, went environments that required one to grow rapidly. He sent a message with his watch. Me. Yoram, you Yoram. You Yoram. What's up, lol me? When did you shed skin, you Yoram? When I was super young, you Yoram. Like 3 times, yeah, 3 times at the age of 16 and when she was young. Since she had to become stronger, she had to become an adult as soon as possible. That's why she went through the process multiple times at a young age. It made sense according to what they were saying. Me, K.U. Yoram. You Yoram, what's up? Is that all? Yu Jitae turned the messenger off. The alarm rang a few more times after that, but he nonchalantly ignored them. There was a time when he had taken Balm to the underground labyrinth. He therefore decided to ask her, if Jael shed skin at the underground labyrinth, what would it be like? What? You definitely can't do that. Balm's response came immediately after his words. Why? We become really sensitive when shedding skin. It's the time when dragons become the most sensitive. At a young age, it's hard to control mana properly, and the body hasn't grown enough, so both the body and the mind are extremely fragile. The light from the labyrinth will have a negative impact for sure. The regressor didn't know what to say. It was rare for Balm to say something in such a clear-cut manner. Huck, really, where is the underground labyrinth? What's it like? Keel, the only one that hadn't visited the labyrinth yet, widened her eyes. It's like a mental hospital where happiness is forcefully injected into you. Aha. Then if I shed skin there, would I die or something? You won't die, but wouldn't it feel like you'd rather die? Well, that's even scarier, but why? We become sensitive when shedding skin, right? We can't take in irrational and unreasonable things when that happens, so what would it feel like to have happiness injected into us? NN. I see, right. I also heard my mum swearing about my dad. When I was shedding skin, the two of them chatted, going through a simulation of how it would be like in such a situation. Meanwhile, the regressor gazed at the blue lemonade that Balm ordered with a hazy gaze. His thoughts were muddled. They wouldn't die, but would rather die. He remembered the end of the sixth iteration, the blue-haired girl that stopped her own heart. The words that had been spoken by that little girl vividly flashed past his ears. Those thoughts sparked up against his will. Branching into other further thoughts, they gained size. Most of them were negative emotions and memories. But when the kids became aware of his silent state, Yu Jitae placed a stop on the continuing thoughts. Whatever the case, those had all been in the past. Also, I have another question that day. Yu Jitae asked them everything about shedding skin. Lying down on the living room floor, Jael appeared disheartened. The protector glanced at the child's eyes. Jael, who was blankly staring at the ceiling, had the expression of a person who had lost everything in the world. A few minutes ago, Jael whimpered to Balm and asked for lollies but failed. After that, she came to the protector and asked if she could go outside, but the protector had to hide his sorrow and say no. These days, the cat's spirit beasts weren't gathering near the house after Jael stopped going outside. In other words, stopping her from going outside was working out. For the next 3 weeks, you are not allowed to leave, young lady. Hearing that, she crossed her arms. Even her arms were slightly chubbier than before, and thus resulted in a chubby appearance. After staring at the protector with a dissatisfied look on her face, she laid down on the floor, carrying out a one-man protest. In fact, she was fine at least around 10 minutes ago because Yu Jitae was inside the house. Having everything taken away from her, Jael ran up to Yu Jitae and was hugged. She then checked his necklace and gazed at his face to be at rest both physically and mentally. But he went outside with just Keel and Balm. Jael asked if she could go out with them as well, but in the end, he only took the two of them outside. After that, this cute yet beautiful and precious young lady started lying down on the floor as if her soul had followed them outside. Gaze. What is life, young lady? Are you okay? Lying still on the ground, she rolled her eyes to the side but ignored him. It was then. Jael widened her eyes with a flash. Having come up with something, she sat up on the ground, and with a serious look on her face, she touched her chin. After pondering for a little bit, she stood up and walked to the protector with a determined expression. Young lady. The child pointed at the gates on the other side of the corridor. Are you saying you would like to go outside? You cannot. Do you have to do that? My apologies. Even if you do go outside, I must go with you and you can't carry the feed outside either. Sorrowfully and slowly, she approached him. The protector became nervous because it was rare for Jael to personally walk up to him. After nearing him, Jael placed her hands on his gauntlet. I bought you this, she was referring to the pink rubber gloves. At this point in time, the protector felt like he had become a great sinner, but he couldn't allow it. What was no. My apologies. Are you stubborn as a donkey? Kuhak. Gururuk, the protector's heart began wobbling, but he still couldn't allow it. The identity and purpose of Armata the Protector was to look after dragons as a protector. He held his ground. Then Jael heaved a sigh and ran her fingers through her hair. She primly opened her mouth. Let's make a deal. A deal. What deal? Thinking back, he remembered Jael kissing Keel on the cheek a few days ago. The protector's eyes flickered. Don't tell me. Is it that? Oblivious to the protector's wish, she gestured with her chin, and instead of a kiss, it seemed that she was telling him to follow her. Feeling slightly regretful, the protector followed from behind. Jael took the protector and stood in front of the storage room before quietly opening the door. The storage in the corner of the dormitory was quiet and tidy, with fans, reserve cupboards, and toilets. However, one more thing which should be here wasn't here. The protector squinted his eyes. After Yu Jitae took Keel outside, the protector had immediately locked the baby chicken up in the storage so that it couldn't somehow sneak outside. And yet, where did this chicken go? Jael ran to a deep corner of the storage and vanished. Here. When the protector walked up to that place, he realized that there was a hole in some plastic in the corner of the storage that was hidden behind objects. Upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was a broken ventilation hole. It was slightly too small for a basketball to go by, but the protector knew that the baby chicken, with its fur lowered after a shower, was smaller than a soccer ball. The protector's crimson eyes carried a deeper look. How is it? Deal made. Thank you for your precious information, young lady. Close your eyes. I have. Anything that happens henceforth is beyond my knowledge. Wearing a bright expression on her face, Jael nodded and ran out of the room. She then carried a whole bag of feed and headed outside the house. After a few minutes, she met a cat at the same old place. What came today was a grey mackerel-colored cat, which was the one that got scared the most. Perhaps it was placed low on the hierarchy, but it always glanced at other cats and was always near the end when other cats were leaving. Jael poured some of the chicken feed onto a bowl. Then she said the magic word that she learned from Yu Jitae. Here you go. The cat dashed forward and became indulged in its food. There was only one cat compared to before, but it was still eating something that was given by herself. Thinking about that fact put her in a very good mood. She was unable to touch it because the cat might not like it, but she was patting the cat on the head in her mind. That was when a thought sparked in her head. If she used the method that allowed her to receive permission to go outside from the protector, wouldn't this work on allowing Barmani to give permission to have those lollies again? That night, Jael walked into Balm's room with large strides. She had a serious look on her face, with confident steps. Balm, who was blankly focused on writing the novel, turned her eyes to the water-colored child. What's wrong, little Jael? The opponent was tough. Jael knew what Barmani was like among the dragons. The green dragons were the ones that created regulations for all, and because of that, she was slightly scared of making a deal with her. But once she looked at the container of lollies, placed behind some flower pots on top of the bookshelves, she gained courage. What's with the seriousness? Do you have something to say to your Annie? I want to take what is mine. Yours. Balm smiled gently. It was a smile that somehow made Jael feel smaller in comparison. Therefore, she repeated the slogan of courage once again inside her head. Lollies. Chapter 134. Negotiation Skills. 2. TL. Lollies Gummies. Balm did not miss Jael throwing a glance at the gummies, and a faint trace of a smile appeared in her indifferent expression. Did she miss it that much? She thought, but asked calmly without showing any signs on the outside. What is yours? Gummies. Gummies. NN, they're mine. I can't give you gummies. Our dear Jael always eats these gummies and is picky during the meal. But I'm not picky with gummies. Balm looked into her eyes. Really, I can eat anything. So you mean you're fine with just eating gummies? NN, what if there aren't any gummies in the world? There aren't any gummies in Ascalipha. So Jael, will you be starving when we go back? Jael might die of starvation then, so I can't. Urani can't give you these gummies. Jael pondered for a bit before slowly opening her mouth. I want, from now on. You won't do what? Being picky. Really? NN, you can trust. What a good girl. After finally receiving a positive response, Jael's lips curled up slightly. Then, I'll give it back to you once you're no longer picky with food, but soon went back down. Honey, you don't trust me. I trust you, of course. Then, but as you know, gummies are sour and sweet. Nod, nod, and they're savory and chewy. Nod, nod. It makes you happy to eat them, right? Is that even a question? Jael nodded with a bright expression. That's why I can't trust gummies. Quagwang. Something visibly crumbled in Jael's expression. She thought to herself that the first negotiation skill, calm conversation, had failed. To be fair, this skill had never really worked on anyone other than Yu Jitae. Now that things had come to this, she needed to start with the second negotiation skill. The second negotiation skill was a skill that was already confirmed to work through a test with Kielani. Jael reached her arms out at Balm, asking for a hug. Since Balm hugged Jael the most after Yu Jitae, she naturally raised her up and placed the child on her lap. After coming right up to her nose, Jael hesitated for a bit before lifting her head up. The pair of water-colored eyes closed in. Balm watched on, doubtful of what she was trying to do when the child kissed on her Annie's cheek. Slightly surprised, Balm gazed down at Jael. What was that? What was that just then, Jael? Bribe. She gave a wide smile. Finding that cute, Balm also smiled gently. But Balm wasn't that easy. Grabbing onto her two arms, Balm slowly carried her lips to the child's forehead. She then kissed with a loud chew. Jael was the one that then became flustered. The child quickly went through a calculation in her head. She gave a bribe, but it was returned. Isn't that plus minus zero? The bribe's been cancelled now, isn't it? It is. But that wasn't the end. With a crafty and a deep gaze, Balm looked into her eyes before carrying out a baptism of kisses on her forehead and cheeks. Stop. Having received too many bribes, Jael waved her hands and blocked Balm's face from coming closer. Now Jael is a corrupt official. Jael covered her face with her two hands and murmured, I am a corrupt official. She was thinking of the corrupt official that had appeared in a fairy tale read by the protector. Seeing the child sincerely concerned, Balm giggled. This time as well, Jael accepted her defeat with the failure of her bribes, the second negotiation skill. Balmani was terrifying. The blue-haired girl who instead became a debtor heaved a sigh. Now, the only one that remained was the third negotiation skill. She didn't want to go this far, but there was no other way around it at this point. Surrounding herself with magic, Jael slowly flew forward before sitting down next to Balm's laptop. The smile on Balm's face vanished. "What are you doing? It's a hostage. Hostage. Give me gummies." Jael reached her hand out with a rigid look on her face. She was copying what she saw from Yoram's favorite American drama. Balm smiled dumbfoundedly and asked, "What if I don't? If you don't give me gummies?" She glanced at the laptop and pondered. She couldn't fold the laptop in half, nor did she know how to use a device. Jael wanted to threaten, but couldn't do anything even after holding something hostage. What should she do after some time? Something decent popped up in her mind. Creating water in midair with mana, she gathered it to one place and carried it until it was above the laptop. Buoyantly, a bowl of water fluctuated in midair as if it was in a vacuum. There will be no tomorrow for laptop. That was the threat she barely came up with after deep contemplation. Balm, who was indifferently staring at Jael, waited for a bit before opening her mouth. "I done care." "NN," Jael asked back, thinking she heard it wrong. "The novel will be gone. Of course I saved it somewhere else, you blue devil." Even the third method proved to be a fail. Heaving a sigh, she shook her head, and water which had been formed with mana returned to its original state. And she probably didn't know. In fact, Balm wasn't that interested in writing novels. "Come down if you're a done. Let me write." NN. In the end, she used everything that she had prepared but failed. Jael powerlessly walked out of the room. It was a complete defeat. Balm watched her powerless back leave the room. She then gave a faint smile. She couldn't just give up like this. Jael went to Yu Jitae and whinged. "Gummies, Barmanni, corrupt official, behind flower pot, help please." Seeing her diligently explain with an awkward and slow tone of voice, the regressor patted her head. "You need help?" "Yes." Wearing a pitiful look on her face, she nodded. Unlike usual, it was easier to understand her expressions and actions. The regressor pondered. "How should I help?" "MHMM. Didn't everything fail despite her trying whatever she could?" Jael's eyes turned into a glare. After thinking for a while, she placed her hands on top of her head and shook it. She had no idea what to do. "Come here." Yu Jitae raised the child and sat her on his lap. "Look." They stared at the same place at the door of Balm's room. He opened his mouth with a crafty voice. "What do you see?" "Balmani's room." "What's inside it?" "Balmani, yes." "And where are the gummies inside Balm's room?" "Top of bookshelf." "Behind flower pot, I see. The bookshelf is at the end of the left wall, so you have to go in quite a bit." "Right, NN. Then let's do it like this. I'll call Balm out for a bit. And when she's outside, you can sneak inside and take the container out. In other words, Ajasi will be bringing the boss out of the boss room for a bit. Jael just had to take the treasure out. It was an extremely simple and easy task. But for Jael, who was forming a cooperative plan for the first time since her birth, it was an extremely exciting situation, to the point that her heart beat faster and louder than usual. There was such a method. Does it sound good? Nod, nod, genius. No, in any case, you roughly understood everything, right? Yes, you can't hit the flower pot or something. It's Balm's writing time, so I can't bring her out far. Jael nodded. You can't make a sound either. She's fast at reading the mood, so she'll find out immediately if you do. All the dragons copied Yu Jitae by killing their senses as much as possible inside Unit 301, so she wouldn't find out if Jael moved stealthily. Stealthily, carefully, and quietly. Understood. Nod. Jael brought her index fingers together and crossed them into an X in front of her mouth. Good. Let's start straight away. Right when Yu Jitae was about to stand up, Jael held his sleeves down. Why? She then pushed her fist forward. This, too, was something she saw from the American drama she watched with Yoram. With a nod, Yu Jitae pushed his large fist forward as well and bumped it with the small fist. Operations start. Bam! Yu Jitae knocked on the door. Jael hid beneath the sofa and curled her body. She saw Yu Jitae's legs and feet, and after the door was opened, she could also see Balm's legs and feet. "Yes, Arjasi, can we have a chat?" "About what?" "Why, the one from before." "Ah, okay." He took Balm and headed to the kitchen. Seeing the legs go further away, Jael tried to sneak out from beneath the sofa. "Ah, 1 second." But Balm suddenly turned her feet back to the room, making Jael stiffen on the spot in fright. Her heart thumped. However, she couldn't become too nervous. She would definitely make a mistake if she was. After exiting the room yet again, Bam followed Yu Jitae and walked towards the kitchen. Is she coming back now? Jael deeply stared at Bam's feet, but realized that she probably wouldn't be coming back. This was the chance. Sneaking out from under the sofa, Jael slowly walked towards Bam's room. Bam was especially sensitive to mana, so she would immediately find out about it if she used mana to fly there. But she was soon met with the first obstacle. After leaving the room, Bam had closed the door shut. Holding the door knob with her two hands, she carefully lowered it. Very slowly, like the hands of a clock. It won't make a sound if it goes down slowly click. That's what she had been firmly believing in, so the moment it created a sound, Jael felt her heart skip a beat. If Yu Jitae's dry cough hadn't intervened from the kitchen in a timely manner, she would have been caught red-handed for sure. I made it. I made it. Slowly opening the door, Jael carefully walked in and went straight to the end of the room. The clean and tidy white room with not a sign of rubbish only had a bookshelf with organized books and flower pots decorating it. After finally standing in front of the bookshelves, she realized that it appeared taller than usual. However, Jael had also gotten slightly taller. She stood on her toes and carefully pushed the flower pots away. Since the pots were made with porcelain, they would make a clicking noise if she was too hasty. Carefully, ever so carefully, she grabbed the opaque plastic container and felt its heaviness. The treasure was there indeed. Carefully carrying the container, Jael controlled the urge to cheer out loud and cautiously walked out of the room. Then she waited behind the sofa again, waiting for the opportunity. I'll go back to writing then. Yeah. Soon, Balm went back to her room. Yu Jitae sat on the sofa and Jael, who had been hiding behind the sofa, stood up carefully and faced a bright smile at Yu Jitae. How was it? Did you succeed? NN. Jael bent her back before lifting the container of gummies. He pushed his fist forward, which the child bumped her own fist to multiple times. Success. Kyuhi. Excitedly and hurriedly she opened the lid. But what was this? There were no gummies inside the container, and it was just filled with dirt. Ah, ah. Startled, she shook the container several times, but she could only find a stack of dirt. It was then. Feeling a gaze, she raised her head in doubt and found Balm peeking out of the room. The moment their eyes met, Balm giggled before closing the door. Jael was shocked quite a bit. It was a fail. Hewing, a fail, another fail. Realizing that all the effort had been in vain, she whined and extended her arms at Yu Jitae. She was seconds away from tearing up. So he hugged the child and gently tapped on her back. After lying down on the sofa, Jael stayed still for over 20 minutes with her head buried inside the pillow. She wasn't crying, but it seemed that she had a severe reality hit. He expected things to turn out this way because the opponent was none other than Balm. However, Yu Jitae was learning how to go against Balm these days. You couldn't fight a straightforward battle with her. Knock, knock. Someone soon knocked on the door of Unit 301. Yu Jitae opened the door and received a black plastic bag from the person. Good work. Your will, my lord. After sending the clone away, Yu Jitae walked towards Jael. Then he took the new container of gummies out and shook it near her head. With a pair of dispirited eyes, Jael turned her face, but the moment she saw the gummies, doubt caused a ripple in her face. Ah, she sat up with a vacant mutter, and with stiff hands, she received the container. Her astonished gaze glanced at Yu Jitae and the gummies before going back to Yu Jitae. After her initial surprise, joy bloomed forth, threatening her to scream out loud in happiness. Seeing that, the regressor placed his finger in front of his mouth. SHH. Art, right. Jael realized the situation and gave a big nod with her mouth closed. You can't let other unnies find out about it. NN. She flapped her feet and toes around in joy before slowly standing up from her seat in silence and bending her back to a right angle. Thank you, it's fine. You can't tell anyone too. Ajasi, got it. Therefore, that day became a slightly more special day for them. There was a secret which only Yu Jitae and Jael knew of. Chapter 135. My guardian deity. 1. There was an official notice from Lair. Guardian consultation period. It was time for another one already, but the consultation theme today was slightly special. Consult through an informal conversation and record it. Of course, this consultation theme wasn't mandatory, and it didn't matter whether people adhered to it or not. Therefore, Yu Jitae was thinking of skipping the informal part and sticking to a normal consultation. That was his plan until Keel found out about it. NN, what's this? Hugging the baby chicken all morning, she brushed and played with its fur. After that, they ran around the room until Chirpy discovered the notice, which had been randomly placed on the ground beneath the living room table. Is the Guardian consultation going to be in casual, in a casual tone, like informal talk time? We can talk casually with each other during the given amount of time. What? Why is that necessary? Yoram, who was sitting on the floor trimming her toenails, opened her mouth. Just speak casually from the get-go. Now that you mention it, why don't you speak politely to Ahasi, Unny? Why do I have to? NN. That's Keel tilted her head and contemplated which the baby chicken mimicked by tilting its own head. Then she thought of something and gave a clap. Because someone that doesn't know manners is a ruffian. What about ruffians? Everyone hates them, right? During her speech, she realized that she was talking about someone that was specifically inside the living room. Wang. Yoram raised her body and compressed Keel's temples with her two fists while claiming that she had no manners. Chirp, the baby chicken counterattacked in order to protect its owner. The chicken ran to Yoram on the side and pecked her near the ribs. Even a dragon was like a human with a polymorphed body. Fuck. Yoram swore with a frown from the tickle and changed the target. The baby chicken had its temples pressured like its owner and growled in pain, asking for death. Keel and the baby chicken rolled on the living room floor in pain. In any case, it was time for the Guardian consultation period. He decided to gather them together and do it all at once. When he told them that they can speak to him casually, Keel and Jael appeared especially excited. Balm. Why Jitty? Hearing Balm's words, Yoram, Keel, and Jael all giggled. The regressor looked at Balm with his hazy gaze before turning back to the paper. How are you? Good. Anything you need? Nope. Doing fine. Anything difficult happening at school? Balm shook her head, so Yu Jitae completed the consultation record, saying that there were no problems. That was when she opened her mouth for a question. By the way, Arjasi. Yeah. Can I ask you for one favor? What? At least during the consultation, can you speak to us politely instead? He was wondering what nonsense this was about, but he seemed to be the only one thinking that. Keel clapped sonorously and shouted, You are, Unny, you're the best. No joke, that would be quite funny. Yoram and Jael were the same. It was unclear what they were so excited about, but they showed enthusiastic support for Balm's idea. I don't want to. It's just going to be for a short period of time. Can you not? Please. Seriously. Balm had an innate talent at making Yu Jitae feel troubled, to the point that he wondered why he didn't even catch a glimpse of such a side in the previous iterations. No, he shook his head. For the most part, he would do everything that they enjoyed, but he seriously didn't want to do this. Why, that's such a shame. What a boomer. What followed the zealous support was an intense disappointment, but he shook his hand and continued with the questions. He asked what they needed to Yoram and Keel, as well as their life at school and the things they found difficult. Even this time around, Jael looked like she wanted to be included, so he added her to the mix naturally and asked her. Kurarung, that was when the protector, who was standing in the corner of the room like a statue, gave an empty cough, probably. Understanding his sign, Balm took the paper from Yu Jitae's hands. How are you these days, cleaner Arjasi? As for me, you can say that I have discovered the enjoyment of household chores. In the very distant past, there were times where I've found such tasks to be superficial and low-end. But whatever the task, so long as you undertake an essential task that necessitates a being to be in charge, that is perhaps destiny itself. If there are people that need me, So you're doing fine. The bever of the headpiece that was rambling came to a stop. That is the case. The consultation continued. The consultation topic began with their recent hobbies, Yu Jitae's hobbies that can be carried out together, trips and future plans, before connecting to a completely different topic altogether. Who do you think you know the best out of everyone here? Asked Yoram. That's a good question. I want to know as well. It wasn't a significantly important question, and it was probably something they randomly chucked without thinking too much about it. But as always, the regressor was a boring human who thought a lot. He therefore pondered seriously in response to the question. The answer, however, was simple. Keel, of course. They appeared surprised, evident from their gazes. Jael especially looked slightly shocked. Me, I'm getting to know you better. His reply must have been quite good. Hearing his response, Jael regained her peace. It was the same for everyone else. Yu Jitae was getting to know Balm, Yoram, and Jael better every single day, but that wasn't the case for Keel. Yu Jitae already knew a lot about Keel. The one that was curious the most was in fact Keel. Ewing, how do you know me the best, Argosy? I just do. But if you think about it, don't Argosy and I talk the least. That was true. Somehow, he didn't have much of a chance to talk to Keel, and it was becoming more like that recently. But the one that he knew the best was definitely Keel, and the one he knew for the longest and was the closest to was also Keel. There was no doubt about that. That day, Keel had her day off. After the consultation was over, she gave a big stretch and hugged the baby chicken to sleep. Yu Jitae watched her quietly and didn't look away for a very long time. The seventh iteration seemed to be a success for the time being, judging from how she was sleeping so soundly. Fourth iteration. He could remember the first time he saw the gold dragon. Back then, he was 35 years old. At a young age, he had become a national hero and was a superhuman ranker. After suddenly declaring his retirement from the army, he left the Grand Natural Society temporarily. He thought it was only the death of the gold dragon that brought the apocalypse before, so he formed a group of security guards to protect the dragon. Being the guard in lead, he worked in the front lines himself. Unlike other iterations, Baby Yellow, BY, of the fourth iteration debuted when she was slightly older. She grabbed a mic for the first time at 18 years of age and only began gaining fame after she was over 20. Nice to meet you. Yu Jitae remembered the first time he met Bai. Her blonde hair was braided into a twintle, while her sparkling eyes were brighter than gold. Dragons quickly looked like adults and stayed in their youth for a long time, so the 20-year-old BY was very similar to the current Keel. Her face, expressions, voice, thought process, vocabulary, as well as her cheerful laugh were all similar. She was loved by everyone. I'll be your security guard from now on. You are. I've heard stories. You're a extremely famous, right? Nice to meet you. I don't think I'm worth being protected like that yet, but please take care of me. After that, he rarely ever talked to her. Like a shadow, he watched on from nearby. If she was like a bright gold, it could be said that a dark rust began forming somewhere within the gold over time. It was a very gradual change over time, but looking back, one would realize that she had changed so much. Signs that he had been clueless about until the third iteration, which he couldn't understand until the start of the seventh iteration, began showing themselves. After 5 years, BY was 25 years old. You're a really strange person, you know that. One day she said that. Her appearance was mysteriously the same as the first time he met her, but childishness could no longer be noticed from her voice, tone, and expression. Strange. During that time, there was a special team over 40 in number, dedicated to Bai. From music, broadcast, road and head managers, to hair artists, makeup artists, coordinators, back dancers, guards, lawyers, etc. In other words, all those people worked only for BY and her schedule was therefore jam-packed. Aren't you tired? It's my first time seeing a human refuse to leave on vacation for over 5 years. It's my job. Did I say it wasn't? I'm saying that because you don't even go home. I don't need to. You have families, right? Aren't they waiting somewhere back in Asia? Mummy, when's our daddy coming? I giggled. She laughed wherever she was, but the smile that day was slightly different to the one she showed outside. He didn't reply. As she got older, BY began going further astray. It was evident from how the first thing she did when she had a day off like that day at her palace-like mansion was to naturally lay her hands on drugs. Light. Wearing nothing but a large gown on her wide, golden sofa, BY told the security. Yu Jitae went and used his lighter for her. It wasn't something to make a fuss about. By back then was in mid-20s, and celebrities of her age enjoying drugs was in fact quite common. But it was indeed a new side of the gold dragon, which he had no idea about in the previous iterations. And so do you have a family or not? I don't. Where did they go? They weren't there from the start. You were born because you had parents. Or what is your mother's name, Maria? Don't know. Is that all? BY took a deep breath of the smoke in. Seemingly feeling something, her chin, fingers, and toes shivered faintly. While she was breathing the smoke out, her eyes were upturned as an orgasmic gasp left her mouth. Staring at Yu Jitae, she smiled. Speak a bit more. I'm bored today. It's fine, just do it. I'm not asking for anything difficult. Unfortunately, no. If you're like that, I'm gonna cancel all my schedule, all right. What? Called the offense of boredom. You dare make me bored. then everyone needs to be screwed. Right. It wasn't just one or two people that would be harmed from her cancelling the schedule for one day, let alone the financial loss. Unlike how she usually ignored Yu Jitae, BY was aggressive that day. It's because I have nothing to say. I can't remember. I was at an orphanage when I was very young and I don't know my parents' faces. And then something else. There's nothing. There can't be nothing. You were a ranker, right, and a hero of war. There has to be some stories. Stop asking. What? What did you say? There's seriously nothing in particular. No, what was that tone just then? The golden eyebrows gave a frown from his words. Ill, wait outside and don't smoke too much. It's been a while, so take a good rest. In order to put a stop on the unnecessary conversation, the regressor turned his feet. He didn't want to impact the gold dragon, who was leading a decent life by herself, in a negative way by telling her something unnecessary. Until the fourth iteration, he was just a soldier riding along with the wave, instead of being in charge of the flow. Stop there. But for some reason, BY stopped Yu Jitae's feet that day. There's no problem with guarding you from outside. I won't interfere with your rest. I am telling you to stop. She was easygoing on the outside, but was stubborn on the inside. With a golden pair of eyes that dripped of authority, BY stared at Yu Jitae. She tapped the seat next to her sofa. Come here and sit. I can't do that. Are you going to make me say it a second time again? I can't follow orders that may cause inconvenience to my duty. Her voice was slightly coarser than usual, but disregarding that, Yu Jitae was going to do what he wanted. But that was when BY threw the wine glass in her hand to the wall. Crash. Glass fragments scattered left and right. Sit. I am telling you to sit. Don't you understand? What your employer is saying? Or are you looking down on me as well, or what? The hand holding the cigarette, the pink character nail art engraved on her nails, and her golden gaze were shivering like never before. It was a reaction that had never been shown before in the fourth iteration. He had been watching Bai suffer from ill-willed rumors and anti-fans recently. Thinking that that might have acted as a catalyst for something, he quietly went and sat next to Bai. Good. Now you're listening high on drugs. BY wore a debaucherous smile on her face and laid down with her head resting on his thigh. The loose knot caused her robe to be disordered, and her skin was showing here and there. In the fourth iteration, his body was still living a normal life, but his heart and mind were far from it, so he was feeling quite annoyed from the situation. Why are you doing nothing? Her unfocused eyes gazed up at him. Pat my head. After adding, like my mum, BY slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 136. My guardian deity, too. Because of the innate ability of detoxification, BY's drugs were countless times more intense than normal ones, and sometimes she couldn't control the amount she took in. That day was another similar day. Perhaps feeling lustful, BY licked her lips with her tongue as her golden eyebrows twitched. Her hands that didn't know where to go mindlessly swept through her body. There was a smile on her face. That smile was like a drop of black paint on a white canvas. What are you doing? Yu Jitae didn't pat her head. Think of me as your daughter back then. He just didn't want to anything like that. Something bad happened to your daughter today, although he was protecting her. He wasn't doing it because he liked the gold dragon. Never was he here because he wanted to. Hurry, NN. Her acting cocky made him irritated, and he felt like pulling her up by the hair and chucking her onto the living room floor. But he hid that urge in a deep corner of his heart. Time passed, and BY slowly fell asleep. After her restless breaths calmed down, her face was finally devoid of the lecherous appearance it contained. Sleeping, there was the young Bai whom he had met 5 years ago, who smiled without any signs of falsehood. Yu Jitae carefully raised her up. After heading to her room, she placed the child on the bed that could only be described as a princess bed. Carefully, he lifted the blanket and covered her body with it. Where are you? He was leaving the room when BY muttered. NN. Where? She seemed to be looking for someone in her sleep. Something like that didn't happen very often. It was an impulsive thing that happened once every few months or so. Sorry about yesterday. I'm really sorry. The next morning, she apologized with a deep sigh, saying that she didn't know why she was like this, and that he could change the frontline guards if he was discontent with the work. She apologized throughout breakfast with a fluster. It's all right. Don't worry about it. He was already no longer irritated and didn't think much of it. After that, BY would suddenly wreak havoc once a year or two. Things like that only happened when no one else was watching, like when she was resting alone at home after a long overnight schedule. Because of that, no one apart from Yu Jitae, who was in charge of the security 24/7, knew about it. BY's deviated behavior was a secret only he knew of. Usually, BY loved people. She sincerely treasured the people that loved her, and even teared up after receiving a surprise gift from her fans. The media even referred to Baby Yellow as the personification of a perfect top star. She appeared content from being loved by others. Since his objective in the fourth iteration was mainly to observe the daily life of the gold dragon, Yu Jitae watched on. Another 5 years passed by. When BY was 30 years old, she appeared in a famous variety show. Another guest invited to the show was a famous psychologist/consultant. She carried out a psychology consultation with BY while other guests joked around, saying BY didn't need any. But after a short art counseling session, the psychologist gave a different answer. This is very ambiguous. Seeing the painting drawn by Bai, the counselor tilted her head. It might be that a dormant, intense fear is somewhere inside your heart. Other guests reacted exaggeratedly. What the? Baby Yellow, is that for real? No, I am fine, she laughed. Other celebrities seemed to be agreeing with her instead of the psychologist. But without going back on her words, the counselor recommended her to keep a pet or something. The next day, Baby Yellow took in a parrot. It was a white, clean, and pretty parrot. During that time, BY was unable to sleep properly. She kicked around trying to go to sleep before temperamentally throwing the pillow. Or she would rip the blanket for no reason and cause white duck furs to flutter around the room. Fortunately, the parrot was helpful. Whenever BY covered her face and heaved deep and coarse breaths, unable to control herself, the parrot came flying and acted cute. Then BY would close her eyes again. Despite the struggle, she would then force her way to sleep. NNNNNNG. After the nap, Keel stretched her arms out. Her face was blooming with a smile. She flinched after seeing the clock. Art. I slept too much. Did you sleep well? Yes, Arjasai. But still, she was in a good mood and smiled. Near her head was the baby chicken, Chirpy. The chicken also woke up from its nap and was blinking its black eyes with its head buried into the pillow. Since they wouldn't be able to sleep at night if they slept too much now, Keel caressed the baby chicken's fur. Wake up, Chirpy. We have to go on a walk. Chirp, why doth a baby chicken go on a walk? It grumbled, but Keel, who still didn't understand its words, raised Chirpy up in a flash. Walk, walk. Using the rope she got from Yoram, she wrapped loosely around the baby chicken's neck and wings and prepared to go on a walk. When it was time to go out, even the baby chicken was excited as it chirped out loud. Would you like to go together? All right. Today, Yu Jitae decided to follow the two out on a walk. With the cold having completely dissipated, the walk alongside the two baby chickens was warm. When they came across a dirty road, Keel raised the baby chicken, while Yu Jitae raised Keel by the calves and thighs before placing her on his shoulders. Yuwa. It was an alternative to Dunga Dunga. Meanwhile, Jael in Unit 301 peeked out of Balm's room. Was it just the protector? Indeed. For some reason, he was reading a fairy tale, but she wasn't interested in something like that. I am going outside. Ah, yes, young lady. Please take care. Jael carried a bag of feed for spirit beasts and ran outside with short steps. Then she flew to the sky. As always, she headed to the mountain behind the dormitory and found the cat spirit beasts gathered around, waiting for her. She gave them food. High up, high up, high up, the quiet hill was filled with diligent eating sounds. Watching them eat, Jael tilted her head. There were a lot less cats than usual, to the point that the large bag of feed appeared way too over the top. Ewing, her head was tilted, and a question mark was above her head. Recently, there indeed were less and less cats. She thought it was because she was prohibited from going outside by the protector that they came less frequently. But now, their numbers didn't increase even when she was back to coming here frequently. Where did they go? And the three remaining ones also looked injured. It wasn't rare for spirit beasts to fight for territories, but their furs were messier, and they had more injuries than usual. Jael carefully reached her hand forward. She was going to create curative water and apply it to the cats. But the moment they saw her reach out, the cats distanced themselves in fright and discarded their leftover food. Kayak. Let alone that, one of the cats even growled menacingly at her. Surprised, Jael carefully stood up and took a few steps back. These ungrateful bars feeling betrayed, she frowned but had no idea why they were suddenly acting like this. When she closed her eyes and forcefully felt their emotions, what she felt was fear. Time passed. Yoram fought and won against young Danbai at an individual spar, and also defeated a prominent ranker candidate of noblesse school. Plus, she also got high scores on her assignment performances and was at the lead of the second quarter of the competition. Even without looking at the ranks, everyone was acknowledging the fact that she would probably be in the top three. It was convenient because no one created a fuss like the first quarter. Jael was eating well. She was still a child and wasn't at an age that required her to have a life goal, so she was focused on eating and enjoying her life every single day. Bam started uploading her horror novel to Lair's community website. There were only a few people writing horror novels excluding Bam, and because it was a novel that was prepared after going through several rewrites, it finally gained traction once it was shared. 100 or so read her novel. One day, gloomy Asian cadets came looking for her after the lesson. "Hello, I read your novel. Do you want to join our horror society?" They appeared somewhat gloomy and despondent. Balm told them she'll think about it and postponed her response. These days, the Protector was addicted to the internet. His large hand grabbing onto the tiny mouse looked like a quail egg to Jael. What the Protector was interested in the most recently was dishwasher. Not bad. To think there was something like this. Was he looking for a more efficient working method that could finally get him out of the dishwashing hell? No, he wasn't. But it has less adaptability than myself. It was to boost his ego. Non-commercial dishwashers were unable to wash large, deep-frying pots. You are disqualified. The Protector accumulated another win today against modern products. And Yu Jitae was the same old Yu Jitae. Nothing changed much for him. Time passed without a problem at Unit 301 until a change hit them at once. Walk, walk, chirp, chirp. The baby chicken, who was now too big to hug, was running alongside Keel. They were enjoying yet another walk today, breathing in the fresh air of the spring forest. That was when a change struck them. Adults wearing hazmat suits stood in front of them and blocked the road. "Excuse me, cadet." There were two men and one female wearing name badges that displayed their official duty under Lair. Surprised, Keel stopped her feet. They also appeared surprised when they saw her, and it probably was because of her different class as a dragon, but they didn't recognize her. "Yes. Why? Who are you?" "We're here from the Spirit Beast Management Department." Those adults in hazmat suits gestured at one another before carefully walking up to her. "It's nothing to worry about. That baby chicken Spirit Beast. Is it registered by any chance?" "Sorry, registered." Her tone of voice that suggested her cluelessness caused the staff members' expressions to stiffen. "Are you keeping a spirit beast that hasn't even been registered? So you don't know whether it's been disinfected or sick?" What's register?" And Chirpy is clean frightened, Keel asked carefully. An ominous feeling crept up like a black shadow, rearing its head. Keel thought to herself. Thinking back, the baby chicken, Chirpy, was a spirit beast that had escaped from the breeding center. She was mindful of taking it around for the first few months, but thought it was fine these days to go around. What's registering? So you haven't heard anything about the process of registering spirit beast pets at all? Yes, they clicked their tongues. The careful attitudes of the staff members slowly disappeared as doubt appeared in their eyes. "Ha! To keep a spirit beast inside Lair, you must register it as a spirit beast pet. But you don't have it. Can I ask where you got the spirit beast from?" So why? What's wrong? "We're in charge of collecting the escaped spirit beasts. About half a year ago, the breeding center was destroyed, and we still haven't found a portion of the spirit beasts that have escaped from that place. 2 days ago, they formed a group to attack the Spirit Beast Management Department." I haven't heard anything about that. Of course you haven't. How would a cadet know what happened to a management team? So unregistered spirit beasts could be those that escaped the breeding center. So Keel twitched her lips before biting them. She didn't know what to say, and her head turned blank. Her eyes caught sight of some large cages that were being held by the man on the side. He was carrying two cages colored in bluish black, and one of them was being shook left and right. The woman took a step forward. Her eyes glancing back and forth between the baby chicken and Keel gradually had a deep look of doubt. "That spirit beast, where did you obtain it?" Chapter 137, My Guardian Deity 3. No, just no. What was that? Our child isn't like that. He doesn't have any problems after finally coming back to her senses. Keel waved her hands. Ah, yes, I get that, but please tell us where you obtained it. I just brought it in. You brought it in from a dungeon. No, not a dungeon, but do you have a certificate or a serial number? If it's not registered at Lair, is it registered in a different country? She felt her lips going dry. The look on her face made it extremely evident that she was guilty of something. One of the staff sneered and shook his head. We must temporarily put them in quarantine for disinfecting purposes for unconfirmed spirit beasts. I ask for your cooperation. He then abruptly took a step forward. His hands reached forward at the baby chicken, Chirpy. Please wait. Surprised, Keel stopped his hands. Ah, certificate. We probably do have it. I don't really know, but I can ask our Argosy. All right. You can bring that to us later. You do not have to worry, and we're just separating them for the time being as a disinfecting measure. Once you find your registration certificate, you can come to our spirit beast management department. You mean Yow'll still take him now? Yes. We do need to put them in quarantine for the time being. With that, the woman pointed at her own helmet, which read urgent quarantine period in red. Seeing Keel still stubbornly resisting them, the woman heaved a sigh. We're not doing this because we want to either. Unregistered spirit beasts might have some sort of virus in them, right? You can even come tomorrow with the certificate. Please understand that it's for the safety of everyone. Her words were slightly gentler than before, but as she was listening to them, Keel could feel the baby chicken in her arms trembling. Chirpy was frightened. Sorry. Without even knowing what was going through her lips, Keel rambled. She understood the necessity of the procedure, but the child was scared right now. I don't think I can send him away. The beginning of their relationship was light. She fed it, and it ate well, and seeing it getting injured time after time made her pity the animal. Living together, she slowly became more attached, and without even realizing it, her feelings towards it changed from sympathy to affection. Perhaps that originated not from her own affection for the baby chicken, but from the love shown by the baby chicken to herself. After all, this spirit beast tended to follow her everywhere she went. Sometimes, Keel was unable to give it much love, because of lectures and assignments, and because she had to play with her friends and unnies, she was occasionally inattentive and couldn't do much for the baby chicken. Even then, it always followed around her. The first one to greet her when she returned from her lectures was the baby chicken. Before she could even place the bag down, the yellow guy would run up and rub its head on her shin. The soft yellow fur tickled her legs, and she could feel the weight of its rub. Kneeling down, she lifted it up and felt the warm temperature of the tiny body. How would you live without me? She thought to herself, and it was relatively recently that the baby chicken became more special to her. It was when Yoram achieved the top grade of the first quarter and was being repeatedly called by the PR team. They asked for an interview every single day, and even after rejecting most of them, there were still a few that had to be taken. Yoram began becoming more and more famous. More people recognized her, and sometimes girls came to her when they were walking and created a fuss calling themselves her fan. Keel was jealous of Yoram. She was jealous that she was going on interviews, and was also jealous of how she was annoyed by them. To her, Yoram being loved by others appeared bright. So on the day of her final interview, Keel, who was left alone, closed her eyes and relived the moment she stood in front of a crowd. It was only once, but countless people were watching her with undivided attention. Vividly reminiscing in those memories and emotions made her depression slightly dissipate, but the frustration that still remained made her blankly sit in the living room when the baby chicken approached her and rubbed its fairy floss-like fur, as if it was telling her to give it her attention. How did he know? Or was it a mere coincidence? In fact, that didn't matter. Whatever the reason, it was giving Keel the entirety of its attention and asked for her own endlessly, like a child looking for its mother. On that rather depressing day, Keel hugged the baby chicken tightly. Chirpy cried zealously. Did anything happen? My dear guardian deity. Despite not understanding what the baby chicken was saying, the yellow creature tilting its head and the black pair of eyes staring at only her consoled Keel without her realizing it. After that, she became curious about everything related to the baby chicken, and she asked Yu Jitae this and that. And during that, she heard another astonishing story from him. This child was confined in a small place like that for 20 years. It probably was. He was older than me. No, more importantly, Why? Why in the world would they do that? Why would they confine a spirit beast in a breeding center and limit its growth? Yu Jitae explained it by comparing it to how dolphins were in aquariums. Simply put, it was a result caused by human greed. To make it easier for humans to grow, they used knives, and to make it better for humans to grow, they restricted its growth and kept it small. However, the regressor didn't really think of that as a problem. Greed was always greater than reality, and always led to a destructive form in the end. Other people being greedy or not had nothing to do with him, so he didn't stand for anyone nor criticize them. Keel couldn't really understand everything he was saying, but realized that that was just how reality was like. That's so sad how frustrating would being confined in a small place like that have been. Keel didn't want him to feel locked in, at least when they were at Unit 301. Therefore, Keel thought to herself that she had to go outside with the baby chicken whenever it was time. Chirpy. What was the best and the most natural way to go outside? Let's go on a walk. A walk. In other words, the risks that accompanied them going on a walk was her problem and was an issue that had to be resolved with her hands. Cadet. No. Don't come closer. Cadet, please cooperate. This isn't even that big of a problem. No, he doesn't have anything. I'll give you that document or whatever tomorrow, so can you please just go back for today? Seemingly irritated, the female staff grabbed her forehead. How do you think we're doing this because we want to? If you're like this, we have no choice but to do it by force. Mr. Hunty. The man came closer. Sorry. His words were polite, and his hands were cautious. Regardless, it was clear that those hands were trying to grab the baby chicken. She took him in to protect, and had to protect him. She wished to stay together, so she had to be responsible. Since it was the first time ever that a life was dependent on her hands, Keel was feeling pressured. That apparently made the staff members also irritated, as another man began walking up with a loud voice. Just give that to us because it's dangerous. Okay. Oi oi, Pilson. Dude, step out. Why are you so slow? The man reached forward. A strong male adult, who was also a superhuman, forcibly grabbed the baby chicken by its wing. She could feel the baby chicken wriggling and squirming with its 2 legs and wings. It was then. A golden spark of lightning flickered in Keel's eyes. She unknowingly reached her hands forward. The mana of a dragon flourished through her chest, and a spell which she had never used since birth, the authority of the gold race, shot forth like a bullet. Forked lightning, tang. Fragments of lightning tore through the air. It was clearly enough to kill a person. If someone hadn't suddenly appeared to hold her wrist, that destructive force would have definitely emerged out, completely burning everyone present into ashes. The moment she looked into his eyes, the tension of a tight balloon exploded in an instant. She finally came to her senses. Yu Jitae was grabbing her wrist. Arjasi. Thinking that she had made a great mistake, Keel lowered her head in fright. The baby chicken was trembling, and so was Keel. However, Yu Jitae didn't say anything in particular to her and turned around. Startled by the sudden outburst of magic, they were on their bums. Despite being high-end superhumans, the use of mana just then was at a shocking speed. Even the regressor couldn't tell how anxious they were, but there were signs that were revealed from agitated reactions. Just then, he was training Yoram. From realizing that there was a problem to getting here, it took exactly 15 seconds. The things that had happened in that short period of time were quite extreme. Keel was a lot more impatient than he expected. I am the Guardian. He raised his name badge. What was that just then? Did she just attack us with her ability? Things had happened all too suddenly, and they shouted in surprise after calming themselves down. The Spirit Beast Management Department was an extremely trivial post, separated from other departments. There were some that knew of the name, Yu Jitae, while some didn't. After some contemplation, Yu Jitae replied, "Let me apologize. Our child made a mistake." Like, is that everything? Someone almost freaking died just then. Someone shouted abruptly, while another finally came to their senses. The name on the Guardian name badge read Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae, Pilson. Is that person like what? Just stay back, Hunty. He was extremely agitated. The one that somewhat recognized his name was half in doubt, while the one that didn't recognize him decided to violently put Yu Jitae on the spot. He'll apologize and resolve what happened just then to a satisfactory level. What does that even mean? Right now, it's an incident of an unauthorized use of ability of a cadet. Stay right there. I'm going to call the sentries. While the staff temperamentally called the sentries, Yu Jitae looked back at Keel. He then placed his hand on top of the golden hair of Keel, who still didn't know what to do. Are you okay? Ah, yes, good. There's nothing to worry about. It seemed that she needed a conversation. After a few minutes, someone from the sentries arrived. The management staff appeared to be someone that stayed angry for a long time. He shouted loudly about how they were so late, but suddenly turned frighteningly polite once the sentry did arrive. The sentry that arrived after hearing the name, Yu Jitae, was none other than Salado Leo. With a large build that exceeded 3 meters in height, and wearing sparkling metal plates of armor, the man raised his war hammer and scratched his hair with his hand. What brings you here personally? So pushing the bewildered management staff to the side, Salado walked up to Yu Jitae. He then gave an awkward smile. It's you again. For some reason, yes. How is your body? Do you think it'll be back to normal already after being smacked like that? His voice had a hint of remaining grudge. The giant had a small heart, it seemed. The management staff were in shock. One of the staff members that finally became certain of who he was whispered it into the ears of his comrades, which caused their shock to escalate even further. After the giant heard everything about the situation, he realized what was happening and ended the whole ordeal with one sentence. Aish, you people. It's not even something important since things had turned out like this. Spirit beast registration and whatnot were no longer important because the sentries will take care of it. Thus, there was no longer any reason to shift the blame to other people. Management team, make a proper announcement about the disinfection period, please. The giant settled the situation with that and turned around. Are you okay? On the way back, he asked Keel, who was blank. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Sorry, thank you. I made a mistake. I wasn't trying to do that. I'm really sorry, she murmured with a blank expression. It seemed that she was fairly shocked. The mana just then was extremely sharp. She almost attacked people and almost killed them. I'm fine, she looked like she needed a conversation. Chapter 138. My guardian deity. 4. Time creates an existence. This was the reason dragons, who lived for thousands of years, became one of the strongest races, and at the same time was the reason young dragons were weak and delicate. I'm actually fine, you know, Keel said to Yu Jitae. No one said anything. Yes. It's just because you were glaring at me, she laughed, hee hee. The moment she uttered the words that she was fine, she became better like magic. It had only been a few hours since they came back to the dorm. As if nothing happened, she was nonchalantly taking a chocolate ice cream out of the freezer with a smile. For a long time, he watched her eat. Ah, what you eating? Yoram asked after finishing the training session for that day. Wearing a smile, Keel showed the half-eaten ice cream in her hand. Ice cream? Oh, the one we bought yesterday. NN, it's super delicious. I'm gonna have mine as well. I don't think there's any left. What? Why? We bought 4 to have one each. NNN. Keel's eyes drew a curve and traveled down. She checked the number of ice creams she had eaten with the number of empty packs that were inside the rubbish bin. Did we? She tried to stealthily stand up with an awkward smile when a frown appeared on Yoram's face. My dear sister, yes. There's no way you ate all those 4 damned ice creams by yourself. Right, Mommy. Keel saw the eyes of a murderer and urgently ran away. There wasn't even a need to check the freezer. Why would you eat all that, you idiot? Shouted the boar as it chased after a baby chicken. A scream echoed across the other side of the house. Just like that, everything around Keel appeared normal. That was the same reason why no one, including Yu Jitae, had been able to see through what was going inside BYS' mind in the 4th iteration. Ever since coming back, Chirpy the baby chicken buried itself inside the blanket and stayed there. It even peed on the bed, so Keel had to clean it with the spell, Cleanse, B. Frightened, the baby chicken was sick, and Keel looked after it the entire day. When she did leave the room, she was wearing a smile, but Yu Jitae saw through it. Because she was still young, the mask she formed wasn't perfect. Dude, your heart's beating a bit weak, though. Are you all right? It's because you're harassing me, honey. No, you retard, not that. Back in the 4th iteration, he didn't have a convenient tool like this. Of course, I'm fine. Eyes of Equilibrium, SS. Her authenticity was at false. It was an extreme false at that. If this wasn't the 7th iteration, Yu Jitae would have lacked the knowledge to realize her situation. And if this was the 4th iteration, he wouldn't have known how to see through her mind and chat about it. But since this was the 7th iteration, he had a way. Cooking. After hearing the regressor's request, Balm tilted her head. Did you want me to help you cook? Yeah, she curiously asked. What kind of food is it? He still remembered it because of its unique name. It was called Offering for Eternal Peace something, which the Gold Dragon occasionally requested of her exclusive chef in the fourth iteration. It's the first time I am hearing it. Did something happen to Keel, by any chance? It's nothing important. No need to worry about it. Balm looked into his eyes with an indifferent expression and a gaze that tried to look deeper within. When he looked back thinking what this was about, she gave a faint smile and asked with her usual light tone. And the ingredients? He still remembered them. Several vegetables and extremely fatty meat. Some other special ingredients and a blended mix, as well as a unique sauce. The problem was that he didn't know whether it would taste good or not. But since they liked Balm's food at least, wouldn't the end result be quite nice if Balm helped out? After buying the ingredients, they began cooking. The regressor slowly cleaned and cut the meat and the vegetables before placing them into the mixing bowl. He swirled the killing intent like the blades of a blender and ground them into fine particles. Finally, he threw the secret ingredient, in which he also ground into fine powders. The blended pieces of meat and vegetables were mixed with other liquids and solids, creating the texture of soy pulp. Because of the fatty gelatin, it looked like jelly before being boiled. At this point, it was just healthy food, and the most important factor was the sauce. In order to replicate the spices of Ascalipha, Baby Yellow endlessly compared all the spices available on Earth and came to a conclusion. The closest result she had was by mixing powdered garlic, salt, basil, and ghee. The issue here, however, was that he didn't really know the ratio. Mbam grabbed a pinch or plucked those spices and herbs before having a taste. She stayed still and contemplated the flavor with an indifferent expression. Can you make it? I don't really know. I guess something similar could work. No one else would know if Balm didn't. He had no choice but to trust her senses here. After boiling all the ingredients, she added the sauce. Unexpectedly, it gave off a rather familiar scent. The ingredients that resembled a jelly melted from the heat, which resulted in an extremely thick soup. Using a spoon, he had a taste. It had the savory flavor of meat, but overall contained a healthy flavor. He asked Balm for her evaluation. It's good. It's tasty, but it might be too bland for Keel's tastes. She had the same opinion as him. Fortunately, there was another tasting judge peeking her head out from behind the kitchen door. She asked when their eyes met. What is it? Oh, Jael's here. Would you like to try it? It's something Ajasi made. The child gazed up at Yu Jitae. Unintentionally and unknowingly, the tasting judge was being bribed by the cook. Balm lifted her up and placed her on the seat before giving her a spoonful of the soup. Nom nom. Jael had a mouthful of soup. How is it? She didn't say anything in response, but the smile on her face was extremely bright. The evaluation of the tasting judge was very positive. Is there more? It was so positive that they had to cook another part. The regressor carried the finished soup to Keel's room. She was lying on the bed watching the baby chicken, who was the same as before. Eyes closed, the baby chicken shivered with its head buried into the blanket. Ooh, what's this smell? Have some of this and take a good rest. She turned around and looked at you, Jiddy. As always, she was wearing a bright smile and a sparkling gaze. What is it? A soup. We made it together. You are. It smells amazing. Did you make it with Barmani? Yeah. After he carried it to the table, she came and sat on the chair. But what's the soup for? I'm full 'cause of the ice cream, though. Just eat it. Aki. With a spoon, she scooped up the thick soup and carefully carried it to her mouth. Meanwhile, he looked at her face. Perhaps thinking that it was something tasty, she hummed, but the moment she placed the spoon into her mouth and savored its flavor, her humming stopped. Before long, her golden eyes slowly turned wider. Her fluster erased the smile on her lips. Keel looked at him. In the fourth iteration, while BY was enjoying a vacation on a personal beach in bikinis, Ujiti discovered a man filming her in secret with a large camera. He made the paparazzi's face into a mess. Oh my, I'm fine, but Baby Yellow was benevolent to him. Just don't do it from now on. Okay. Bai of the fourth iteration always smiled in front of others. She was a kind child when she was young, and after she aged, she became a kind celebrity. It was to the point that the Times newspapers decorated their first page with the headline, "The word kind was made for Baby Yellow." As she gained more and more fame, the company tried harder to have that image built in. So unlike normal top celebrities, she personally went to militaries and performed there. After visiting superhumans that were carrying out a war for a very long time in the fissures, BY consoled them with her beautiful songs. A public image was hard to build and maintain because one had to diligently show an attractive side. The best method was to reveal their personality as is, but unfortunately, BY's personality was changing over time. The longer something took to build, the easier it was to crumble. I, who felt greatly pressured from single malice, became a person that couldn't afford to make mistakes at all costs. And because she was a dragon, she didn't make a single mistake. She gradually became more perfect as she built up her experiences with age. One day, during a military performance in a certain fissure, BY was met with a fairly big problem. To be exact, it wasn't BY's mistake. What became an issue was what her parrot said, as it copied the words BY said during her intoxication. It was a quiet parrot until then, but for some reason, it spoke of words that should never be said in front of a camera, words that were extremely vulgar and violent. At the time, the incident was glossed over nicely, but that wasn't the case for some people. Everyone already knew that the parrot was BY's favorite pet, so criticisms and ridicules of BY quickly spread to every corner of the internet. Dirty and vulgar woman. A psychopath. Crazy bitch. Bai, who deeply immersed herself in those hostile words, had her watch confiscated and was locked in a tent with all the schedules cancelled. Inside an SS-ranked large fisher, Bai, who was locked up in a fancy tent, called here and there with a pitiable voice and apologized. Whenever they met, she apologized to Yu Jitae as well, but fortunately nothing happened apart from her sorrow. But one night, in the middle of the night, she woke up and suddenly opened the storage of the tent. It was locked with a padlock, but she forced it open with her nails. Then she glared at the parrot who was in quarantine. Soon her white hands strangled the parrot's neck and squeezed it. The bird was unable to resist. Right before its thin neck was about to be crushed, BY released her shivering hands. When Yu Jitae rushed into the tent after sensing something strange, she glared at him with congested eyes. Oi, why, what did you do just then? I don't know. Are you crazy? I don't know. I don't know. Just go outside for now. I want to be alone. Wake up. We have to leave this place soon. I get it, so just go outside, please. He felt somewhat ominous, but Yu Jitae back, then only prioritized her safety and refrained from doing anything apart from that. But he heard Bai whispering something to herself throughout the night. Back then, the company in fact cared more about her mind than Yu Jitae. A counselor or a massager would come during the day and care for her, and unlike nighttime, BY conventionally listened to their orders during the day. That wasn't the end. Offering for eternal peace was sent from outside the fissure, mixed with the military munitions. The jelly-like soup inside the plastic container was sent by the company with the help of her exclusive chef who knew BY's favorite dish. At the start, it looked like jelly, but became the thick soup BY loved after he heated it back up at the military kitchen. Holding the soup, the regressor headed into BY's tent. But the moment he walked in, Yu Jitae felt extremely irritated. BY wasn't there. She went missing that day. On the floor, there was a cross drawn in red blood. Looking at that symbol, it seemed that she had been abducted by the demon organization, Blood Cross. Blood Cross was a human trafficking organization located throughout the world, a wicked group that focused on women as its target. In the fourth iteration, Yu Jitae was ranked third. However, the rank was given because of his contributions at war more than his individual power. So there were countless superhumans in the world that could hide from his senses around the globe. I should kill them all or something, hiding the irritation soaring through his throat. The regressor turned around. Throwing the soup into the alternate dimension storage, he flew up into the air. After flying high above, he looked into the distance. There were large forests and mountains in front. This was an SS-ranked dungeon. It was similar to the ancient forest, and no one knew what lay near the end of it. The area they mapped out was at least 495 million square kilometers, which was roughly half of China. Beyond the end of the extensive forest, he could see the endless horizon past the mountains. There has been no signs of anyone having left through the dungeon entrance. Got it. After receiving the report, Yu Jitae heaved a deep sigh. From now on, he had to look for BY in this wide and unknown land of danger. Swallowing the profanities inside, the regressor moved. Chapter 139. My Guardian Deity, 5. We have received a response from the association regarding our request for cooperation. 42D, 17C, 85C, the numbers went on and on. Raiding an exceptionally large dungeon was like a war. There were strict, systematic frameworks in place, and there was a restriction on the available pathways. All army troops had a military objective. Instead of simply fighting, the objectives ranged from constructing bases and trenches to sending supplies and being decoys for monsters. Because of that, no one was allowed in from outside unless permitted. In order to move privately, they had to receive permission from the troop guarding that area. As soon as they received news, the security team sent a message over to Yu Jitae. Who's the one in charge of 17C? It's Major Joe Eugen from Joint Affairs Team. Got it. Get the best communication device possible. I'm moving as fast as I can. Our device won't last. The headquarters does not wish to provide support. Will there be a different method? Look for Commander Mayang Yanghe and tell him 4Life is in need of assistance with the communication device. Tell him it's related to subjugating the Blood Cross. Sorry. 4Life A to C, Commander Mayang Yanghe. Oi, you bastard, just do what I say. Is it time to muck around? Ah yes, understood. We don't have time, secure it. Hurry, yes sir. 4Life. It was the alias he was using in the fourth iteration, the name of the third ranker worldwide. He discarded that name and faced the moment he became the bodyguard of the Gold Dragon, and also disguised his identity as a random, decently powerful superhuman. In order to be a mere bodyguard of a celebrity, he had to hide his identity as a top ranker. But now wasn't the time for that. After entering the forest, Yu Jitae met the major of the base troops holding 17C. We haven't caught any sign of demons having moved from our communication network or our radar. She spoke with a gaze of doubt. Is it true that BY has been abducted? Just stay put with your mouth shut. Do you think I need to explain every single thing to you right now? Although the major was discontent, there was an approval given by the commander already, so she closed her mouth. Once the security fences were lifted, he ran forward without turning back. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes and extended his senses to the extreme to feel traces of the gold dragon. He could certainly feel it. However, the physical distance between them was considerably large, and she was going further away rapidly in real time. How in the world were they moving this fast? A stealth movement-type demon, there would be troops nearby with great superhumans in them, as well as monsters whom they were fighting against. Despite that, the trace of the dragon was leisurely moving through them. Above the forest with trees that were 100 meters tall were S-ranked monsters, Sky Race. It would take more time to go above, so without any other choice, he had to go through the forest head-on. I am Captain Couture of 119F, Mr. Yu. I heard you were a great superhuman, but in order to go through here, we must go through the battlefront. I'll go immediately. Make them follow me if you so wish. Sometimes there were superhumans who tried to use Yu Jitae to turn the battle to their favor, but since that was the shortest path, he had to be used by them. He lifted a massive longsword from his dimensional storage. It was a level 4 artifact borrowed from the association as a new VIP. Conviction of ancient soldier, it was an unbreakable sword. Front side. One tribe of red-haired trolls, 37 in number, shouted the operator. The ranked trolls were already prepared for the fight behind the bushes. Red-haired trolls were generally at least 2. 5 meters tall, and tribes always contained a tribe leader and a great warrior. Yu Jitae aimed for the monster who was a head taller than others. That was the great warrior. Pat. He kicked off the ground as hard as he could. Coarsely, mana crushed the ground as he quickly rushed forth. Kuwak. The troll shouted and swung its two-handed club at Yu Jitae. If he were to contest that, he had to be ready to suffer a loss. However, Yu Jitae did not fight it head-on. He didn't have time. Sword of Giant Soldier, AA, second form, Wrecking Ball. His body was flung forward like a missile. Quang! The conviction of Ancient Soldier crushed the troll's club from the front as the large metal club shattered like glass fragments. His palms felt like they were being torn apart, but without caring about that, he crushed the troll's head alongside its weapon. Let alone the trolls, even the soldiers were shocked from the strike. Charge! Hearing their commander's voice, the soldiers each deployed their blessings and skills to rush forward. Agitated from the death of their great warrior, the trolls shouted, Gyurararara, Gyurararara. Their muscles exploded in volume, as thick veins were revealed in full display. Since he had to go past them as fast as possible, Yu Jitae headed to the most dangerous area of the place, where he would be surrounded by trolls in all four directions. Smacking the club that was flying at him with his arm, he swung his sword. His strength was ridiculous, and at least one troll was crushed every time he moved his arm. The ones that tried to block with their clubs were destroyed along with their weapons. That was when another club struck him at the back of his head. It was a great jolt, enough to have someone's eyes pop out. But after reaching the fourth iteration, his physical body was that of a monster, and his eyes remained in their sockets. While bleeding from the back of his head, Yu Jitae turned around at the troll that just attacked him. Only the handle remained from the previous club, so the troll took a step back in a fluster. He reached out and squeezed the troll by the skin. What awaited the head after being pulled was a sword. The troll was stabbed in the head. Yu Jitae ripped the stomach of another troll and bisected another troll's arms into two, and another one was slashed into two from the head down to the neck. A troll whose brain had been completely destroyed couldn't even be saved by their unique regenerating ability and died powerlessly. The nearby trolls had already been killed. After standing still for some time, he heaved deep breaths in and out and glanced across the battlefield. The shock on the back of his head still caused his gaze to wander. Trolls, bodies, corpses, 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 bodies, trolls, soldiers, great warrior, tribe leader, and he ran. "Mr. Yu, where are you going?" It was the voice of the captain, but he ignored it. He wasn't here to fight. The troll camp was already in chaos, and there was a decent way out, which he was now following through. Kuak, ag. Sharp screams were heard from behind. Thick weapons crushed the legs of a soldier. The battle became harder when he distanced himself from the stalemate. Whatever the case, that had nothing to do with him. Several hundred meters after he left the battlefront, his walkie-talkie rang. "Sir, we've gotten approval from Commander Mayang Yanghe. Next is 93F. What's the area currently like?" "They're in the middle of a fight. However, 93F is suggesting that we go to 117N instead." He frowned. He had to go through 93F because that was the shortest path according to the map. Why? Apparently there's a sword forest. Yet again, he felt irritated. A sword forest out of everything he could understand the recommendation of the troops. Sword Forest was a mutated landscape. Physical bodies of dead swordsmen succumbed to the ground and rotted beneath. Stained mana under the name of grudge would then move, seeking for a place to gather. At the place where their grudges gathered would be tall stalks of grass, but as if to vent their spirits, they were always in the shape of blades. Dancing under the wind, they would slash anything that walked over the land. That alone was annoying enough, but the problem was that this place had monsters that weren't impacted by the blades of grudge. Namely, they were specters, ghosts, and devils. There would probably be superhumans of the holy type confronting the ghosts. So, currently we are in touch with 117N. Any words you would like to tell them, sir? Nothing. Just cut communication with them. Sorry. Well, use 93F, or are you going to make me say it twice every single time? Cut it. He shouted like the growl of a tiger. It was the first time hearing Yu Jitae shout for the one on the other side of the call, despite working under him for over 10 years. "You understood, sir." Yu Jitae rushed towards the sword forest. Each step of his caused the world around him to rapidly change. He soon came across another troop. "This is Yu Jitae. Please cast a divine spell." Ah, yes, a saint-type superhuman walked up and used her blessing on Yu Jitae. Gentle light seeped into his body. "Mr. Yu Jitae, the wounds on the rear and the back of your head are severe." During the blessing, the saint spoke with a worried expression. "You are bleeding a lot. It's fine. How about you recover before you go? It won't take more than 5 minutes. The sword forest will make you bleed a lot as well. Please, stop babbling and give me holy water." The saint and other superhumans were shocked by his attitude. He was acting without any manners. Seeing them stay still, he revealed his irritation on the outside without hiding as he walked to the statue of a goddess. "Mr. Yu Jitae." He then plucked the bottle of holy water that was inside the statue's hand. "Mr. Yu Jitae, what are you doing? That's something that shouldn't be used like that." Without saying a word, he kicked off the ground. Although the superhumans ran in trying to grab him, he was faster, and quickly he distanced himself from the encampment. Meanwhile, his hands opened the flask, and he drank it in one go. The saltish flavor of holy water spread in an instant as something hot began surging inside his body. In front of his eyes was a forest darker than black, sword forest. Into the ominous aura he ran in. On the ground were blades shaped like grass slicing his feet, ankles, and knees, while trees shook their branches in the air trying to dice him into pieces. He zealously blocked them with conviction of ancient soldier and used his mana to parry them away. He created sparks throughout his run. It was when he was about halfway past the sword forest that he was nearing his limit. A blade swept across before he realized it and scratched past his cheek. His skin was ripped as blood flowed out. Meanwhile, another blade tore one of his ears. He could feel the cartilage in his ear breaking. There was no need to even mention his arms and wrists. Already, there were dozens of scratches and wounds. His grey security clothes and the outer garments were already painted in blood and had already turned black. Even then, he didn't stop. Slowly but surely, he could feel himself closing into the trace of the gold dragon. But at the same time, he could feel the blessing and the holy water losing its power. Damn it. It was 3 minutes from now at max. During that time, he had to break through Sword Forest, because if he didn't, he would be surrounded by extremely cumbersome enemies. His feet came to a stop. Finally, what was to come had come. Shiek, there was a reason why 170 highest-ranked superhumans were struggling for over 3 weeks. Crimson eyes fluctuated behind the Sword Forest, and there were at least 30 pairs of eyes. Those red eyes looked at one place. Soon, they widened their eyes by a little bit. It looked horrendous, but from the ghost's perspective, it was a worship. At the same time, a figure of a person began walking towards him from the depths of the forest. That thing was a colony of ghosts. As a mix of countless ghosts, it was an S-ranked mid-boss, who at the same time was the owner of the Sword Forest, born from the graves of countless swordsmen. It came closer, the human-type monster, with not a single bit of flesh, who only had skin on top of its bones. On one of its hands was a black, half-melted longsword. Sword Ghost, the owner of the Sword Forest, finally revealed itself. Chapter 140. My Guardian Deity, 6. Observing the opponent, estimating how they'll move, looking for a gap. There was no such thing. Yu Jitae ran in and swung conviction of ancient soldier. Quang, the sword ghost, blocked it, resulting in massive sparks. As their fight began, Yu Jitae was made to look into its disgusting face. With the astonishing strength fitting an S mid-boss, the sword ghost pushed his sword away. Despite being a regressor living his fourth life, he was helplessly pushed back. It didn't give him any chance to restabilize, and immediately ran in. The sword, half mingled with darkness, had an unpredictable length and range to the weapon. He thought he blocked it, but the darkness embedded within the sword flowed down before scratching Yu Jitae's neck like the claws of a beast. His powerful physique was torn apart. Parrying the sword, Yu Jitae tried to decapitate its head. However, the sword ghost's lower body turned into a dark mist and immediately distanced itself. The conviction of ancient soldier ended up slashing nothing but thin air. Its movements were mysterious, and due to its unpredictable nature, the sword ghost was already in the air above him before his eyes could follow it. After a turn in the air, the ghost slashed down with its sword. Even the trajectory of the sword was extraordinary. If he were to try to block it, he could, but should he? If he were to try to dodge it, he could, but should he? Or else, quickly making a judgment, he stabbed the sword whilst blocking the opponent's sword at the same time. The sword ghost's sword, which he couldn't fully parry, swept past his shoulder, and his left shoulder muscles screamed out in pain. Nonetheless, the attack was effective. Conviction of ancient soldier had stabbed one of the eyes of the sword ghost. However, that became a problem. Since its eyes were hollow in the first place, it didn't damage the ghost, and instead, the sword was stuck inside its skull. To the monster, its head was not a weak point. He tried to pull the sword away, but the sword ghost utilized its mysterious movements again and didn't allow him to create a distance. That was when the surrounding forest moved in a timely manner and began slashing him like a wave of swords. Hundreds of blades scraped past his entire body as pain erupted all around. His left arm lost its sense of touch. Because of that, his mana flow became slightly slower. The mana soaring from his heart traveled across his upper body, through the ripped shoulders, arms, and wrists, before eventually gathering at the tip of his sword. Sword of Giant Soldier, AA, 7th form. Obliterate. Yu Jitae struck the ground with his sword. It created an immense explosion, and fragments of sharp mana scattered everywhere, taking the blades with them. Everything within 10 meters from him were all crushed, including the metal trees. The sword ghost hastily distanced itself. While bleeding from his entire body, Yu Jitae bit his lips. His breaths were short. After reaching a certain level, superhumans were able to estimate their opponent's power level. Yu Jitae predicted that the sword ghost was weaker than himself. However, it had a profound understanding of swordplay, and the landscape was negatively impacting him. He thought to himself, if he were to destroy all the trees nearby one by one, he would be able to remove the landscape. He could fight with more leisure and figure out the weakness and common habits of the opponent. If he so wished, he could use all his leftover power to immediately kill the sword ghost. However, he didn't do so. He had no time to waste destroying trees and observing the opponent, and the road was still too long for him to use all his power here. Because of that, he had to kill the sword ghost with the least amount of power necessary within the least amount of time. It was easier said than done. Yu Jitae took a deep breath in. Time and power. Catching two birds was excessive greed, and there would definitely be a negative side result following such greed. Wishing for his body to be safe on top of saving both time and power was him being overly greedy, and the regressor was aware of that. In any case, he just had to stay alive. Choosing from the best of the best, he used the most suitable authority he had. Seven-headed dragonification, S. It was an authority he gained by killing a boss of a hidden dungeon at the start of the fourth iteration. At the same time, it was the authority which had been in the hands of Oscar Brzenk, the official rank 1 worldwide in the third iteration. Pure blood. His heart began pumping blue blood. His entire body began sensing every single thing surrounding him. The sense of sight allowed him to look further and deeper, and everything hazy became clear. The sense of smell made him smell the odor of mold and moss behind the dense odor of blood and corpse of the sword forest, and strange feelings that couldn't be felt until now were being sent to the brain. This was what was referred to as sixth sense. With this, he would be able to instinctively distinguish between attacks that had to be avoided and those that could be allowed. He just had to not die. Yu Jitae moved his body. After exactly 1 minute, after 50 exchanges, slash conviction of ancient soldier ripped through the sword ghost's heart. It murmured something even after falling down, so he crushed it beneath his feet. This was the end. However, it wasn't a clean victory. By the time he left the sword forest, Yu Jitae's body had countless swords popping out like an echidna. Once he left the forest encroached in darkness, a comparatively brighter forest welcomed him. He forced those swords out one by one. His entire body ached as if it was on fire, and his skin and muscles screamed out in pain. It was painful. For the first time in a very long time, he sincerely thought to himself that it was painful. His muscles and joints felt disjointed. A rest of 1 or 2 days would not be enough to fully cure his broken body. Drip, when he pulled out the blades that were clogging up his vessels, blood raced out like a broken dam. He took an elixir out from his dimensional storage and rubbed it randomly onto his body and swallowed the rest. Because of the sheer mana capacity of his body, he couldn't expect a full recovery on his mana, but it could help him restore all the lost blood at least. Only a half of the front was visible. Yu Jitae touched his eyes. His entire body was full of blood, but there was something more gooey next to his eyes. It seemed that some fluids had come out from his ripped eyeball. He once again examined his body. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. It was thanks to his sixth sense allowing him to notice attacks that had to be dodged. Thanks to all that, he wasn't too far off from the gold dragon. Yet again, he moved forward. Sometime in the distant past, Yu Jitae was a human, an extremely ordinary human. In fact, he was slightly less talented than others. From a young age, he wanted to be stronger. But after his body was controlled like a puppet in the second iteration and was made to murder his lover with his 2 hands, he became more desperate. The third iteration was him living every single day, simply to become stronger than the day before. He practically buried himself and dedicated all his time in dungeons for over 20 years and lived with his life constantly on the line. He was such a normal human who had lost many things from the third iteration. After reaching the fourth iteration, Yu Jitae became a human who was extremely distant from common sense. Simply put, he was a psychopath. What the gold dragon was thinking and the psychology behind her life had nothing to do with him. Isn't it fine as long as she didn't die no matter what? That was the only thought he had in mind. And when the gold dragon was abducted like this, powerlessly beyond his control, he had to feel the same emotions he felt at the start of the third iteration. Despite trying desperately to become stronger, he was still this weak. In order to stop the apocalypse, he had to become stronger. That's what he thought back then. He went on for 3 days and nights. He came across monsters and either killed them or broke past them. During the sprint, the regressor did not think about the gold dragon at all. He merely blamed and reprimanded himself. The third iteration was truly garbage. BM, Mayang Yanghe, and even Yang Jungkook, the current family head of the Yang household, whoever it was, the gifted ones were always either as strong as him or stronger than him. He fought fiercely. Vomiting blood, he sacrificed his flesh and crushed his bones, wishing to become stronger. When he was stuck inside a monster's mouth, his body broken by the teeth and smothered by its saliva, he would fight back by ripping its tongue. When his wrists broke on top of his sword, he would crunch the neck of the monsters with his teeth and kill them before they did. When his legs were broken and his lower body paralyzed, he would hold on to the horns of the beast and dig his fingers into its eyes. Even then, he was weak. Thinking about all that, the regressor felt something dark like the head of a black monster wriggling within his heart. It was stuck in his throat. Upon closer inspection, it was similar to self-hatred. The feeling he hadn't felt for the last 10 years was rearing its ugly head back up and made him feel like he would go insane. That was when he received a message. Sir, this place restricted entry. By comparing this dungeon size to China, it could be said that he had crossed 80 of the country over 4 days and nights. At this point, he was closer to the boss monster's lair than the encampment, and communication became harder as he went further in. Please take care, he thus turned the device off. This place was the front line, and he felt the trace of the gold dragon from a place not too far from here. The dragon had stopped at that place from yesterday. However, there were soldiers stopping him from entering when he arrived at the front line. Stop there, please. A man and 2 women. Hanging on their chest was a brooch of a golden bull with strange horns resembling weapons. Vanguard SD. They were the frontline squad under the International Hunter Association. At the same time, they were in the lead at creating the path from the front line to the heart of the dungeon, with every agent being at least in the top 10,000. We have received a note from the command center. Our commander especially wished for us to take care of you, and we do understand that you are a great superhuman. However, we do not know what sort of danger there is beyond this place. Please listen to our orders hereon and tread carefully. Although we do not know where you wish to go to, we cannot allow anyone to move privately beyond this area. Yu Jitae thought to himself. The standard moving distance of the shark troop was 150 km. But the encampment of the shark troop, Vanguard SD, should be 220 km to the east from this place. In other words, it was highly likely that this group of soldiers were scouts. There was a clear limit on the distance that could be traveled with communication devices. It was the same as how the device provided by Mayang Yanghe could not reach his current location, and the standard moving distance was the same as the distance coverable by the communication device. Okay, so if he were to kill them here, let's first go back to our camp. No one will know. This way, please. And the regressor did not want to waste time. Slash, he swung his sword as the man's head dropped and rolled on the floor. Immediately, the other 2 women struck back. One of the women drove a sword in through his rib cage. The strike was so fierce that the forest and trees behind him were caught in the aftershock. However, he did not die. Although it was close to the heart, it had barely missed it. He decapitated the woman. Meanwhile, the other side instinctively shot an arrow at him. Dozens of arrows dug into his muscles and joints, and soon they exploded and caused his body to stiffen. However, that wasn't enough to fully stop his movements. The moment his body was able to move again, he approached the woman and took her bow. He then threw the woman to the ground. Her neck was broken as a yell left her mouth. Superhumans did not die just from having their neck bones broken. Yu Jitae crushed her neck with his trembling hands. Kyuhuk, the opponent, grabbed onto his wrists in an attempt to pull them away. Her sharp nails ripped his wrist, but also broke her own nails. Her frightened eyes were staring at him, but he didn't think much of it. But at least, his head that was about to go insane was slowly going back to normal. His current decision was efficient. As if to prove that, the woman's body soon stopped, and they turned quiet. Even if his life was short, isn't it fine if it is as efficient as possible? Consoling himself with that thought, the regressor lifted his body. The corpses were all scorched behind him. When Yu Jitae finally came across Baby Yellow's presence, she was inside a cave at the very end of a mountain range. Although the battered man stumbled forward, there weren't any signs. Being cautious of an ambush from the demons, he carefully walked forward with his hand tracing the wall. But for some strange reason, he couldn't feel any demonic presence. All he found there was a large monster. There were gold scales covering its body, with strong tendons and muscles in the front and back legs. If it were to fully expand its large wings, they would be able to cover any random building. Its gaze overflowed with dignity, and the sheer difference of class in their existence itself was enough to oppress Yu Jitae. There was a gold dragon. Yu Jitae opened his mouth with a sigh. You need to get scolded. Chapter 141. My guardian deity. 7. There were no demons there. Only the gold dragon was gazing down at Yu Jitae. The abduction was just an act scripted by Bai. It finally all made sense. If she were showcasing all the dignity and class of a dragon, the sky race would have made way without daring to fight back. There would have been nothing stopping her, and she would have been able to fly in the sky, away from the eyes of others. After understanding everything, he sheathed his sword. What is all this about? With an indifferent expression and an apathetic voice, he spoke. Go back to human form. The large body of the gold hatchling decreased in size and was soon replaced by her human form, but BY wasn't wearing any clothes. As her bright and untainted golden hair fluttered, BY opened her mouth with a wry voice, sitting collapsed on the ground. Not surprised at all. What? Since when did you know that I was a dragon? You don't need to know. Without even bothering to cover her body, she blankly stared at Yu Jitae. Following the rules of a security officer, he took off his jacket and tried to hand it over to her. The jacket was muddled in blood, with countless holes, and was tattered like a rag. But BY didn't receive it. Still vacantly sitting on the ground, she merely gazed up at Yu Jitae with sunken eyes. Wear it. Wear it. Since she still didn't receive it, Yu Jitae walked up and threw the jacket over her shoulders. His feet weren't stable, he was staggering. The jacket was full of blood. When it touched her body, it left a red trace behind on her white skin. Bai, who had been blankly staring up at him, finally lowered her head and gazed at the jacket covering her body and sniffed it. Why did you come? She opened her mouth. To save you from dying. As always. Seriously. Get up. You'll hear a mouthful once we go back. You're not doing it here. Yeah. Why? Why are you that relaxed? Aren't you mad? Not much. Why? Because you're not dead. Bai glared at him with a crooked gaze and opened her mouth. Who do you think you are? It was a sharp voice. His eyes twitched. What am I, Yurei, just a hired bodyguard? It's just a simple contracted relationship between an employer and an employee. And, whatn't? Put another way, I am the boss of your company, and Yurei just an employee. If I fire you, you become someone that's totally unrelated to me. But what are you trying to do? Your boss is slightly mental and wanted to take some rest. Who are you to come and stop me from doing so? The wound on his forehead that was about to close up reopened as blood flowed down. He rubbed his eyes to clear his vision. And you're not someone special to me. I'm serious. There's nothing special about you, and you have nothing to brag about either. All you did during the past 10 years is just bash a few paparazzis. And, and, what's with these ends? Don't you have anything you want to say? Talk back or get angry. Or if you wanted to make me hear a mouthful, then do it. Say something. Postponing the response, he thought to himself. The gold dragon didn't think of him as someone special. Something like that didn't matter a single bit. So what the important thing here was that she didn't die. Apart from that, nothing was able to arouse any feelings inside him. Don't you have anything to say? Just say it. And yet BY was telling him to say something back. By carrying out a scripted abduction drama was fine, and the fact that he had to cross countless hazards in order to save her was also fine. Those didn't matter. However, her voice that urged him to speak was slightly irritating. Thus, he walked up and crouched before Bai. Despite the close distance between them, she didn't look away, nor did she turn around. For some reason, she was angry and was glaring at him with heavy pants. What? You want me to be angry? Aren't you mad? This doesn't make you angry. Are you like an enlightened hermit? No, but it does annoy me a bit. Why don't you do something then? Listening to her request, Yu Jitae slapped her on the cheek. With the slap, her small head was turned to the side. It wasn't a powerful slap, and she probably knew that too. Never have I wanted to be your special person. So even if you get angry, and even if you think of me as someone under you, I don't really care. You just have to not die. As for the other things, I honestly don't really understand what you're trying to say. Looking back now that he had earned daily lives in the seventh iteration, he was ignorant, abnormal, and didn't have the ability to tell what was correct and wrong as a guardian. So, until the end of the fourth iteration, he didn't regret the attitude he took against Bai. What he did think, however, was that the method itself was wrong, so, without caring about celebrities and whatnot, he locked her up in the underground labyrinth. But there was one thing which he had done right. This is what the company made for you. It was boiling hot, but now it's gone cold. He took out the soup which was inside a plastic container in his dimensional storage. It was offering for eternal peace. Due to the chilling spell of the alternate dimensional storage that was casted for preservation purposes, the soup went back to being like a jelly and didn't fall even when he carried it upside down. It's irritating that this cools down like this. I have to guard you, and I can't afford to leave the area for something like this, but there wasn't anyone that could do this in the morning. What should I do if you end up in a life or death situation when I leave for a little bit? Ha! Blood dripped down from his chin onto the solid soup. You said do something. He threw the soup at the ground in front of Bai. The plastic container was crunched as the solid soup scattered across the floor. You're happy now, but that was the end. Yu Jitae walked up and reached out with his hand, which was filled with wounds. Blood was still dripping from his fingertips. Get up, let's go. What is that all? Yeah, I'm done doing something, so hurry and get up. Let's go back. She remained silent. BY blankly stared at the fragments of soup scattered on the ground before lowering her head. Turn around. Let me wear this properly. Yu Jitae turned around. It was then. A different breathing sound suddenly reached his ears and made him look behind. The small shoulders and the long strands of hair covering her shoulders were shivering restlessly. BY was sobbing. What are you doing? Be quiet. You're seriously annoying. Do you think you're like my guardian deity or something? With a voice drenched in sorrow, BY cried under her breath. If we're nothing special, why would you try so hard to bring me back? Why? Why did you bleed so much? What's with that arrow on your knee? What's with the hole in your chest? And why aren't you saying anything? If you came here after all that effort, why would you hide it and pretend like it's nothing? Even I would be in pain, so why are you? BY retched her words out in sorrow. You're nothing special to me, so why are you trying so hard to save me then? She began picking up the fragments of the broken soup from the ground and pushed them into her mouth. They were covered in dirt and were dirty, but BY ignored that and pushed them into her mouth again and again, endlessly. Sorry, she tearily mumbled. If he had consoled her back then, would the fourth iteration have gone differently? I think I'm the problem. I don't know why I'm like this. Sorry, I'm just so scared of someone hating me like a broken dam. She endlessly poured out tears. Despite wiping them with both her hands, her teardrops did not stop. She shoved so many soup fragments that she had to cough and clear her throat in between, but she continued nonetheless while crying. It's just because I am so weak. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry until the end. He didn't say anything. Ah, I'm so creepy. Why is it so? Bai, who had been pushing those cold fragments into her mouth for a long time, once again covered her face and sobbed. So damn tasty. I must be crazy. For real, back then, he didn't have the wisdom of hugging a crying child. Its strange keel blankly opened her mouth after having the soup for some time. What is? I was thinking there's no way when I first ate this, you know. Yeah, but it's so strange the more I eat it. This is extremely similar to the one Mother used to make for me. Is it? Yes. I love it. How did you make this? To say it's a coincidence, it's so similar. With a vacant gaze, she continued bringing the soup into her mouth for a long time. He stood there without leaving the room and watched her eat. Kiel, who usually had large bites, was currently having small amounts of soup at an extremely slow rate. And suddenly, she opened her mouth as a slightly sunken voice left her mouth. Ajasi. Why? Before, by mistake, I know. I mean, I made a mistake. Sorry. I will go tomorrow and sincerely apologize to them. Right. I almost killed someone. Sorry. I know. He suddenly came closer, and I was super surprised, so unconsciously but whatever I say, it's nothing but an excuse. Sorrow appeared on her face. My hands still shiver whenever I think back to what happened. Our gold race is really close to humans, maybe. That's also why, but I really wanted to protect Chirpy. He was like frightened and was shivering. How can I send him away? Can you do it, Arjasi? I couldn't do it, no, actually, I don't know. Everything is just, my fault tears were formed beneath her golden eyes. I am this child's guardian, aren't I? I am his guardian deity in Askalefa. Gold dragons were worshipped as guardian deities of their respective countries. Even if he makes a mistake, a guardian deity shouldn't make any mistakes, right? How can a guardian deity make mistakes? He crouched down next to the child, sitting on the chair. From below the child, he gazed up at her and opened his mouth. You did well. I did well. I almost made a really big mistake. It's all right. You can make mistakes, but you protected the baby chicken. I almost killed a person, though. Yeah, but you didn't. You just have to be more careful from now on. If he had more wisdom on how to treat other people in the fourth iteration, he wouldn't have made any mistakes. Keel's concerns shared a percentage of the doubt Yu Jitae used to have in the past. Back then, no one gave advice to Yu Jitae, and he ended up repeating those mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. Yes, it'll help you. While crying, Keel shoved the soup into her mouth. But due to her tears, she was unable to eat properly and was spilling half the soup. He took several napkins out and handed them over to the child. Keel received those napkins and wiped her mouth. Thank you, she once again became teary-eyed. Maybe Arjasi is my guardian deity. Keel blankly laid down next to the baby chicken. Without leaving her room, he sat down on the bed next to her. Seemingly in a better mood after crying, she was just blankly staring at the baby chicken. Yu Jitae watched her before placing his hand over her hair. Following a strange urge to do so, he patted the child's head. Following the lines from her forehead, his hand caressed over the gold strands of hair. While he was awkwardly moving his hand, Keel opened her mouth. NNN, how did you know I liked having my hair caressed? It feels good. Without a response, he continued with what he was doing for a long period of time. At some point in time, her eyes slowly came to a close as she mumbled right before going to sleep. By the way, Arjasi, it feels slightly weird, you know. Feeling his touch, Keel mumbled without even thinking. It feels like my mum, chapter 142. Happy, happy idol worship. 1. MHMM. That day, for some reason, Balm wore makeup from noon. After applying eyeliner, she curled her eyelashes and touched them with a mascara. Then she mixed some stuff here and there before adding color around her eye. How is it? You look beautiful. My lady, replied the protector while carrying a mirror. Yu Jitae reflected on how she looked before the makeup and compared with how she looked after the makeup. It was so faint that he couldn't tell the difference. You were. Honey, you look super pretty today. Really? Thanks. It's seriously amazing. What's that blusher? Ah, this is Keel, who recently became interested in makeup, watched Balm's cosmetics from the side with sparkling eyes. He was curious about the reason Balm was wearing makeup. She was usually like air and was very consistent, but acted strange whenever something different was about to occur. There must be a reason why she was wearing makeup all of a sudden, despite them having no plans to go out. And as he had expected, his watch rang after some time. Me, sir. Have you been well? It's me, Mayang Yangha. It was from Mayang Yangha. This was the first time he was having a private conversation with him ever since they shared their contact details. Me, what a bright and happy weekend morning. Have you had breakfast? Me, take a kimbab, similar to sushi roll, for yourself. Me, me, ha ha ha. Being in his 40s, even his messages gave off a human feeling. Yu Jitae slowly carried his fingers across and typed the reply. Me, why ease me? What could be the matter, me? You know I finally received my vacation, ha ha ha. Let's plan our trip. Me, me, seriously, T. T, these government bastards don't give me any days off, it's this late already. Me, an emoticon of a dancing old lady. Me, an emoticon of a dancing elephant. Me, when's the best for you, me? Strike while the iron is hot. How about today, right now? So after 30 minutes, Yu Jitae met Mayang Yangha, who was wearing a fake human-faced mask, at a cafe inside Hateling. He walked into the cafe with his wife and was surprised when he found Yu Jitae. To be exact, he was surprised by Balm, who was sitting next to Yu Jitae. Hello. She was wearing an off-shoulder blouse and a pair of jeans. Her white shoulders as well as her collarbones were in display. For some reason, she was also wearing earrings, and those pink flower-shaped earrings flashing beneath her grass-colored hair perfectly suited the meaning behind her name. Yeah, she looks really pretty today now, ha ha ha. He could now tell why she wore makeup in the morning. Nice to see you again, Balm. Ah, hello, honey. With a gentle smile, Balm greeted Mayang Youngher's wife, Jung Hawan. Where's Jun Il and Jun Hyuk? Our nanny is taking care of them. We want to have a day off a week just for us. Ah, the baby should be bigger now, right? Of course. Would you like to have a look? While Balm and Jung Hawan were sharing a conversation, Mayang Youngher brought up the main topic to Yu Jitae. There are two choices for the family trip. Two choices. The association gave lodging tickets for a good vacation spot for VVIPs. The maximum number of people available is 20, so we can head there with others if you're okay with that. And what's the other choice? Yes, the other one. I'm not sure if y'all like it, sir, but apparently there's this deserted island for vacation being built north of Las Vegas, which is a hot topic. I've made reservations for it for the time being. A deserted island. Seeing that he was curious, Mayang Yangha opened his mouth with a suggestive tone. Yoo-hoo-hoo. You see, it's a pretty interesting place. Do you have field warfare experience by any chance, Mr. Jitty? He did. Around 90 years or so. That's great. For a few minutes, Mayang Yangher explained the vacation spot, which was modeled with the concept of a deserted island. That's how it is. So although the kids would love it, we won't even be allowed to take a good rest. Does that still sound good? Ujidi imagined what it would look like. It wasn't that difficult, and he simply placed Jayal inside the background described by Mayang Yangher. Imagining how Jayal would look on a deserted island, it looked fairly promising overall. That would be good. Their drinks were served during their conversation. Balm's drink was a cherry ade, and she naturally lifted the cherry that was placed on top of the drink and carried it over to Yu Jitty's mouth. Here you go. Due to the lack of experience with daily lives, the thought that it might look strange did not hit the regressor instinctively, and he habitually received it with his mouth. Mayang Yangher and his wife stared at the two of them with intrigue. Oh my, murmured Jung Hawan with a gentle smile which suggested that she was enjoying what she was seeing. Then we'll contact you again once we get the schedule. Ha-hat. That evening, he received a call from BM. It's me. Do you have time by any chance? Judging from how BM also happened to have a day off on the day Mayang Yangha was free, it seemed that one of the projects of Grand Natural Society had come to an end. Yu Jitty headed to the underground labyrinth. After passing through a deep valley of darkness past the shallows of the abyss, he finally came across the underground labyrinth. Despite there being no light source, the floor and the walls were all bright, and despite being devoured by the darkness, the sky shone gently above. But today, the inner room was quiet for some reason. The 30-man special force agents always ran in like a bunch of dogs while shouting out, "The doctor's here." But none of them were here today. In addition, the structure of the inner room had been changed. Before, they always laid down on the bare ground under the fragment of paradise, whenever they weren't working out. But now, there were dozens of container blocks inside the wide inner room. It seemed that they each prepared their own house. Ah, you're here already. BM welcomed him inside the workshop. There were empty bottles of vodka on the floor, and the person wearing sunglasses appeared very haggard. Jung Bangman, please. Like I said, I threw that name away. You don't look too good. Yeah, I have been a bit busy these days, and things weren't working out well either. Standing up from his seat, he gave a stretch. Because of his long and thin body shape, he looked like chopsticks. Ujiti looked around and observed the workshop. Hundreds of containers had disappeared compared to before, only leaving around a dozen. It seemed that he only left the best of the best. Do you like tea? No. Then, coffee. Or water. It's fine. More than that, I want to see the chimera you made first. BM scratched his unkempt hair. You mean right now? Why, I can't. No, of course you can. It's just embarrassing to show what I did. To think I would feel like a child having his homework marked at this age while grumbling, BM wobbled across the room, and Ujiti followed suit. On the back wall was a storage, and when BM pulled the blinds that were blocking the way, a large hibernation capsule revealed its gentle blue luster. Inside it was a young human figure whose gender was hard to tell. There was a hole around where the heart should be. How does it look? Ujiti stood in front of the hibernation capsule and stared at the child inside. Soon, the child slowly opened its eyes and looked back at Ujiti. When he lifted his hand and placed it next to the capsule, the child also carried its hand to the wall. With the thick glass in the middle, Ujiti and the child's hands were overlapped. Why did you do something unnecessary? What was that? Why did you put a light reflex on it? Can you see that? BM gave an empty laugh. If you're asking me why I put it on, well, who knows? Maybe it's because I wanted to make it look more like a human, just like what Yu Jitae said. The child inside the capsule was not a living child. It was nothing but an awkward machine acting in reflex after sensing light. I don't really know why. In other words, it was more like a complex machine than an organism. Pull all that stuff away. Don't put something useless inside a human body. I shall. Walking around the storage, Ujidi opened up various boxes in search of something. Seeing that, BM once again felt somewhat strange. For some unknown reason, Ujidi was only opening the boxes that had the key ingredients inside. You don't have any heart fragments? Yes. No matter how trash and garbage I am, I didn't want to use a human heart. Why are you trying to save face? What? You're not using it because you know it won't work. BM scoffed. In fact, the man was right. It's something he felt whenever he met him, but the man was very difficult to deal with. Despite not having a single bit of respect for adults, he was more like an adult than himself. So BM, who was always treated like an adult wherever he went, felt like a child in front of this man. After checking the ingredients, Ujidi opened his mouth. I've seen everything now. How does it look? What do you think? It's a mess. So listen up. ATTN essence 425 ml 45. 3G of carbon extract from glycine, purple elixir 4. 25 ml, glycotin reverse gravity fragment 32. 2G of refined hydrogen, 11. 5G of nitrogen, and for calcium, 0. 18G from the beak of a raptor and 0. 2G from a human bone. Yes. Those are the basic heart ingredients of an 8-year-old child. Make sure you don't get a single decimal wrong. BM gasped. It was an astonishing compound equation that could never be bought with gold. He didn't need to write it down because his brain remembered it all. Wait, please wait. If those are the basic ingredients, does that mean you need more apart from those? The regressor nodded. Yeah, and in order to obtain that, you need to go to a slightly dangerous place. What is that thing? At the very summit, there is a seed that allows the dead to breathe. A seed that allows the dead to breathe. He had never heard of it before. Wait, is it that dangerous? Even for you? No, just for you. Damn it. He grumbled. I get it. I'll prepare them right now. Yeah, it'll take some time, so don't rush. You're going already. Ujidi nodded. In the previous iterations, he wasn't interested in BM and had thus never looked into it, but he had a few questions, including the reason he was trying to make a human-type chimera as well as what he wanted from it. At the same time, BM probably had his share of questions. However, it was now time for the kids to have dinner. Let me contact you once I prepare everything. Yeah. It was when he left the workshop and was about to return to the shallows of the abyss. Something strange entered the corner of his eye. There was something resembling a portrait hanging around the middle of the fragment of paradise, like a large placard. And what was hanging on that placard was Keel's face. Why is that there? When Ujidi was feeling doubt from the unexpected situation, someone drenched in sweat left the container and found Ujidi. NN. She, who was wearing a sleeveless shirt revealing those tough arms and her broad shoulders, was surprisingly none other than Harseetbiel. Ooh, doctor. Carrying a body that was even sturdier than the memory sent by the clone, Harseetbiel dashed towards him. Her blurry eyes flickered. It's been a while. You too, sir. Yuhi, as if she was half intoxicated, Harseetbiel giggled and hugged Ujidi before trying to lift him off the ground. Although she was still shorter than him, the arms surrounding his body felt rigid. You came for a round, I wanted to see you. No, I'm not here for a round. For starters, get off. Yes, right. Have you been well these days? Of course. With vacant eyes, she giggled and revealed her biceps. I'm getting stronger. I can see it. How is everything? It's not bad I'm getting harassed every day because I'm bad at these exercises. But I'm trying harder because I'm annoyed. You look like you have a goal now. Yes. I want these old ogres to not be able to look down on me anymore. In the distant future, I'll be the boss of the 30-man special force, he nodded. She looked a lot better than he thought. Despite receiving the light of paradise head-on, she had a firm determination and goal, which proved that she now had a strong desire to improve. Suddenly, Harseetbiel flinched with the same dull expression. Oopsis, you can't tell anyone that Boss Belberion, that gorilla woman will be angry for sure. Got it. Scary, my waist will be folded in half easily, right? That's that. More importantly, Ujidi decided to ask about that strange thing. By the way, what's that? Yes. Ah, you can't call her that. So even if it's you, doctor, the patients will hate it. Ha! She is the idol of our mental hospital goddess Ukiel. During her speech, Harsietbiel gave a full smile with her loose gaze. The regressor doubted his ears. What? Do you want to have a look, Tojthera? What? Chapter 143. Happy Happy Idol Worship, 2. According to Harsietbiel, it all started during the Happy Happy Comment Squad days. You and our nurse asked us right. You know, to cheer for our goddess. Yoo-hoo, back then, BM brought in dozens of network devices and had asked them to manipulate the comment section. But even then, the 30-man special force agents didn't think much of Keel. They were just following the nurse's orders. We didn't know her face nor her name. We were just following our mood, repeating good words. Yu Jitae could still remember the things that happened after that. A video of Keel taken by Balm had been sent to his device. NN, what's this? Why are you taking a video of me? It's a QA. Keel had her hands on her cheeks and was acting cute, but widened her eyes after hearing the words QA. Can you try introducing yourself? What kind of person are you, Keel? Balm asked who she was, where she lived, the food she liked, and so on. Throughout the video, Keel replied with a bright smile without any sign of falsehood. When BM played that video, Keel's tweeting voice, as well as her refreshing smile, replaced the somber mood of the underground labyrinth. Seeing the unpretentious voice of honesty, wide smiles were revealed on the faces of the agents. What do you think, Keel, about buff superhumans? Balm asked, before showing her a picture of famous superhuman bodybuilders. They were around 5 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with explosive muscles. You were. They're so cool, are they? NN. It would have been super hard to make their bodies like that, right? I think they're super outrageously amazing. I see. And my mum liked people with good bodies as well. The special force agents that were watching the video shown by BM felt their happiness increase by twofold. Mkuhum, she is cultured, indeed Kukuk, whenever they smiled. Their arms and traps twitched. Regardless of gender, their faces were showing dark smiles. Miss Keel, was it? She's a good, pretty child, she's precious, and cute, she's like my daughter, she really is like my daughter. If there are people bad-mouthing her, I would like to have a chat with them in real life, Santos. Don't you only have 3 sons? Santos smiled benevolently in response to someone's doubt. It happened last year. My first child is no longer a son. You mean, it is possible to have acquired daughters? Our God T, that's a joyous occasion indeed. In any case, the 30-man special force agents became more active in writing positive comments after coming across the video. And soon, Keel's name and face gradually began inertially being attached to their lives. There were 2 factors that caused people to move inside the underground labyrinth. One was a strong desire for improvement that controlled the subconsciousness, which was the reason why the special force agents were crazily addicted to exercises. And the other factor was the inertial actions of life. Oh, Mr. Nurse, could you please give us a picture of Miss Keel? What? Her cute face continues to hover inside my head. I feel that we'll be able to exercise better if we see her face. BM was dumbfounded. He deliberately didn't show pictures of their family members to the special force agents, because it would be troubling if they wanted to suddenly leave before the mental contaminations were cured. However, Keel's pictures should be fine. So BM took a few still pictures from the QA video and printed them out for the agents to keep. They are here. When Harsietbiel opened the door of the gym, scorching heat gushed forth. Gwa, chwa. Even during the day, the agents were swinging metal poles as if they were crazy. All around the gym were pictures of Yu Keel, as if she was a celebrity. In fact, one of the lockers was filled with those pictures. Whose locker is that? It is mine, dear doctor. Kihuhu, laughing like a drunkard, the large mestiza woman came to his side. She was the boss of the special force agents, Belberian. According to Harsietbiel, there was an incident which caused Keel's popularity, which had already been on a gradual increase, to increase to a massively explosive level. It was none other than Belberian's SBD-20 incident. Before, my records were 48-26 kg bench press, deadlift 72-10 kg, and 74-52 kg squat for over 4 years. I couldn't cross the SBD-20 level because of 600 or so kilograms. Belberian's 2 large fists shivered. The problem is clearly because my 2 arms are that weak in order to become stronger. I tried zealously for years, others did increase faintly. But I just couldn't bench press 5,000. It was times like this that made me frustrated for being born a woman. With weak arm strength now, even her arms began shivering, and for some reason, Har-Sitbiel's arms also trembled. Her powerless gaze had fluttering madness within. But that day, I was saved. I don't know why, but Goddess Keel looked for me in my sleep puhuhu, and then she smiled after seeing me. That's when I realized that it was time. 1 RM. The weight I was going for was 54.0 kg. It was 574 kg above my previous record. It would be enough to crush my bones and kill me if I couldn't press it. I was scared, but I called out the name of the goddess. Right like this. She opened her large mouth. Yukar Yule, her thunderous shout shook the gymnasium. The agents, who were each in a trance with their barbells, were surprised, but soon went back to their exercises while shouting after her. You keel, Yuara, shatter. All the mirrors that were inside the gym shattered. Their yells were so loud that it made even Yu Jitae frown. What's all this about? In surprise, BM ran into the gym after opening the door and shouted, "You're killing me with this noise, you crazy beings. Be quiet." He returned after scolding the patients. The special force agents were disheartened. Yu Jitae knew of a similar phenomenon. Ogres would be enraged by the death of their comrades and enter a status called berserk mode. They weren't all that different. Cuhum, what a damn strict nurse. In any case like that, I reached SBD 2062 with the body of a female. Ow, I get emotional whenever I hear this. Our boss reaching SBD 20. Goddess, damn it. Goddess Ukeel, please look after this poor old lamb. Jyrag. I also want to hit SBD 70. It seemed that throughout that process, Miss Keel had become Madam Keel, before eventually being called Goddess Keel. Although he was dumbfounded, he thought to himself that it was possible because this was in the underground labyrinth. They were mental, after all. Going around the inner room, he looked for traces of Keel, and it wasn't that hard. All the new rooms, including cafeterias and laundries, were filled with Yu Keel's portraits. Among them, there was a container block which had nothing inside but a portrait hanging on the wall. It had a gloomy atmosphere, and there were candles burning inside it. Where was this place? To his doubt, Har-Sitbiel smiled. It's the prayer room. He didn't know what to say. Today's dinner was Korean-style braised beef ribs. He bought it from outside. The salty and savory scent of soy sauce filled the dining room. After having their share of rice, they cleaned the bones by eating everything that was attached to it. Jayal, try this as well. What is it? It's a potato. Very delicious. Yua, the meat's super tasty, hasty, pasty, face ti nazan. Naz what? Their rustling voices reached his ears. While blankly staring at the kids eating their food, Yu Jitae looked at Keel. A question appeared in his mind. How did gold dragons go on amusements in a place other than Earth, like in Ascalipha? The gold race can immerse themselves in the emotions they feel more so than what is required. He reflected on what Baum said in the past. Excessive immersion was a characteristic of the entire gold race and wasn't limited to just Keel. They empathize to an extremely deep level with the emotions they feel, as if they become that person. He hadn't ever been to Ascalipha, nor was he able to. The dimension was way too far. However, if that was a place inhabited by humans, it was natural for someone to hold hostility against a gold dragon. And if it was that dangerous, the gold race wouldn't send their hatchlings to the human world for amusements. In other words, it meant the gold race was sending their baby dragons off because it wasn't dangerous even if someone held hostility against them, yes. After the meal, he asked Baum, "I'm not too sure, but the gold race are guardian deities, right? They send a message beforehand saying, 'My daughter is going on her amusement. Please take good care of her.' An adult dragon probably wouldn't word it that nicely. 'Take care of her if you don't want to die' would be more accurate. What happens after that? After that, the royal palace sends someone to welcome us. They probably protect the dragon and help from the shadows so that only good things happen to them." Baum gave a faint smile. If you think about it, our existence is actually quite the nuisance for humans. It was his first time hearing such words from a dragon. However, Ascalipha is a world with many problems. Dragons act as deterrents of wars, block the gap between the world and the outer dimension, and help sustain the natural cycle well. We do those things for them. Is that so? After listening to that much, Yu Jitae was able to find another perspective to the matter. Perhaps the problem laid not with Keel, but with the media and the internet. In the previous, and even in the current iteration, he thought the gold dragon was the fundamental problem causing this situation. Her feeble heart, added to the excessively immersing characteristic of her race, was the factor resulting in her death. Those things were outside his control, so he stopped Keel from standing in front of other people, no matter what. But the fact that gold dragons could enjoy their amusements in Ascalipha meant that it was fine as long as their ill thoughts did not reach her directly. If that was correct, the target he was to be mindful of was not Yu Keel, the one with the glass mentality of a mola mola, but the media which could easily convey hostile thoughts of a stranger from the corner of a room. There was a joke among the high rankers of the past. It was that the internet was scarier than S-ranked monsters. It was possible for them to notice S-ranked monsters even if they were sneaking up to them, but they had no way of noticing the person next to them swearing about them on their device. Mana was the manifestation of will. It was the desire to achieve something acting as an invisible force, but electric transmissions were sent from electrical devices that had no desire. Since electricity itself contained no desire, superhumans were only able to faintly sense it going to and from, and had no way of knowing the content of the message without special equipment or artifacts. That was the reason Yu Jitae was unable to notice Jiao unknowingly pressing on the upload button of the video. At the same time, that was also why Yu Jitae of the seventh iteration, who had the power to stand against the entire world, couldn't control the media. The regressor quietly thought to himself, according to this hypothesis, there were two solutions that would positively affect Keel. 1. Restricted relationship with a selected few that had no hostility against her. 2. An environment without the media. The second option was impossible as long as Keel was on Earth. But what about the first one then? It seemed the seventh iteration so far hadn't been meaningless. The everyday cause and effect which he couldn't even think of due to being immensely distant from daily lives was slowly being shaped inside his head. It felt quite nice, like a tiny and cramped coffin had been cleared up. Yu Jitae went to Keel's room. Keel, yes. Should we make a video message? A video message. To whom? To your religious fanatics. Chapter 144. Happy Idol Worship 3. Keel inside the video gave an awkward smile at the 30-man Special Force Squad. Hello, she repeatedly looked away from the camera and twirled her hair with her fingers and constantly fidgeted. This is my first time making a video message for someone. So like, sorry, so I can't do this. Her face turned red. All Yu Jitae told Keel was that there were people who loved her. Huck, really? And ever since that, she was in that state and became even more nervous once the camera started rolling. I can't do this. See, cut it. Cut what? There's no such thing. Yu Jitae's flat refusal inside the video caused the audience to laugh out loud. The 30-man Special Force Squad was currently sitting closely next to each other inside the prayer room, watching the video of Keel. The heavy pants of both male and female inside the cramped container were hot. I heard you were exercising patience. I haven't seen you before, but thank you for looking kindly on me. Holy, I am being cleansed by her heavens. I am being melted like your pens. Santos, who had an erectile dysfunction due to the overuse of roids, showed Judy his middle finger. Living in a hospital would be hard, and exercising would be hard as well. I don't really know what it's like, but it'll always be cheering for you. Please don't be sick. It's been around half a year ever since they were locked inside the underground labyrinth. Called the Claws of the Association, the 30-man Special Force Squad had been freer than any other squad in the past. They killed monsters, bashed up criminals, and spent the rest of time with their family at home. Yet those people were suddenly forced into a small location. They didn't perceive it fully because of their unstable minds, but unknowingly they were slightly sick of it. Due to that, the agents were feeling rather consoled. I hope you stay happy. A gentle smile and a warm voice. Hearing that, Belberion shouted, From today our squad is happy. Got that? Yes, please don't work out too hard and injure yourself. Belberion shouted yet again. From today, any bastard that overdoes their training will die in my hands. Got that? Oh no, Bell. That's. Being happy was easy, but that was difficult. Their devotion to Keel and devotion to exercise, those two desires, clashed head-on as the mental patients pulled their hair out in distress. But muscles are very cool. I looked into them a bit, you know. You're all bulky and huge. Once again, Belberion shouted. Ignore what I said just then. Press those weights away. As safely as possible. This is the command of your goddess. Gyu, having finally been freed from their agony, the Special Force agents screamed out loud. As if they were having a party at a pub with country songs, they drank water like alcohol and cheered and danced. Once they all began jumping around, the entire container started shaking from its core. The ruckus did not end until BM came and yelled at them. The regressor showed the response video of the Special Force Squad to Keel. In that 20-minute video, Bell, Santos, Judy, Haas Seatbiel, and the rest of the 30-man Special Force agents were contesting against each other to introduce themselves to Keel and appealed their affections. I love you. I get stronger seeing you. Don't be hurt from seeing bad people. I got SBD blah 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 thanks to you, although there were some words that she couldn't understand. She could clearly sense the emotions embedded within. Wearing a blank expression and her mouth vacantly open, Keel watched the video till the end without saying a word. Excessive empathy and immersion. Those were negative aspects that caused Keel to despair at this point in time, but it fundamentally existed for the gold race to be loved, and for them to be happy. The video ended, and the hologram display turned dark. Drops of tears flowed down her two cheeks. His guess was on the mark. A restricted relationship with a selected few that had no hostility against her caused Keel to feel an unbelievably large sense of joy. Are you all right? Keel swallowed her tears and nodded. She then gave a bright smile, but had trouble holding the overflowing emotions inside as her lips twitched. Soon, she reached her arms out and wrapped them around his waist while he stood still. What should I do? Why, I'm too happy, the child murmured. Suddenly, he started feeling something strange. But since this was the third time he was feeling it, he had gotten somewhat used to it already. His senses that were covered by a thick fog were revived with clarity. The meager arm strength of the child, hugging his waist, and the fingers that were touching his back, vividly reached his brain. It was the same as when Balm was whispering on his lap, and when Yoram was giggling with a cigarette in her mouth in the alleyway. Thank you. Argosy, he sensed once again the apocalypse visibly going further away. It was 2 days later that BM notified him that he was ready. I'll go if you allow me to, my lord. No. He decided to go himself. This was regarding chimeras, and there were plenty of memories that even the clone had not received regarding them. In the underground labyrinth, in the workshop attached to the inner room, Yu Jitae met BM, who had a serious look on his face. I've prepared everything. Please have a look. BM bit his lips. As the saying went, there was no end to learning. However, him being at this age, and position having his homework task checked wasn't the best experience. As always, Yu Jitae walked to the table with an indifferent, non-human-like expression. He then started going through the items BM had prepared. Are they fine? I tried everything I could to obtain these. BM was nervous, but Yu Jitae did not return the reaction he was expecting. Drop. Yu Jitae tipped the leather container carrying ATTN essence over the edge of the table. We can't use this. Sorry, what's the reason? It's been 3 weeks since it's been refined. The purity is too low for it to be used for a heart. BM's eyes twitched under his sunglasses. Can't use this either. Yu Jitae pushed the ingredient next to it over the table edge as well. The carbon extract from glycine, the silver spherical object, did not fall on the ground and stopped in midair. That one thing had cost millions of dollars. BM unconsciously clenched his fists as his veins protruded out. After lifting the next ingredient as well, Yu Jitae dropped it as if there was no need to look any further. Bangman. Yes, you ordered all these, didn't you? BM couldn't reply because he was right. Using all his connections and his authority, BM ordered all the ingredients from governments worldwide. A faint trace of irritation appeared in Yu Jitae's eyes, which had remained indifferent until then. Do you think this is a joke? He grabbed the bottle of purple elixir and dropped it. How dare, then, he dropped the reverse gravity fragment as well. You try to make a heart, even the essence and the leather pouch of nitrogen, with these rubbish. The calcium was the same. Nothing's usable. Each and every word of his was oppressive and pressed on from above, like an adult scolding a child. Your head's muddled for no reason. Even if it took some time, you should have taken your time to prepare something good. It's not easy to create a heart. Don't you know that yourself? Can't I be in a bit of a rush? It was then. BM, who felt greatly offended, couldn't control his emotions and opened his mouth. He heard the frightened voices of the chimeras inside his head, but decided that he had to say what was on his mind. He turned towards BM. I started this shit 23 years ago, and 21 years ago I made the muscles, the skeleton, organs, and the brain. In other words, it was just the heart that he couldn't make for 21 years. People my age are all grown up at this point, and they enjoy their time with their families. Meanwhile, I was stuck in here only doing this stuff. I had two choices: using a human heart and not using it. And my body was already not that of a human, but I wanted to remain a human at heart, so I didn't use any human ingredients. But I got nowhere for over 10 damn years. He stacked failures upon failures for over 10 years, and the sleepless nights he spent trying hard were scattered like dust. BM wasn't able to hold it back any longer. You saw through it straight away. Yes, I used a human as the ingredient as well. Yu Jitae nonchalantly listened to his words and nodded, and it still didn't work. Around 10 years ago, after failing despite going against the principle he had been holding dear inside his mind, BM couldn't endure it any longer and smashed everything that was inside his workshop. But that was all in the past. A human mind was very sloppy, and it even got used to the countless failures over time. Right now, he wasn't expecting it to succeed, and the only thought on his mind was that it would fail no matter what. That was when you suddenly appeared in front of me. You must have it easy, because you are like a god or something. So you treating what I prepared as rubbish might be the same as a god looking down on the offerings of a creation. However, I'm not like that. Can't someone like me be in a slight rush? Yu Jitae's gaze still remained foggy. Only after finishing his sentence did BM come to himself. He finally realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have. The overflowing emotions resembling a teenager's short temper quickly disappeared in a flash. BM started thinking back on the reason he blurted something like that out, but it was impossible to recover the words that had already left his mouth. That was when Yu Jitae opened his mouth. Right, they're all usable indeed. Yes, ATTN essence that was refined 3 weeks ago is still clean. It can be used as an ingredient for anything else. Ah, well, yes, since it lasts 6 years. Everything else is the same. They either had impurities or were not fresh. Whatever the reason, they weren't the best of the best. There's no rubbish in the things you've brought. Didn't you call them rubbish? But your mindset that brought these things here is rubbish. Yu Jitae picked up the glycotin reverse gravity fragment that was rolling on the floor. You were trying to make a heart for over 20 years, was it? And yet you're bringing these useless low-grade ingredients when the opportunity is finally here after 20 years. In fact, they couldn't be called low-grade items. They were high-quality items, but it was just that they weren't the best of the best. And Yu Jitae, who knew of BM's position and circumstances, was in fact quite irritated when BM showed him things like these and claimed that he was ready. He was a superhuman that could definitely gather better ingredients by getting on his own feet, but BM was in a rush. Yu Jitae held the reverse gravity fragment tight as it powerlessly crumbled into pieces. Or is it because you think it won't work anyway, and that it's the same as every other failure you've had? No, I never thought such a thing. That's why I asked. Or else, how dare you bring these rubbish here in front of me? That's I am sorry. Let me apologize. BM finally lowered his head. I'll prepare them once again. No, don't bother. Sorry, there's no need to. I won't be doing this. When BM raised his face back up, there was a look of astonishment on it. This wouldn't have happened if you were sincerely desperate. I gave you a chance, and you kicked it away. You became complacent in front of the opportunity that came after 20 years. It's also annoying that you talked about your circumstances. Do I need to know that? Did you expect me to console you if you add reason to that hopeless mindset of yours? BM's hands shivered. Unable to look back into his eyes, he stared at the ground. If you need rent, I'll give it to you another way. There's no need to be disappointed, but do the rest yourself. This matter's done. If you try to talk about anything related to chimeras with me ever again, you either die by my hands or get chased away from this place. The regressor drew a line with a low voice. You'll have to choose one of the two. Chapter 145, Resting Place of Rusted Swords. 1. I have finished receiving it, my lord. Inside an office at Lair, the clone was receiving the memories of what had happened with BM. After taking in all the memories that had been sent, the clone organized them before sending his own thoughts to Yu Jitae. However, there is one question in my head, which I dare to ask your wisdom of, my lord. The clone had the ability to share memories with the regressor, but there were certain memories that weren't shared. Mainly, they consisted of things that could affect the clone's personality, and only a portion of them were shared. It was an arrangement made by the regressor to enable a smooth operation of the clone, and memories regarding chimeras also fell into that category. Are you truly wishing to help BM? The clone asked. At the current stage, what Yu Jitae had to be the most cautious of weren't dragons nor demons. The hostility from the other side of the horizon of Providence was cumbersome, but that too could be dealt with his abilities. More importantly, what Yu Jitae had to be the most mindful of was the flow of time being shaken beyond his control. That was also why he needed a specific period of time and location in order to kill Wei Yan and Noah. Due to that, Yu Jitae didn't share his power or knowledge with others without a good reason, since he was an existence that could twist the flow of time. Fortunately, the flow of the world had its correction of cause and effect, and the so-called butterfly effect did not exist. However, there were strong causes that could resemble the butterfly effect. Small waves could not dare shake the ocean itself. But as you are aware of it, my lord, a human-type chimera has the ability to shake the future. It is very dangerous and very destructive. Even in the previous iterations, it was fortunate that BM had failed on repeat, and it is an element that must be eliminated in this iteration as well according to my knowledge. Human-type chimeras were dangerous. They were immensely dangerous hazards whose danger levels could never be assessed. It was evident from how the ones that had brought BM's alternate world, Arendar, to destruction was a human-type chimera and its followers. However, Yu Jitae did not force BM to give up. Instead, he was giving him an opportunity, practically telling him to try it one more time if he was willing to put the underground labyrinth on the line. That was when Yu Jitae's thoughts were conveyed. Yes, my lord. BM was killed by you in the fifth and the sixth iteration, and in the third and the fourth, he committed suicide straight after the Second Great War came to an end. The reason BM was killed by Yu Jitae in the fifth and the sixth iterations was for him to plunder the underground labyrinth. However, the clone did not know why BM committed suicide in the third and the fourth iterations, and right now that reason was finally conveyed by Yu Jitae. My, he looked well-mannered, but it seems that he was a lunatic. The clone gave an empty laugh. The more riches someone had, the more lingering attachment they had to life. Like how Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, searched for the immortality elixir. BM should have had a lot of attachment to life, considering the amount of time and effort he built up. However, BM was the type of person who was living the rest of his life as a bonus. Your will. That was the end of the story. It was when the clone was deeply contemplating the dangers of a human-type chimera, the reason its lord was trying to help BM, as well as the purpose. Yu Jitae suddenly gave a different order to him. Yes. A new shadow, you mean? Yu Jitae ordered him to create a new shadow of an Archduke SS. A level 5 artifact was required to create a new clone, and even Yu Jitae only had one spare level 5 artifact with him. It was hard, even for the regressor, to obtain them. What was the reason for creating a new clone? As a being containing its own ego, curiosity struck the clone first, but it did not ask what would happen in the future. The Lord was the one creating the plans, your will, and the clone was simply a being that followed those plans. After a week, a young boy opened his eyes inside the clone's house. He was a child around 15 years of age and looked similar to Yu Jitae. However, the sharp gaze and atmosphere of the original weren't there, and the child had an innocent appearance. Hello, Clone One, who was still wearing the mask of a young female woman, Hashimoto, greeted the child. The boy looked up. He was pretending to be tough with a crooked expression, but within his eyes was an undisguisable trace of fear. When their eyes met, the boy looked away. Or yes, any replies, I greeted. Hello, the thorny voice seemed to have surprised him. Clone 2 glanced at Clone 1 before carefully giving his response. Hello, Clone 1 felt afresh. By nature, Shadow of an Archduke SS was created based on its owner. Himself was a special case and was different, but the boy in front should be similar to Yu Jitae before going through all the vicissitudes of life. In other words, the boy was Yu Jitae of the first iteration. An innocent boy, defensive and lonely due to growing up without any parents, and a dreaming child who aspired to become a soldier. Why are you glaring at me? What? I said hello, crossing her arms. Clone One stared at the pouting boy. How could she turn this into something useful? That was the assignment given to the first clone. The cold snap had ended a long time ago, and even the cherry trees had lost their color. The asphalt was now warm to the touch as the second quarter of the campus competition came to a close. Yoram came first again in the second quarter. Unny, congrats. Yeah. NN, aren't you happy? No, no, I am happy. On the outside, she looked composed. She didn't openly boast about it to Balm or Keel, and sheepishly smiled over it when someone complimented her. Good work, I know. Even when Yu Jitae complimented her, she was seemingly controlling her own excitement. However, her attitude flipped the moment she left Unit 301. Whenever she came across someone that others referred to as her rival at Colosseo, she called them with a shout, Oi, rank. It was so loud that Sophia even ran away without listening to her. Where you going? Come here, you rank 7. What you gonna do about it, you crazy bitch? Let's just see if you come first in the third quarter as well or not. No matter what, I won't come 7th though. Balm finished writing her novel till the end and took it down straight after it ended. Her novel wasn't that bad, in fact, and she even received a call from a small publishing company. However, she refused the offer. It was good. Why did you turn them down? Apparently they're a bad publisher. A bad publisher? Yes. They take a huge ratio off of a novel that's not popular and publish it. Actually, my novel wasn't even that good. It would failed in an open contest. He just thought to himself, is that so? While Balm started a remake of her own work. Kiel, who was now in a better mental state, diligently took her lessons and started playing with her friends again. She also started laughing a lot like before. The baby chicken and Jael diligently played around and ate a lot. Although they still left the house occasionally, Yu Jitae did not stop them. No one inside Unit 301 knew about it, but the baby chicken had its own clear objective and a goal. Despite being a mere furry ball on the outside, it was quite hard-boiled on the inside. The regressor decided to watch on for now. While they were buried in their busy daily lives, he received a call from Mayang Yanghe. Let's go on the trip. Mr. Jitty. Near the end of the second quarter of the competition, Yu Jitty requested for a household field trip to the education department. It was a 1-week vacation. Southwestern United States, Nevada. Las Vegas, the city that was known for gambling and entertainment from days before the new era. In the desert north of Las Vegas, which had been a barren wasteland for the last few years, there was now a large man-made lake. And in the middle of the lake was a man-made island called Peace City, which was recently being highlighted as the best recreation area for soldiers worldwide. Inside the airplane heading to Peace City, Mayang Yanghe explained why. After the end of the Great War, the military is now at the top of the establishment, right? Indeed. He wasn't wearing his usual fake mask anymore and was wearing a fancy pair of sunglasses, as if it was completely unrelated to him. He continued. But after being buried in field war for more than 10 years, these soldiers have lives that are way too different from their families and friends. As you probably know yourself, Mr. Jitty, there are more than a few around me who have PTSD. A story about the soldier who was frightened from the sound of a book falling from the desk and killed his entire family was very well known. There weren't that many superhumans who had superhuman-like mindsets. Looking around, it's really sad. I was at least better off because I am a druid, but in any case, soldiers who fought hard and protected their families and have money, but are too far from daily lives to spend great time with normal people that vacation place is built for those people. What have we learned? It's all about killing and surviving. The island's purpose is for us to use that and show our families what we got. That was the reason Mayang Yanghe asked Yu Jitae about his field warfare experience. For a week, Yu Jitae had to survive with the kids in the deserted island. He had to find food to feed them and had to build a house. Is that place barren? Do you have to cut trees and build houses? Yuahaha, surely not, right? It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars for just one person. He then suddenly stopped his words. Actually, what is in there? I just heard there was something good. Mayang Yanghe searched for something with his watch. Ah, it's here. They imitated the interesting environment of a dungeon by bringing interesting insects, plants, and animals. Apparently, it doesn't include everything they have, but it's already interesting enough that they have a KM-13 tree. Right. KM-13 was a tree that appeared in S-ranked ruin-type dungeons and above. It could survive on any liquid, including water, and gave different fruits depending on the liquid. Yu Jitae gave a nod. He didn't really understand what would be fun about it, but a new environment and a new life should be able to make the children happy. They returned to the VVIP waiting room of the airplane. Mayang Yangha's family was playing with the dragons. Jael was chatting with the first son, Mayang Junil, while Keel was hugging the second son with a sparkling gaze. Meanwhile, Yuram was lying down on the sofa, scratching her stomach and staring at her watch. There was also an unfamiliar, yet acquainted person. Bam was with Jung Hawan, Mayang Yangha's wife, but there was also an old lady having a chat with them with a smile. She was Lee Hwa, whom Mayang Yangha had brought from the Grand Natural Society. When Yu Jitae came back, Bam's eyes naturally turned towards him, and she waved her hand. Lee Hwa also gave a wrinkled smile at Yu Jitae. "Would you like a glass?" "Ha-hat." Mayang Yangha took out a bottle of champagne, and they clinked their glasses. Yu Jitae then looked at the dragons. Jael was having her gummies, while Mayang Junil was sitting right next to her, throwing glances. The child carefully moved his bum and approached her. Soon, Jael turned towards Mayang Junil. Hello. Nunar, unlike before where she would have stared blankly instead of greeting back, Jael nodded with a faint smile. It was thanks to the etiquette taught by Balm. "What are you eating?" "Gummies. They look tasty." She couldn't have a lot of gummies these days, because she had long finished the one bought by Ajasi. But today, Balm bought her some to commemorate the vacation, and Jael was having the gummies to her heart's content. Mayang Junil, who usually didn't like sweet stuff, pondered before opening his mouth. Nuna, what's that yellow one like? Orange, that red one, strawberry, the white one." Stopping her hand that was carrying another gummy to her mouth, Jael looked at Mayang Junil. "Why, no, it's just it looked tasty, MHMM. Nuna, can't you give me that white one?" Jael smiled. "NN. Really." He reached out with a bright smile, but Jael stared at the child's hand before tilting her head. "What are you doing?" Weren't you giving me one?" "No." That was when Mayang Junil realized. Just then he asked, "Can't you?" and Jael replied NN, saying that he couldn't. Mayang Junil became sulky. Chapter 146, Resting Place of Rusted Swords, 2. For the next 7 days, you can build your house, find food, and play to your heart's content. The guide gave a wristband to each of them. This is a level 1 bracelet artifact, Tongue of an Arrogant Mage. It rings an alarm as soon as you use mana, and it records it down as well. After glancing at Mayang Yangha, the guide gave an awkward smile. "Of course, some of you might be able to trick it, but please refrain from using blessings, skills, and abilities like an actual field battle experience." They also received a field operation kit on top, but it did not contain a tent. "Now then, Mr. Jitty, we will head to the east." "Yes." "Well, go south then. By the way, this will be boring if we just do it like this, right? Let's try competing while we're at it." "Compete at what?" "We visit each other's residence after 3 days and let's see who's living a better life." "Sounds good. But how do we compare them?" "Mr. Guide." Yes. Please give a fair comparison as the judge." Yes, sir." Mayang Yangha looked confident. "If I lose, I'll give you some very precious alcohol." "Alcohol. Sounds good." The deal was made. At the front was a beautiful mountain with a thick forest, and behind was a wonderful beach with white sand. Although it was in fact a man-made lake, it was enormous enough to make it look like the ocean. "You are. It's so pretty." Holding onto Jael's hand, Keel dashed into the ocean and splashed around. "Kaiahaha," they chuckled. The water was clear, warm, and there was a high density of mana nearby. Yoram didn't go inside, and instead sat on the sand. The fine sand soaked by the ocean waves tickled the gaps between her toes. It was a ticklish feeling that she had never felt before. Right when she was fidgeting with her toes to dig deeper into the sand, a large blob of water flew across and covered her face. What the fuck?" shouted Yoram before wiping her face. The ball of water was so big that her t-shirt and everything became wet. Raising her head up, she found Keel and Jael giggling. Seeing how Jael was pointing her tongue out, it was clear that she was the perpetrator. She wasn't wearing a bracelet either. Yoram repeatedly swept her wet hair up. "These kids don't know how scary their unnie is." Trying to climb up my toes, she took a hairband out from her pocket and tied her hair like an apple. "My little babies. You're the ones that started it, okay?" Without caring about the sand anymore, Yoram ran into the lake. She then started dashing across the surface of the water. Mommy, a red boar is coming. Jael. When did you learn how to swim? Take me with you. Don't leave me behind. Her giggles soon turned into screams. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was sitting at the back of the beach away from the water, blankly watching the kids. It was just an addition of water, and yet they were so happy and were enjoying their time together. Annie, oop, help me. Oop, or were they? While they were playing, he was glancing around the surroundings. He could agree to what Mayang Yanghe had said. This island was for soldiers that had lived in the field, and several landscapes were exactly the same as a dungeon. Since they would get hungry after playing a lot, it was about time to start preparing for food. You're not going inside? Yes. Why? Go play with them. Mbam shook her head without saying anything back. Her grass-colored hair appeared like leaves receiving sunlight. Let's go find food together. Okay. Yu Jitae entered the forest with Balm. Resembling the dungeon itself, the thick and messy forest welcomed its two visitors. What are we looking for now? Water. Can't we just boil the lake water? It's salt water. It was fine for both Yu Jitae and the dragons to consume salt water, and in fact, they didn't have to eat anything for a week. But if they were going to eat and drink, it was better to have clear water. What do we do then? Is there like a pool of water nearby? Yu Jitae looked around. The environment was similar to a tropical rainforest-type dungeon. The temperature is slightly high. It's like midsummer. Maybe it's because of that thing above us, said Balm while staring at the artificial sun, and it's quite humid as well. Plants in these places tend to be poisonous. Once dead, the plants go back into the ground, and the moisture flows down and gradually heads to a lower area. Does that mean the lake is poisonous as well? Normally, it would be. But since it was an artificial island, they didn't copy all that. Besides, the lake was supposed to be an ocean as well. How about this? Balm placed her hand on a nameless conifer tree. When the owner of Mother Nature requested the tree of its resin, the vines of the tree opened up as tree saps flowed out. Plants that adapt to the environment are generally poisonous, said Yu Jitae. After touching the resin for some time, Balm closed the vine for the tree. I see it was because there was poison in the mix. Then how about this here? At a slightly deeper area of the forest, Balm pointed at a little pond between the rocks. It looked quite clear, but Yu Jitae shook his head. It was a common mistake made by inexperienced superhumans when they were isolated by accident. You can't since it has microorganisms inside. Microorganisms. There are some bacterias that even a superhuman body cannot absorb. Yu Jitae opened his mouth while reminiscing on the distant past. There was this young superhuman. He graduated as the second best performer of a small nurturing facility of the town and was full of confidence, but he ended up straying away from the party at a bee tropical rainforest dungeon. Okay, he was saved after 4 days, but was only skin and bones. Because of this water. Yeah, he drank it after judging that there was no poison inside. Apparently, he had a diarrhea for 4 days straight. How sad. Balm giggled. Actually, the man in question was Yu Jitae of the first iteration. He didn't remember it directly, but it was such a shocking incident back then. And the fact that something like that had happened was still inside his head. Then how about we find plants that don't have poison and gather their resins? Balm pointed at several plantations that were soaring above the puddle of water. They were as small as straws, but were chubby like aloes. That's fine too. But if this was a real field operation, the leader of the 8-man squad had to secure enough drinking water for 8 people. Yu Jitae walked on. He saw various plants and insects, and heard the growls of spirit beasts, birds, and small monsters. Suddenly his feet came to a stop. There was a large tree that seemed to have been broken from a lightning strike. Yu Jitae hid his body under the tree, and Balm tactfully followed suit and whispered, "Why? Look closely. What do you see?" At a distance, there was a fist-sized bird with 2 heads flying above a wetland. Its beak was large and colorful, and another unique feature of the bird was the horn on its head. Is it a bird? It's my first time seeing it. It's a spirit beast called the horned raptor. Even in poisonous environments, bugs find leaves to eat and birds food. Among them are ones that don't have tolerance against poison. Those are the picky kind. Yu Jitae further lowered his body. Those guys are always sensitive because of the lack of food. Unlike those that eat everything, they value their territories more, but even spirit beasts think the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. What do you think happens then? They'll probably invade others' territory. What if others think the same? Balm widened her eyes. Do they gather and hide food? Yeah, since spirit beasts are as smart as humans, they know how to secure and stock food. Soon, the horned raptor was attacked by another horned raptor. Their beaks clashed in midair, and one of them was trying to fly to the trunk of a certain tree while another desperately protected it. When Yu Jitae walked closer, they immediately distanced themselves in fright. He forced the trunk open and found dozens of roots the size of a soccer ball and several fresh fruits. These roots were hard to find in rainforests and contained plenty of water inside like a sponge. It's really there. Fascinated, Balm smiled. But are you taking everything? Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for them, murmured Balm. It was a new perspective for him. So what if birds starved? However, there was no reason to take everything when they were here to play. Yu Jitae only took 4 roots from there and headed deeper into the forest with Balm. Fitting her race as the dragon of Mother Nature, she appeared satisfied from just staying inside the forest. It was clear from how she would randomly stop and stare at wild flowers. On the way inside, a snake jumped and tried to bite her on the arm. But when its eyes met with Balm's, the venomous snake stopped its chin right before its mouth came to a close. Its face turned rigid, and after glancing at her, it slowly backed out. That surprised me. The snake was nodding its head like it was asking for an apology. Thus it lived. Soon a bigger venomous snake dashed forth towards Yu Jitae and he snapped its neck. The snake immediately died. Balm asked in surprise, "Ah, what was that? A delicious snake?" "No, not that." "Why did that snake try to bite you, Argosy?" "Ah, because I killed my presents." Why?" He raised the snake. "Because they come on their own." The grass-colored eyes blinked. While walking deeper inside, Yu Jitae took a fragment of rock salt and gathered twigs and moss. He also ripped a dead tree apart and gathered its inside, which resembled sawdust. It was dry and was a good source to start a fire with. What else should he take? After having a meal, they had to build a house. He could break nearby trees and build a decent house, so it was when Yu Jitae was thinking of his next plan. Balm let out a small groan and fell. "What's wrong?" Sitting on the grass, Balm touched her legs. When she lifted her fingers up, there was red blood on them. "A bug bit me." Her eyes were slightly slanted down. Bitten by a bug. He couldn't really understand the situation. How could a dragon be bitten by a bug? Even then, he decided to still take a look at her thigh. "Ah, what are you doing? You said you were bitten. Let's see." "It's a bit that." "Bit what?" "It's just a bit embarrassing. What was there to be embarrassed about?" Since she was trying to hide it, he got closer and checked it. There was blood smudged on the inner side of her thigh, and there was a trace of a small bite. It wasn't something worthy of being called an injury, and it would be fine once it was healed with magic. That was when 2 arms came closer and grabbed Yu Jitae's head. Balm looked into his eyes. Wondering what this was about, he slightly pulled his body away. Soon, a nonchalant smile replaced the melancholic look on her face, and she murmured with a hum. "It's true." "What is?" he asked, but Balm remained silent. After coming back, Yu Jitae prepared the meat. He got rid of the blood and the internal organs and used the detoxicant inside the field operation kit to remove the parasites and poisons of the meat. There was also a large, foldable mess tin inside the operation kit. He squeezed the water out from the root, finally ground the rock salt fragment, and boiled a stew with the meat, roots, leaves, and fruits. Since the snake was quite big, there was a lot to eat. I know this. This is delicacy." Kiel blew on the meat and threw it into her mouth. The clean taste of protein and the quality of meat was quite good. Her golden eyes turned into circles. Both Yoram and Jael were apparently also hungry after playing around. They gorged themselves without being picky on the roots and vegetables. "You know, I saw this little turtle inside the lake. Yeah, I followed it, and there was this interesting thing under this island, you know." Yoram went on and on about the turtle she met while playing in the water. She then suggested that they go together, so he nodded. "Get up once you're done with the food. Let's build a house together." Chapter 147, Resting Place of Rusted Swords. 3. If they were to follow the regulations of this place and not use mana, it would take some time to build a house. Thus, they had to divide up the task. It wasn't a simple one-night tent for one person. Since they had to build a tent for 5 people that would be used for several days, there had to be enough space to rest comfortably after playing outside, even if there weren't individual rooms for everyone. While I go and gather wood, Yoram and Keel go and look for broad leaves that look like this. He showed a leaf from a broad-leaved tree that he had picked up on the way back. It looks like a big fan, right, Unny? It does. Scissors, paper, rock. Yoram suddenly blurted that out and showed a rock while Keel, in a fluster, made her fingers into scissors on reflex. So Keel was suddenly made to fan Yoram. Her pouting mouth suggested that she was rather dissatisfied with the situation, and thus her arms also ended up moving unenthusiastically. What are you doing? Fan it up properly. What? Why? I'm doing it right now. Do you think that will dry my armpits? Yoram threw her arms into the air. Ooh, so disgusting. Seriously, if you don't do it properly, you're kissing my armpits. Left with no other choice, Keel had to bite the bullet and wave the fan properly. Lying on the ground, Yoram twitched her toes and giggled. Her arrogant posture made her look like the queen of a country and made Balm and Jael laugh as well. But why this? Is it a special leaf or something? Yeah, it's waterproof and bugs don't really like it. It's tough, and even after the leaves are plucked, they don't dry easily because they have a lot of moisture in them. They were perfect for the roof. Balm and Jael can come with me. You can look for thickets in the area while I do the trees. Okay. He told them more things that had to be gathered on top of that. Building a decent house required quite a lot of things. Yuang, why do we need so many things? Wait, so how are you going to make a house with these things? You can't use magic here according to the rules, right? What are the thickets going to be for? They asked endlessly. Dragons spent most of their lives inside their lairs, and because of that, it seemed that they were very interested in housings. He used a stick to draw a rough blueprint on the ground. A fire pit, a cooking facility, windows, an opening roof, light source, individual beds and cupboards, as well as a makeshift sewage system were included inside the house. It was an effective use of space, and the perfectly matching structure surprised them. That's crazy. It's amazing how do you know all this? It wasn't anything great, because anyone would be able to do this after living for over 10 years in the field. Can I just ask you something? Was there a time where you needed all this, like building houses and making food, lying down on thickets to avoid moisture and chill on the ground? There was, when you were young. Yeah. Also, Arjasi, were you a baby when you were born? Interjected Keel. Her question was a little bit weird, but it was apparently so for just him. Yoram nodded her head in agreement, while Jael was surprised. Balm was also wearing a look of intrigue. There is no human who's an adult from birth. Hull, that's super crazy. Keel and Jael's eyes flickered. Then, were you cute as well, Arjasi? Probably not. Were you small like me? Asked Jael. Probably. And probably was even smaller than you. Was your dick small as well? What? Did you have a mum as well, Arjasi? What is that question meant to be? Art, that was a weird question. Sorry, I probably did. Did you want to become an adult? Who knows? Think about it. I would assume so. Did you like gummies? No. Did you cry when you were scolded at school, Arjasi? I don't think so. Why? Because I was quite prideful. Then were you annoyed and jealous when someone was better than you, Arjasi? I would. Probably. Did you have a first love that you flirted with? First love? I can't remember. I'm curious. Like I said, I can't remember. Hing. So how was your dick? Why the hell are you asking that in the first place? That was when Jael tilted her head. Dick. Huck honey, please don't say weird things in front of Jael. He wondered what was wrong with them today. When Yu Jitae was struggling to defend against the onslaught of questions, Balm giggled. Guys, how about we ask after we build the house first? The sun's going to set soon, and it's going to be night at this rate. Her words contained a mysterious power. Ah, you're right. Keel immediately threw the fan away and stood up. And after around 2 hours, Ujiti started building the house with the materials gathered by the kids. He flattened the ground and set the groundwork by setting the frames and the pillars and started wrapping the long vines around as the wall. Is this how you do it? Yeah, make it tight, but don't stress it too much either. NN. Yoram helped him build. These vines, which were fiber itself, were in fact the insides of a tree that contained air inside. So they were light yet tough and were great insulators. After that, he wetted some clay and applied it to the wall, and since it was hot and humid, he had to set fire at an appropriate distance and dry them. There were dry leaf crumbs in the clay mix, in order to stop them from cracking. Make the ends of the leaves into circles and hang them. Okay. While the wall was drying up, he covered the roof with the broad leaves brought by the kids, and created a sewage system so that water would flow to a lower area even if it rained. Meanwhile, Balm and Yoram attached the door and windows to the frames, albeit awkwardly. Ah Keel stopped her hands and heaved a deep sigh. She appeared mentally exhausted. Well, it was understandable because she probably never worked like this before. Jael didn't receive any particular task, so after pondering on what to do, she took charge of clapping from the side. And by the time they finally covered the floor inside the house with thickets and clean moss, it was night time. Clap, clap, clap. A small pair of hands gave an applause. Right before the sun set completely, the house was finally finished. You were a Unny, good work, Keel, cheerful voices and proud faces. For a house made in a rush, it was quite wide inside and was quite well constructed. It's crazy, crazy, it's super soft. Ah, that's good. He covered the thick thickets with a blanket and unexpectedly, Yoram appeared quite content with the snug bed. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. He shook his hand. Perhaps exhausted, they no longer dwelled on the topic they had been blabbering about a few hours ago. Instead, they laid down on the long bed and played with their watches. He was lying down on the far side, and lying next to him was Jael. It was rare for him to lie down on the bed with the child. When it was about time to sleep, Jael naturally rested her head on Yu Jitae's arm and fell asleep. It was hard while working, but now I feel really proud, you know. And don't you feel the same, Unny? It's my first time feeling like this, Keel clamored until Yoram turned her back to her. After that, Keel started taking a video with her watch and talked about the things that happened that day like a diary entry. It was probably a video meant to be sent to the underground labyrinth. Outside the window was a large moon. Distant growls of animals and bugs continued, but as the night was nonetheless silent, the regressor could tell that the small child's breath was at quite the regular pace. Like that, the first day at the deserted island, Peace City, came to an end. Fruits would be good for breakfast. Getting out of the bed before others, Yu Jitae left the house. Meanwhile, Balm slowly woke up and gave a stretch before glancing around. She could see kids that were still sleeping. Jael turned to the other side after Yu Jitae disappeared and was buried inside Keel's hug in her sleep. Soon her eyes met with Yoram's. She waved gently and Yoram returned a nod. Balm carefully opened the window. The morning sun was warm. Yu Jitae came back with his arms full of fruit. They were either poison-free or edible once the seeds were gone. The sweet and refreshing taste of fruit bloomed a bright smile on Jael's face. While he was out looking for fruits, Yu Jitae had found something the kids would like. There was something interesting. Oh, something interesting. There was a unique plant on the mountain ridge. After having breakfast, he took the kids and headed to the mountain. Yu Jitae embedded killing intent into the jungle knife and led the way. Welcoming the warm spring breeze, the kids chattered noisily. It's there. There was an open area, a rare sight in the middle of a thick forest. As if other trees and plantations had avoided that area, there was an open land with a diameter of around 5 meters. The kids peeked with their heads above the thick bushes, and since Jael was too short, Yu Jitae carried her up with one hand and placed her down on his shoulders. In the middle of the open area was a blue tree. It was so small that it would barely reach a person's waist level. Identification number E-50,888. Field operations soldiers referred to this as the spirit tree. Unny, what is that? MHMM. It's my first time seeing it. As well, it's a good tree, though. A tree even Balm did not know of, probably because it didn't exist in her world. Lower your heads, guys, and try to kill your presence as much as possible. In response to his words, the dragons closed their eyes and hid their class. Jael held onto Balm's hand and awkwardly imitated her. That was when something incredible happened. Thinking that there weren't any humans, the tree started moving. Oh, what is that? It's moving. Keel whispered her admiration. Its movement followed a certain rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hull, is it dancing? That's so cute. Cute. More like retarded, their opinions crisscrossed. In any case, the spirit tree was famous for dancing, but was even more famous for something different. When Yu Jitae stood up from the bush, the flailing branches of the dancing tree suddenly stopped. It was a very awkward position if those branches were to be considered as human arms. This guy pretends like a tree when someone's nearby, but it actually has ears. Go to a branch and say something good. After a few days, there will be a fruit matching those words. But since sound would get transferred to the sides, they had to whisper it and keep them apart. Intrigued, they walked to the tree and each whispered something to a branch. They decided to share what they said once it actually bore fruit. In the evening, they headed to the beach. It was because of Yoram, who seemed to have found a strange light source at the depths of the ocean after following a sea turtle. Balm and Keel didn't look too intrigued, so he headed to the beach with Yoram and Jael. Oi, it's probably better off for you to stay back, you know. Why? I said there was a light source, but it's really dark. It's pitch dark in there. And kids like you will be too scared to go there, you know. No, what no, you little kid? Why are you picking a fight? Don't whinge and say you're too scared. I hate someone winging next to me. Whatever, you red boar. What did you say? You little pig. HMPH. He sometimes forgot, but Yoram and Jael were in fairly bad terms when it was just the two of them. It followed the historic strife between the red and the blue race. Yoram was really unbiased when it came to things like that. Whether the opponent was an adult or a kid, she didn't care and treated them equally. Jael whined after being hugged by Yu Jitae. She called me a pig. That bitch, she was saying something along the lines of that, but it was a whimpering voice, so he couldn't really tell what she was saying. In any case, Yu Jitae entered the ocean with the two of them. Despite being a man-made island, the sea was quite deep. It was at least 150 meters deep. Corals and tropical fish beautifully decorated the ocean plateau, but it soon created a deep slope and soon became almost impossible to walk. As if there was a microorganism devouring light, it suddenly became dark when they were just 20 meters below the surface level. That seemed to be the end of the man-made environment. The waters were silent, and he couldn't spot any organisms. Yoram gestured, saying it was this way. Yu Jitae also felt something with his senses. He followed that feeling and traveled deeper down. Bubble, bubble. Bubbles of air were coming from somewhere, and they could also see the faint light source that Yoram had mentioned. Yu Jitae inspected it closely. Beneath the cliff of sedimentary rocks that were in a deep slope, there was a small cave. Chapter 148, Resting Place of Rusted Swords. 4. Beneath the rocky cliff was a deep cave. An entrance that seemed to have been coarsely formed by sticky sedimentary liquid welcomed them. Judging from the shape of the entrance, it didn't appear like a cave artificially made by those affiliated with the Peace City. Besides, there weren't that many superhumans who could dive into such a deep level by purely relying on their body, without using mana or equipment. Seemingly realizing that, Yoram's eyes showed a trace of intrigue. When they entered the cave, Yu Jitae's face turned into a frown. There was a staircase barely holding its place heading above, and the inside was filled with water. It was when he stopped his feet temporarily that Yoram was about to place her foot on the stairs before him. Yu Jitae held her by the arm. She shrugged her shoulders. Why? He pointed behind with his thumb. Let's go back. She pointed at the stairs. Why aren't we going? He shook his head and opened his mouth. Let's go back. Don't take interest in this place. Yu Jitae's voice was vividly conveyed underwater. Yoram was dissatisfied with him blocking the path without even sharing the reason. However, she felt the strength in his grip. It was rare for him to physically stop her like this. That's not fun having no other choice. She stopped being stubborn. Jael looked back and forth between Yu Jitae and Yoram, not understanding what was going on. When her eyes met with Yoram, who was in a bad mood, Yoram flicked her finger lightly on Jael's forehead. It was painful. Immediately giving a frown, Jael looked up at her. Why are you hitting me? I don't know, you fatty. It was dumbfounding. Jael rubbed her forehead with her two hands. It was still painful. Turning around, she murmured something to herself. What did you say? Jael stuck her tongue out without replying back. There were several interesting events at Peace City. One example was the message inside the glass bottle Jael found at the beach the next morning. It read like this. Save me, PLZZZ. I have been captured by monsters. Beneath was a sloppy map. Yu Jitae headed to the other side of the island with Jael. There, he found well-trained gorilla spirit beasts dressed up as monsters, protecting a person that was hanging on the tree wearing an animal costume. Gaze, what do we do? It was clearly an act prepared by the company, but Jael worried for the animal costume with a serious look on her face. He carried out a strategy meeting with Jael. If he gathered the attention of the gorillas by making a loud noise, she was to save the animal costume by cutting the rope with a field knife. The strategy was similar to the gummy saving plan that had been carried out some time ago. After immediately understanding it, she nodded with a bright smile. Like that, Yu Jitae and Jael successfully saved the Peace City staff member that was wearing a deer costume. Art, thank Yao. I almost became food for the monsters. While saying that, the deer costume lowered its head towards Jael. Then it rummaged through its bag before taking a stylish antler out. This is in return for you saving me. It then hopped its way across. After returning home, Jael cut wood into the shape of a deer's head with the help of Yu Jitae and attached the antler to it. The realistic animal head was hung on the main entrance of the wooden house. Wah! Jael's eyes sparkled. It was cool. There were all sorts of events around Peace City, and new experiences and interesting events happened one after another each day. The kids were met with staff members wherever they went and completed quests. They then received ornaments as a reward which they showed to Yu Jitae. Sculptures, paintings, a fry pan, and a postbox, they were all great for decorating the house, and thanks to them, the shabby wooden shack became better and better. On the third day, he went fishing with the kids. It wasn't that easy, so they chatted most of the time, but at least Balm, Keel, and Jael each caught a fish in the first hour or two. The problem was Yoram, and she couldn't catch a single fish. Because of her hasty personality, she pulled the rod before the fish even bit the bait. Ah, why can't you just do it slower, Annie? Yoram, you shouldn't pull it until they bite it. Keel and Balm repeatedly gave advice for a few hours, but Yoram was still able to put up with it. It felt dogshit, but they were right. Lol. But Jael giving a silly smile while swinging the fish in front of her eyes was hard to endure. One fish, two fish. Go away, you pig. Three fish. I'm really gonna get mad, okay? Jael quickly ran away with a bright smile, but somehow the fourth fish bit onto Jael's rod in an instant. By the time she was swinging the fourth fish in front of her, Yoram exploded. FCK this. Not doing this, she. These freaking stupid fish bastards. Why aren't they biting mine? Ha. Unable to hold herself back, Yoram picked up a large rock and chucked it into the water. There was mana embedded into her throw. A great shockwave caused the waters to come splashing towards the kids. Wang, what? Have you gone mad, Anai? Keel was drenched in water and Balm was also wet. Since Balm covered for her, Jael was the only one dry. That was when Yoram's bracelet rang, Yuyang. It had sensed the use of mana. She was already mad. What the heck is this thing to tell me what to do? Thinking that, Yoram was about to break the bracelet. Ah, you are. She heard Keel's voice, and after turning her head following Keel's gaze, Yoram's eyes also widened into circles. Oh, that's crazy soon. Yu Jitae faced Yoram with his hazy gaze after returning from the mountain with a small boar. She showed off dozens of fish that were tied up with a rope. He was wondering what it was after sensing a shockwave from the beach, but it seemed that she had knocked the fish out with a shockwave. Thus, the dinner that day was a fish party. Jael especially loved deep-fried fish, and the child shoved them into her mouth until her stomach became rounded. Morning arrived on the fourth day, the decisive day. He headed to the guide's tent with the kids and found Mayang Yangha, his wife and two sons, as well as Lee Hwa standing on the other side. You look like you just came out on a vacation. No, you had. Mayang Yangha laughed, saying it was mysterious. It was because Yu Jitae and the dragons did not look like they had spent 3 days on the deserted island. Have you decorated your house well? Ah, of course. Yao'll be surprised. Before long, the result of the bet was announced. While throwing a glance to the side, the guide carefully opened his mouth. Firstly, I believe Guardian Yu Jitae's residency was more completed. Mayang Yangha's house was fairly decent for a field operation base as well. The house made on the cliffside portrayed his creativity, but Yu Jitae had reinforced the house whenever he had time during the past 3 days. He created a simple basement to store food and a garden on the outside. Because of the difference in ornaments, the guide stood on the side of Yu household. But we have sensed the use of mana from the bracelet on the side of Yu household. So, in other words, it was a tie. When Balm, Keel, and Jael looked at her, Yoram gave a pout. Aye, even then, a tie is not that exciting, is it? Ha ha, but both of your houses were the greatest that I have seen so far. Ha ha, it's embarrassing for me to dare evaluate them. I have no idea how you could ever build such amazing houses in the field. In response to Mayang Yangha's statement, the guide tried zealously to please him. Although they didn't know, the guide was in fact feeling dead inside. Mayang Yangha was a VVIP who had authority, wealth, and fame, and Yu Jitae was a guest personally brought by him. He wouldn't be anyone normal no matter who he was. It was a contest between those two. Superhumans were mostly stuck in their own world, and throughout his long time serving people, the guide saw numerous superhumans who took offense in such meager bets. The moment they gave a complaint, the guide would receive a mouthful of violent words from his superior. So Yoram's action had been a great way out for him. Aish, we can't do anything about that then. But since it's boring to just call it off, I'll hand it over anyway. Mayang Yangha handed a bottle of red alcohol to Yu Jitae. It's a precious fermented wine. Red shoes. Have you heard of it? Red shoes. Of course. It was a type of mandrake. But since it didn't grow on Earth, trying to find a root was like asking for the moon. The fermented wine was that sweet and fragrant and had a component that made people feel good. However, the important procedure of the wine-making process was the removal of mandrake's scream, because a wine with a remnant of the scream was an illicit drug. Thus, Yu Jitae utilized mana to confirm the components of the alcohol and confirmed that the scream had indeed been removed. It was an extremely precious alcohol. Yu Jitae also entered his alternate dimension inside and took out a precious alcohol. Oh, what wine is this? It's snake wine. Yu Jitae stopped there. He didn't state the fact that it was made with the tail of an SSS, ranked great monster from an alternate dimension, Imugi. But Mayang Yanghe would be able to tell that it was a good wine after having a shot. And after sharing the presents, Mayang Yanghe suggested with a bright expression, Mr. Jitty, how about we have a campfire? A campfire? Yes, yes. If you're okay with it, should we gather up on the last day and light a fire before we leave? He didn't say anything, you were. A campfire? That's so romantic. Oh, I'm fine with that too. But it was decided nonetheless. It was on the afternoon of the fourth day. Yoram, Keel, and Jayal all prepared themselves to go mountain climbing. It was because Yoram found a treasure map in the morning. She looked unenthusiastic for other events, but was intrigued by the treasure map, and the word treasure incited Keel and Jayal as well. Yu Jitae decided to stay behind alone to complete the household field trip record, which had to be submitted to Lair. There was a lot to write because there were 3 cadets in the household, and Bam stayed back as well. You're not going, Annie. NN, I'm fine. It's a treasure, a treasure. Aren't you curious? You guys are my treasures. Keel rubbed her arms, saying, "Ooh, I got goosebumps," and Bam smiled back. Everyone knew how Bam wasn't an active type, so they quickly gave up on persuading her. Bam gently waved at the kids. "Take a look at the spirit tree on the way for me, please." "Ah, right. It almost bloomed yesterday as well." After sending the kids off, it was just Yu Jitae and Bam left inside the small house. She laid down on the bed. Sitting down on a simple chair, Yu Jitae relied on the plain table and used the pen he received from the guide to write the record. Bam stood up from the bed and approached his back. She watched him from behind. Without sparing her a glance, Yu Jitae continued with the record as Bam sneakily sat next to him and watched him write for a long time. Yu Jitae quite unexpectedly had bad handwriting, but his bad handwriting was uniform as if they were printed by a computer. Bam quietly stared at those written words, but her gaze slowly traveled up. She looked at his hand and soon stared at his arm that had protruding veins. Seeing that Yu Jitae was still focused on writing the record down, Bam pushed her head in even further. Blinking her grass-colored eyes, she stared at his face. When he still didn't look back, Bam placed her 2 arms on the tabletop and rested her head on her hands. Her 2 eyes were still fixated on Yu Jitae. Only then did Yu Jitae's gaze turn towards Bam. The green hair strands were all over the table. With a gentle smile, she opened her mouth. "Hi." He, who silently looked into her eyes, turned back to the paper without saying anything back and started moving the pen again. Bam still had the same faint smile as she stared at him. Mischievousness gently surfaced beneath the relaxed smile. Bam lifted her hand and waved it in front of his face, but he didn't react in any way. Bam slowly moved her hand and meekly tapped his shoulder, but he didn't react. Soon, mischievousness covered her expression as she reached her hand out towards his ears. She then once again softly touched his ears, but he still didn't react. There were 5 pages on the table. He looked busy, and that must be why he was ignoring her. So Bam slowly leaned on his body and rested her chin on his shoulder. And when he still didn't react, Bam brought her lips to his ears and whispered, "What about now?" This was hard to ignore, and Yu Jitae finally turned his head. After pulling herself back, Bam giggled under her breath. "I am busy. NN. Go there and rest." Okay. She didn't interrupt him any longer, and Yu Jitae continued with the daily records. But at some point in time, it became harder for him to write. The green pair of eyes had been staring at him for almost 30 minutes straight. He turned around. Why? Continue with your writing, please. How about you go there and rest? But I want to rest here. She was right next to him, and the small gap between them was slightly troubling. Ajasi, what? When you're done with that, please teach me this. Balm lifted her left hand. It was unknown when she had taken it out from the storage, but the bottle of alcohol Mayang Yang her gave was in her hand. No, why not? Alcohol's not for kids. Yoram smokes, though she was right. When he closed his mouth, Balm giggled, as if it was an extremely funny statement. Calling me a kid, she murmured before pointing at the document he was writing. You Balm, female, age 21. I am 21, chapter 149, resting place of rusted swords, 5 who. Huoka boy gasped for breath. The lack of air made him dizzy and caused his chin to drop. Kneeling down, the boy drooled as is. He was Yu Jitae's second shadow of an archduke, SS. How pathetic are you that tired already? Clone 1 was displeased with Clone 2. The boy, Clone 2, was weak and couldn't use all the authorities of his lord that were laying dormant inside his body. He could barely use one of it. At least that was understandable. He was just born, and the ingredient used for his creation was a low-quality item for a level 5 artifact. His lord had 2 spare level 5 artifacts previously, and because herself, Clone 1, had eaten the better one of the two, it was inevitable for the second to be born like this. I'm not that tired, he was all talk. Are you even trying? I am. Why are you asking that every time his loyalty was decent, but that was something unconditionally held by a shadow of an archduke, SS, regardless of the clone's individuality? Thus, in order to distinguish if the clone was outstanding or not, he had to be graded according to his ability and willpower. Ability-wise, as mentioned above, he was close to trash to the point that it was hard to believe that he was a clone of their lord. And the same was for his willpower. Stand up then. Just 1 second, get up. Let me take a breather, okay? Clone 1 walked up with a serious look on her face and kicked the young boy on his chest. They were in the junkyard of a fallen country without anyone nearby. It was a light kick, but it resulted in a great jolt as if he had been bashed by a truck going full speed. With a thud, the boy flew all the way across and bounced several times before being buried in the pile of car scraps. Dust covered the area. With relaxed steps, Clone 1 approached the boy. I gave you enough time to breathe. Get up. Ha ha, whilst staggering and stumbling, the boy barely raised his body. His body tilted forward heavily like he was about to vomit. The boy swayed several times before finally throwing up a mouthful of blood that stained the ground in red. If you're having trouble with a simple training session, how will you work for the great plan? If you were our lord, would you even think about using you? I'll make your back straight, before I break it. A brutal voice struck his eardrums, and the boy finally stood up straight as his hand wiped the blood off his lips. One of his eyes was swollen, and his ripped cheeks were bleeding. Use your authorities properly. Ah, I will. I'm doing it right now, he grumbled and closed his eyes as the wounds started to close. I'll say it one more time. You have to be strong, have to be loyal to the Lord. The happiness of the dragons is the top priority, and we have to protect it. I know, I remember everything already. The boy was about to wipe the blood with his fingers, but had to stop. His thumb and index finger had disappeared, and the rest of his fingers were folded into strange angles. They had been broken from something just then. Ah, as the pain slowly caught up to his sight, the boy clenched his teeth and used his blessings. It was a blessing related to body recovery that his lord possessed. When the twisted fingers returned to normal, the boy gave yet another scream, and when new fingers sprouted out, tears dropped from the eyes of the boy who couldn't even breathe properly. Are you done? Yes. Raise your weapon then. But the woman was heartless, and the boy raised his sword without talking back. By the time they were done with the training, Clone 2 was in a mess, and Clone 1 applied medicine on the boy who was lying down. Because of several restrictions, her lord had been unable to learn an ability that healed others, so this was all Clone 1 could do. Clone 2 lifted his arm and covered his eyes. As a clone, they both had no personal feelings. But just like how she occasionally held doubts about her lord's thoughts, Clone 2 appeared to have felt doubtful about her actions. Training is fine. It's good, but does it have to be to this degree? Yeah. Why? What do you mean? No, that why isn't asking about why I'm needed when our Lord is protecting the dragons already. Then what? Like, isn't it fine to get stronger slowly? We can't do that. Clone One was clear-cut with her words. When, where, what and how. We can foresee, but we can't be certain. That is the case for any thinking mortal, and our Lord is not an exception. That's why you and I must be prepared at all times. We must be ready as soon as possible, and that's why this is also necessary. The boy remained silent. You are an existence our Lord wished to create. That is the same as saying that your non-existence will affect the happiness of the dragons. So all the blood and tears you shed will add to the safety and joy of the dragons. I won't shed tears, though. Then let's say blood and sweat. So blood will be shed no matter what I see. What? Do you think this is cruel? That you have to shed blood because of someone else's happiness? And the fact that you had to be the one? No. You're a great Ajama, but you have this tendency to look down on me too much. I'm a shadow of an archduke myself. You mean someone like you is still a small phoenix? The same as Ajama, I guess. So why would I think about things like that when that's my reason of existence? Despite that, he couldn't hide the melancholy behind his voice. Clone One inwardly heaved a sigh as she was suddenly made to look after a kid somehow. But there were times when he was cute. Well, start it again later. Rest for an hour. 30 minutes is more than enough. He acted big. But after saying that, the boy apparently thought it was too short and opened his mouth yet again. No, wait. Maybe 35 minutes, she scoffed. Was her lord also this daring in his first iteration? After having an insolent thought for a second, Clone One shook her head. Balm quietly waited until Yu Jitae finished writing the record. She would one day drink by herself, even if they didn't drink today, so he decided to teach her how to drink. If she felt happy from drinking, then alcohol might become a good friend for her as well. Here, yes, there was a seed that resembled the shape of a cup. Cheers, Tap, Yu Jitae and Balm bumped their seeds. As the strong crimson wine with 80 alcohol traveled down their throats, a flowery scent struck their noses like a balm. Cough. After drinking it in one go, she coughed. Her eyes turned into circles. It's really hot. Yes, I can feel the alcohol moving down. She then carried her finger down from her neck to her chest and her stomach. Balm prepared some dungeon fruits that were similar to mango as a side dish. While having those, they emptied several shots in silence. With a slight pout, Balm opened her mouth. I think I'm tipsy. Is that so? I turn around and the world moves slowly. This is what tipsy is, right? It is, but this is unfair. Why? Why am I the only one getting drunk? What do you mean? I just is not drunk, right? I am. The regressor had already lowered his body's metabolism rate to that of a human's. That was in respect of how precious this alcohol was. Then why do you look so normal? Because I am heavyweight. Can I feel your feelings for a bit? Dragons can synchronize their emotions and thoughts to the person they touch. She apparently thought he was lying. The regressor could obviously hide it if he wanted to, but still allowed her to do what she wanted to do. Balm placed her index finger on the back of his hand. Ure right, her pouty eyes turned into a strange curve. It must be because he was drunk. Her finger and the touch on the back of his hand felt more vivid than usual. The regressor wasn't that satisfied with the current situation. He found it slightly troubling for his hand to touch hers. He thus tried to pull it away, but she somehow knew what he was up to and suddenly grabbed his finger. Where are you running? She giggled. Therefore, he closed his senses as well. At this point, his body felt quite awkward. In order to get drunk, he lowered his metabolism rate, closed his senses to decrease the vividness of the hand touching his skin, and killed his false presence since she wanted honesty. The regressor became the same as a normal person for the first time ever since the start of the 7th iteration. But why did you suddenly want to drink? I actually wanted to drink from a while back. From a while back. Yes. I can't remember it properly, but I think my mother used to drink a lot. Something red like blood. Balm stared at the mandrake wine and reminisced in her memories, as if the red color was similar to the past. I wanted to drink by myself later, but I didn't have the chance to, and you're saying right now is the chance. It is. I'm also curious about how you are when you're drunk, Arjasi. She then laughed, hoo-hoo, and seemed drunk indeed. It was his first time seeing the slanted eyes and the blank smile on her face. Do you do something special when you're drunk? I do. What is it? Becoming calm. That's so like you. Arjasi tapped the seed cups clinked. Why do you become calm? I don't really remember why. Probably because I made a mistake when I was drunk before. I think it's ever since that happened. Do people make mistakes when drunk? They do. Tap ah, I spilled somewhat a waste. Balm placed her lips near the alcohol spilled on top of the wooden table. She then slurped it. What are you doing? Didn't you say it was a waste? But even then. And now that I think about it, it is a bit dirty. Why did I do that? She gave another foolish smile. Tap, ooh, this is a really strong alcohol, right? It is. I think I know what getting drunk means. It feels good. Don't drink too much, and get rid of the intoxication before the kids come back. Okay, Tap, who, oh right. Let me give you the sides. Here. Ah, good boy. After pouring strong alcohol down his throat over and over again, it seemed that he had also become quite drunk. While eating the fruit Balm gave him, he asked something which he usually wouldn't have asked. Why are you trying to make me eat every time? But if I don't, you don't eat, I don't have to eat. That makes me want to feed you even more, you know. Tap, 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 look. You're not eating them now, HNN, HNN, HNN. She laughed like a fool. The alcohol was close to being emptied, and he was quite drunk himself as well. Balm's face and her eyes that had become normal ever since it had become a part of his daily life stayed in his vision longer than usual. And Balm found out about it. Am I pretty? The green-haired girl who knew she was pretty pouted her lips out when his gaze remained on her face for a long time. She soon gave an awkward smile, before smiling like a fox again while poking her cheeks with her fingers. She was acting cute. As if he was watching TV, he blankly stared at her face. He gradually started feeling more perplexed as Balm was still holding his finger. He could see her fingers and her nails. The veins contrasting against her white skin entered his sight. He decided that he had to stop the drinking session here. Let's make this the last cup. Okay, but there was a problem. Balm, who was heavily drunk, had trouble holding the cup properly. It was slightly different from how a human got drunk, and it was her synchronization with the polymorphed body that was being affected. She thought she grabbed it, but it was just her hand that came up. After missing the cup several times on repeat, she frowned and glared at the innocent cup. WHHY, can't I grab it? So Yu Jitae grabbed the cup for her and poured alcohol into it, and she somehow received it with both hands. The last drop of alcohol went down her throat. Gulp, gulp. After slowly finishing it, she heaved a powerless sigh, which spread the flowery scent of the alcohol across. Blankly, Balm stared at the remaining last piece of fruit before opening her mouth. This. I want to eat this, huh? But I can't grab it, the regressor pondered for a second, thinking that it might be her asking him to feed her. I want to eat it, but I can't pick it up. Reaching her hand forward, she seemingly grabbed the fruit, but it remained on the spot when she lifted her hand back up. She became even more depressed. I want to eat it, I want to, but... Her loosened gaze blankly turned towards Yu Jitae, so he gave a sigh before grabbing the fruit and handing it over to her. Balm gazed up at him with the same gloomy expression and soon opened her mouth. The fruit entered her mouth, but because she was drunk, she couldn't control her mouth and chin. So she ended up biting on Yu Jitae's fingers along with the fruit. Her vacant gaze slowly went back and forth between his eyes and hand. After feeling the warmth inside her mouth, he pulled his finger out. His hazy senses ignored his command and vividly returned to him. For an instant, an extremely large sense of perplexity rose up from a corner of his heart. What are you doing? That was when Balm bursted into laughter ever so slowly. Ahaha, she laughed as she waved her hand. No, I wasn't trying to do that, it was an accident. An accident. Keel blankly stared through the window. She had found a beautiful baby chicken in the middle of the mountain. She had to take a picture to show Chirpy, but realized that she had left the watch behind. That was why she had come back for a bit. But when she came near the house, there was a strong scent of flowers surrounding the area. Curious about the source of the smell, she sneaked to the window and stole a glance inside. Her Annie and Ajasi were drinking inside. You were, they're a drinking. She thought, that's what she thought, until she saw Balm's expression. Yu Jitae had his back towards the window, and she couldn't see his face. Balm suddenly laughed out loud, saying it was an accident, but Keel couldn't see what the accident was either. But what she did see clearly were Balm's eyes that were staring at Yu Jitae. From the expression and gaze of the drunk Balm, Keel felt something mysterious and wondrous that made her feel dizzy. Her heart started racing. Unlike usual, where she had trouble focusing on something for a long time, Keel couldn't look away from the two for a long period of time. Around the time they started packing up, she came back to her senses and quickly escaped, But even after she went back to the mountain, her heart didn't stop racing. Thump thump Keel finally asked herself, "What did I just see?" Chapter 150, Resting Place of Rusted Swords, 6. Keel suddenly became weird. She tended to smile brightly whenever their eyes met, but now she looked away and avoided eye contact. Throughout their remaining time on the deserted island, she had trouble looking straight into his eyes. Balm and Jael acted strange sometimes, but it was the first time Keel was being like this. Since there was a need to be cautious about everything related to Keel, Yu Jitae decided to ask her, "You Keel, Huck, what's wrong? Did you do something bad?" No, I didn't. Or did you do something that I told you not to? No, I didn't. The authenticity hanging on the eyes of Equilibrium was true. It seemed that she hadn't done anything wrong, and that puzzled him even more. Then why are you covering your face? Did you get hurt? She had her hands flat above her eyes, as if she was blocking sunlight. The difference in height between the two was considerable, and thus he couldn't see her small face. So Yu Jitae bent his back and tried to look into the child's face. Mommy, Keel became startled and immediately ran away. Her fast-beating heart was loud and clear, and her pupils dilated whenever their eyes met. Those signs were usually revealed when someone was scared. So what made her so scared all of a sudden? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he pondered, so he decided to observe her for the time being. On the other hand, she was only like that towards himself, and her attitude towards Balm, Yoram, and Jael were no different than usual. It's a bit sad. During breakfast, Balm quietly opened her mouth. "NN, what do you mean, Annie? It feels like time always flies when you're having fun, huh? Oh wow, you're right. You're right," they agreed to her words. It was already their last day in Peace City. In the middle of a dark mountain, the kids gathered around and focused. Their eyes were sparkling gently from the darkness. Sitting next to them were Lee Hwa and Mayang Yangha's family, and in front of them was a tower made of chunks of wood that formed the shape of the character. The singing voices of bugs reached their ears, while the sky was densely filled with unusually bright stars that lit up the area in the stead of the moon that had hidden itself. Mayang Yangha climbed the wooden tower and gave a deep bow like a gentleman. "Thank you everyone for illuminating this place with your presence." His wife, Jung Hawan, quietly grumbled, "What is he saying with those caveman clothes cutting straight to the chase? We will start the lighting ceremony." Honor to the Yu household and the Mayang Bam, it was then. Firecrackers went off before his words even ended. When everyone turned towards her, Keel blushed in surprise. Was that too fast?" Mayang Yangha laughed heartily. "I thought you said we were starting," said Keel with an awkward smile. They seemed to have gotten the order wrong, but Jael, who was sitting on Yu Jitae's lap, suddenly clapped out loud, and Balm had to hold her back. "Ehu, that brain-dead monkey," Yoram murmured and Keel pouted. Soon, Mayang Yangha gave another big shout. "You are, anyway," in hopes of the harmony between the Yu household and the Mayang household. "Honey, you sound like an old man." "Do I? I whatever. You are haha, fire up." Despite his wife dissuading him, Mayang Yang had jumped off the wooden tower and used a spell. Hwag. Fire soared into the air on the massive campfire. Clap, clap. Having been freed from the restriction, Jael clapped with a bright expression, followed by the other dragons, the Mayang family and Lee Hwa. The process had been a mess, but the large tower of flame chasing away the darkness was quite a decent sight. Slowly, the chilliness of the night that had covered the forest dissipated. Jael flapped her hands and slapped him on his thigh. When he looked down, the child lifted her head and gave a wide smile while her water-colored eyes reflected the red flame. Judging from the fact that Balm, Jael, Keel, and even Yoram were etching the sight into their eyes, this must be a beautiful scene. "Mr. Jitae, please lend me a hand." Yu Jitae went and helped Mayang Yangha with the barbecue. Meanwhile, Balm approached Lee Hwa and gave a suggestive smile, which also bloomed a smile on Lee Hwa's wrinkled lips. "Right. Right from that foxy smile on your face, I see you must have succeeded, right?" She nodded. Balm first came across Lee Hwa at Melisha Masquerade, but they met several times while she was walking around the island, and they became quite close. Due to several reasons, Balm had started sharing her personal story with Lee Hwa, and Lee Hwa loved it. Even now, when Balm slowly and carefully shared what had happened with Yu Jitae, a full smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "Hey go, you little girl, yes, you're truly a fox indeed. HNN, You're making my heart flip as well, he, but I don't understand. Is that man a eunuch? Balm tilted her head with a smile. No, so, how was it? Your first alcohol. You see, while Balm was talking about her first impression with alcohol, Mayang Junil threw furtive glances at Jayal. The boy remembered the advice his dad gave him. Son, love is all about timing. Last day of an enjoyable stay on the deserted island, plus a beautiful campfire, and them being the only ones nearby. Was there better timing than this? Hiding a flower behind his back, Mayang Junil walked up to Jayal, but he suddenly stopped. How is it timing? Love is all about destiny. It was because his mum's rebuttal suddenly flashed past his head. However, the word destiny was too difficult and was hard to understand for the young boy, so it must be timing. Plus, since it was the words of his dad, the strongest hero of the universe, it had to be true. And right now was the best timing ever. Nuna. Jael turned towards him. Why, I have something to say. NN. This. Here Mayang Junil revealed the flower from behind. What's this? A gift. Jael stared at the boy's gift, the red tulip, before looking back at the boy's face. She could see Mayang Junil looking at the ground with a face that turned bright red after holding the flower forward. She grinned. Cute. Ha ha. Were you saying that to me? Jael shook her head. You know, 1 second. Your ear. She wants to talk into my ear. Is it okay to be that close? When Mayang Junil placed his ear towards her while struggling to calm down his racing heart, she whispered something into his ears. Her words gave a great shock to Mayang Junil. Do you get it? RNN. Thanks for the flower, but Jael waved her hand. Mayang Junil waved back with a smile, but after turning around, the boy had a teary look on his face. His mum was right. Love wasn't about timing and was all about destiny. We got some fruits last night, you know. Mayang Yangha's wife, Jung Hawan, showed interest in Keel's words. It was a story about the fruits that had bloomed on the spirit tree. You sisters all have unique personalities, right? Your fruits would have been quite diverse as well then. Yes. Mine was very sweet, squishy and juicy inside, and Jael's was sweet, sour and slightly bitter. What about Yoram's? Yoramani's was a spicy fruit. It looked like a green chili pepper, you know. But after touching it with her bare hands, Unnie accidentally wiped her eyes and what? Jung Hawan and Keel giggled. Ha! Where did Yoram go, though? NN. You're right. Where is she? They couldn't find Yoram all of a sudden. Walking around, she looked for Yoram. She peeked at the forest, peeked next to Yu Jitae and the beach, but couldn't find Yoram till the end and instead found Balm, who was sitting down alone on the beach. What are you doing, Annie? I was looking at the stars. That suited Balm quite a lot. It seemed that the opportunity had come. Keel hopped forward in short strides and sat next to her before glancing at her face. It was a really pretty face, even in the eyes of a dragon. Her calm, quiet, innocent yet somewhat cold gaze, but the expression she saw yesterday was nowhere to be seen on her face. What was that expression? How was Barmani feeling, and what was she thinking about? Did Yoramani and Jael know already? What about Arjasi? Doubt created another doubt without an end. So Keel carefully opened her mouth. Unni NN. MHMM. Why? She wanted to ask something, but after opening her mouth, she didn't know what to say. Thus, Keel wasn't able to ask anything. My little sister, is there something you want to say? Balm looked at her with an implicit gaze. NN. No, it's just that it's really fun here. After showing a smile, Balm's eyes returned to the sky. I see. Did you have fun too? NN. It was fun for me as well. Silence covered the two for a bit before Balm opened her mouth again. What did you enjoy the most, Keel? NN. Me. I liked how we got to experience things that we couldn't at Lair and the dormitory. The spirit tree was cute, and the island itself is just full of fun. Keel hesitated slightly before adding more words. What about you, Annie? Me? Balm gazed at the sky without saying anything in response. Her grass-colored gaze and her eyelashes appeared ever so sorrowful for some reason that Keel couldn't ask anything else. It just feels like a dream. NN, you remember how the dimensions got disjointed when we first left, yeah? Anan. Of course, it was really scary. Like how everything suddenly got crushed around us, and those weird sounds as well, right? But we fortunately came to a world with people, so that was lucky for us, yeah. And we were worrying about how to fill up the amusement time, right? Anan. We knew nothing about this place, and it was really scary. I wanted to see my mum, and me too. But now we're living happily like this. and it just felt strange. In fact, it was the same for Keel. She was happy to a level that she had never expected back when she was trembling from anxiety and fear. Right, I was always curious. About what? How could I be this happy in such a foreign world? You know, after coming here, I also had this small question. How could there be such a fun island? So Keel followed Balm's gaze and looked at the same place she was staring at. There was a slightly bigger star than the surrounding stars that showed off its brightness. While tucking her hair behind her ear, Balm opened her mouth. I was thinking about that while looking at the stars, but I realized that we can't just smile and do nothing. NN. Since happiness isn't just created from nothing. Keel widened her eyes into circles. It was something she had never thought about before. How was happiness created? Right, do you know, Annie, how we became this happy? And how there could be an island this happy and entertaining? Yoram, who sneaked a shot of Mayang Yangha's alcohol during the campfire, suddenly wanted to smoke. She went to the forest and was smoking a cigarette when she came up with something interesting. It was about the underground cave that she had found with Yu Jitae. Thus, Yoram sneakily went into the ocean and headed to the underground cave by herself. This after climbing the stairs and walking through a long corridor, there was another set of countless stairs. When she finished climbing that as well, she finally came across air that had been locked inside the underground cave, above the water level. What she found on top of that was an extremely horrendous odor. The ominous atmosphere, the creepy odor, and the black stains that had flowed to the ground irritated her sight. At the end of the stairs, she stood in front of a rusted metal door. Her sixth sense as a dragon told her that there was something inside this place. Wah, fuck, this doesn't feel good, she gave a deep frown, but stopping here after coming this far wasn't an option. So, Yoram carefully pushed the door open. The door was stiff and created a creaking noise when she pushed it, but regardless, she pushed it till the end. And there was an unbelievable scene in front of her. Having crumpled her face into a frown, Yoram covered her mouth and nose. Inside was a mountain of corpses. They had all been disfigured and weren't even allowed to rot. You, Yoram. That was when a familiar voice reached her ears. When she turned around with a flinch, she found Yu Jitae standing behind her. Ah, fuck's sake, you surprised the shit out of me. I told you to not care about this place. Well, that's up to me. Am I your little dog or something? Just doing what you tell me to. Despite saying that, Yoram stopped her breath and forcibly controlled herself from vomiting, and she slowly walked and hid behind him. Whatever. Let's go back if you've seen enough. Let's go. What are you doing? That thing, what is it? What do you think? It's a corpse. Mummies. I mean, why are there so many? And why are they all damaged? Unable to look at the horrendous mountain of corpses, she pointed with her finger. Yu Jitae blankly looked at the corpse mountain before opening his mouth. He knew what this was. This is one of the customs of another dimension, Cheria. Cheria. People in that dimension make soldiers that died during the war into mummies and bury them under the land they live in. They then create an underground path for them to honor the corpses later on. Why? It's to remember that they're a living thanks to the remains of their dead heroes. That's how they honor their victims of war. After hearing that much, Yoram came up with a hypothesis. Then this island. Yeah. Those corpses over there with broken necks, cut off legs with spears in their bodies, had probably been protecting this island against their enemies when they were alive. And the entire island must have been carried by a dimensional disjoint that was later discovered somewhere on Earth in the name of a dungeon. Yoram swore after comprehending all that. Fuck. How is that Peace City? But that's how things were. These things called happiness and peace were all built on top of another's blood. And even in this moment, someone was shedding blood and sweat for the happiness of others. And those broken and rusted swords must have found their rest here after their death. Let's go back now. Yu Jitae pulled her by the shoulder and headed back to the door. Leaving the gruesome scene behind her back, Yoram murmured, "It feels dog shit. I shouldn't have come here, please, just listen." NN, and the door was closed shut. Chapter 151. Discussion topic. Stockholm Syndrome. Close to a month passed after the end of the enjoyable trip. The kids were sitting right next to each other on the sofa, watching TV. They prepared popcorn and drinks in preparation for the movie they were to watch. But it was none other than Yoram who chose the movie. Filling up the screen was a sign that read R18. Fortunately, the movie was more focused on art instead of being provocative, but even then, it wasn't for teenagers to watch. The title of the movie was Beauty and the Beast in Chicago, a modernized version of the animation. Turn it on. Are we really watching it? I'm turning it on. Ewer, I don't want to. Don't. Keel suddenly snatched the remote controller from Yoram and hid it between herself and the baby chicken. What are you doing? You said you were curious. I'm curious, but you Keel. Think about it. When would we watch it if we don't do it now? Yoram had her reasons. Arjasi had left, and since it was very rare for him to leave the house alone with the kids staying back, this was a rare opportunity. Ooh, even the cover is weird. Why is the man sticking his tongue out? Hearing that, Yoram sneered, but his was soon replaced by mischievousness as she opened her mouth with a coquettish voice. My dear sister, what do people do with their tongue? NN. They eat delicious stuff. Then why do you think the man has his tongue out? To eat. That's right. She licked her lips with a decadent smile. Startled, Keel immediately clung to Balm, while the baby chicken also clung to Keel in surprise. WWWWH, what is he eating? No, don't say it. I don't want to know. I don't know. The heck. Yoram clicked her tongue, seemingly finding that pathetic. They continued quarreling on whether they should watch the movie or not, while Balm suggested Jael go inside her room. Shake, shake. Jael shook her head, and she in fact appeared calmer than Keel. Will you be fine? The movie might be a bit weird. How is it weird? Mbam caressed her blue hair in contemplation. It was hard to explain what was weird, and she had to choose the right words that were suitable for a child. Do they do bad things? There are not bad things. They're a natural, necessary, and could be beautiful. At the same time, it could be dirty and some might hate it or like it. What is it? So its balm whispered into her ears, but Jael tilted her head as if she didn't really understand. I shouldn't know about it. You'll know about it later on, and you would need to know it in order to have the right mindset about it. Too difficult. Then do you want to watch it while holding my hand, so that we can share some emotions to an appropriate level, and if I think it's too much, I will cover your eyes for you. NN. Thanks. Meanwhile, the protector who was standing in a corner of the living room opened his eyes with a suggestive gaze. He seemed to be remembering the days where he was popular and thinking about watching an R-rated movie was about to cause his crimson eyes to bend into crescents. Or cleaner. Yes. Second, young lady. It'll get you a little area outside, so go there and see if that human is coming or not. See if he is coming or not. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you to be on the lookout. The protector had to stay outside. The movie began with Balm and Yoram focusing on it. Hugging the baby chicken, Keel covered her face with her hands and glanced through her fingers to watch the movie. And whenever someone's skin showed up, she immediately closed the gap between her fingers. And when that happened, Balm also covered Jael's eyes and lowered the volume with the remote controller. Why are you lowering it? Because the sound is too explicit. It's boring. Give it here. No. When Balm remained firm, Yoram tilted her head. Give it. No, Yoram. For real. Yoram pondered before suddenly floating a cunning smile as if she thought of something. It was when Balm was starting to feel slightly nervous about what Yoram was trying to do. HNN. A heated orgasm left Yoram's mouth. Keel was freaked out. Unnie, are you crazy? What are you doing? NN. Hang, don't do it. You lunatic. Yoram flipped her eyes up in response to Keel's words. You are dirty, crazy. You have a screw loose or something seriously. When Keel tried to run away from the sofa with a serious look, Yoram grabbed her and laughed like a witch. Because of all that fuss, the movie didn't feel erotic at all. With all things considered, the movie was quite fun except for the obscene moments. It was the story of a tyrannic rich guy and a poor female secretary. The rich was a bad person who looked down on others, and the secretary tried to run away after being sick of it, but was locked up in the office. At the start, after being locked up, the female secretary hated the rich, but opened her heart towards him later on for some reason, and dated him before changing him near the end. It was a romantic cliché. After the movie came to an end, the kids started chatting about their impressions of the movie. But there's this thing I don't really understand. Maybe because you didn't watch half the movie. No, I watched everything except for the erotic scenes. Keel thought for a bit before opening her mouth. Around the middle part, why did the locked-up female open her heart to the man? I didn't really get that part. What don't you get? Look, Unnie, the man wasn't even that nice to her. He was bad, swore at her, hit her and locked her up, right? Inside the office. He's handsome, though. NN. No, but even then. He has a good body, and his butt is like damn so dirty even then. He was being such a bad person. He's rich, though. But it's still strange. No matter how handsome and rich he is, I wouldn't like him if he's that bad. Apparently, it's called Stockholm Syndrome, explained Baum. Stockholm Syndrome. NN. If the perpetrator occasionally shows a gentle side to the victim, apparently there are some victims who open their heart up and sink with the perpetrator. Jael interjected with a question. What's perpetrator? Someone that does bad things. What's sink? It means sympathizing and empathizing with other people. Ah, a long time ago, apparently there were some armed robbers that attacked a bank in Stockholm and took the staff hostage for several days. It seems that they were occasionally nice to the hostages, and after being rescued by the police, they stood on the side of the robbers. Really? NN. They apparently refused to give testimony and stuff. That's so strange. So humans are like that the kids all entered their own world and each pondered about various things. Are we kind of similar? NN. Since we were suddenly kidnapped and locked inside Unit 301. Baum said that in a half-joking manner, but Keel, who had been immersed in the movie, shook her head with a serious expression. No, that's definitely not the case. Really, I'm not like that foolish woman. Nothing bad was done to me, so I'm not that, whatever syndrome either. Then, then. It's just that the macaron and the sausage bread were delicious, not. I mean, I just came here on my own feet, right? She was saying that it wasn't Stockholm Syndrome because nothing bad was done to her. Yoram also shook her head. Not me either. Why? Because I don't like that human that much. But don't you follow him quite a lot? Well, he's at least better than other humans. She meant that it wasn't Stockholm Syndrome because she didn't like him. What about you? Jael didn't really understand what her unnies were talking about. But since they all said no, that must be the correct answer. I don't think so, really. Baum patted the child's small head. Then it's just me, I guess, and she whispered that under her breath. In that instant, Keel's eyes turned into circles. It's just me, I guess. Let's pack things up. It's about time for Arjasi to come back. It seemed that Yoram and Jael didn't take what she said to heart, judging from how they stood up and began cleaning all the rubbish. But Keel was different. Despite hearing the same words as the other dragons, she was feeling something different from them. With a deeply flushed face, Keel started picking up the rubbish. Her mind became muddled. Barmani most likely wasn't saying that for no reason, and it probably had a connection with the expression she showed before. There most certainly was a connection. For a month, ever since Peace City, Keel had been feeling greatly curious about it, since Balm had never shown such an expression when she was with others. However, fear got the best of her and stopped her from fully empathizing with Balm. Didn't Barmani, who was indifferent and straight like a pine tree, become weird? Thus, it must be a tremendous and violent emotion, so Keel had decided to set it aside. The deep empathizing ability, immersion, unique to the gold race was done automatically, but could be handled proactively by hardening one's mind beforehand. Ever since she returned from the trip, Keel had been avoiding Yu Jitae, and these days, she was able to look at his face again without feeling confused. But hearing what Balm said just then caused curiosity to lift its head again. The moment she saw Yu Jitae's face after he came back to the house, her emotions started overlapping with Balm's. What is it? What is this in any case? This wasn't good. Keel decided to set her curiosity aside once again. It was dangerous, scary, and whatever it was, she couldn't do it. In other words, she had to make sure that it was never just the two of them. Never. There will be a guardian consultation today. Oh no. That was what Yu Jitae said during the meal. Keel turned pale. A one-on-one consultation at a time like this. Simply imagining it made her sink through the floor, and she couldn't even feel the food going down her throat. Come to my room one by one after the meal. Okay. After the meal started the consultations for Balm and Yoram, and meanwhile, Keel desperately looked for ways to escape. You Keel, come in. In the end, she couldn't come up with any. Cold beads of sweat traveled down her spine. Like a pig being taken to the slaughterhouse, Keel entered his room and intentionally left the door open. Right, Keel. Yes, yes. She couldn't stare at his face, so instead, she gazed down and stared at her hands. What's wrong? Yes, what do you mean? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Why are you like that? No, I'm not. Yu Jitae stared at her. How are you these days? Jay, just normal. Anything you need. Nothing. Nothing. Keel became weird again. Yu Jitae thought to himself. She slowly became better after coming back from the trip, but was suddenly like this again. The way her heart raced and the way she couldn't look into eyes seemed to be suggesting that she was scared of him for some reason. You really don't need anything. Yes, I don't. So can I please go out now? Not yet. Are you uncomfortable with anything? No, there was nothing she was uncomfortable with, apparently. Was she speaking the truth? Eyes of equilibrium. SS. Yu tried to look into her eyes again and bent his back, but she lowered her head ever further and avoided eye contact. So he got out from the seat and lowered his body even further to see the child's face, but when he did that, Keel immediately covered her face in fright. Let me see your face. Please don't. She was stubborn and stood on firm ground, desperately stopping him from seeing her face. The guardian felt slightly frustrated, but didn't want to forcefully look at her face when she was so against it. Okay, I got it. And anything you want. You Keel. Please end the consultation. He seriously had no idea. After escaping Yu Jitae's room, Keel stayed holed up inside her room by herself for a very long time. She even chased the baby chicken outside. She was seriously this close to being doomed. Yu Jitae's Adam's apple, the veins on his arms and his wide shoulders were still hovering before her eyes. At this point, she was scared, imagining what Balm thought of whenever she was looking at Yu Jitae. Keel still didn't know what this emotion was. But what she certainly did know is that my heart's not normal. It felt like she was going crazy. At this rate, she might get uncomfortable simply staying inside Unit 301. So Keel decided to stay away from Yu Jitae again for the time being. That was when a question appeared inside her head. If these tremendous thoughts and emotions were normal for Barmani NN, how was she able to treat Argosy normally? Chapter 152. Darkness. Eyes gazing down. 1. It was time for another campus community service, but today it was just a 2-hour service. There's the finals for the 5th grade campus tournament today. We've seen it happen last year as well, but the kids are very hot-tempered, and they fight outside the stage as well. I wish they would listen a bit more, the sentry staff member whispered as he asked him to be a safety guard. But well place you near the outskirts. Please rest there comfortably for just 2 hours. Because of that, he had to stand at the tournament room on the 5th floor of Colosseo in security uniforms for 2 hours. What the staff member said was right. A tournament had many things on the line. Points, money, honor, experience, pride, etc. to be acknowledged by their households and later become world-famous superhumans or to be above cadets their age. The kids were a lot more serious and sharper than usual today. What? A big mouth for someone that got shit on. You better shut that mouth before I dig your eyes out. Try it then. Ones that were in a bad relationship either brought each other down on the corridor or refused to acknowledge the results even after the fight. In campus competition for ranks was like that. Come here, you son of a bitch. Yu Jitae, who was watching with crossed arms, saw someone itching to fight, so he grabbed him by the nape and threw him onto the floor. Kook and other superhumans from the sentries took him outside. There was in fact quite a lot of things to do, so the 2 hours at Colosseo flew by. Campus community service 5/10, but there were still 5 hours remaining. A superhuman party had to consist of more than 3 people, and most of them had 3 to 4 in a group. That was why Yoram had to group up with Saojiro, Kim Jae-in, and Sophia in preparation for an assignment. Do I have to group up with these junks? You have to be grateful. Who else would be in a team with a BTCH like you? What the FCK did you say? There were some offers from Noblesse School and the Yang household to form a group together, but Yoram turned all of them down. It seemed that she had become attached to the group despite her words. As they started working outside school, the name Yoram and the Lasties couldn't be used anymore as Mihailov requested for a name change. Let's just call it Lasties then. But because Lasties wasn't a suitable name for a group undertaking external activities, they each gave out ideas until they settled with the name Machi, proposed by Saojiro. It was the name of a soft rice cake, but the reason Yoram agreed to the name was because Kimicha sounded like a cute name to her. See ya. Going by yourself again? Yeah, don't follow me. I can do everything myself. After entering the 3rd quarter, Yu Jitae didn't accompany Yoram as often because she herself did not want it. He didn't do anything about it because she was indeed doing fine alone. Whatever the case, Yoram was different from before and started taking care of herself, and Team Machi was also doing decently. Not everything went the way she wanted to, so on some days she would shut the door with a bang after a lesson or a sparring session. When asked, did something happen, she would simply say, just a little bit annoyed, in return, and Yoram being annoyed was nothing new. Unnie must be having her period. Keel joked around needlessly and got kicked. So these days, Yu Jitae either went with Balm or played with Jael when he was free. That day was the same. Holding Jael by her hand, he was walking down the streets of the residential area. It seemed that the fountain on the central plaza was working again after the weather eased up a bit. Jael had been pestering him to go there for a few days already, so it would be good to visit that place today. That had been his original plan before receiving a sudden call. "Is this the Guardian, Mr. Yu Jitae?" Yes, it was a call from the sentries. An extremely polite voice carefully posed a question. "Is it possible for you to urgently come here by any chance? Did something happen?" Cadet Yoram was involved in a fight. Yu Jitae stopped his feet. It seemed that the fountain trip had to be postponed. "Why stopping? There's a place I have to go to." Jael, who had been waiting for a few days, meekly nodded her head despite being visibly disappointed. "Sorry, NN." After taking the child home, he went to where the incident occurred. At the underground sparring room of Colosseo Lair, there was a broken room. Several people were throwing glances from the surroundings, while Yoram was crouching in the middle of the sentries. Now, what was this about? One of them greeted when Yu Jitae walked up, and Yoram reacted to that sound by lifting her head. She had a sullen look on her face. After their eyes met, she lowered her head. He broke through the crowd and approached the center. "I am the Guardian, Yu Jitae." "Ah, yes, sir." "Ah, sorry for interrupting your rest. I am the manager of the 3rd investigation team of sentries, Jose." The sentry started off with an apology despite having done nothing wrong. That was the result of the Yu household's name value. It's nothing crazy, but Cadet Yoram punched her opponent after the spar ended. "Who's the cadet that got hit?" "It's Joe Luxon." Joe Luxon was the highest achieving cadet from Urfan Guild, which was one of the 3 powerhouses right now. He was in Professor Ha Yun's Moonlight Study Group and was one of the top members of a Level 5 society. At the same time, he was on very bad terms with Yoram. "Is the child seriously injured?" "No. He's not that hurt, and the cadet is being healed at a hospital. But as you can see, the building was a little damaged as a result." Yu Jitae went to Yoram after nodding his head. She was crouching down, looking at the floor, and he could see her red eyes through the gaps between her red hair. He didn't speak to her yet, because she probably wouldn't reply back. "So, we would appreciate your assistance with the investigation." "Right." After the incident, Yu Jitae took her and returned to the dormitory. She didn't say a word until then and didn't leave the room after coming back. That night, a person came looking for Yu Jitae from the sentries and talked about things related to Yoram's punishment. Fights between cadets were commonplace, but this time, there were unfortunately lots of witnesses, and the damage done to property was also considerable. If we completely ignore the punishment, we can't expect China to sit silent either, so, funnily enough, the sentries were on the side of Yu household, and they were still trying to please Yu Jitae. However, he shook his head. "It's fine. Please punish her as you see fit. Even a dragon must get punished after doing something wrong." The reason he had such a thought wasn't because he was a righteous person. It simply stemmed from the thought that daily lives shouldn't always be full of enjoyable and likable things. If a child did something wrong, they had to know that it was a bad thing. That was different from making her change habits. Yoram might still punch someone after this, and he still wouldn't care. It was just that daily lives could only revolve after realizing that hitting someone was a bad thing to do. So as long as the lives and the amusements of the kids weren't in danger, it was correct for them to get punished for wrongdoings. "Sorry, I understand." Despite his doubt, the sentry staff appeared relieved. The next day, Yu Jitae was summoned by the education department, and they went through several talks about the punishment during the conference. Lion, the guardian from Urfan Guild, acted pretentiously with a big frown, but didn't say much. He was a short man, around 170 centimeters tall, but gave off an extremely ferocious aura that was usually felt from the storm troops. Something similar had happened before when Yoram insulted Zhang Zuyan by kissing her, but unlike now, he was on a mad rampage back then. What a rude child. That was the only complaint he gave, because he was also reading Yu Jitae's mood, consciously or not. The conference was done quietly and swiftly. Due to wrongdoings, she was restricted from individual spars for 3 days and received a deduction of 20 points. After returning to the dormitory, Yu Jitae turned the competition application on and checked her rank. Rank 1. Yang Tiha, 2513, 51-2. Yu Urim, 2512, minus 28-3. Joe Luxon, 25-1, 54-4. Barab Blude, 2489, 49. The first number were their total accumulation of points from the first 3 quarters, and the numbers inside the brackets were the fluctuations of their points over the last 3 days. From the second to 10th places, they only had 5 to 10 points of difference separating them, but Yoram had been maintaining a 70-point lead above Yang Tiha. She had been in a massive lead, but two. Yu Yoram, 25-12, minus 28. Her points had decreased by a lot, which was obvious considering that others gained points while she lost hers. She even gave the first place over to Yang Tiha. That wasn't the end. 3 days of restriction on spars meant that she couldn't participate in the individual spars that gave 10 points a day. That meant she would be missing out on another 30 points. All the cadets in the top ranks were desperate and talented. Due to the small gaps in between, a drop in 30 points was massive, and if nothing unusual happened during the next 3 days, she would drop out of the top 4 seats. She hadn't been gaining much points recently, so he checked the recent match history and found a tie with Joe Luxon. Well, Joe Luxon's blessing was suited for holding his ground and buying time, while Urim can't be winning every single time. He was about to ignore it, but Urim match history vs Joe Luxon, draw point fluctuation. Minus 9p vs Joe Luxon, draw point fluctuation. Minus 7p, meeting the same cadet twice in a row, and getting a tie in both fights was a little fishy. The reason she lost points despite it being a tie was because of the underdog system of the ranking competition. A cadet with a lower score would receive more points by defeating a cadet that had more points than them. Before the spars, Urim had more points than Joe Luxon, so she lost points despite the draw. It seemed that he needed to have a chat with Urim. However, she didn't leave the room even after a whole day. She was silent even after he knocked on the door several times. She was definitely inside the room, and because he heard her use the watch inside, she must have also seen the announcement regarding the punishment. What came before she opened her door was in fact Team Machi. Knock knock, he opened the door and found Sophia, Saojiro and Kim Jae-in wearing worried looks on their faces. Hi, is Urim inside? Yeah, come in. Is she like fine? Yujiti shook his head. Kim Jae-in and Saojiro asked about her condition, and Sophia heaved a sigh after hearing his response. Ehu, that's why I told her to kill her temper a little, thanks for your concerns. I'll tell her about it. Okay, the kids handed him a paper bag, saying it was a gift. It's a sandwich and a coffee. She doesn't eat anything when she's upset, right, thanks. After giving him the gift, the kids turned around. He was about to close the door after bidding them farewell, but Sophia, who was the only one that didn't turn around, opened her mouth with an irritated voice. But to be honest, I think I would have been mad as well. What? Joe Luxon, that little Bith, that bastard, was sniping Urim. Right. I heard that sniping became easier after the system changed. Sniping. He heard Mihailov mention it in the past. In fact, he was about to go outside today and ask Mihailov, some professors and other guardians he knew of, to ask various things. He decided to ask it now, so that he could learn more about it in advance. Can you tell me in more detail? Sorry, what's sniping? When Yu Jitae showed interest, Kim Jae-in, who was looking into his eyes, unconsciously flinched a little. Sophia replied in her stead. Cadets with similar points get matched up in the sparring rooms, right? And because there's a lot of difference in points now, someone with 25-0 points won't get matched against a 1,000. Right. So for example, if I also had 25-0 points and had a good compatibility against Urim, I can start matchmaking when she does it herself. Ya'll be fighting Urim every time then. Yes, there aren't many cadets in the top ranks in the first place. Matchmaking also takes a lot of time, so it makes it easier to snipe. It was a way around the system of the individual spars. I think that's 100 the case. Does it make sense that Joe Luxon never fought against Urim until the 3rd quarter and fought her twice in a row all of a sudden? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Since he had only been focused on Urim's ability, emotions, and other things, he hadn't taken much interest in the matchmaking system and the likes. After thinking for a bit, Yu Jitae thought about the possible contrasting situation to sniping. They were both in the top ranks, So how was Joe Luxon able to not fight Urim until the third quarter? In other words, it's possible for the top cadets to group up and make sure their time slots don't overlap. Sophia widened her eyes. Seeing from how Kim Jae-in and Sojiro were innocently rolling their eyes around, it seemed that Sophia alone knew some things. That's the case, isn't it? The white girl carefully nodded her head. Yes. Actually, there's a group chat. Her words caused Kim Jae-in and Sojiro to widen their eyes as well. Chapter 153. Darkness. Eyes gazing down too. What? A group chat. The shock caused her to yell aloud. After realizing that her voice was too loud, Kim Jae-in hurriedly covered her mouth. What do you mean a group chat? Sophia glanced at Kim Jae-in as if she wasn't comfortable talking about the topic and appeared to be finding it disgraceful. She bit her lips slightly and messily scratched her hair in irritation. This is a secret, sir, and you guys as well. Gee, got it. When Yu Jitae also nodded back, Sophia opened her mouth with a sigh. There's a group chat of 10 people who are in the very top of the ranks where they share their individual sparring times. As you've mentioned, sir, it's to avoid each other. Who's in it? Sophia made a frown from his question. I can't tell you that. Why? Because I actually don't know who's in it either. What do you mean? I only know it exists because someone offered me to join it before. And who was that? Yu Jitae's question was like that of a criminal investigation. Feeling slightly pressured, Sophia glanced to the side before answering him. It's a bit hard for me to say that. I didn't go in because it felt dirty, and I just hate things like that. He raised his head and stared at the distance, towards the academy district, at the epicenter of Lair where the education department resided. Seemingly in thought, he stayed silent for a long time. I think people are starting to see what's happening. And there's probably a few that are in doubt already, because the top students haven't been fighting each other for months. And no wonder. So avoiding each other can also be used to snipe. That's the problem, for fuck's sake. And plus, he shamefully set all his monuments to anti-melee. Did you see this, sir? In a huff, Sophia turned on the recording of the fight between Urim and Joe Luxon. He had obviously seen it, but still quietly watched it again. As soon as the fight began, 4 monuments floated on all sides of Joe Luxon. The most important one of the 4 was the one located behind his back. That particular monument was slightly bigger than the other 3, and it could only be ignited after being supplied with mana for around 30 seconds. That revolver monument. I hate that thing. Once ignited, the revolver monument would shoot magic bullets that could hit anything that was within the shooting distance of around 100 meters. The other monuments were just supportive devices that protected Joe Luxon and the revolver monument. Urim was planning to defeat Joe Luxon before the revolver monument operated in full. However, the remaining 3 monuments each gave off chilling, psychokinetic, and hallucinating spells. While moving his body, Joe Luxon used 4 different spells to hold her back. Put it another way, it was like playing soccer with his lower body while doing table tennis, playing games and singing with his upper body. Feels dogshit, but I do give him that. That was the reason he was being called the greatest genius of Urfan Guild. Even then, Urim remained calm. She forced through the cold current trying to freeze her fingers and deftly dealt with the telekinesis that either tried to control her body or threw objects at her. But when she was right before him, he suddenly reappeared at a different place. Like an illusion, his body vanished. It was due to his hallucinating spells. Cure, that was close. What a dirty way to fight. Even if she did manage to shorten the gap, Joe Luxon was carrying 2 shields. It was different from how he usually used a sword, but it was effective against Urim, who usually swung her weapons. When the same thing continued several times, and he slipped by right between her fingers every single time, Sojiro and Kim Jae-in also frowned. Their frowns were also because of Joe Luxon's attitude as he giggled and stuck his tongue out during the fight. He's playing mind games. She has to be calm to get to him, and it would be impossible if she becomes angry. Urim suppressed him by relying on her footwork and strength, but still failed to defeat Joe Luxon. When the revolver monument was finally activated, she had no chance of defeating him. That was why Joe Luxon was called the Territory Master. Something to note here was that Joe Luxon couldn't defeat Urim either. Do you get it? What that son of a bith is trying to do? Yu Jitae nodded in response to Sophia's words. He didn't use the finished monument to attack Urim. It was solely to stop her from coming closer, and during the 5 minutes of the spar, Joe Luxon solely focused on stopping her approach. The equipment and blessings that Joe Luxon had prepared were all targeted at coming to a draw against Yoram. This was why he was thought to be sniping. 5 minutes passed, and the spar came to an end as the points were allocated. Or you damned piece of. What the is this? Perhaps upset after losing her precious points, she threw the sword down and stepped on it several times, which marked the end of the video. This was what happened during their first spar. She had exploded because that had been repeated on the second day. Right. Thanks for letting me know. For the next 3 days, Yoram did not leave her room. She skipped her lessons and stayed holed up inside her room without replying even when Balm and Keel occasionally knocked on her door. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae gave several calls and met people to look into the matchmaking system and rules on individual spars. After the fake name of the Yu household was spread all over Lair, he was able to contact directors of any department with one call. The fact that he could do that despite having no real power was probably because of Principal Ha Sukmu telling them to be mindful. Yes. So the way around the system itself isn't something we can get ourselves involved in anymore, as per the regulations. That was the standpoint of one of the related personnel of the competition. I see. The regressor was ignorant when it came to regulations, the sparring system, and the likes. However, he was knowledgeable about how human greed tended to work, and he had the ability to analyze the cause. Joe Luxon's snipe was effectively done in a clever manner. The one on the receiving end might be disgusted, but there weren't any ways to overturn the matter. Besides, understanding the system well and manipulating it was a clever thing to do. Urfan, these cunning trash bastards. They timed it disgustingly well. Mihailov clicked his tongue while Yu Jitae didn't say anything in response. Just like what Mihailov said, the results of the third quarter will be shared after 3 days, so Yoram coming fourth in rank was almost certain. Yoram had completely fallen into their trap. Sitting in the living room, the regressor stared at Yoram's room and pondered. Let's say they were sniping. But in that case, there was something that didn't make sense. The top-ranking cadets sharing their sparring times alone wasn't enough to know Yoram's sparring time. And for Joe Luxon to perfectly snipe Yoram, he needed a different way to know her sparring time. How did he know the exact time that Yoram would press the button after entering the underground sparring room of Colosseo Lair? Did someone tail Yoram? Tail. Tailing her, that rather unlikable word, remained in a corner of his head. Even if someone were to tail her, it was impossible for a cadet to do so. Yoram was a dragon, and her ability to sense mana exceeded the normal cadet level by several margins. In that case, the person in question was quite obvious. 1. They were inside Lair 2. They have the ability to tail Yoram 3. At the same time, they should be related to Joe Luxon and have matching interests. After finishing his line of thought, Yu Jitae called Lion, Joe Luxon's guardian, who at the same time was the highest guardian associated with Urfan Guild. Ring. The call went through. The person you have called is unavailable. Please call back later. Lion didn't pick it up. The regressor asked Mihailov if he could give Lion a call, but he didn't pick that up either. That wasn't the end. They couldn't connect the call with any of the Urfan Guild guardians. The person you have called is unavailable. Please call back later. They weren't picking it up. As a guardian, one had to be always available whenever they were inside Lair at least. All of them forgetting to bring their phone along or losing them was as unlikely as Yoram wearing a wedding dress. In other words, Lion not picking up his call meant this. These guys. The Urfan Guild was avoiding Yu Jitae. Creak, that was when a door creaked open. Since he had been staring at Yoram's room the whole time, his eyes met with the red pair of eyes gazing from the small gap behind the door as soon as it was opened. Hi. Yoram slowly gave a nod, with a seemingly discontent expression. It was unknown when the door would open back up once it was closed, so Yu Jitae walked to her room while it was open. Her eyes looking up at him were still full of irritation, but nonetheless, she didn't stop him. She pulled her body in slightly, so Yu Jitae was able to enter the room. Sitting down on the bed, she gazed up at him. What were you doing? Just looking into some stuff. Are you fine now? Would you be fine if you were in my shoes? Her words that abruptly escaped her lips were thorny. After saying that, she slightly looked away. Who knows? Do you need more time alone? Then rest a bit more. Where are you going? There's someone I have to see. Yu Jitae stood up and was about to leave the room when her voice pulled his feet back. But I do feel slightly better now. Hearing that, he turned around. Yoram stared at his feet and continued with an energyless voice. I feel better after a fap. It seemed that she was forcing herself to make a joke, judging from the dark look on her face. The regressor didn't know what her words and her gaze that were on his feet meant. However, guessing that her stopping him from leaving the room meant that there was something she wanted to say, he walked back to her side and sat down. It's nothing that big. You don't have to feel down. No, I'm not feeling down. Then. It's just say what's on your mind. Yoram heaved a deep sigh with her nose. You know, like I look a bit retarded, don't I? It was an unexpected question. Why? Well, me getting smashed by Joe Luxon is one thing, but the 20-point deduction and 3 days of spa restriction is because I did something retarded. Right, the regressor replied. Not wrong. Yoram threw him a glare before giving another deep sigh. Right, I actually knew it was a very stupid thing to do. Yeah, that BTCH was shaking his ass after the fight, and that freakin' made me angry. But I still tried to hold it in this time. It's true that I lost, so being temperamental after that is unsightly, right? Besides, I also insult people daily after beating them. But I just couldn't hold it, and he reflected on the reason Yoram was saying this. It's a bit retarded, right? To rush in every time and being unable to hold your anger in, since she had always been like that in the past iterations, and because he had spent dozens of years watching that, the regressor needed time to process and understand what laid behind her worry. This time, it finished with me just bashing up someone I don't even know. But sometimes when I get in a quarrel with Barmani, I almost swear without even realizing it. It's also common for me to almost mess everything up in a dungeon raid. Because of my temper, he merely listened to the child talk. I just want to hold my temper in as well, and the answer came to him automatically. After saying that much, Yoram hugged her own knees. Like always, she appeared embarrassed after speaking her mind. He returned a casual nod and stood up. If it was about her having trouble controlling her temper, he knew the way to fix it. But breaking and reforming the disposition of a higher-ranked spirit beast like a dragon was by no means an easy or a simple task, so he had to delay this topic till later. Got it. Rest for now. NN. Leaving the house, he contacted the education department and asked for the address of Urfan Guild's dormitory. He was planning to meet Lion in person, but the education department remained firm, saying that they couldn't do that at all cost. Having no other choice, Yu Jitae sharpened his senses and looked for a familiar presence. Since he had seen the Guardian, Lion, more than 3 times already, he could somewhat remember the quality and texture of his mana. He closed his eyes and focused. The tall walls and buildings of the large academy city dissipated in his head as he started to feel the characteristics and textures of mana that resided in every organism. Looking for a specific person from a crowd of people that went over 100, was an impossible task. Due to the sheer number of people, he had to eliminate several places and go one by one. Even that took a few hours, and the regressor opened his eyes only after confirming the target. On the other side of the academy district, in the 5th residential area, Yu Jitae knocked on the door of a unit. Who is it? Ah, the male cadet that opened the door was Joe Luxon. Startled, he left the door open and took a few steps back, while Yu Jitae immediately entered the dormitory. Inside were cadets and guardians of the Urfan Guild having a house party with a bunch of fried chicken and beer. Their eyes reflected their confusion regarding the sudden uninvited guest. While they were all holding their breath and staring at him in this incomprehensible situation, Yu Jitae glanced across their faces one by one in silence. His gaze stopped once it reached Lion. Chapter 154. Darkness, eyes gazing down. 3. What are you doing right now? Entering someone else's house without permission. The man walked forward in large strides. A ferocious aura was given off from his small body. Yu Jitae looked into the pair of long eyes beneath his bald head that were full of vitality. Lion's eyes, however, were on Yu Jitae's nose, and this tended to be the case when the frightened ones instinctively avoided eye contact. I wasn't going to intrude on someone's party either. What kind of nonsense? That's why you should have picked up your phone. His dry voice had a condescending tone. All the superhumans present that were listening through the voice interpretation artifact felt it. Why on earth should I pick up your call? I don't know what this is about, but it is very unpleasant. Step outside right now, thanks. Lion glared daggers at him with a growl. Meanwhile, the cadets on the side of Urfan Guild were stealing glances left and right. Let me ask one thing. How did you do it? What? How did you snipe her? Did you tail her? Or did someone tell you the time? I have no idea what nonsense this is about. Here I was wondering what made you barge into our house. Was it for some meaningless talk like this? He took out a cigarette and placed it on his mouth. It seemed that it was a habit of his, as there was a bunch of cigarette butts on the ashtray. Lion increased his volume with a gush of smoke. Look here, Mr. Yu Jitae, I know your household's great and all. Let's talk outside then. There's no need to go outside. So what's your answer? You mean sniping? I don't know anything about that. False. Tail her. I have 4 kids to look after. You have 3 cadets yourself, so you should know better, right? Who would be free enough to do things like that. True. It's a shame that your kid got her points sucked dry by one of our kids. But didn't Cadet Yu Urim lay a hand on our Joe Luxon instead for no reason? And instead of saying sorry about that, you're making us into snipers as if we were in the wrong. Am I wrong? You didn't tail, but you did snipe, it seems. I have no idea. And what if we did snipe? Does that go against the rules? Or is it illegal, perhaps? He seemingly became more prideful after stating his justification and laughed like a hyena. For a split second, Yu Jitae imagined ripping the lips of this proud one all the way to his ears, but scattered the thought. Right, got it. At the start of every iteration, he would choose a principle for himself. It was a device to ensure a coherent and systematic approach to the entire iteration, and although it might not be followed at all times, he tried to adhere to it as much as possible. In the 3rd iteration, his principle was to spend at least 10 months every year inside a dungeon. In the 4th iteration, physically protecting the gold dragon from all sources of danger had been his principle. And now, in the 7th iteration, he had set following daily lives and not deviating from it as his principle. This principle was made especially evident whenever the regressor was dealing with other people. Interpersonal relationships were an essential element of daily lives. Relationships extended forth all the way to the society, and society regulated a line of rules and the norms to individuals. Due to that, he had to protect daily lives in order to melt into one. Killing nameless scoundrels in the back streets had a different meaning to killing ones that were related to Yoram's daily life. Simply put, he wanted to kill them but held it in. Yu Jitae precisely remembered each of their faces and the characteristics of their mana. To do so, he glanced across the cadets for a while, and they, who had all been gathered in the room, had to avoid his eyes in silence. Before long, he left the house without making a fuss. After the storm passed, damn it, Lion clicked his tongue with the cigarette still in his mouth. What a pathetic guardian as a guardian, being pushed around in front of the cadets would hurt his pride as a soldier. So he had acted tough on purpose, but looking back now, it seemed that he had needlessly blabbered just as the opponent had wished. That in fact hurt his pride even more. As if to hide that, Lion raised his voice. Who FC King goes to someone else's house without saying anything? He's just relying on his backing. Should I just reveal everything and make it public? The cadets dissuaded him in surprise. Let's just bear with it, sir. We can just avoid what's dirty. Yes, nothing really happened, right? Joe Luxon and Zhang Zuyan held him back as Lion clicked his tongue. He openly showed how he was forcing his anger down. That would make him appear like an open guardian who listened to the opinions of the cadets. He screamed with another mouthful of smoke. Joe Luxon. Surprised, Joe Luxon made his body into a rigid, straight line. Did he do something wrong? Well done. Lion chortled, and after understanding what he was saying, Joe Luxon also giggled. The smile spread like an infection and reached all the guardians and cadets of Urfan Guild inside the room. They became less nervous, and especially Zhang Zuyan and Ling Ling, who had both been bashed up by Yoram, giggled out loud. In any case, what I've realized after raising kids here for a few years is that it's true that cadets take after their guardians. Is that really the case? Look, who do you think that red-headed idiot learned from? Kiwahaha. Well done. You did a great job, Joe Luxon. If you come second here, can you even imagine how much the headquarters will support us? Ha! Thinking about the rewards brought excitement back to the table. Conclusion, they sniped but didn't tail. In other words, there was a way to snipe without tailing her. Yu Jitae headed to Colosseo Lair in search of that method. The large cylindrical building had 8 entrances all around the building, with a revolving door on each of them. Cadets, guardians, and staff members were all carrying their busy steps across. There were eyes here that could tell what's happening in real time, that surpassed tailing in terms of efficiency. Almost 50 security cameras were installed on each floor. After checking that, Yu Jitae headed to the 8th floor of the building, where the control room that managed all the sparring rooms was located. He walked in large strides towards the control room, but security guards wearing suits ran up and stopped him. "Ah, you there. Outsiders are prohibited from entering this." One of the guards seemed surprised after realizing that he was talking to Yu Jitae. Are you Guardian Yu Jitae?" "Yes, I am." "Aha, nice to meet you. See, can I ask what brings you here? I was wondering if I could have a look inside." "Sorry." So, if you could tell us the reason. I am a bit curious about how the control room is being operated." I see. Can I just see if I can receive permission from my superiors?" There wouldn't be an issue because Yu Jitae had already contacted the sentries regarding it. Despite that, the security guard who didn't want to take the responsibility called someone and received permission despite some limitations. "Yes, so, as long as we can go with you, it is fine for you to enter." Yu Jitae took the guards around and entered the control room. The complex room had hundreds of security cameras that were being constantly monitored, and a dozen or so of staff members were busily taking care of their own task. "Hello, sir. I'm Director Lee and of the control room's integrated control team." A middle-aged female staff member approached him and asked with a cautious tone, "What brings you here?" He looked around the control room. If someone sent information gathered from the security cameras, it was possible to snipe. "Who's in charge of monitoring?" "He's a Chinese man called Wang Jiao." "A Chinese? Can I talk to him for a bit?" Soon, a seemingly upright man came to Yu Jitae, and he asked him if he had a relationship with the Urfan Guild by any chance. The man appeared like he was being falsely accused and claimed that there was no such thing. And his words were true. In other words, it wasn't this place either. "I see." Over the next 3 days, Yu Jitae went around Colosseo as well as the control room. Of course, he did everything in secret as he watched how the staff acted and checked the cadets that were entering and leaving the building. Even then, he didn't find anyone that were observing all the sparring rooms, and that was definitely strange. As a being who could identify an ant that had hidden itself on the other side of the globe, as long as he had time, not being able to find an observer in a small building like this made no sense, and that instead acted as a hint for Yu Jitae. You're here already. We were expecting you." The director, who had become a lot more careful than the first day, vigilantly asked him, "What can I help you with today?" Yu Jitae glanced at the ceiling above the cabinet that was on the other side of the monitors. On that dark part of the ceiling, which was far from any light source, was another camera that was overlooking the entire control room, as well as the monitors. "Please have a look at the circuits for that thing." "Can I ask what the just do it without asking, please?" Yes, of course." Despite being rather dumbfounded, she listened to his command and called a handyman to check the circuits for that specific security camera. What's this?" And Yu Jitae's prediction had been on the mark. I found a trace of this connecting to the outside. There's a radio signal device as well. It must have been here for quite a long time." The handyman stated that the video could have leaked outside, but he had no way of knowing the destination. "Oh my, does that mean someone could have been watching it all along?" "I'm not sure, but I think it's definitely possible." During the chat with the handyman, the director glanced at Yu Jitae with a confused look on her face. Who would do such a who else would it be? If it was there for a long time, it probably had been done by Irfan a few years ago. But in the end, Yu Jitae did not publicize the matter. Ajasi, once he returned to Unit 301, Keel talked to him with a worried voice. "Ani isn't eating anything, yeah. I know. No, but it's already been 3 days. I almost never saw Ani skip a meal before." That was true because having a meal was a part of growth for Yoram. Although she didn't crave food, she never starved herself for no reason. "Do you think Yoram is okay?" Balm also asked worriedly. "Yeah, should be fine now." Yu Jitae knocked on the door of Yoram's room and heard her reply. Entering the room, he sat face to face with the red-haired girl who was still sitting dejectedly in the corner of her bed. "How you feeling?" So, do you want me to tell you something interesting?" Since it was the first time Yu Jitae had said something in that manner, she stared at him. "What is it?" He told her everything that had happened during the last 3 days. Yoram pouted at the start, as if she was irritated, and soon bursted in anger after hearing what he found inside the control room. "Aren't they crazy? Does that mean they've been doing that all along?" It seems like it. Why? Do you think it's unfair? Of course it is. FCK. Even I was competing fairly. That's driving me nuts for real. Perhaps because she was feeling depressed, she was quieter than usual even though she was angry. With an irritated voice, she spoke. Why didn't you publicize it? Just reveal everything for those disgusting bastards. I was going to do that at the start. Why didn't you do it then? But after thinking for a few days, Yu Jitae discovered a method that was even better than publicizing the issue. It was a method that Yoram would enjoy more than anything. We need to have our revenge. You and me. Yeah, let's make the meat she. How do we make the meat? SHT. I've eaten it all already. I messed up my third quarter results. That doesn't really matter, does it? Since the fourth quarter decides the final ranks for the competition. That's true, but Yu Jitae simply stated the result first. In any case, the results for the third quarter right now didn't even really matter. And now, Irfan can't see you anymore. He had ripped their eyes out, but I can see them. It was time for him to gaze down at them. After realizing what the revenge was going to be about, she widened her eyes into circles. You want us to snipe them? Yeah. How? There was a simple yet very effective method. It was time for a strategy meeting. Hearing his story made her eyes turn slightly brighter. The fundamental reason for her anger was the mistake that had been caused by her failure to control her own temper. She still did appear bitter because of that, but the sweet sound behind the word revenge seemed to have brightened up her mood a little. So, do you like it? Do I like it? Her eyes as well as her lips curled up. Lowering her head, she gave a faint smile. Is there something to eat outside? On the last day of the 3-day restriction on individual spars, the third quarter ranks were decided and were announced. Yang Tiha was first, and Joe Luxon was second. Barab Blueday from Noblesse School came third, and Yoram came fourth. That day, reporters gathered at the Academy District at the end of the day and asked the top-ranking cadets for their feelings. The ranks that had been fixed till now had finally moved, so many reporters asked how Yang Tiha, Joe Luxon, and Barab Blueday were feeling. But there was someone who gathered more reporters than them. Cadet Yu Yoram. A word, please, if there's any discontentment with your rank. Yoram appeared irritated and gave a frown, but the reporters were unable to close in on her. After receiving a call from Yu Jitae, the sentries had sent people to surround Yoram in a circle. Cadet Yu Yoram, this is from KSB. Unfortunately, you have lost to Cadet Yang Tiha and Joe Luxon. Please share with us how you're feeling right now. When she found a Korean broadcasting reporter, Yoram sneakily went to his side. It was the same reporter who had been shouting out loud that it was Korea's victory whenever Yoram won. Wearing a rare stiff look on her face, Yoram opened her mouth. This is not the defeat of me, you Yoram. Sorry, this is Korea's defeat. She then smiled at the camera. The internet was in an uproar. But that day, Petrovic's SNS was quiet for some reason. Chapter 155, Darkness. Eyes gazing down, 4. Yu Jitae grabbed Yoram by the nape and stopped her from inappropriately teasing the camera with her tongue out. Stop there. Let's go home now. During the announcement ceremony of the third quarter ranks, the Academy District and Colosseo Lair were jam-packed with people. 20 of them were reporters, while the rest of them were cadets who had come to see the celebrities of their grade. He could see overly excited guardians on the other side, including Yang Chuljan from Yang Household and Lion from Irfan Guild. When they found Yu Jitae, Yang Chuljan furtively avoided eye contact while Lion gave a sneer. What's for dinner? Todd Yoram followed his gaze and stared at where he was looking. After seeing Lion and the cadets of Irfan Guild who were chatting in front of reporters, she frowned. Did they get shot on their faces or something? Look at those freaking annoying smiles. She put her hand into her pocket and touched the pack of cigarettes that were inside. Before seeing them, she wasn't in that bad of a mood. But it was just that she had forced herself to feel better by thinking of the things that would happen henceforth. There was no way she was actually happy after being pushed below them in ranks and getting insulted face to face. Look at that. Look at them. They look like they're about to die from overexcitement. They think they're the king of the world or something after coming second. Maybe they'll tap dance naked if they do come first. Retards. That was when Yoram's eyes met with Joe Luxon's. Oh, look, there's you, Yoram. Joe Luxon giggled after saying that and turned around. Soon, the eyes of the Irfan Guild cadets were seen glancing across her face. Before long, all their lips curled up into smirks. It wasn't hard to assume that Joe Luxon had said something to them, whatever it was, and that seemed to have irritated Yoram. Ha! Those retards are doing some shit. Don't get angry every single time they do something. I'm not angry, though. If I had a hammer, it'd nail their heads together into a chain. Who the fuck do they think they are to laugh, huh? It looked like she was obediently following Yu Jitae back to the house, but when she heard someone laugh from behind, she suddenly turned her body around and shouted, "Oi, funny." Her yell was loud and gathered the eyes of the crowd. "You ducking dog retards, am I funny?" Yu Jitae held her shoulders and pulled. "Calm down, no, number let go. Fuck. Those bitches just laughed at me. Did you see that? You saw that, right? You Yoram." His rather stern voice caused Yoram to widen her eyes by a bit, and he clenched his hands that were on her arms, so she bit her lips. Who throughout their trip back home, she panted heavily. Her heart raced like crazy, and Yu Jitae could feel her shoulder trembling from his hand. "You know, our plan. It's really going to work out right?" she asked on the way home. "Of course. If it doesn't," after her anger dissipated, it seemed that sorrow had replaced it in her heart. "I'm actually going to cry, but such a thing won't happen." The guardian, Lion of Urfan Guild, received an unbelievable call from someone. "Hello, sir. Sorry." "Ah, yes, yes. I am Lion." His voice was so respectful that even the cadets around became surprised. Despite it being a normal voice call, he still bowed several times. It was a call from China's strongest combat force, Heavenly Guards, which was a small troop of the best elites, the dream of every superhuman of China. Wearing an excited look on his face, Lion gestured heavenly guards with his mouth, and the cadets covered their mouths in shock. "Yes, yes. Ah, of course, yes, that's right. Sorry. Ah, is that true, sir?" Lion's reaction caused the cadets to watch him in silence. "Yeah, it looked marvelous how you dealt with you, Yoram." "Crazy," Lion thought to himself. "This is crazy." Just then, Heavenly Guards had mentioned scouting Joe Luxon. As long as he entered the group, Joe Luxon would receive an explosive amount of support from the government itself and rise to be a two-digit superhuman worldwide within 10 years. And as a guardian of a rancor like that, Lion himself would have an opportunity that might not come back ever again. In fact, if you could take down young Tiha as well, our elders would love it. But he's a different kind, isn't he? This sounded bitter to his ears, but it was true. The world was considering young Tiha as the greatest genius of history alongside Tir Brazenk. What else can we do? Just look far ahead. Besides, the best rankers are created, aren't they? Yes, yes, of course, sir. But we'll have to see his talents. Second place shouldn't be hard to keep. Of course. Urfan won't betray your expectations ever, sir. I'm expecting a lot from you in the fourth quarter. After the call disconnected, Lion hugged Joe Luxon and yelled. Other cadets appeared regretful after realizing that there hadn't been any talks about themselves, but nonetheless congratulated their comrade for his great success, expecting some benefits to come to them if Joe Luxon succeeded. Thus, Urfan Guild was in a festival mood for a few days after the start of the fourth quarter. The Guardians encouraged their cadets, and the cadets trusted Joe Luxon and worked even harder for their own points. There was always the sound of laughter in their dormitory. Huck. So on the day the individual spas were reopened, when rank 51 Wei Jin Mei returned to the dormitory in tears, they were curious. "What's wrong?" "Mei, what happened?" "I lost the dual O cadets, ranked in the 50s, tended to lose sometimes. Even if they avoided others in matchmaking, there wasn't anything they could do if they met cadets that weren't inside the group chat like Tir Brazenk and Sofia Vorkova. It's fine, so who were you against? It was you, Yoram. It was clear how the spa would've gone. She was probably insulted after getting smashed, but Wei Jinmei's guardian consoled the cadet. "It's all right. You didn't lose that many points thanks to the underdog system, right?" Yes, the next day, Yang Wei, who had been ranked 27th in the third quarter, returned after being defeated by Yu Yoram. "I wasn't able to do anything, sorry." "Dude, there's nothing to be sorry about. Everyone knows how Yu Yoram is strong. My rank's gonna drop until then." The Urfan Guardians were thinking that it was just a coincidence. But on the third day of the fourth quarter, when rank 33 Gai Yu lost to Yu Yoram, followed by rank 15 Zhang Zuyan losing to Yu Yoram on the fourth day, Urfan's atmosphere took a hit. Damn it. What in the world is happening? Zhang Zuyan lowered her head and bit her lips. The nurturing organizations of communist China weren't harmonious by nature. Everyone had been feeling happy thanks to Joe Luxon these days, But after having someone lose for 4 days straight, the Guardians raised their voices. Oi, you guys, how are you all getting smashed by you, Yoram? Sorry, didn't you check her entry time? Actually, the thing is Lion had been too busy at the start of the fourth quarter, so he had been clueless. What? The helper ran away. The helper was from Irfan's headquarters, who assisted in setting the spa schedule for the cadets. Lion called the helper straight after that, but they didn't pick up. In doubt, he tried calling the guild headquarters, but received a reply saying that all the helpers had vanished along with their tent. What kind of nonsense is that? Why would the helpers vanish? 8 years ago, before Lair finished settling down and perfected their system, Irfan Guild had installed various devices all around the academy that would allow them to have access to grades and information. As time passed, several of those links had been discovered and blocked by the education department, but the individual spa control room had been intact, and yet it had suddenly been blocked. What the hell are you guys doing in your damn office? Ha! Out of all things, it had to be. After shouting out loud, Lion placed a cigarette in his lips. A bell was going off in his head, saying that something was wrong. It felt like he had been swept into a great current. It must be a coincidence, said Joe Luxon. Lion, however, remained silent. He couldn't agree. To ensure that their cadets didn't go against each other, Irfan Guild set times for each of their cadets. However, the 4 cadets who had lost to Yu Urim were all those who were starting the day off for the team. It seemed clear and obvious that things weren't a coincidence. He had to move with the cadets. If there was something, he had to find it. Ah, fuck, my points. But he couldn't find anything on the 5th day. And on the 6th day, Zhang Zuyan, whom he accompanied, lost points to Yu Urim again before his eyes. Due to a number of defeats in a short period of time, Zhang Zuyan's rank dropped from 15 to 19. Those were points she had gathered from the first quarter. If she lost any more than this, she wouldn't have enough time to make it back by the end of the year. Sir, what do I do? I worked so hard for those points. After returning to the room from the alternate dimension, Zhang Zuyan buried her face into her hands and began crying. Ha, fuck. This is driving me crazy. Shark troops were those that created the flow. They led the flow, instead of being swept around by the flow. And those shark troop superhumans did not despair when the flow of the battlefield was in the hands of the opponent. It was only when they were being swept around in the flow of the battlefield, without knowing what was causing it, that they despaired. Lion felt something that he did not want to admit, rising up like a vomit. Right now, Yu Urim was sniping the entirety of Irfan Guild. They might avoid her if they understood the theory behind it, but no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't understand the principle behind her snipes. How in the world was she sniping them? On the ground floor, on the emergency stairs. There was not a hint of light despite it being midday. The place did not have any windows, and the sensors for lighting up the area did not sense anything. Standing there was a man, staring at the ground. Due to the structure of Colosseo, it was the best place to look at all the individual sparring rooms from the floors, bone to B5. In the past, he had used skills, authorities, and whatnot in order to see things. But now, such things weren't necessary. The regressor merely opened his eyes. His hazy and far-reaching gaze went through the concrete and allowed him to observe the entire basement. The principle behind sniping was simple. When Yu Jitae broke into Irfan Guild's party, he had remembered the mana and faces of all the cadets present. If one of them entered a sparring room, he would wait and signal Yoram when they pressed on the button. And Yoram, waiting below, would receive his signal and press the spar button. It was a simple method, but no one apart from Yu Jitae would be able to do it. That was when a message appeared on his watch. Yu Yoram. Dear, it was from Yoram. Yu Yoram, not yet. Me, ye Yu Yoram, Elmao, Yu Yoram. Why aren't these idiots coming lal, Yu Yoram? They scared lalalal, Yu Yoram, lal. Idiots. They're a so scared, these days. Yoram was spending the best time of her life, making him realize for the first time that the red dragon was able to make such a bright expression. Me, wait, Yu Yoram. But until when? Are they really not here yet? Me, ye Yu Yoram. Yu Yoram. Sex usually, Irfan Guild sent someone from 6 p.m. every 10 minutes for the spa. But today was different, and no one came even though they were already 30 minutes late. Were they preparing for something? Soon, the reason showed itself. Familiar people entered from the north gate of Colosseo. One of them was Lion, and the other was Joe Luxon. Glancing around, Lion carefully took the cadet in secret and headed to a sparring room. Inside the room, they prepared the equipment for the spars, and during the final check, they removed the spear and added another shield. He was thus carrying two shields. Yu Jitae sent a message. Me, Yu Yoram, what's up? Did someone come? Me, Joe Luxon, me. Take the spike war hammer, Yu Yoram. KK often seemed to have realized that the first sparring cadet was always being sniped. Because of that, they were trying to have Joe Luxon be the first one and fight Yoram by giving him shields. Their plan was to take the sparring opportunity away from Yoram with a tie and make the Urfan cadets livelier. But that won't work. Yoram took a two-handed hammer with spikes that could break through armor as her weapon of choice for the spar. Me. Now, as soon as Yu Jitae gave permission, Yoram pressed on the spar button and soon began the fight between high-ranked cadets. Yu Jitae logged into the Guardian application and checked the spar with his watch. Yoram and Joe Luxon were summoned to an alternate dimension. A look of fluster appeared in Joe Luxon's face after seeing the weapon in her hands. At the same time, Yu Jitae saw Lion having a fit by smacking one of the chairs that were inside the sparring room on the third basement floor. He seemed to have realized that the weapons had been sniped as well. It seemed that that wasn't enough to completely get rid of his steam, and Lion threw the broken chair towards the machine. X-382 onlookers gathered in an instant, and thus began the duel. A few days ago, Joe Luxon had barely managed to hold his ground despite being the complete counter to Yoram's fighting style and equipment. So when the weapon compatibility was flipped completely, Joe Luxon was no longer her opponent. Kang, one strike from the spiky hammer created a hole in his shield. Kang. The second strike destroyed his other shield, Bam, and the third strike exploded Joe Luxon's head. Of course, thanks to the statue of competition, it stopped with him bleeding, but the fight ended in an extremely bland manner. Victor, Yu Yoram, combat time, 0 minutes 15 seconds, acquired points, 12. It was a complete victory on Yoram's part. After returning to the sparring room from the alternate dimension, Yoram jumped up and down towards where Yu Jitae was at. She then started playing with her watch. Yu Yoram, did you see that? Lalalal, Yu Yoram, I smacked his damn head. Lalalal, Yu Yoram, Elmao. This retard with his death wish, ha ha ha. Since it had happened in her daily life, they avenged in a way that didn't deviate from daily lives. Seeing Yoram in great joy from such a small revenge, the regressor also felt slightly satisfied. An everyday revenge. He thought for a little bit, and there was something that caught his attention. Yu Jitae stared at Lion, at the chair he broke, before giving a call to the centers of Colosseo. Hello, I'd like to report vandalism. Chapter 156, Darkness. Eyes gazing down, 5. They walked for a long time. After walking for a while, Joe Luxon was unable to deal with the silence any longer and opened his mouth. Sorry, sir. Lion didn't reply. The sunlight scorching his eyes from the front irritated him as they walked back to the dormitory. It was because the sun rose and set late at Lair compared to the ground due to being high in altitude. Since his guardian didn't open his mouth a single time, Joe Luxon had to repeatedly steal glances at his face. It was the same after arriving at the dormitory. Lion was smoking a cigarette after another in the living room, but remained completely silent. His gaze resembled the eyes of a crocodile and appeared vicious. Sir, he didn't reply to the hesitant voice, sir, and didn't reply to the clear voice either. What the fuck is wrong with him? Thinking that, Joe Luxon waved the smoke away with his hand. Lion seriously pondered and rubbed the cigarette butt off at the ashtray before finally opening his mouth. Luxon. Yes, losing's fine, but how can you lose in 15 seconds, huh? Sorry, sir, the moment you saw the weapon, you should've realized fighting evenly wasn't an option and should've tried finding a way out. Two-handed weapons are slow, which means you should've been easily able to deal with it without getting stuck in a tempo. Did you forget your role after becoming a cadet just because everyone's being nice to you and giggling around? It sounded like his bottled-up anger was finally exploding. Lion was about to place the cigarette back into his mouth, but suddenly yelled out loud. You're a hunting dog. You must remain firm even if you're bit by a wolf. A video of this is going to be uploaded tomorrow for others to see. What are the elders gonna think if they see you crawling around and getting smacked on your head? He started preaching in anger as Joe Luxon sealed his mouth shut and lowered his head. Was it because he was feeling embarrassed or regretful? It wasn't. Duck. You're the one that told me to take the shield. Damn idiot, Joe Luxon said back then that he wanted to fight head-on without taking two shields. But Lion, who had been in the 2000s worldwide in terms of ranks before, was an acknowledged superhuman and had a clear idea of how strong Yu Jitae was. It's not all about winning, was his response, but that had hurt Joe Luxon's pride a little. He had still taken the shields because that was the suggestion of his guardian. But Yoram showed up holding a weapon that completely countered his shields. His mentality had been shaken from the start already, and he cursed Lion in his head multiple times. The 15-second defeat was due to those factors adding up. Damn it. You should have endured it somehow. Take the rhythm back. If you're going to crawl, at least bite that beach's legs off or something. You should have shown diligence even if you were behind in strength. Am I wrong? Ha! After a bunch of yells, smoke filled the living room again. By the time the second cigarette had become shorter, Lion calmed himself down and heaved a sigh. Well, what can we do? It's all in the past. His voice suddenly turned gentler and caused Joe Luxon's eyes to widen. I shouldn't have brought you first if I knew this would happen. No sir, it was my turn to start anyway. It would be unfair if I suddenly decided not to go first. I ducking hated the word unfair for a long time. Who cares about fairness? He then whispered. The CPC members lost their edge and grumbled. Anyway, don't worry too much and set your mind straight. Yes, sir, you're the future of Urfan. Joe Luxon bit his lips and lowered his head. The future of Urfan, but hearing those words did not make his shoulders suffer from immense responsibility. Eat shit, ducking idiot, he didn't feel moved at all. He already knew how Lion always talked one-sidedly and used a carrot after a stick. I already had my points sucked dry because of him. What's he gonna do about it? Duck, other guys are going to realize it. Soon the problem was that the other cadets had started thinking on their own to solve the current issue. Their own points were more important to them than the team. After all, Urfan Guild was just an education institution, and they could choose to leave or stay post-graduation. What Joe Luxon feared the most soon became reality after a few days. Today's your turn, oh Wang. Aren't you going? Said Zhang Zuyan with an uncomfortable look on her face. Rank 23 oh Wang. He was the good-looking mascot of Urfan Guild and was one of the top 4 juniors. At the same time, he was the one who was scheduled to be the first one to go to the spa today. Oh Wang irritatedly stared back at her face. I'm not gonna go. What? I'm having a day off today. By whose permission? My permission. Are you okay in the head? Who are you calling a retard? You can go yourself if you're so desperate. Oi, oh Wang, shut up. Stop telling me to go when you don't even want to go yourself. I went last week. Go again then. This ducking Zhang Zuyan clenched her jaws. She, who was ranked 19th, would go to the 20s after another loss to Yoram. That day, the lower-ranked cadets of the dormitory threw glances at Oh Wang's face, and even guardians tried to persuade him. I don't want to, sirs. Why should I go? I'm 23rd right now, 23rd from 3,000 participating cadets. Isn't it a loss to the entire Urfan for me to lose points here? Oh Wang, are you asking to get bashed right now? Sure, I'll get bashed. If you hit me, I'll do so, sir. But I don't want to lose points. To be honest, Oh Wang turned his handsome eyes and stared at the other cadets as a smirk appeared in his lips. Don't we have guys that won't mind losing a few points? Points were precious to everyone. They cut their sleep over the last 3 months and endured the pain to fight for those precious points. But the lower-ranked cadets, who had no right to speak in a situation like this, had to wait for the decision of the Guardians despite feeling disgusted from the turn of events. From the mix, rank 181 Wang Yusong, who was ranked lowest out of the entire first division of Urfan, could almost feel her teeth trembling. After deep contemplation, Lion vomited his words out. I'm sorry, Wang Yusong. But sir, we need you to go. And no, please. If I lose more points from here, I'll be ineligible for the support funds. I might drop to the second division as well. Shh. Lion clicked his tongue. You should have done better then. Wang Yusong felt the world crumbling before her eyes. The feeble cadet was made to become their shield and went off to be the first one to spar. And unexpectedly, she met an opponent who was around her rank and won. She was happy but couldn't show it on the outside, and the cadets congratulated her but felt uncomfortable on the inside. Lion had to open another box of cigarettes. Things must have turned out great for them. Rank 181 wasn't easy to snipe, and there were a few cadets that were always in the queue. Maybe that's why she failed to snipe them. That's how Irfan analyzed the situation that deviated from the norm, and they decided to be at ease. But even after a while, the campus competition application did not update Yu Yoram's match history. It meant that the sniping schedule had changed. Irfan Guild became a mess after that. I'm not going. I don't want to go until someone uses up Yu Yoram's participation chance. Zhang Zuyin, I don't want to go either, Ling Ling. You're doing this as well, sir. Are you telling us to go into a tiger's mouth? Then what are you going to do? You have to earn points. Your ranks are dropping already. Why are you getting angry at us? Do you think I like seeing my rank drop? Huck Zhang Zuyin cried, and the guardian shouted. Lion, the head guardian, vacantly watched them from the side and felt anxiety crawling up his stomach. This had most definitely been shared outside, but the call that should be coming was still yet to come. His anxiety doubled in size, but ironically that was when his phone rang. Ring, ring. Peng Zhangshan, elder of heavenly guards, seeing the name of the caller, Lion clenched his fist and carefully picked it up. Hello, what a disgrace. The voice on the other side of the call sounded calm. How disappointing. There is no one usable since the 6th year. Every one of them are half useless, one-armed and one-eyed. A crowd that always lacks something. But the words weren't peaceful at all. The relaxed lecture continued for a long time, and Lion had to swallow his tears and listen to him speak. But after a while, he couldn't endure it any more and asked, then, the story about scouting Joe Luxon is oi, young man. Do you hear yourself? What scout? The humiliation and despair caused his hands to tremble. Right when he was about to accept what sounded like a death sentence, a different voice was heard from the other side of the phone. Lian immediately knew who it was because it was a famous voice. It was the voice of Ling, the boss of heavenly guards. Soon, he received an unbelievable message. You got lucky. Lion thought his heart was about to explode. A boss is willing to give you another opportunity. Third in the final ranks. Can you do it? Sorry. Ah, yes, of course, sir. It's your last chance. Try your best. Thank you. Joe Luxon, who was listening from the side, couldn't control his racing heart even after the end of the call. The boss of heavenly guards had given him the final chance. Is this the saving grace from the pitfall? As long as he came third and finished third at the end of the competition, there would be a chance to come back. It was clear what they needed to do. They had to stop Yoram from sniping no matter the method. But how? It was when he was lost as to what to do. A relatively new guardian who had received the news from Lion bit his lips and hurriedly logged into the Lair application to search through the guardian profiles. He then found the name he was looking for. Oi, oi, Can. What are you doing, dude? I'm going to call their guardian Yu Jitae. The junior guardian lifted his head with a teary expression, and Lion immediately shouted back. Why are you calling that bastard? We have to beg and apologize. Beg for what, you ducking idiot? Do you even have any sense of pride? Does pride give us food? It's not gonna work even if you throw your pride. If you were that bastard, do you think you'd stop at a time like this? That BM is backing their family up, so why would they? Then what are you going to do, sir? What can you do? How do we stop them from sniping when we don't even know how they're doing it? You little. Close that mouth of yours. Lion chucked the ashtray. It flew past his junior guardian and shattered after colliding with the cupboard behind him. Glass fragments scattered everywhere. Please wake up, sir. Is now the time for this? But the junior, who already had enough, shouted back. He wrote the number down on the watch before suddenly taking it off and giving it over to Lion. Put this away right now. It's you had a quarrel with him, sir, so you have to get rid of it for us as the senior. Put everything down and think about it. Is it time for us to think about pride and stuff? Duck, duck, duck. Duck, 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 duck. The dormitory had become devastated for the last 2 weeks due to the snipes, and the cadets who understood the situation were glaring daggers at Lion. Right. Now wasn't the time for this. Swallowing a myriad of emotions, Lion received the watch. He then gave a call. Balm and Keel were at their lectures. Yoram was lying down on the sofa while Yu Jitae was sitting around where her feet were. Meanwhile, Jael was sitting down on his lap, reading a book. It was a novel bought by Balm after a complaint that the fairy tales were boring. The book was filled with words, and it was doubtful whether she could read it, but Jael was unexpectedly quite focused. However, she started dozing off after going past 3 pages. HNNG Yoram gave a big yawn and smiled brightly. Thanks to sniping others over the last 2 weeks, Yoram was coming second place again, and the score difference between herself and the first place, Yang Tiha, were near negligible. Joe Luxon dropped to the fifth place after being sniped 3 times by Yoram, and the third and fourth places had been replaced by students from Noblesse School. Unlike the expectations of others, Tir Brzenk, the son of the official rank 1 Oscar Brzenk, had a low rank. That young boy seemed uninterested in the competition itself. In any case, it was about time to go now. Go to your room and get ready. Let's go. Aki these days, Yoram looked like she was in a good mood. In fact, it was more correct to say that she was about to fly from the joy. When Jael woke up from the noise and gazed up, Yoram said, Egu, Egu, my sister, will you th Leopi? And kissed on her forehead. Jael was shocked with a oh look on her face and immediately started wiping her forehead with a frown. That was when Yu Jitae's phone started to ring. Ah, who's calling? It was an unknown number. Go on your application and look for this number. Okay, let's see. Ken Wu, he's half Chinese and half American. He's under her. Why? A smile bloomed on her face. The smile gradually increased in size as she soon started laughing out loud like a witch. What's up? He's a guardian from Urfan, apparently. Is he? The phone was still ringing. Ah, that's so funny. I'm freaking curious. Why do you think he called? Is he going to say sorry? Maybe he's gonna beg in tears. Yoram giggled and added, What are you doing? Hurry and pick up the phone. I want to show them who's the boss. Or is it better to insult them? Have their guardians dance naked in the school field? She excitedly continued with her fun imaginations. However, Yu Jitae didn't say anything in response and was wearing the same old indifferent look on his face. Yoram stopped laughing. She meekly observed his face for a bit and finally realized what the guard move that transcended both insulting and bossing around were. Dear, don't tell me you're going to ignore them. Yu Jitae gave a nod. Kai ha ha ha, and Yoram laughed till she choked on her breath. Chapter 157. Forgiveness. The third week of the fourth quarter began. It was about time for the finals to come. Team Machi showed a good result at a performance assignment. They had to give up on the tournament once for an assignment with a high number of points, but by getting a full mark in a large assignment that had 70 participating teams, Yoram was able to get slightly more points than Yang Tiha. During those times, Lion tried looking for Yu Jitae time after time, but he avoided him. They hadn't been sniping Urfan Guild anymore these days. They had enough of a revenge, and because Urfan had a low number of points on average, the underdog system started protecting them. It was now a loss for Yoram to snipe them. If Joe Luxon's rank goes up, can I snipe him again? Of course. Gud. Yoram smiled, and seeing that, Yu Jitae asked her about what happened with Professor Ha-Yoon even before the start of the competition. She was weak back then and came to a draw after fighting against Joe Luxon, but something seemed to have happened during that time. Huh. Well, it's nothing important. What is it? Nothing really, but after the end he said I was lucky. That put me in a mood back then. The moment he heard that, he understood why she was upset back then. But it's fine now, I don't care anymore. Because you had your revenge. No, she giggled. It's good to be lucky. It's not like I was unlucky and had bad things happen to me, right? And if I am lucky, I can just accept things with a smile. Is that so? Besides, it's my victory as a whole, right? She was right. At least in this small quarter, Yoram was getting closer to being the final victor. 37 missed calls. Meanwhile, Lion tried to look for him after realizing that Yu Jitae could snipe them again whenever he so desired. Since he couldn't find Yu Jitae's home address, he either went around with his cadets or asked others for witnesses. Every time that happened, Yu Jitae would foresee his visit and avoid him. It was because there was no reason to meet Lion, but he wasn't that concerned about others approaching him. When he was accompanying Yoram, going back to the dormitory after the end of the day, a small girl walked up and stood in front of them. Her dark red hair was unique and immediately revealed her identity. What are you doing? Yoram opened her mouth first. The girl was Ling Ling from Urfan Guild, whom Yoram had fought against in the past. Ling Ling carefully glanced back and forth between Yu Jitae and Yoram before holding her fists together and giving a bow. Hello, I don't think we're close enough to greet. What are you doing? Sorry, but actually, the extremely small girl asked with a soft and worried voice. I'm really sorry to say this, Boot. I was wondering if you could please meet with our guardian. Stop talking crap. Can you just duck off? Ling Ling couldn't say anything back to her profanities and anxiously rolled her eyes. However, Yu Jitae didn't chase her away, so Ling Ling carefully took a business card out and handed it over to Yu Jitae. Yoram appeared extremely irritated but stopped her tongue after glancing at him. From here, it was the Guardian's job. What is it? It's a business card. So it's our fault did your Guardian make you do this? And no. That's not it. The child, who was smaller than Keel, hurriedly shook her hands in fright. The authenticity reflected on the eyes of Equilibrium, SS, was true. Our Guardian doesn't even know I am doing this. It's just, our atmosphere is not good. Our Guardian is very pitiful, and I'm very anxious too. He walked up and took Lion's business card from the child. When he did that, Ling Ling widened her eyes into circles and gazed up at Yu Jitae. Ah, I gave you my Guardian's business card because our Guardian wanted to apologize in person as well. She was going off on a tangent. Well, he did hear in the past how she was a bad talker. I get it. You can go. Still in surprise, Ling Ling held her fists together and bowed several more times before turning around. What? Are you really gonna see them? Don't know. Yoram looked slightly discontent, but nodded regardless. Do what you want. It was a bright Wednesday night. Yu Jitae was sitting down on the sofa, spending a rare, relaxed afternoon while Balm was reading next to him. Before he even realized it, the green dragon started giving off a gentle fragrance from her body. It cleared up one's mind and was like a refreshing breeze. It made the regressor, who always lived with hazy senses, feel like he was alone inside a bright, thick forest. Thinking what this smell was about, he turned his head to Balm, and she, who was reading a book, lifted her eyes and stared back at him. He shook his head. The protector had been playing with the baby chicken all day, but it was about time for him to start doing housework. He wrapped an apron around his body and started cleaning. First, young lady, can I clean your room? Ah, thank you. But I cleaned it already. I see. It is very warm and bright even though it's evening already. It must be summer already. Its hot balm grabbed her own t-shirt by the chest and fluttered it. The scent became slightly thicker. Gyuruk, Gyururuk. The metal armor was humming when he discovered a clay doll with a broken neck in the corner of the living room. It was a pretty big piece of an ugly rock which Jael had made when she was playing with Keel a few days ago. Until now, it was inside Balm's room, and it had been a while since the protector had seen it. Judging from the broken neck and how it was out on the living room, it appeared like rubbish. The doll had protruding arms and legs which might make a hole on the plastic bag, so the protector broke those limbs and threw it all away into the bin. Soon, that was proven to be a mistake. We're back. Jael looked for the clay doll after coming back from the supermarket. She was carrying superglue in her hand, and it seemed that she had gone to the market to buy something that could connect the broken head. But the broken doll wasn't there anymore. Jael crouched down at the spot where the doll was previously at and looked around. She looked beneath the sofa before closing her eyes and revisiting her unforgetting memories. Then she opened her eyes again and checked the place she last put it. It wasn't there. She turned around and looked at Yu Jitae, so he pointed at the protector. Excuse me. Red eyes appeared inside the dark helmet. Yes, young lady. Jael investigated the truth behind the clay doll's disappearance and discovered what happened from the shocking words of the protector. But what can they do? The protector tended to throw the entire bag away straight after cleaning the house. He headed to where the large garbage bins were located, but it seemed that the garbage truck had already gone past. Impossible. She looked up at the protector with a displeased expression. When her eyes went down to the superglue in her hand, sorrow filled her gaze. Ah, young lady, I am very sorry. Her hand lost its grip, and the superglue rolled on the floor. Her downhearted blue eyes were still on him. She was angry, and even the protector realized it. Jael was clearly angry on top of being upset. The protector started laying out excuses in a fluster. My lady, I really thought it was just rubbish. If I knew you played around with it daily, I wouldn't have thrown it away, sorry. The garbage truck guys also left already for some rears right before the protector started going on and on. Jael raised her palm and stopped him, and soon pointed at the corner of the living room with her finger. The protector was put on exile. Jael dejectedly ran to Yu Jitae and reached her arms out. After being hugged, she buried her head into his chest and heaved a deep sigh. He tapped the small child on her back. Sorry, I should have stopped him, said Balm while patting her head. Yu Jitae also thought it was meant to be thrown away because of the broken neck. That seemed to be the end of that small event, but Balm went to the protector after staring at the back of Jael's head. Cleaner urgency. Yes, yes. First young lady. Just 1 minute she took the protector and headed into a room. Curious about what she was trying to do, he listened to them speak and heard Balm explain how to apologize to the protector. When you're apologizing to someone, I think it's right to seek forgiveness solely for the other person. The apology you gave just then was to avoid the troublesome situation, right? So if you apologize to her again, it was a consulting session on how to apologize. Ah, I see. When would a living armor even have the opportunity to apologize? After coming to a realization from the consultation, the protector approached Jael. Jael looked back with grudge hanging in her eyes as the protector bowed respectfully. I sincerely apologize to young lady for forgiveness. I am fully aware that it has been broken and lost already, and that we cannot bring it back. But if you are willing to give me the opportunity, I would like to look for clay and try making it one more time. Would that be okay? Fortunately, it seemed that the protector's apology had gone through. Jael had a pout on her face, but still returned a nod. She had forgiven the protector. Soon, she left Yu Jitae's arms, and the two of them went outside despite it being late already. They found clay from somewhere and started making a doll out in the terrace. The regressor didn't look away from the two of them for a long time. Apology and forgiveness, a foreign thought popped up in his head while he was watching Jael and the protector. That thought stemmed from the doubt, is that a part of daily life? Apology was a foreign word. He had never done anything regretful to someone ever since the third iteration. Forgiveness sounded even more unfamiliar. He wasn't a forgiving person. Maybe that was why. The protector had broken Jael's clay doll and was making a new doll together as a part of his apology. That situation felt extremely awkward and strange for Yu Jitae. Turning his head, the regressor stared at Balm's face. He had locked the kids up in the underground labyrinth for dozens of years. He hit them, mistreated them, left them, and made them despair with violence. The amount of time he did that for was longer than the lives of the dragons, and it was too cruel for kids who had to shoulder the unfamiliar experiences of their young days vividly for the rest of their lives. One of them went crazy and strangled another, while one of them stopped their own heart. This was a lot worse than what the protector did by breaking the clay doll. Of course, he had his reasons, and excuses it was the dragons that brought it upon themselves. There was a time when he moved along by giving such excuses to himself. But now that he looked back at it, it was just an unfortunate situation. Were my words within that unfortunate situation suited for an apology? He couldn't stop such doubts appearing in his mind. For a killing machine who had failed to become a wise hermit despite living for a long time, it was a fairly difficult topic. Perhaps feeling his gaze, the grass-colored eyes once again turned towards him. The regressor thought to himself, do I have to apologize then? If I were to ask for forgiveness for a sin that couldn't even be compared to the destruction of a clay doll, what do I have to give this child with the apology? Or was there even a reason to apologize for a previous past iteration? It seemed like a topic that he couldn't find the answer to, so the regressor stopped lingering on that thought. Why? Anything on my face? No, that's boring. But Balm was smiling at him. The next day, Yu Jitae called Lion. After receiving his call in fright, Lion brought him respectfully to a bar inside Hateling, saying that he will sincerely ask for his forgiveness. Yu Jitae thought to himself. Now that he had vowed to live a daily life, he decided to do something that really didn't suit him, something that he had never even imagined before. He decided to forgive him if Lion sincerely apologized, even if it failed to wring his heart. Thank you for coming, Guardian Yu Jitae. But the moment he saw Lion dressed up neatly outside Hateling, Yu Jitae started changing his mind. He entered the bar. Women wearing kippaus that exposed a lot of their skin with a slant that went all the way to the waist welcomed him. They were wearing thick makeup and clothes that revealed half of their breasts. Hello, boss. Can I call you Opa? Two women came to him and naturally wrapped their arms around his with coquettish greetings. Because he had recently been controlling his killing intent, he always had a hazy and blank expression on his face. That was why unfamiliar people were able to approach him this easily. Please sit down. There was no need to stay here for a long time. Yu Jitae abruptly spoke to the two women. You guys go outside. Sorry. Perhaps you don't find us to your liking. If you could tell us your preference, get out. A seemingly feeble voice resonated across the quiet room. Feeling spooky for some reason, the women threw glances at each other before carefully leaving the room. Lion's eyes twitched when he saw how things went south from the get-go. Yu Jitae asked directly, "Why do something unnecessary? Just say what you have to say." "Ah, yes. It seems that it wasn't to your tastes. I would like to apologize." His eyes were hollow from a lack of sleep. Apologize for what? Being involved in the schedule and intentionally organizing a duel against Cadet Yoram. And this as well. Whatever it was, I would like to apologize for anything that made you displeased. I sincerely apologize for what I've done. Lion lowered his head all the way down to the table. "Look into my eyes. Sorry." "Ah, yes. Is the apology you're giving right now sincerely for you, Yoram?" "It is. Do you sincerely feel sorry?" "Of course." False. All his words were lies. Yu Jitae didn't know their circumstances, but it seemed that this guardian had many things on the line for this competition. In order to get them, he had no choice but to lower his head, no matter how disgusted he was. That was the gist of things. That was when Lion took a small dagger out from his clothes. He then stabbed the table with it. "If you want me to cut a finger here, I will do so. Please consider this my sincerity." Funnily enough, this was true. However, Yu Jitae had long lost his interest. He stood up from his seat. "Whatever. Forget this. Don't call me anymore." "Sorry," Lion shot out of his seat in shock. "Please wait for a second. Can you please tell me what wasn't to your liking, sir?" Yu Jitae started walking outside without saying a word. Sir. Guardian Yu Jitae, please wait for a second. Just tell me if there's anything you need." Lion became impatient. "Do you really hate places like this that much? Just tell me your preference at least. If not, then please just listen to what I have to say. I am desperate and can give you a lot of things. Weren't you here for a conversation? You took the business card for us." I get it now. Is it that?" As if he suddenly understood it all, Lion hurriedly added more words. "Perhaps you like kids like Ling Ling, younger and smaller children." Hearing that, Yu Jitae stopped his feet and looked back. Taking that as a positive sign, Lion raised his voice. "That girl is quite cute indeed. Actually, aren't we both guardians? Staying right next to young and pretty girls, I understand everything. We're both men after all. Ling Ling, that girl is small but strong. If you would like it, sir, I can get you to have a private chat with her." "Okay, sounds good, right? She's a bit stupid and she touches drugs sometimes, you know. As long as you say a few things, she'll spread her legs for you by herself." You can just tell in that moment, a fist flew towards his face. Along with a shattering noise, Lion broke the table and flew towards the wall on the side. His jaws were crushed, and all his teeth were shattered as blood gushed out onto the ground. The shock caused one of his eyes to explode on top of that. The reason Yu Jitae hit him was quite simple. It was because he was still walking behind him despite him being done with the talk. Huck, Huck, that must be the case. Thinking that, the regressor turned around. Chapter 158. Button inside the screen, the golden hair fluttered, and a pair of golden eyes blinked as it stared at the screen. The gaze soon turned into a blank expression, with the white skin blushing around the cheeks. "This is embarrassing. Do I look fine?" The girl organized her hair with her hands and looked up while touching her eyebrows. She then opened her mouth wide and relaxed her jaws before blinking her eyes again. Hum, she warmed up her throat. "Dear everyone inside the hospital, how are you guys doing?" She started off with a trembling voice. "I am doing fine. This is my dormitory and thank you very much for enjoying the video I took during the vacation. I also enjoyed your response video. It's already summer holidays now. I want to see everyone in person, but our agency said I can't do that. I don't know why, but I still like sharing stories even though it's through a video. It makes my heart race. Blink. The golden pair of eyes blinked. Whoosh. The head of a baby chicken suddenly rose up from beneath the screen, and the large head completely blocked the person behind it. Oh, right. Say hi. Chirpy white strands of fur could now be spotted in between the chicken's yellow fur. The baby chicken tapped on the screen with its large beak a few times before walking off. Hee. It's actually time for his nap, so anyway, I don't think I can show this video to everyone right now. Ajasi always checks them before I give the videos over. But today, I'm thinking of talking about Ajasi. I can tell him everything else, but I can't talk about Ajasi to Ajasi, right?" She turned her head and looked at the door. While she was throwing a glance at the door, her hair flowed down from her shoulder. Before that, let me talk about things that have happened so far. The spring semester came to an end. She lowered a finger one by one. I finished the test, did my assessments, and played with my friends. It was very hectic. These days, Jael tells me that her heart is ticklish. I think it must be him. How do I say this? Sudden growth period. I wonder what Jael will grow to be like. Hopefully she stays cute like now. Then she suddenly clapped. Ah, do you know what's even crazier? Yoramani came first at the competition. There was a placard of her face near our dormitory. Everyone was happy for her. And she had a lot of interviews. It was very cool and enviable. Doing what she wants to do, doing better than others, and being loved, her words suddenly came to a stop, and her eyes turned vacant. Soon she went oops and gave a bright smile. Anyway, back then there was this small problem. This is just for you guys, okay? Super serious. I haven't told anyone yet. This is a secret just between us, NN, she said while pushing her pinky forward. Maybe Yoramani was in a good mood after coming first in the competition. She was so happy that she hugged Arjasi and kissed him on his cheek, you know. Ah, she must be crazy. But if I think about it now, it's okay. It's understandable, and she kissed me as well. But you know, back then, there was me and Barmani as well. And when Yoramani, kissed, it was sorry for saying gibberish. Her expression turned awkward. It suddenly made my heart feel like it was crashing down. It made my head muddled, and my hands and legs became powerless like a rubber band snapping off. I was holding an ice cream, but I dropped the whole thing. It was my first time feeling something like that in my life. Feeling like it'd go crazy, like an impulse, like my fingers trembling and my head turning blank. And I unconsciously pushed Yoramani away, but I am too weak, and she didn't get pushed anyway. After that I was scolded by Annie calling me crazy, but Barmani looked completely fine. Her head tilted, and a strand of hair that was sticking out above her head bent into a question mark. It was like NN, HNN. Actually, you might not know, but that was me empathizing with Barmani's feelings, you know. I actually don't really know why my head turned blank either. I also don't know why Annie looked normal, unlike me. Well, that was already 3 months ago, though. These days, I feel fine even when Yoramani gets touchy with Arjasi without thinking. It's still slightly burdensome, though when Arjasi walks closer, maybe it was just me thinking things. I am a bit of a strange kid, you see. Hee hee. Of course, she repeatedly said with a nod. Raising her head, she tucked her golden hair behind her ear, and once it stopped flowing down, her white ears were in full display. Should I get an earring like Barmani? Her flower earring was pretty. She smiled bashfully. Anyways, that's it for today. I think I feel slightly better now. I can't talk about such an enormous thing to Ajasi, right? Naturally, I can't speak to Yoramani and Barmani either, and Jael is, well, even if someone told me to do this again, I don't think I can do it. It took a lot of courage, you know. Anyway, thank you for listening. I won't get any reply back, but I'll be assuming that you're all happy still. Then, let me just stop the recording. Her eyes that were bent into crescents slowly widened. After spotting something, her eyes became circles before turning into a frown. NN, NN. No, her eyes turned sorrowful. I didn't click on the record button. Joe Luxon came forth. The name of you household came in handy once again. Despite Lion being heavily injured, Earth and Guild didn't react. In any way, they weren't able to do anything, in fact. Since the Communist Party of China had a bad relationship with the association, they couldn't be too sensitive over such a trivial matter. As for the community service, he was too bothered to do it and delayed it. Meanwhile, BM was quiet. According to the clone, it seemed that he had disappeared from the underground labyrinth. Wish you a great day today as well, my lord. All right, Clone 2 was diligently being educated by Clone 1. He would grow to a decent level by the time the plan came into fruition. In the midst of all such things, summer vacation for Unit 301 began. Ah, I am gonna die, Yu Jitae resumed training Yoram. The Spartan training session started yet again, just like the winter vacation training they had. Yoram still hadn't fought young Tiha or Tir Brzenk yet. Tir Brzenk wasn't interested in the competition itself, while young Tiha avoided her with the help of the group chat. There wasn't any reason to snipe them either, so there hadn't been any chance for them to fight as of yet. Yu Jitae predicted that Yoram had already exceeded the level of a cadet, but he was planning to put her at least in the 100s worldwide by graduation, so that she could fight against and beat Javier Karma from San before the end of her amusement, and that would also allow her to survive after she returned. Ah, my ducking entire body hurts. Seriously, after coming back to the dormitory, Yoram collapsed onto the sofa without even washing herself. Pulsation, breathing, and walking. What Yoram was learning after all those was standing up. To stand firmly on the ground on 2 feet. It might sound absurd, but Yoram didn't complain, and besides, the standing up that Yu Jitae demanded was to stand straight even in the most extreme situations without ever falling down. And after the training session, her veins had been broken and she had bruises on her waist, thighs, calves, and feet. Yu Jitae carefully manipulated the mana and massaged her legs while she was lying down on the sofa so that she could heal them back up. Since he had been repeating this procedure recently, Yoram laid down obediently with her head buried into the sofa. That was when he felt a gaze from somewhere. Turning around, he found Balm, who was writing a novel on the living room table, staring at him. These days, she didn't stay in her room and instead wrote in the living room. Why? She had a weird yet indifferent look on her face and remained silent. She merely stared at Yu Jitae for a while before looking away and focusing back on her novel. Ah, thanks. I'ma go rest for a bit. After the massage, Yoram gave a long stretch and walked into her own room when Balm's gaze headed towards her. It stayed on her for longer than usual and remained on the door of the room for a while, even after it closed. Yu Jitae felt a similar gaze again at night. Keel, Jael, and the baby chicken were playing with a small elastic ball after dinner when the Dunga Dunga time suddenly began. Jael struggled to lift the large baby chicken up. If the chicken got slightly bigger, it would make them look like Sisyphus and his rock. In any case, Keel lifted Jael up and then shook them left and right. The regressor still had no idea about the reason behind this conduct, which tended to occur regardless of the time. Please do, Dunga Dunga. Jael suddenly requested that while being hugged by Keel. Yu Jitae, who had been vacantly watching them from the sofa, replied half a second late. You mean me? Nod nod. Why? We need 4 floors to make Dunga Dunga. The baby chicken was the first floor, while Jael was the second and Keel the third. It seemed that they had set an actual principle for themselves. It was meant to be Balm's turn to participate, but she seemed to be outside and was nowhere to be seen right now. Left with no other choice, Yu Jitae stood up and approached them when Keel suddenly spoke in fright. Ah, Jael, NN. Can we just have 3 floors today? NN. No, why? Don't you think 3 is enough? We can't do that. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae went behind Keel. He just had to grab her on the waist and lift her up. Mommy Keel was shocked and buried her face on Jael's back. He didn't know what had made her this flustered, but regardless, Dunga Dunga itself wasn't that difficult. Yu Jitae lifted Keel up into the air. Seemingly enjoying the Dunga Dunga that suddenly increased in height, the baby chicken chirped out loud and Jael screamed out in joy. But it seemed that Keel was scared. Ah, Arjasi, let me down please what? Hurry, she asked with her head lowered, so Yu Jitae let the kids down. That short Dunga Dunga was apparently enough for them and Jael, and the baby chicken chuckled excitedly as they ran around the living room, while Keel hurriedly escaped into her room. That was when he felt that same gaze again. It was unknown when she had come back, but Balm was standing in the entrance staring at the living room. When her eyes met with Yu Jitae's, she gave a faint smile before lowering her back and picking up the black plastic bag that was on the ground. Guys, I bought some snacks for us. After that, they ate the snacks and watched a movie. It was another normal day of the summer holiday that wasn't particularly out of the norm. The next morning, Balm showed him a paper and asked, Ajasi, yeah, can I go on a short dispatch? There were 2 types of dispatchments in Lair. One was short-term and the other was long-term. The short-term dispatch was around 3 minutes 4 days long, and they would complete a task outside of Lair, while long-term dispatch was quite literally a long counterpart that continued for months. Yu Jitae checked the paper Balm showed him. It was a list of short-term missions and locations that had been confirmed by Lair. What made you want to do it? To study for my novel, and I also wanted some fresh air. I see. You already know how I enjoy going on trips, right? Right. Yu Jitae nodded in response. While going through the list, he found a decent one. Then let's go with this. From the snowy mountains in North America. Yeah. Balm nodded with a slightly brighter expression. That was when Yu Jitae added, it would be a great place to take Jael along. These days, Yu Jitae was focusing on Jael. The child started feeling ticklish around her heart, which meant that it was about time for her to shed skin. A short-term dispatch had to be accompanied by the guardian, and if he were to bring Jael along, the best place would be somewhere that was next to water. But after hearing that, Balm closed her mouth and looked into his eyes. Although her gaze was still indifferent, it had a slightly different light to it than before, and he had been seeing that gaze a few times recently. He was slightly curious, but that was when Balm hesitantly opened her mouth. In that case, I'll go ask the education department if there is room or not. Ah, right. There's a lot of demand for dispatch locations, so go ask them now. Okay. When she returned after going to the academy district, there was a disheartened look on her face. Why? It's full, apparently. That's not good. That paper was from a week ago. It's my fault for being too late. It was understandable. Short-term dispatchments were considered in the final grades and were very popular with cadets. Apparently this is the only thing remaining now. Balm showed the list again. There was only one location that didn't have a line going through. North of Africa, ancient beast epidemic F-14 virus outbreak in the area. Ancient beast epidemics were very infectious and were rampant in North African regions that weren't hygienic. According to the contents of the mission, they had to scout out the source of the epidemic and had to retake any place that had been filled by monsters. But F-14 was a virus that could infect even a superhuman, so these missions tended to be avoided the most. Cadets were soldiers, and everyone understood how some could die during the education, assignments, or dispatchments. There was a reason no one took it till the end. Do you think we can still do this? Dragons and the regressor were immune to the likes of epidemics. However, dragons became extremely fragile and sensitive both before and after shedding their skin, and it wasn't a suitable place for Jael to be at. Leaving the child behind weighed on his mind. He pondered for a bit. Thinking back, Balm hadn't requested him for anything recently, and the trip was only 2 days or a week long at max. Do you really want to go? Balm gave a nod. Thus, Yu Jitae decided to go on a short-term dispatch with just Balm. Chapter 159. Just an unfortunate event. 1. Jumping out of the blanket, Balm lifted her hands and touched her cheeks. She touched her eyes and touched her ears. Everything was vivid. The tiny and soft hair surrounding the body that mimicked a human, as well as the eyebrows and the soft earlobes. But since everything was strangely realistic, it added to the awkwardness of her unrealistic senses. It's been a few days already. Balm couldn't see Providence. She couldn't see anything no matter how much she tried, and the things that were shown against her will were also no longer visible. The eye of Providence became hazy. As if something big and dark was covering the lens of a telescope, something was blocking the third eye of a green dragon that could gaze into the distance, even when she was meant to be seeing Providence. Balm bit her lips. It was the first time that she was unable to see Providence like this ever since the dimensions got distorted. Worries got the best of her before anything. Was something dangerous coming right now? Something that detested Yu Jitae like before? But as that continued for more than 2 days, Balm started to realize that she was not in the position to worry about others. She opened the Ajasi observation diary. Doubt. Maybe I'm trying to make Ajasi into something different. 53. I think this is a correct assumption. It was the doubt she wrote before and after Yu Jitae's birthday party. She found her answer to this back when Yu Jitae was trying to find her dream for her. Thanks to that, she was able to find her goal. Balm. She was trying to make Yu Jitae into something. To her, Yu Jitae was a piece of artwork, a type of artwork that was to be filled with Balm's spring colors. He was a human whose heart had been crushed and locked. Like a child who was starting to learn emotions, he had an innocent and naive side to him. Easier put, he was like a black canvas. Since he was pure black without any marks, it could in fact turn into a starry night with white stars here and there. Maybe filling that up is what my amusement is for. That was the thought she had while she was lying down on his favorite sofa on a bright spring day. Something interfering in her process of creating a precious artwork and adding different colors to it could perhaps be an uncomfortable experience. However, Balm didn't feel bad even when someone intervened with her artwork. No, to be completely true to her feelings, she was able to endure it and stop herself from feeling bad. Whatever the case, she was the only existence that could perfect Yu Jitae into something within the great flow, and that was within this world line's providence, which could never be interfered with. In other words, the result was clearly set no matter the process. So even when Yoram hugged Yu Jitae in excitement, or he patted Keel's head in her sleep, And even when Balm saw Jael rub her head on his chest regardless of the time, she could suppress the bad feelings. Even when he cold-heartedly stated that he was thinking about someone like you in the cafe, Balm was able to withstand it. After all, the result was already there. The only thing she was curious about was the process that led up to the predetermined result. To green dragons, relationships were always that superficial. Balm knew herself that she was a young and immature dragon that lacked experience. The fact that she was able to pretend to be normal in front of Yu Jitae, and the fact that she was still able to induce him into doing what she wanted him to do, were all possible only because she had seen the future through Providence. Not just one or two, but dozens and hundreds of the future. And because she was so mentally prepared, Balm was able to paint the dried values and thoughts of the man with her own colors, and could shake him without being shaken herself. In other words, because everything had originated from Providence, now that she couldn't see Providence, Balm wasn't able to do anything. Still, she thought it would be fine at the start. In her opinion, relationships could be in a lot of different shapes and forms, and the relationship between Yoram, Keel, Jael, and Yu Jitae had a different shape to the one she had with Yu Jitae. So it should be fine, right? I've been doing it well till now. Since the result is already out, even if the answer sheet were to be dumpstered in ink, I've already seen the answers, so isn't it fine to do what I've been doing so far? She was somehow able to deal with things while thinking that. But yesterday, she happened to see Yu Jitae, who was hugging Keel from behind. She hadn't been mentally prepared for it at all, because she wasn't able to see Providence. The dark sky, which had been embroidered by her stars until now, could only have her stars and stars that she had predicted and allowed. That was because the sky wasn't for her, but for Yu Jitae. But yesterday, Balm had an abrupt thought that a star she hadn't predicted could be sparkling somewhere in the sky. And thinking about that moment vividly with her unforgetting memories, it made her slightly afraid. Heaving out a deep sigh, she buried her head into her hands. As an existence that always mentally prepared itself, the fear she felt towards the unknown was slightly bigger than others. She was like a plant in a greenhouse, but the greenhouse that had been protecting her was no longer there. With trembling fingers, she picked up a pen. 61. I messed up. Her hand was saggy and the words appeared depressed. 61. I messed up. I wasn't trying to force us to be alone. She was too emotional, rash, impulsive. Now is the time to look after Jael. Something like this is not what I wanted. Turning her head, Balm stared at the blue-haired child lying down next to her. The pulsing dragon heart that should be calm when sleeping was fluttering unstably in front of a turning point. Due to that, the child was unable to sleep with ease and was dropping cold beads of sweat. Balm was trying to make him into something, and in order to make him into something, she needed his daily life. And for his daily life, Jael had to shed skin without a problem. I know. And yet, to her fearful heart, she had accidentally caused a not-so-positive influence to his daily life. It was clearly a mistake. Sorry, Jael. Balm wiped the sweat off for the child and kissed her on the forehead. Nothing would happen, and it should be fine. It should be fine. It was time to go back to sleep. Balm closed the diary, but soon realized that this was Ajasi observation diary instead of her own diary, and drew a scribble over number 61. When she laid back down and covered herself with a blanket, she became disturbed once again. Is it fine to go on a dispatch with just him in a situation like this? Despite wanting to do so, Balm wasn't confident. Day broke on the day of the dispatch. That morning, she checked the items she packed for the dispatch over and over again. She looked slightly distracted, and it reminded him of how the children got excited before going on a camp. But they weren't going on a camp right now. The guardian decided to set that straight with the child. Balm, are you really doing this because you want to? Yes, of course. There will be monsters and infected people. Even if we aren't in danger ourselves, we might have to kill something to remove the source of the epidemic. And that might not be a monster. I am a dragon, you know. I eat humans when I'm hungry. She made a joke, but Yu Jitae had to nail it in. I am asking you if you really want to go. That's what I already said. You did. But I am just wondering. A dispatch is usually in the process of trying to become a soldier, but you weren't interested in that before. But I am going because I want to. Are you serious? She nodded with an expression that was hard to read. At this point, Yu Jitae couldn't stop her, and the two of them headed to the warp station of Hateling, north of Africa, on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Inside the desert that could spot the ocean on the horizon was a small warp station that was being operated 24/7. Previously, there was a country in this place called People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. After hearing of Africa, some might often think of desert and sand, but there was a time when the coastline had been filled with beautiful, well-designed cities built with cutting-edge technology. However, now it was the very depiction of what those people thought of. There was no longer a country nor citizens, but there were people, and this place was therefore being referred to as a lawless area. The two of them headed to the nearby office from the warp station. Inside the large tent was a fat superhuman sitting in front of a small desk. He was a soldier from North African Nations United, NAN. Just like any other, the superhuman became surprised after seeing Balm, but quickly and intentionally turned his gaze towards Yu Jitae. Superhumans in the battlefield were no different to scoundrels and bandits, and that was especially so in lawless areas. Those without connection were subjected to plunder. However, when the opponent wasn't a random person and was instead a cadet from Lair with unknown level of connections, the best course of action was to avoid them altogether. Balm and Ujidi were like balms to them. These are the record, mission content, and map. Thus, the soldier treated them apathetically and didn't say anything after giving them the documents. Ujidi opened his mouth. What's with the attitude? At least tell us what to do. It's all written in the mission content. You just have to follow that through. After glancing at the insolent soldier, Ujidi gave the papers over to Balm. Do what you want, apparently. The dispatch was an individual mission, and Ujidi was just there to support her. He was but an aide that protected Balm. That was to help her complete the task. That was the nature of a dispatch, and she clearly stated it out herself that she wanted to volunteer for the task. Therefore, she had to be the one in charge of the mission from here. Mbam examined the mission content in detail and referred to the map. Warp stations were under the Warp Station Corporation. In the era where humanists had disappeared, they were a monopolizing international business under the association. Despite the country having vanished, there were a lot of people who couldn't leave the area because of a lack of money. Those people grouped up and lived together as a tribe in the sandstorm. The contents of the mission were simple. Once a month, the tribes had to report to Nan about their survival. The reports had to be in person. Ever since the Great War, the North African areas were filled with filthy mana, and those seeped into the sand itself. Due to that, there was now difficulty with long-range transmissions in this area, and there weren't any base stations to send or receive radio transmissions either. We don't have enough manpower. We can't send someone there ourselves. And there hadn't been any contact from the Kahum tribe that was in the southwest area, despite 2 weeks having passed from the deadline. And they wanted an investigation of that place about the problem. Well, I think they're all dead, but the soldier said as if it had nothing to do with him. If they weren't killed by a monster and were instead killed by the epidemic, we need to prevent it from spreading. How do you prevent it from spreading? Asked Balm, and the superhuman shrugged his shoulders. The method used to prevent ancient beast epidemic F-14 from spreading was simple. We have to burn them. The tribe, the infected, and the corpse. All of them. And that's why there's a lot of fire-type superhumans here. It's troublesome, though, that we are not allowed to deal with it before it happens. The soldier laid out a miraculous theory that there won't be any epidemic if the people were killed beforehand. Balm went through the paper once again without saying anything in response. Until then, Yu Jitae was indifferent. Balm could look ahead without seeing anything and could find out secrets. She was smart and was the type that he could entrust things to. Besides, she was a dragon. Although it was the worst environment for a dragon that empathized with other organisms with mana, even then, she was a dragon. She should be fine even when she's left to her own devices. That's what he had been thinking, but as soon as they started with the mission, he heard something he had never expected. I have no idea, murmured Balm while staring at the map. What? NN? No. What did you say? Balm stared at him before giving an awkward smile. I don't know where to go. Chapter 160. Just an unfortunate event. 2. Green dragons see the world's providence from birth. Providence was another world visible to green dragons, and by seeing the flow of cause and effect, they understood the universe. The eye of providence of such a green dragon having closed was no different from humans losing their 2 eyes. It was practically waking up in the morning to find out that she had become blind. Balm had never been this confused ever since she was born into the world. Should she go back or stay here? She couldn't decide what was right. What should she say? Or should she even say anything? It was hard to be certain of anything. But it wasn't easy to share with others that she couldn't see Providence. It was the identity of a green race and their pride, just like how the red race would rather die than admit that they were weak. The anxiety caused ripples in her mind and emotions. The heart of the immature hatchling shook, and Mana jumped as her class as a dragon dissipated. Seeing her toe bitten by a mosquito, she thought to herself, I must be broken in a situation like that. Balm ended up digging her own grave. Before she realized it, she was standing at an unfamiliar place with Yu Jitae, who had to be treated with the most care and delicacy possible. How did this happen? Looking back, she wasn't in her right mind the past few days. As if someone was pulling her by the hair, she found herself standing in front of a cliff by the time she came to herself. She thought, I am going crazy like an insect with no antennae, bumping into everything around them. This was a very dangerous situation for Balm. Everything that was influencing Yu Jitae had been allowed by Providence. Without Providence, she shouldn't put any colors on Yu Jitae. Without seeing the answer sheet, she couldn't be 100 sure whether that color was correct or not. So, the logical and correct decision here was to go back home and stay, holed up in the corner of her room, and stay put. However, Balm did not want to go back. It's finally just the two of us. Because of that, she thought, and came to a compromise. Let's be normal. Be normal, but leave some gap and hold back even when there was a chance to tease him. As long as she could do that, the fun times would go on while the canvas called Yu Jitae wouldn't be smeared with the wrong color. I don't know where to go, I don't. Balm pondered for a bit before adding more words. Actually, there's something I have to confess. What do you mean? I'm feeling slightly under the weather these days. Under the weather? How could that be? Why, you're not even human. There's no such thing for dragons. Well, have you been a dragon before? No, then don't say anything. After saying that, she powerlessly added, there is such a thing. Yu Jitae looked into her eyes for a bit. He rarely checked the authenticity of the dragon's words during a conversation because he respected them as an intellectual and emotional being. But it was none other than Balm, whose words and actions were always serene, who was saying that she was in a bad mood. He had to analyze and clearly discern whether this was a trivial matter or not. The authenticity hanging on the eyes of Equilibrium was true. She really was feeling under the weather. Right, got it. And it's nothing serious. Yes, not at all, but go on. Anyway, I might have some trouble going there because of that. My brain feels kind of fuzzy and my mana isn't stable either. You want to go back then? No, like I said, it's nothing serious. Tell me if it gets worse, so that we can cancel it and go back. It's fine. It's seriously not a big deal. All right. Balm and Yu Jitae dived straight into the mission in full swing. And after they entered the desert, he felt in his bones what it meant for her to be feeling under the weather. Despite having a map and some data, Balm couldn't focus, and despite being a dragon, she couldn't find the road with mana. Even then, Yu Jitae decided to watch on. Including the past iterations, this green hatchling's decisions had never been wrong. Even a sudden dispatch like this should have a fitting reason, considering the fact that Balm had wished for it. Thus, he wanted to stay a bystander. This was her dispatch, and earning something through her own efforts would be more meaningful than getting it the easier way. He would simply throw in a hint if she was way off the mark. Due to that, they were often headed the wrong way. The large northern desert covered the previous lands of Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, and had half the surface area of mainland China. It was extremely big. Walking in a slightly different direction would make them end up in a completely different location, but he didn't urge nor reproach her. After several tries and after spending around half the day, the two of them were finally able to reach a part of the desert that was close to the Kahim tribe. I think it's somewhere around here, Hweik. It was then that an intense sandstorm suddenly threatened them. It was a common occurrence in the desert, and particles of sand scattered across with mana embedded within, covering herself with the alternate dimensional magic, laws of nature. Balm lowered her body. The wind was so intense that they had trouble seeing past the 10-meter mark, but that was when silhouettes appeared from the other side of the sandstorm. They were people. It was a crowd of them. After realizing that, Balm immediately hid behind a hill, and Yu Jitae copied her movement. He stared at the black silhouettes closing in. It was an interesting situation. He decided to test Balm a bit. Have you studied this as well? On how to deal with others in lawless areas? No, it was quite sudden, so not really then. Why did you hide yourself? It's a lawless area, right? I thought we had to either attack or hide. And the reason you chose to hide? Because I was scared. Yu Jitae nodded in response to her words. Look at them. Yes, they're wearing black bandanas with daggers and guns. That one guy at the front is a superhuman, and the guys at the back have heavy weapons. Now, what kind of group are they? When it was this close, it was possible to read their mana. Their mana were very sharp, as if they would attack anything that they came across. As if they were a group of bandits. Maybe a group of merchants from a tribe. But Baum believed otherwise. What made you think that? There are more goods than weapons on their camels. They're not headed towards the warp station, and that one superhuman at the front is on a camel. And, in lawless areas, you must attack or avoid before the opponent does anything. Unless they belong to a big group, money and authority are less important, so the strong person must be the leader. But there's no reason for the leader to stay at the front, which is the most dangerous. And right now, the strongest guy was at the front. So you're saying he's a bodyguard? Yes. And they're from a tribe with some sort of currency. Judging from how the two at the back are carrying their weapons, those two and the one at the front should be bodyguards. She was feeling under the weather and didn't even know how to read the map, but her eyes were still sharp. But is she actually correct? Yu Jitae continued with the test. What if the one at the front is paying off a debt? A debt. They could be a group of bandits, while the one at the front is a loyal guy that wants to protect his buddies. For that to be the case, their clothes are all generally clean, and the camels in the middle are in a good state. They're fat, and their humps that store fat are also tall. So you're saying that's why they're not vagabonds. They must be merchants with a base. Baum gazed up at him, asking with her eyes whether she was right or not. Got it. What would you do then? I'll carefully follow them from behind. Why? There are lots of territorial battles here, so the tribes are fairly far apart, right? And the direction they are headed in is close to where the Kaham tribe is on the map, so won't they be better at finding it than me? It was her first time coming here, and she had insufficient background information. In a situation like that, she used her knowledge on how humans acted and visual cues to make a fairly reasonable decision. You have good eyes indeed, an honest compliment. Her eyes slightly widened right before he looked away. Balm twitched her lips before opening her mouth. Then should we follow them in secret? No, there's no need to. Sorry. Yu Jitae stood up. There was a rock in his hand. After straightening his back, he rotated his body into a picturesque angle. Soon, his shoulder and arm turned hazy as the rock was shot from his fingertips. Bam! The rock traveled faster than the speed of sound and exploded the head of the superhuman standing at the front. His head literally exploded, and the merchants were surprised while Balm covered her mouth. Why? Why did you kill him? Watch. Something strange started to happen. The merchants started fighting between each other. To be exact, they surrounded two people as a group and ran in. The sound of silenced gunshots echoed across the desert as one of the two were pulled by the hair and broke his back after dropping from the camel. You got everything correct. You got them correct, but even if there are bodyguards, it's weird for the bodyguards to be the only ones carrying weapons. In lawless areas, it's up to them to protect themselves. They were merchants who had been held hostage by a group of bandits led by the superhuman at the front. With a rock, Yu Jitae killed the superhuman, the boss of those bandits. So the merchants had their weapons confiscated by the bandits. Yeah, I thought you obviously knew that as well. Balm, who gazed at the essence of any existence, knew Yu Jitae was dangerous the moment she met him. But she couldn't do that right now. So this is what you meant by feeling under the weather. I told you got it. Let's go there first. Yu Jitae found the right opportunity to interrupt them. He mentioned how he was the one who threw the rock and requested to accompany them to a nearby village. No one turned him down, perhaps because there was another rock in his hand. Like that, Yu Jitae and Balm traveled to the Kaham tribe along with the merchants. A small village for around 200 people, awkwardly built with pieces of wood. And no, wait, this smell, oh no. God, the merchants smelled the odor that immediately welcomed their arrival and quickly ran away in fright. Epidemic type. F-14, another name for it, was ancient Escarmacota spore production epidemic. These viruses that originate from an ancient beast travel through the air and dig into a human's respiratory system before taking their lives. With the energy they steal, they bloom a flower of fungus and spread the virus through the air once again after the death of the human. The hyphae of the fungus had a unique scent to it, and currently the Kaham tribe had a dense smell of that F-14 virus. Do you want to go in or go back? Since he knew how devastating F-14 was, Yu Jitae asked her once again. "I'll go in." Balm nodded with a stiff expression. The village looked just as he expected it to look. The tents and huts built with logs and leaves were all half decomposed. What filled the streets were humans who no longer looked like humans, that were disturbingly flesh-like for them to be considered flowers. A fitting comparison would be how Cordyceps militaris bloomed on the dead bodies of insects. People turned into something non-human the moment the virus seeped into their systems. At that point, even Balm would be unable to heal them unless she knew how to rewind the time. Yu Jitae moved his feet, and Balm belatedly followed from behind. Half the infected were already dead, and even though the remaining half were alive, they were no different from being dead. Glancing around, they could see people whose upper bodies were normal, as well as those whose body was completely fine except for their heads. After sucking all the energy out from its host, the virus bloomed what resembled the seeds of a dandelion on the head of the human in search for new sources of food. A lot of seeds were fluttering in the sandstorm, and the seeds rode the wind away from them and scattered like snow. In the mix, there was also a large piece of flesh covering a small piece of flesh. The large flesh still twitched and had its two arms wrapped around the small thing to keep it warm. It was a horrendous scene that was too appalling for eyes to see. However, Balm composedly confronted that scene. So the mission is over with this year. The reason for the Kaham tribe being out of contact was indeed because of F-14, and they all either died or were infected. Yu Jitae looked somewhere nearby. There was one person, one survivor. There was a half-broken tent, but unlike other tents, it was covered with cotton all around that was extremely finely crafted. Inside that tent, Yu Jitae found the only survivor. It was a middle-aged black woman who was fairly chubby, who had seemingly been eating quite well despite being in the middle of a desert. Who are you? She was the one and only survivor. Because of the good tent, it had taken some time for the virus to seep in.